Chapter 1. An isolated island stood towering amid the surging waves of the sea. Countless elite Marines wore solemn expressions as warships lined the waters. This was Marine headquarters, Marineford, a place feared by countless arrogant pirates across the seas, and also regarded as the most sacred place in the eyes of innumerable civilians. At this moment, Marineford was engulfed in howling winds and torrential rain. Thunder roared across the sky like ferocious lightning dragons, tearing through the heavens with clawing fury. The ominous storm clouds only deepened the already heavy atmosphere. Inside an office located at the very core of Marineford, a group of Marine officers sat in attendance: Vice Admiral Onagumo, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Mamosagi. A mere glance was enough to shock anyone. Every Marine present in this office was at least of elite Vice Admiral rank. Among them, even the hero of the Marines, Garp, and the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters were all present without exception. Nearly all high-ranking Marine officers had gathered. Such a formation had only appeared once before, over a decade ago, during the public execution of Gall D. Roger. As the assembled officers gradually took their seats, they exchanged glances, each seeing an unmistakable gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Just what kind of matter could possibly warrant such an urgent summons of all top Marine officials for a highest-level conference? Seated at the head, Fleet Admiral Sengoku swept his gaze across the gathered officers. His authoritative face was filled with solemnity, and the moment he spoke, the atmosphere in the entire room became suffocating. Everyone, the mysterious stone tablet discovered in the Grand Line a year ago. After relentless, day and night deciphering by our researchers, it has finally yielded results. It contains a piece of information, one that is enough to shake the entire sea. The moment Sengoku spoke, every high-ranking Marine in the room had their pupils contract, their hearts trembling. That mysterious stone tablet, discovered a year ago in the Grand Line, it had immediately drawn the attention of the 5 elders. The reason being, its material and form had been identified by researchers as something that originated from 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years. An era unimaginably distant. Even the world government itself had only existed for a mere 800 years. This stone tablet predated not just 1, but 5 iterations of the world government. At that point in time, a civilization had already existed, one capable of crafting a tablet that would not erode even after 4,000 years. And whatever was recorded on such a relic from that era was bound to be extraordinary. For a moment, even the ever-lazy Admiral Aokiji straightened slightly, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the desert kingdom of Alabasta, a dark and gloomy underground world. Amid crumbling ruins, a massive stone monument over 100 meters tall stood in silent solitude. The king of the Uruk Empire, Gilgamesh. A voice filled with boundless greed shattered the age-old stillness. Looking closely, beneath the towering stone monument stood 2 figures. One wore a long coat, a vicious scar stretching across the left side of his face. A cigar hung from his lips, only to nearly fall to the ground from sheer shock. The other figure had smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders, her features delicate and stunning, her figure graceful and alluring. At this moment, her expression was slightly dazed. Clearly, she too had been shaken by what she had just translated. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man with a ferocious, greedy expression raised his golden hook, letting it casually sweep near the other figure. A cruel smile curled at his lips as he spoke coldly. "Robin, everything written here is real. You should know, what I hate most is being deceived." Robin glanced at the speaker, the fervor in her eyes impossible to conceal, as she replied softly, "Boss, if you don't believe it, you can always find someone else to verify it." Clicking his tongue, Crocodile turned away, tossing his cigar to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Ever since O'Hara had been destroyed by the world government, those across the seas who both dared and possessed the ability to study history had been nearly wiped out. Robin was the devil child he had taken a massive risk to shelter. If it were truly so easy to find another historian to replace her, he would have long since handed her over to Marine headquarters in exchange for a fortune. But it had to be said, taking that risk to protect Robin had indeed been the right decision. Just like now, without her, how could he have uncovered this secret from 4,000 years ago? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as he walked across the dark, sandy ground, leaving behind a long trail of footprints. A sharp gleam flashed in Crocodile's eyes, the curve of his lips growing wider and wider. The ruler of an empire from 4,000 years ago. Calling him the King of Heroes wouldn't be an exaggeration. The treasure of the King of Heroes. How truly enticing. Chapter 2. In first half of the Grand Line, within an uninhabited stretch of sea. Violent winds surged, tsunamis rolled across the waters, and the Sea Kings, once the supreme rulers of the ocean, now cowered uneasily in the depths. Their massive eyes were filled with unmistakably human-like fear. Crack and crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out, like glass breaking apart. A portion of space above the sea suddenly fractured, jagged cracks spreading outward like a web. Until at last, space itself shattered completely. Countless shimmering fragments scattered in all directions, falling across the sea. Boundless golden radiance burst forth from the broken space. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer as the golden light grew ever more intense, so dazzling it was impossible to look at directly. Slowly, a tall figure stepped out from within the shattered void. Short golden hair fell loosely, a suit of golden armor clad his body, and within his crimson eyes burned arrogance and disdain. It was as though nothing in heaven and earth was worthy of being acknowledged by him. His cold expression resembled that of a god standing high above all things. And that overwhelming golden brilliance tearing through space. It emanated directly from the golden armor upon his body. Stepping out of the shattered space, a fleeting trace of confusion flickered through Kazama Haruto's crimson eyes. Then a beam of light enveloped him. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, he let out a faint sigh. Has it already been 4,000 years? 4,000 years. Even 4,000 years ago, such a span of time would have seemed unimaginably distant to Kazama Haruto. Even after experiencing transmigration and obtaining the system, he had never imagined that a single slumber would cost him 4,000 years. That's right. Kazama Haruto was not originally from this world. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary person from Earth. By a twist of fate, he transmigrated into a world he had been intimately familiar with in his past life. The world of One Piece. However, quite unfortunately, the time he arrived in was far too early. Forget Luffy, even the world government and the Marines were unheard of. Fortunately, he had been bound to the strongest role-playing system, which at the very start allowed him to draw the template of a being powerful enough to rival gods. Gilgamesh, and the strongest role-playing system, was Kazama Haruto's greatest cheat. It allowed him to draw templates of countless characters from across the myriad worlds, granting him their power. The higher his role-playing progress and compatibility, the stronger the power he could wield. With the overwhelming strength of Gilgamesh, even without being at his peak, it was still enough to carry him as he crushed everything in his path, sweeping across the seas of that era. He even established the incomparably glorious Uruk Empire. And just as the Uruk Empire reached its peak, and Kazama Haruto's role-playing progress of Gilgamesh climbed to 90%. Because it was the first time his progress had surpassed 90%, the system met the conditions for an upgrade. The moment Kazama Haruto chose to proceed, his entire being was drawn into the golden capital filled with infinite treasures, falling into a deep slumber. That slumber lasted 4,000 years. That was why, when he first awakened and stepped out of the golden capital, a trace of confusion had surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Standing upon the empty air, Kazama Haruto spoke in a low voice. System, after the upgrade, what has changed? A single slumber had cost him 4,000 years. If the system's abilities hadn't improved, or if it had gained nothing new, then that would truly have been a massive loss. Within his mind, a cold, emotionless voice quickly responded. Master, after the upgrade, this system can not only draw character templates for role-playing, but can also summon individuals connected to the characters you are currently playing or have previously played. At the same time, the upper limit of role-playable characters has been greatly increased. Oh, summon characters from other worlds. A sharp light flickered in Kazama Haruto's eyes. It seemed the system's upgrade had not disappointed him. In the past, something had always felt lacking in his role-playing. Even after establishing the Uruk Empire in this unfamiliar world, that feeling had persisted. Now it seemed, what he lacked was the presence of others from the same world as the character he was playing. A role played alone would never be truly complete. But if he could summon powerful figures from the world of the character he was portraying, then that would be extremely advantageous for Kazama Haruto. At the same time, it would allow the plan he had always envisioned to finally be set into motion. And not just that, the increase in the system's upper limit was equally powerful. Previously, the system could only draw templates of characters around the level of Gilgamesh, roughly demigod tier in strength. But after this upgrade, just how terrifying would the new upper limit be? At the very least, it would likely reach the level of true gods. At this thought, even Kazama Haruto, who had already experienced countless major events, could not suppress the surge of excitement in his heart. Power. No matter the world, power was always the most important thing. 4,000 years ago, Kazama Haruto had relied on Gilgamesh's strength to dominate the seas. But now, after 4,000 years had passed, who knew what the state of the sea had become? Chapter 3. At Marine Headquarters, within the highest-level conference room, Sengoku swept his gaze across all the senior officers of Marine Headquarters. His expression was grave, his tone heavy as he spoke. 4,000 years ago, there was once a man who swept across the seas, ruled the entire ocean, and established a supreme empire. At the same time, he is also the earliest known existence to have founded an empire. In that era, everyone referred to him as the King of Heroes. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. What is recorded on that stone tablet is precisely information about this existence known as the King of Heroes. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, possessed all the treasures in the world. Whoever can obtain the treasures of the King of Heroes would be able to rule the world. His words were nothing short of shocking. Even though the high-ranking marine officers present had already prepared themselves mentally when Sengoku first began speaking, they were still utterly shaken. Even Sakazuki, the admiral known as Akinu, could not help but be moved. Alas! The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken as, to Sengoku's left, the hero of the Marines, Garp, let out a casual laugh. I say, Sengoku, you actually believe something like this recorded on a stone tablet. Maybe 4,000 years ago, there really was a king of heroes named Gilgamesh and an Uruk Empire. But the claim that he possessed all the treasures in the world and that obtaining them would allow one to rule the world. Isn't that a bit too absurd? Besides, 4,000 years is far too long ago. Too many changes could have happened in that time. At his words, the atmosphere in the room froze. Indeed, even the current world government wouldn't dare claim to possess all the treasures of the world. And what kind of treasure could possibly allow someone to directly rule the world? The most valuable things on the sea, devil fruits, or the ancient weapons? No, none of them would suffice. Devil fruits aside, while not extremely common, there were still plenty of ability users across the seas. No single user could realistically rule the world alone. As for the ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, they too could not achieve such a feat. With that in mind, the tension on Sengoku's face loosened slightly. Garp was right. This was all far too unbelievable. And after 4,000 years of change, everything would have been altered. Perhaps in that ancient time, the so-called all the treasures of the King of Heroes referred to devil fruits. Not just a few, but all of them, or at least the vast majority. Only then would it align with what was recorded on the stone tablet. Perhaps devil fruits had indeed once been under the control of the King of Heroes, but after his death and the collapse of the Uruk Empire, they were scattered across the seas, giving rise to the current era. As the fleet admiral of Marine Headquarters, Sengoku possessed not only immense strength, but also an exceptionally sharp mind. In a short moment, he had already connected everything and formed a highly reasonable hypothesis. Well now, it seems this is merely a historical inscription from 4,000 years ago. A lazy voice rang out as Kizaru stretched and returned to his usual laid-back demeanor, slumping into his chair. Historical records and the like. He had no interest in them. Wouldn't it be better to just clock in and out of work peacefully? Casting a glance at Kizaru, Sengoku did not refute him. Leaning back slightly in his chair, his mind eased a little, but he did not fully relax. No matter what, the contents behind this stone tablet represent a piece of history we have never uncovered before. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, the Uruk Empire. Once this information is made public, it will surely attract countless people like moths to a flame. So everyone. As he spoke, Sengoku stood up from his seat, placing both hands on the desk. The contents of this meeting must remain buried within your hearts. His sharp gaze passed through the windows of the conference room, taking in the entirety of Marine headquarters. A faint sense of powerlessness rose in Sengoku's heart. The current seas were already filled with all kinds of monsters and dangerous forces emerging one after another. If the information about this stone tablet were to be exposed, it would only bring even more trouble to the Marines. Maintaining the current balance was already extremely difficult. For some reason, even though he believed Garp's reasoning made sense, a trace of unease still surfaced within Sengoku's heart. It seems an investigation into the Uruk Empire and this King of Heroes is necessary. Chapter 4. Rumbled. Wild sands surged, an overwhelming sandstorm raging through the royal palace of the Alabasta Kingdom. The royal guards of Alabasta did not even have time to resist before they were engulfed and torn apart by the endless storm of sand. The raging sands spread relentlessly, surging straight toward the grand hall of the royal palace. Before the palace hall, the king of Alabasta, Cobra, wore an expression that had turned utterly grim. Alabasta was indeed a desert kingdom, but such a violent sandstorm was extremely rare, let alone one that appeared within the palace without the slightest warning. This was absolutely not a natural phenomenon. Tap, tap, tap. Within the boundless storm of sand, a tall silhouette emerged, slowly stepping forward. A hideous scar stretched across his face, an earring hung from his right ear, and a cigar rested between his lips. His eyes brimmed with arrogance and greed. The moment Cobra saw that figure clearly, his expression changed drastically as he spoke in a low voice. Crocodile. The kingdom had already been in turmoil for 2 years. As king, although Cobra's capabilities were not exceptional, he had still vaguely perceived that behind all of this chaos, there was a shadow lurking. And that shadow was very likely the man known as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. However, due to Crocodile's terrifying strength, even with his suspicions, Cobra had been powerless to change anything. And now, seeing Crocodile appear so openly before him, wreaking havoc within the royal palace, Cobra's heart rose straight to his throat. Could it be? Crocodile was finally revealing his true intentions. Guahaha. Behind him, the endless sands roared through the air as Crocodile laughed loudly. With each step he took, clouds of sand billowed into the air. Those greedy eyes never once left Cobra. Under such ruthless and covetous scrutiny, even Cobra, as the king of a great nation, could not help but feel his heart tremble. Crocodile. This is the royal palace of Alabasta. The Alabasta Kingdom is an affiliated nation of the world government. You had better not go too far. Forcing down the fear in his heart, Cobra tried to make his voice sound more authoritative, hoping to intimidate Crocodile. However, Crocodile let out a scoff, his lips curling with disdain as he spoke coldly. An affiliated nation of the world government. Are you threatening me? Taking a step forward, the golden hook on his hand gleamed faintly as the sand behind him grew even more violent. It was as though it could erupt at any moment, swallowing the entire Alabasta palace whole. At the same time, amidst the swirling sands, Crocodile's voice rang out once more. Hand it over. Cobra, the treasure of the King of Heroes. You don't have the ability to possess it. Give it to me. Boom. Crocodile's voice was not loud. But it struck like a thunderclap in Cobra's ears, freezing him in place. His soul trembled violently, his pupils shrinking. The treasure of the King of Heroes. How was that possible? How could there still be anyone in this world who knew the title of the King of Heroes? Who knew about the treasure of the King of Heroes? Shouldn't the King of Heroes have completely faded into history with the passage of time? His mind shook violently. Cobra's face turned pale, but in the next moment, he forcibly steadied himself and stammered. The treasure of the King of Heroes. Crocodile, what are you talking about? Where on this sea is there any King of Heroes, and where would such a treasure even come from? That drastic shift in emotion completely convinced Crocodile of the information Robin had translated from the mysterious monument. The corners of his lips curled upward as he laughed loudly. The raging sands spread further, a terrifying aura pressing down on Cobra. Guahaha. The Nefertari family, the foremost family of the Uruk Empire. The family most trusted by the King of Heroes. Before the King of Heroes disappeared, he entrusted his treasure, powerful enough to overturn the world, to the Nefertari family for generations to guard. So, Nefertari Cobra. Is there anyone who understands the treasure of the King of Heroes better than you? The King of Heroes had established the Uruk Empire 4,000 years ago, sweeping across the seas. And he had gathered all the treasures of the world. Many of those treasures had vanished with his disappearance and the collapse of the Uruk Empire. But among them, there was one treasure of unparalleled power that had been obtained by the foremost family of the empire, the Nefertari family. And they had guarded it for generations, awaiting the return of their king. All of this was the information Robin had translated for Crocodile from the mysterious monument. Chapter 5. Tab Tab Tab. Led by Igaram, dozens of members of the Alabasta Royal Guard stood in tight formation, bracing against the raging sandstorm as they firmly shielded Cobra. However, Crocodile, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessed overwhelming strength. Even the mere pressure carried within the swirling sands was enough to make the royal guards suffer immensely. And yet, though their knees trembled, their bodies drenched in sweat, they did not retreat even a single step. They were the royal guard of Alabasta, the most elite force of the kingdom, sworn to protect their king. How is this possible? His body trembling, Cobra staggered before collapsing onto the ground. The calm he had struggled to maintain in his eyes shattered completely. Fear, shock, disbelief all surged across his face. The origin of the Nefertari family, and the royal treasure they had guarded for generations. Across the seas, he should have been the only one who knew. Even the King of Heroes, that monumental figure from 4,000 years ago, had all but vanished from the knowledge of the present world. So why? How could Crocodile know the name of that great existence? And even more, how could he know the secret guarded by the Nefertari family for generations? Where had something gone wrong? Boom! The raging sands surged violently, blasting the Alabasta Royal Guard apart. Crocodile's figure merged into the sand. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Cobra. Looking down at him from above, he slowly reached out his right hand and grabbed Cobra by the chin. Damn it! Let go of His Majesty at once. A roar filled with suppressed fury rang out. The captain of the royal guard, Igaram, surged forward like a ferocious beast, his blade flashing as he charged. Crocodile didn't even spare him a glance. With a mere thought, the sand condensed into a powerful surge and shot forward. Boom! The violent force sent Igaram flying over 100 meters, crashing through palace structures. Then, he was swallowed completely by the rolling sands, disappearing without a trace. Captain! Dozens of guards watched in shock as Igaram, far stronger than any of them, was effortlessly blown away and buried. The power of a warlord of the sea was simply too terrifying. They didn't even have the strength to resist. With a single strike, Crocodile had eliminated the captain of the royal guard, yet his gaze never once shifted. From beginning to end, it remained fixed on Cobra. A savage expression surfaced on his face, growing increasingly ferocious as he spoke in a low voice. Cobra, my patience has its limits. Every second you hesitate means countless lives are lost. Crocodile's sandstorm had already engulfed the entire palace, and it was still expanding. Thus, at every moment, Cobra could faintly hear screams and cries of agony echoing through the storm. Grr. His teeth clenched tightly. At this moment, Cobra had no time left to consider how Crocodile had learned of the King of Heroes, or how he had uncovered the secret of the treasure his family had guarded. The man's strength was simply too overwhelming. It was absolute suppression, so absolute that even if the entire Alabasta kingdom united, they would still be no match for him. In such a situation, what meaning was there in continuing to guard a treasure whose purpose he didn't even understand? A relic that had been protected for 4,000 years, yet had never once shown any sign of response. How could it compare to the lives of the entire Alabasta kingdom? The first head of the Nefertari family, Nefertari Dbik, who had once served the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, had recorded in the family's secret archives that before his disappearance, the King of Heroes had told him he would vanish for a period of time, the exact duration unknown, but he would, without a doubt, return one day. However, from the first generation to Cobra himself, a full 4,000 years had passed, and never once had there been any record of the King of Heroes returning. If he had not appeared in 4,000 years, how could he possibly still be alive? Just as Cobra was about to make his decision and open his mouth to yield, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the palace hall, sending a chill straight to the soul. Mongrel, who gave you the audacity to dare covet this king's treasure? Chapter 6. The sudden voice caused both Cobra and Crocodile within the hall to start in shock. Immediately after, cracked, a crisp sound of space shattering echoed. The space above them suddenly fractured. Amidst shimmering golden radiance, a towering figure appeared, as if walking along a path of gold, majestic and divine. Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply, his heart jolting. His observation, Haki had failed to detect this person. The one who appeared so suddenly was likely far from weak. Moreover, the manner of his arrival made even Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, feel a surge of unease. But compared to all that, what concerned him most was whether this person had overheard his conversation with Cobra. Even if this man ultimately couldn't contend with him, what if he escaped? If news of the King of Heroes' treasure spread, it would instantly draw countless eyes across the seas. Besides, Crocodile had at least some familiarity with the strong figures of the sea. This figure, though appearing strangely, had not left any impression on him, most likely just some unknown weakling. This. In contrast to Crocodile. After his initial shock, Cobra fell into a state of complete mental blankness, his mind in chaos. His aged, weathered hand trembled as he pointed toward the figure bathed in golden radiance, exuding sacred majesty. If he remembered correctly, in the family records of Nefertari Dbik, that unparalleled king, godlike in bearing, had been described as wearing golden armor, with short golden hair and crimson eyes that radiated an irresistible will of kingship, along with an innate sense of supreme authority. That was a king born to rule. His clouded eyes locked onto Kazama Haruto, his entire body trembling more violently. Because this suddenly appearing figure matched far too closely the description of the King of Heroes recorded by Nefertari Dbik, especially the meaning behind that cold, arrogant voice from earlier. It further confirmed his identity. But how could this be possible? The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, the ruler of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago, gone for a full 4 millennia. How could he possibly appear here? How could anyone in this world live for 4,000 years? Stepping out from the gateway of the Golden Capital, fully emerging above the Alabasta Palace Hall, Kazama Haruto stood upon the air, towering in the sky, gazing down upon everything below. His crimson eyes took in the entire scene. He hadn't expected that someone he had casually elevated back then would turn out to be the ancestor of the royal family of Alabasta in the One Piece world. And even more surprising, after 4,000 years, Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, had somehow learned of his existence, and had even come directly to the Alabasta royal family to seize the treasure he had once entrusted to them. However, this was perfect. Having just awakened from the Golden Capital, Kazama Haruto did not yet have a clear grasp of the current era's power levels, or even his own. He could only make rough estimations. Crocodile's appearance, however, provided him with the perfect opportunity to gauge exactly where his strength stood in the present-day seas. A warlord of the sea. Truly an excellent whetstone. With that thought, Kazama Haruto's eyes gleamed as his gaze fell upon Crocodile. His crimson pupils were as sharp and cold as blades. A king's voice, filled with arrogance, echoed from his lips. So, the mongrels of later generations have become this insolent. With strength no greater than that of an ant, you dare covet this king's treasure. If Kazama Haruto's earlier words had gone somewhat unnoticed by Crocodile due to the situation, then now, that voice, brimming with disdain and arrogance, caused Crocodile's fury to surge uncontrollably. Mongrel. An ant. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a pirate who had dominated the seas. He had always been the one others feared. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Desert storm. The sands erupted. Crocodile turned, gathering the power of sand in his right hand. A raging sandstorm formed, tearing apart everything in its surroundings as it surged toward Kazama Haruto in the sky. Mongrel, how dare you raise your weapon against a king? With a cold snort, just as the sandstorm was about to strike, Kazama Haruto raised his right hand. Golden light surged violently. A radiant barrier of shimmering gold formed before him, standing firm in his defense. Boom! In the next instant, the massive sandstorm, over 50 meters in diameter, crashed violently into the newly formed golden barrier. The raging storm roared, howled, and surged against the golden shield. Yet it could not advance even a single step. A stark contrast to the overwhelming destruction Crocodile had displayed moments before. Chapter 7. The sandstorm completely subsided. In its aftermath, Kazama Haruto stood, without even the slightest trace upon his body, still as lofty and untouchable as ever, like an eternal king beyond defilement. Buzz! Golden radiance burst forth from Kazama Haruto, dyeing the entire sky in dazzling brilliance, so bright that none could look directly at it. The raging sandstorm that had swept through the palace gradually calmed and dispersed. Beneath that golden light, it was as docile as a child. As the yellow sands settled, every person within the palace had their vision filled entirely by the radiant figure of that proud king standing high above. The overwhelming majesty of the King of Heroes descended, causing countless people to feel an instinctive urge to bow in submission. Such overwhelming pressure. Where did this man come from? Muttering to himself, Crocodile's pupils shrank sharply. Even he, under Kazama Haruto's terrifying aura, felt an immense pressure, a threat that could prove fatal. Especially that kingly presence. It far surpassed anyone Crocodile had ever encountered. Even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, fell far short in comparison. He was a born king. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I of the Nefertari family, the 87th head Nefertari Cobra. Welcome the return of the King of Heroes. Without the slightest hesitation, Cobra, still immersed in shock, felt Kazama Haruto's unparalleled kingly pressure and immediately dropped to his knees, completely disregarding his dignity as a king. At this moment, though filled with doubt, disbelief, and overwhelming turmoil, he had already confirmed Kazama Haruto's identity. The King of Heroes. Gilgamesh. Such presence Cobra had never felt even from the 5 elders. Only the King of Heroes, whom his ancestor Bik had revered above all, could possess such bearing. His ancestor, Nefertari D. Bik, had not deceived him, nor the entire Nefertari family. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, had truly returned after 4,000 years. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Cobra's words left Crocodile utterly stunned. How could that be? While he acknowledged that this mysterious figure was undoubtedly powerful, there was no way he could be the King of Heroes. The King of Heroes had founded the Uruk Empire 4,000 years ago. He should have been dead for millennia. How could he appear here? Impossible. After the initial shock, Crocodile completely rejected Cobra's claim. Glancing at Cobra, Kazama Haruto nodded slightly and said calmly, "A descendant of Nefertari, Bic is it?" 4,000 years ago, when Kazama Haruto established the first empire, the Uruk Empire, countless followers had gathered under him. Among them, Nefertari Bic had been one of his most loyal generals. Kazama Haruto had valued him greatly back then. What he hadn't expected was that Bic's descendants, 4,000 years later, would become the royal family of the Alabasta Kingdom. As for the current era, it should be after Roger's death, but before Luffy set out to sea. After all, if Luffy had already begun his journey, Crocodile would either have been imprisoned in Impel Down or stripped of his warlord title in the New World. Compared to 4,000 years ago, this era felt far more familiar to Kazama Haruto. What kind of joke is this? The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Old man, you're saying he's the King of Heroes. Someone who's been dead for 4,000 years, whose name has long vanished from history, how could he possibly appear again? If you're trying to make up a lie to scare me off, at least make it believable. Off to the side, Crocodile's expression shifted uncertainly as he glanced at Cobra, his fierce eyes locking onto Kazama Haruto. The power of the sand fruit began to stir, the ground beneath his feet gradually turning into drifting sand. His observation haki spread out, sweeping every inch of space. The King of Heroes. There was no way this man could be the King of Heroes. At most, he was simply some unknown powerhouse who had emerged out of nowhere. Cobra's words were nothing more than an attempt to force him to retreat. Yes, that had to be it. Someone from 4,000 years ago still being alive. Who would ever believe such nonsense? Chapter 8. Kazama Haruto's crimson eyes shifted, his gaze falling upon Crocodile. A faint curve of disdain lifted at the corner of his lips, as if mocking an overreaching insect. A mere mongrel, how could you comprehend the radiance of a king? To covet the king's treasury, and yet fail to recognize the king himself. Taking a step forward, waves of golden light surged as Kazama Haruto spread his arms, suspended in midair. The dense golden radiance extended outward, reaching the very core of the Alabasta Kingdom. Buzz! As if responding, a beam of golden light shot into the sky. Before anyone could react, it pierced through the heavens and descended around Kazama Haruto. The brilliance slowly faded. Within the light, a chain shimmering with a silvery glow appeared, coiling and spiraling around Kazama Haruto's body. Its ends were sharp, glinting with golden brilliance, radiating lethal edge. This is. Below. The moment Cobra saw the chain, the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished completely. Because this chain was none other than the king's treasure that the Nefertari family had guarded for generations. And yet, compared to when it had been in their custody, it was entirely different. Back then, it had shown no sign of divinity. But now, this chain, brimming with sharpness and vitality, truly deserved to be called the king's treasure. To be able to awaken a treasure from 4,000 years ago. This man could only be the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. 4,000 years. This king had truly lived from that ancient era and returned once more to the seas. As if possessing its own will, the dagger-like ends of the chain danced continuously before Kazama Haruto, as though rejoicing. Even the cold arrogance in Kazama Haruto's eyes softened slightly. He raised his hands and gently touched the blade-like ends of the chain, murmuring, "It's been a long time, old friend. This silver chain was one of Gilgamesh's own treasures. Its name, Enkidu. Its power was extraordinary. Once it bound its target, even gods would find it difficult to break free. When the role-playing progress reached a certain level, not only strength, but even the items of the character could be manifested. 4,000 years ago, before entering his slumber, Gilgamesh had selected 5 treasures from his treasury and entrusted them to 5 of his subordinates to guard the Uruk Empire. He had never expected that a single slumber would last 4,000 years. This chain of heaven, he had sensed from a nearby sea and come to retrieve. As for the other 4 treasures, because they were too far away, his perception remained vague, unable to pinpoint their exact locations. With Enkidu coiling around him, Kazama Haruto's aura surged once more. His cold, arrogant gaze locked onto Crocodile. "Mongrel, speak. How do you wish to die?" As Kazama Haruto's words fell, the dagger-like ends of Enkidu slowly rose, pointing toward Crocodile. Under the blazing sun, they gleamed with unmatched brilliance. Fury surged uncontrollably, Crocodile's expression twisting into ferocity. As a Logia user of the sand fruit, and one of the 7 warlords, his strength stood at the very top of the seas. In his own mind, he did not believe himself inferior to the 4 emperors. When had he ever been treated with such contempt? Rumbled. With a wave of his right hand, the already condensed sand gathered before him, forming a massive sand tornado. The raging vortex devoured everything around it, expanding at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, it had reached a diameter of over 100 meters. Under such overwhelming force, the palace hall collapsed entirely. Even the surrounding ground fractured, splitting open into deep ravines. "Arrogant fools like you, I've killed more than I can count. Open your eyes and take a good look. I am one of the 7 warlords, the Desert King, Crocodile. What right does some nobody like you have to act so high and mighty before me?" Veins bulged across his body as Crocodile roared, his legs sinking deep into the ground. Without holding anything back, he unleashed the full power of his devil fruit. Endless sand was drawn into the tornado, its destructive aura suffocating. Then, with a sweep of his arm, the fully charged sand vortex erupted, surging toward Kazama Haruto with the force to destroy everything in its path. Accompanying that overwhelming storm was a thunderous roar filled with rage. Take a good look, this is what true power is. Desert Grand Spada. Chapter 9. The destructive sand vortex rampaged wildly, tearing everything apart. The palace structures of the Alabasta Kingdom were like paper before it, shattering at the slightest touch. The raging tornado of sand even engulfed the entire palace. Shaking his head lightly, Kazama Haruto murmured with utter disdain. "Enkidu, show this ignorant mongrel the power you've sealed for 4,000 years. Slash." As his words fell, the dagger-like ends of Enkidu shot forward violently, the chain itself extending without end. The twin blades tore through the air, producing bursts of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, they collided head-on with the massive sandstorm. Boom! A deafening roar resounded endlessly as the violent vortex crashed against Enkidu. Compared to the colossal storm, the chain seemed insignificant. And yet, that seemingly insignificant chain advanced without pause, tearing the giant sandstorm apart. The very core of the vortex was split open. In an instant, the entire storm disintegrated. A flash of golden light pierced through all remaining winds, Enkidu shooting straight toward Crocodile. What? Crocodile, who had unleashed the massive sandstorm, felt his heart tremble violently as he watched Enkidu effortlessly tear through his ultimate attack. His pupils shrank sharply. He had always been confident in his strength. The massive sandstorm was one of his true trump cards, its power immense. Even other warlords would have to treat it with caution. And yet, it had been torn apart so easily by this man who appeared out of nowhere. Just what kind of existence was he? And what did he mean by sealed for 4,000 years? Could it be? This chain that suddenly appeared was the king's treasure guarded by Cobra. To so easily wield it and unleash its power. Could this man truly be the king of heroes? Crocodile's eyelids twitched as a trace of fear surfaced in his heart. No, that couldn't be possible. No one could live for that long. If the king of heroes were still alive, the once dominant Uruk Empire would never have collapsed. This man was likely just a hidden powerhouse of the Nefertari family, able to temporarily borrow the power of the king's treasure, using it all to force him back. Yes, that had to be it. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Crocodile cast a greedy glance at Enkidu. Crossing his arms, his hands transformed into blades of sand. Then, 2 massive sand blades materialized beside him. Desert Spada. As Enkidu closed in, the 4 massive sand blades tore through the air, slashing through space itself as they struck toward the chain. Buzz. Suddenly, centered on Crocodile, a radiant golden light spread across a 1,000-meter radius. The ground beneath was completely enveloped in golden brilliance. From within that light, countless chains shot upward into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. An endless number of golden chains collided with the 4 massive sand blades, the sharp sounds of impact ringing out continuously. Before the overwhelming torrent of chains, the 4 great sand blades were like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly powerless. In the blink of an eye, cracks spread across them. Rattle. And not just that. More chains surged forward, bypassing the shattered blades and coiling toward Crocodile. Endless chains rose from the golden ground, their radiant brilliance dazzling and overwhelming. Under this storm of chains, everything seemed insignificant. So, this is the power of the king's treasure. Truly terrifying. Standing amidst the golden light, his eyes reflecting the countless chains rushing toward him, Crocodile did not panic. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared. But unfortunately, I am a Logia user, the sand fruit wielder. That's right. The reason Crocodile could remain calm even in such a situation was precisely because he was a Logia-type devil fruit user. As everyone knew, Logia users were not only powerful, but could also transform into their elemental form. Without sea stone or haki, it was impossible to even touch them. In Crocodile, though he could feel the immense power within Enkidu, he sensed no trace of haki. Which meant this so-called member of the Nefertari family did not possess haki. Without haki, even wielding the king's treasure would not harm him in the slightest. With that thought, Crocodile instantly transformed into sand, turning into a swirling mass of yellow grains. Ignoring the incoming chains, he shot forward straight toward Kazama Haruto. Chapter 10. However, just as Crocodile was reveling in confidence, the surging chains erupted from all directions, sealing him completely. The chains wrapped around his body, forcing him out of his elemental form. In the next instant, countless chains coiled tightly around him, locking down his movements. His forward charge came to a halt. Bound by layers upon layers of chains, he was fixed in place, unable to move in the slightest. Shock, disbelief, utter incredulity, and deep, overwhelming fear. All these emotions intertwined within Crocodile's eyes. Unwilling to accept it, he once again used observation haki to sense the chains. Nothing. Still no trace of haki whatsoever. And yet, when he tried to transform into his elemental state to escape the restraint, he found himself completely unable to do so. It was real. All of it was real. Even in his elemental form, he had been bound by chains that contained neither haki nor sea stone. How was this possible? He was a Logia-type devil fruit user. In elemental form, nothing should be able to touch him except sea stone or haki, let alone restrain him. Just what was this chain? Fear. Facing the incomprehensible power of Enkidu, Crocodile, once arrogant and fearless, was now gripped by true fear. RAAH. Sand surged violently, shockwaves bursting from his body as the full might of a warlord of the sea erupted outward, smashing into everything around him. However, no matter how he struggled, the chains only tightened further, restricting him more and more. Until in the end, under the suppression of Enkidu, he could not even move a single finger. Descending slowly from the sky, looking down upon Crocodile as terror spread across his face, Kazama Haruto spoke with cold arrogance. Mongrel, do not waste your effort. Enkidu is a treasure that has slain gods. With your pitiful strength, attempting to resist it is nothing but a joke. Enkidu was one of Gilgamesh's most formidable treasures. Its power was naturally terrifying. And with Kazama Haruto's role-playing progress having reached 90%, his strength now surpassed even Gilgamesh at his peak. A mere crocodile. Not even the strongest among the 7 warlords. How could he possibly shake Enkidu? Off to the side, Cobra and the others were utterly shaken. The once invincible warlord Crocodile had been so easily restrained, reduced to nothing more than prey awaiting slaughter. And this chain had slain gods. Did such beings truly exist upon the seas? The king of heroes, As expected of the ruler who established the first empire, the Uruk Empire, 4,000 years ago. A treasure that has slain gods. Crocodile's pupils shrank violently. His entire body trembled as if struck by lightning, his mind thrown into chaos. Gods, beings that existed only in myth. How could they have been slain? And yet, in this situation, where victory was already assured, what reason would this man have to lie? Could it be? This man truly was the king of heroes from 4,000 years ago, Gilgamesh. And gods, those beings dismissed as mere legends. Perhaps they had truly existed in that distant era. After all, nothing in this world came from nothing. The legends of gods may have originated from real beings once seen and passed down through time. If all of this were true, then just how glorious and terrifying had that era 4,000 years ago been? And he had dared to provoke the very man who once unified the seas in that ancient age. The thought took root and grew wildly within him. Fear. At this moment, Crocodile was overwhelmed by fear. The confidence he once possessed was completely gone. Indeed, those so-called gods who stood high above, full of arrogance. In that battle, countless of them died beneath Enkidu. Kazama Haruto nodded slightly. In his crimson eyes, traces of memory flickered, along with hatred and lingering pain. Sensing his emotions, the dagger-like ends of Enkidu gently brushed against him, as if offering comfort. His hand moved softly, stroking the chain. The storm of emotions in his eyes gradually faded, replaced once more by cold, regal arrogance. A voice as chilling as the depths of hell echoed slowly. So mongrel, to die beneath Enkidu, is an honor you should be grateful for. Chapter 11. Buzz. Golden light flared violently. The dagger-like ends of the chain pointed straight at Crocodile. A suffocating aura of death, capable of slaying even gods, descended upon him. This time, Crocodile had no doubt whatsoever that those razor-sharp chain tips could kill him. Driven by the instinct to survive, Crocodile completely cast aside his pride and spoke with trembling urgency. Respected King of Heroes, Lord Gilgamesh. I had absolutely no intention of offending you. I am willing to become your subordinate, at your command, to atone for my previous transgressions. The man before him was a being who might have lived for 4,000 years, the King of Heroes. Crocodile had witnessed his terrifying strength firsthand, combined with the fact that he could harm a Logia user without haki. Crocodile was fully convinced that even after 4,000 years, this man could still stir the seas into chaos. To submit to such a being, especially in a life-or-death situation, was not something he found unacceptable. After all, he himself was one of the 7 warlords, a pirate recognized by the world government with undeniable strength. And this man, having not appeared on the seas for 4,000 years, would surely be in need of subordinates. Faced with a warlord willingly offering his allegiance, why would he refuse? However, everything turned out completely different from what Crocodile had imagined. Slash. 2 streaks of golden light flashed, blinding and instantaneous, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The shrill sound of chains tearing through the air echoed violently. The atmosphere itself seemed to shatter into fragments. Without hesitation, the dagger-like ends of Enkidu pierced straight through Crocodile's chest, impaling his heart filled with boundless ambition, without mercy. Blood burst forth, crimson droplets scattering into the air like a brief rain. Even as his own blood splashed across his face, Crocodile had yet to react. Warm, scarlet blood streamed down his cheeks. The familiar scent of blood. Only this time, it was his own. You. His strength dissipating, his life force rapidly fading, Crocodile struggled to raise a trembling hand, pointing at Kazama Haruto, his eyes filled with disbelief. Within those fading pupils lingered endless confusion. He could never have imagined that his offer of submission as one of the 7 warlords would be rejected so decisively. Nor had he imagined that his end would come in such a manner. So sudden, so instantaneous. With boundless unwillingness and unfulfilled ambition, the light in Crocodile's eyes faded completely, his life extinguished. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the desert king, Crocodile, had fallen. Rattle. The golden glow across the 1,000-meter ground receded. The countless chains withdrew, leaving only a single chain coiled around Kazama Haruto. Thud. With nothing left to support it, Crocodile's body collapsed heavily onto the shattered ground, kicking up grains of sand. Dust settled over him, mingling with darkened bloodstains. From Kazama Haruto's descent, to the summoning of Enkidu, to Crocodile's execution, the entire process had taken less than a minute. A mere minute. And before the eyes of Cobra and the Alabaster Royal Guard, the once dominant warlord Crocodile had been utterly destroyed. Every one of them was left in profound shock. They had not forgotten how Crocodile had just moments ago crushed the entire Alabaster Kingdom with overwhelming dominance, how he had effortlessly slain their captain. And yet, such a terrifying man had been killed so easily, in such a short span of time. This man was truly monstrous. Fortunately, their king seemed to know him. Ignoring the guards who were still shaken beyond words, Kazama Haruto cast a glance at Cobra. Floating in the air, he slowly stepped into the ruined palace. His cold voice echoed faintly behind him. Cobra was it, follow me. Though his voice was not loud, it struck like a deep-sea explosion within Cobra's mind. Snapping out of his daze, Cobra shuddered, quickly rising to his feet. His stiff legs carried him forward as he hurried to follow Kazama Haruto. Before leaving, he ordered all the royal guards to remain outside the palace hall and stand watch. Chapter 12. Coup. Thousands of meters away. A strange-looking news coup tilted its head, having witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. Its dark eyes shimmered with unmistakable excitement. Only after Kazama Haruto led Cobra into the palace did it flap its wings and soar into the sky. Other than the Nefertari family, where are the Saint family, the Locke family, the Masa family, and the clan of D now? Stepping into the palace hall, Kazama Haruto stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly without turning around. Back in the days of the Uruk Empire, countless powerful figures had followed him. However, there were only 5 subordinates whom he truly remembered. Even then, he had never imagined that the subordinates he had casually accepted would, 4,000 years later, become the mysterious and powerful clan of D in the world of One Piece. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, could the secret carried by the clan of D be related to the Uruk Empire and himself? Come to think of it, that would indeed qualify as an immense secret. Trembling as he followed Kazama Haruto into the hall, Cobra dropped to his knees repeatedly, speaking with urgency. Honored King of Heroes, the Saint family and the clan of D fell into internal conflict 800 years ago. The clan of D suffered heavy losses. What remains are merely scattered branches with only fragmentary knowledge. As for the Saint family, they adhered to their ancestral duty of guarding your treasure, but their main bloodline was slaughtered. The remaining branches, unaware of the truth, were manipulated. Eventually, 800 years ago, they established the world government and proclaimed themselves descendants of the Creator. That legacy continues to this day. As for the other 2 families, they vanished into history 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. The treasures they guarded are now lost. Everything Cobra spoke of came from records passed down by generations of the Nefertari family. Back then, among the 5 great forces of the Uruk Empire, some had close ties, while others were hostile. But as fellow guardians of the king's treasures, they had all kept watch over one another. For example, the clan of D and the Saint family had once been closely connected. However, after the internal upheavals within both families, those who remained were descendants who knew nothing of the King of Heroes. They knew nothing of his existence, nothing of the treasures they were meant to guard, and nothing of the 5 great families that once protected the king's legacy. Of course, if the now dominant Saint family were to learn that the Nefertari family still held one of the king's treasures, the Nefertari line would have long since been annihilated. The Saint family established the world government and calls themselves descendants of the Creator. Kazama Haruto's eyes narrowed slightly. He was genuinely surprised. The world government, descendants of the creator. Wasn't that the celestial dragons? To think that the descendants of his former subordinates had, after internal conflict, become the infamous celestial dragons of the current era. That was truly unexpected. Why yes, honored king of heroes. They have another name. They are called the celestial dragons. Cobra trembled violently, his hands shaking as he knelt. Kazama Haruto's reaction made him think that this king of heroes was angered. And rightfully so. The descendants of those once trusted had betrayed him. And not just one, but two entire lineages. For a king, that was absolutely unforgivable. Especially for a king as great as the king of heroes. Yet, contrary to Cobra's expectations, Kazama Haruto showed no anger at all. Instead, he spoke calmly. So, that means, of my treasures, only Enkidu remains intact now. The world government, the celestial dragons. To think that the descendants of Ceres, the weakest among them, would possess such ambition. Ceres Saint, the ancestor of all celestial dragons, and one of the 5 great generals of the Uruk Empire. Back then, being the youngest and weakest among the 5, Ceres had been somewhat doted upon by the others. Even Kazama Haruto himself had shown him a certain fondness, as images surfaced in his mind, of Ceres's once innocent demeanor, and the current celestial dragons, strutting about with bubble helmets and dripping arrogance. Kazama Haruto found it difficult to reconcile the two. Chapter 13. However, his tone shifted abruptly. A chilling frost gathered across Kazama Haruto's face as a cold, biting aura spread from him. His voice turned icy. I have no interest in their petty affairs, nor do I care to involve myself. But those king's treasures must be returned to me. Back then, the 5 great generals of the Uruk Empire had indeed shared a strong bond of loyalty with Kazama Haruto. But that bond belonged only to them. As for their descendants, Kazama Haruto felt nothing at all. Even after the fall of the Uruk Empire, when those descendants established the world government and ruled the seas, he had not cared in the slightest. After all, the reason he had founded the Uruk Empire in the first place was merely to advance his synchronization with Gilgamesh. But the king's treasures, those were Gilgamesh's possessions. Each one carried immense power, capable even of enhancing Gilgamesh's strength. He might not care about the rebellion of their descendants, but the king's treasures, he valued them above all. If he remembered correctly, the treasure entrusted to Ceres Saint was the noble phantasm. Vimana, the king's celestial throne, forged of gold and emerald, a radiant vessel of light capable of soaring through the skies. Powered by solar energy, generated through mercury-fueled solar crystals, it could defy physical laws and travel at incredible speeds. Its offensive capabilities were equally formidable, equipped with various noble phantasm systems, even ancient nuclear-class weaponry. Without a doubt, a treasure of overwhelming power. Of course, the other 4 treasures were no less formidable. The Chain of Heaven, Enkidu, guarded by the Nefertari family, needed no further mention. Its binding force was so absolute that even gods could not escape. As for the remaining 3, Gibalg. In legend, the demonic spear was said to split into dozens of projectiles raining down like a storm. In its manifested form, its destructive force and structure rivaled the divine spear Brionac of the god Lug. No matter how the target evaded, it would inevitably pierce through them. Harp, a divine blade from Greek mythology, shaped like a sickle with an inner cutting edge. While not exceptional in raw power, any wound inflicted by Harp could never heal. It was said to nullify immortality itself. Perseus once used it to sever the head of Medusa. Durandal, the holy sword wielded by Roland, the foremost knight of Charlemagne in the epic The Song of Roland. A blade of miracles, its sharpness would never diminish, even if its wielder's power was exhausted. Like Caliburn, it was magnificently crafted and symbolized supreme authority. 5 treasures, each one extraordinary, even among the countless riches within the Golden Capital, all belonged to the highest tier. Back then, Kazama Haruto had bestowed these 5 great treasures upon his generals out of concern. that should he disappear, the empire might not remain stable. Yet he had never expected that his disappearance would last 4,000 years. Even with the 5 great treasures, the generals had been unable to preserve the Uruk Empire. After all, with the king of heroes gone, the empire he had built fell into chaos. And since only the original 5 generals could truly wield the treasures, their descendants lacked the qualification. Once the generals perished, the treasures became little more than relics. And in the midst of unrest, the Uruk Empire vanished entirely into history. Now, awakened from his long slumber, the first thing Kazama Haruto intended to do was to reclaim every one of those treasures, and then draw his next roll and turn the entire sea upside down. Honored King of Heroes, your strength is unquestionable. However, the world government has stood for 800 years, its foundations are deep. If you were to demand the king's treasures so directly, I'm afraid. Cobra hesitated, concern flickering in his eyes. There was no denying. Kazama Haruto's power was overwhelming. The image of him effortlessly controlling Enkidu and killing Crocodile in an instant still lingered vividly. Across the entire sea, few could achieve such a feat. But times had changed. Perhaps 4,000 years ago, the King of Heroes had been invincible. But in this era, the authority of the world's government could not be ignored. Even just one of its subordinate forces, the Marines, was enough to balance the 4 emperors of the seas. The power of the world government was enough to make countless people bow in silence. If Kazama Haruto were to storm Mary Jiuai's alone and reclaim the king's treasures by force, then he might not be able to leave unscathed. Chapter 14. HMPH, a world government that has taken root in the seas for 800 years. With a cold snort, Kazama Haruto's tone was filled with disdain. If he had not fallen into slumber for 4,000 years, how could something like the world government have ever come into existence? The saint lineage, the celestial dragons, were nothing more than opportunists who had seized what was left behind. No matter what, the king's throne, Vimana, was something he would absolutely reclaim. But before that, he would retrieve the other treasures first. After all, the world government had stood for 800 years. Its strength was undeniably immense. To storm Mary Jiuai's alone, he would have to face over a dozen figures at the level of admirals and even the 4 emperors. Even now, Kazama Haruto still did not have a complete understanding of the strength of the current era's top powers. Understood. Cobra lowered his head, not daring to argue further. Yet inwardly, he sighed. As expected, the King of Heroes was just as the legends described. Arrogant beyond measure. A king who placed nothing in his eyes. In the first half of the grand line, clang clang, sword light erupted, tearing through space and crushing the air itself. Across heaven and sea, a single invisible slash split the sky, stirring the clouds as it shot 10,000 meters into the distance. The ocean below exploded into waves dozens of meters high. The traces of shattered space spread everywhere. With a single strike, the sea itself seemed turned upside down. At the origin of that sword strike, a tall figure stood, dressed in a black warrior's robe, hair tied back neatly, his posture upright. He still maintained the stance of his swing. In his hand was a golden sword of unmatched brilliance, adorned with countless gemstones, dazzling to the extreme. Golden sword light continuously surged from the blade, its peerless sharpness warping the surrounding space. This sword has surpassed even the supreme-grade blades. With it, perhaps even Mihawk is no longer my equal. Lowering his stance, the man raised the magnificent sword before his eyes, gazing at it intently. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. In the end, he burst into wild laughter, his voice trembling with exhilaration. He was Lucas, a great swordsman known to some across the seas. Yet, because of the existence of Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, Lucas had remained largely unknown. Not long ago, he had challenged Mihawk and suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him utterly disheartened. However, heaven had not abandoned him. Just when he believed he would never surpass Mihawk, never prove himself, he obtained this magnificent sword. After casually wiping out a pirate crew, his instincts as a great swordsman had led him to this unparalleled blade. And it did not disappoint him. In every aspect, this sword surpassed even the supreme-grade blades. Its peerless sharpness aside, simply holding it in his hand allowed Lucas to feel his sword intent and power growing continuously. At the very least, his strength had more than doubled, and he could sense that this sword's true power was far greater than what he could currently unleash. For now, he simply lacked the ability to fully draw out that world-destroying force. But even so, it was enough. With this supreme blade, even Mihawk might no longer be his match. A flash of ferocity passed through his eyes as he gazed at the shattered space stretching thousands of meters ahead, speaking with cold determination. Mihawk, the title of the world's greatest swordsman. It's time you handed it over. From this day forward, that title belongs to me, Lucas. Witnessing the devastation caused by a single swing, combined with his newfound surge in strength, Lucas was filled with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, in the new world, on a hidden island, a strange news coup, its eyes filled with intelligence, flapped its wings at incredible speed. It passed through a dense forest and landed within a cluster of buildings. This island was the headquarters of the World Economy News. At this moment, inside the president's office of the central building, Morgans, the president of the World Economy News, sat at his desk, dressed in gentlemanly attire. His bird-like face drooped lazily over the table, eyes dull and lifeless. What kind of dull nonsense is this every day? Stories like these, how could they possibly be worthy of my World Economy News? Sigh, it's been a whole year without a major story. If something big doesn't happen soon, won't everyone out there start looking down on my newspaper? Chapter 15. Even so, this is still a headline powerful enough to shake the entire sea. Morgan stammered as waves of emotion surged through him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. A sharp glint burst forth in his eyes, excitement laid bare without restraint. Such a monumental story, even in the decades since the founding of the World Economy News, had never appeared. At this moment, when he looked again at the news coup that had brought him this information, there was no trace of his earlier irritation. Pointing at the bird with his wing-like arm, he declared, "Good's very good. To have obtained such a massive story, starting today, you'll be in charge of the Alabasta Kingdom and its surrounding seas." As his words fell, Morgans pulled out a fresh newspaper sheet, grabbed a pen from his desk, and began writing furiously. Even as he wrote, he muttered to himself, "A big story. A story this big, how can I let those fools ruin it?" Write the headline. How about shocking? A mysterious powerhouse kills a warlord of the sea. No, not enough impact. Then, shocking, gods truly exist in this world. No, or maybe. As the president of the World Economy News, Morgans rarely wrote articles himself. At most, he would review and revise important stories. But something like this, a story written entirely by his own hand, had only happened a handful of times since the newspaper's founding decades ago. And every single time, it had been a world-shaking headline. At the Sabyati archipelago, the gateway to the New World, inside a tavern, an old man with long, white hair, a beard along his chin, and glasses with a scar over his right eye, slowly unfolded a freshly printed newspaper that still carried the scent of ink. As he flipped through it, he muttered in complaint, "Tusk, why has the price of newspapers gone up again? This old man can barely afford his drinks anymore." However, before he could finish speaking, his words caught in his throat. Shocking, the king who has slain gods strikes down a warlord again. The moment he opened the paper, that eye-catching headline leapt into view. His pupils contracted slightly as the silver-haired old man's gaze swept downward. In just a few moments, he had already read through the entire article. Interesting, truly interesting. The so-called king's treasure, Enkidu, capable of slaying gods. A king of heroes whose strength surpasses even the 4 emperors. After a long pause, The old man finally spoke, his cloudy eyes now filled with curiosity. The contents of this newspaper were simply too unbelievable. Even he, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger, the Dark King, Rayleigh, could not help but feel astonished. Killing Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, that he could accept. After all, with his own strength, he could accomplish the same. The seas were vast. The occasional hidden powerhouse appearing was nothing unusual. However, what the paper claimed, that this so-called King of Heroes possessed strength surpassing the 4 emperors, and wielded a treasure capable of slaying gods, that was far too exaggerated. The 4 emperors were acknowledged by countless pirates as the pinnacle of power in the New World. In terms of strength, influence, and reputation, they stood at the very top. And yet, someone stronger than them had remained completely unknown until now. That possibility was incredibly slim. As for the claim of slaying gods, even more impossible. There were no gods in this world. The concept of gods had originally emerged as a way to describe devil fruit users before such powers became widespread. Even now, some still use that term metaphorically. If this King of Heroes spoke of slaying gods, then just how ancient was he supposed to be? Or had he simply emerged from some remote, isolated place? Ah well, forget it. Taking off his glasses, Rayleigh wiped them with a cloth before putting them back on. He lifted the cup on his table and drank deeply, a faint smile forming on his face as he spoke with amused detachment. This old man is retired now. I'll leave these headaches to the Marines. The 7 warlords, though pirates with their own ambitions, were still recognized by the Marines as a powerful force aligned with them. To some extent, they represented the Marines' authority. The defeat of a warlord was already enough to damage that authority, let alone the death of one. And the mysterious man who called himself the King of Heroes, even if the report exaggerated his strength, anyone capable of killing Crocodile, was at least at the level of a Marine admiral. To restore their reputation, the Marines would have to put in quite the effort this time. Chapter 16. Outside the office window, a strange news coup flapped its wings, stirring faint currents of air as it landed on the sill. Its claws gripped the desk, its wings gesturing nonstop as it let out animated, human-like calls. Cuckoo, cuckoo. What did you say? At first, when the news coup suddenly landed, Morgans felt a trace of irritation. This was the office of the president of the World Economy News. How could it be entered so casually? However, as the bird began describing what it had witnessed, excitement and exhilaration gradually filled Morgan's bird-like face. And as time passed, that excitement turned into deep shock. A warlord of the sea, Crocodile, was killed by a mysterious figure. That person wore golden armor, had short golden hair and crimson eyes, like a divine king. Enkidu, the king's treasure Enkidu, has slain gods. Shock piled upon shock, Morgan's mind nearly short-circuited. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, bird fruit model, albatross, he possessed the ability to understand the language of birds across the seas. It was precisely because of this ability that he had built the World Economy News into what it was today. As the president of the World Economy News, Morgan's knowledge was vast beyond measure. And yet, even he could not fully process the information brought by this news coup. At first, the news that a warlord had been killed was something he could barely accept. After all, while Crocodile was powerful, the seas were vast. There were still a handful of individuals capable of killing him. Even that alone was already a headline worthy of shaking the entire world. But after that, the so-called King of Heroes, and the claims surrounding him, completely stunned even the well-informed Morgans. Because whether it was the King of Heroes or the King's treasures, they were utterly unfamiliar to him. If they had been weak or insignificant, that would have been one thing. But instead, the treasures were overwhelmingly powerful, and the King of Heroes possessed terrifying strength. That was far from ordinary. To put it bluntly, Morgans was aware of nearly every notable powerhouse across the seas. He also had knowledge of most powerful weapons. If something existed beyond his awareness, then it meant that the vast majority of the world knew nothing about it either. In the seas, anyone with even a modicum of strength would rise to prominence. Whether as pirates, marines, or bounty hunters, they would inevitably gain some level of fame. To be capable of killing crocodile, this king of heroes was undoubtedly among the top tiers of power in the world, perhaps even comparable to a Yonko's right-hand man or a marine admiral. And yet, such a figure had never once appeared in the public eye. This king of heroes is no simple character. His ambitions must be enormous. Murmuring to himself, Morgans felt a tremor in his heart. Individuals like this, those who remained hidden while possessing immense strength, had appeared before. Without exception, they would erupt onto the stage in a single, earth-shaking moment. Some slaughtered entire marine bases. Some stormed directly into the New World. Others plundered allied nations of the world government, causing immense headaches. All of them had been secretly building their strength. And this king of heroes was far more terrifying than any of them. As for his claim that the king's treasure has slain gods, that's probably just exaggeration. After all, gods don't truly exist. Morgan's eyes flickered as his thoughts raced, gradually pulling himself out of his shock. Gods? Such beings could not possibly exist. Otherwise, there would be no place for pirates or the world government in this world. That statement was likely just a way to amplify the intimidation of Enkidu. The king's treasure. Enkidu, the king of heroes, the so-called king's treasure, was most likely just the weapon of this mysterious king of heroes. Chapter 17. In the territory of one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the domain of Whitebeard, the massive hull of the Moby Dick loomed across the sea. Along the way, anyone who saw the flag flying atop that enormous pirate ship immediately kept their distance. Because that was the ship of the man known as the strongest in the world. Whitebeard. Whoosh! A streak of azure flames cut across the sky, bringing with it waves of heat that distorted the surrounding air. Then, wrapped in blue flames, a figure descended straight onto the deck of the Moby Dick. As the flames dissipated, a man with pineapple-shaped hair and the Whitebeard pirate's tattoo emblazoned on his chest revealed himself. Pops. Big news. This time it's really big news. Clutching a freshly printed newspaper, the man hurried forward, running toward the towering figure reclining on the deck like a giant. Even before he appeared overhead, Whitebeard and several division commanders had already noticed him. Now, seeing his excitement, Whitebeard spoke in mild surprise. What kind of news has you so worked up, Marco? Marco, the man who had descended in flames, was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Arriving before Whitebeard, Marco handed him the newspaper. Pops, have you ever heard of the King of Heroes? This article says the King of Heroes killed crocodile. And that his weapon, the king's treasure, has even slain gods. Have you ever heard of such a treasure? A barrage of questions poured out one after another, leaving Whitebeard and the surrounding commanders momentarily stunned. After a moment, Whitebeard shook his head as he skimmed the contents of the paper. The King of Heroes, never heard of such a figure on the seas. As for the king's treasure, I've never heard of it either. As he spoke, his gaze caught something in the article. The corners of his lips curled upward, and he burst into loud laughter. Gurarara. This king of heroes is supposed to be stronger than the 4 emperors. That Morgans, he's got some nerve making claims like that. The 4 emperors stood at the absolute pinnacle of power in the current era of the seas. To claim someone surpassed them, there was no such person. Otherwise, he, Whitebeard, would not be known as the strongest man in the world. Clearly, this so-called king of heroes, surpassing the 4 emperors, was nothing more than Morgans exaggerating for effect. Still, someone capable of killing a warlord like Crocodile, and then being hyped as surpassing the 4 emperors. This king of heroes must have some real strength. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This so-called king of heroes, never even heard of him. How could he possibly be stronger than Pops? Exactly, Pops is the strongest man in the world, some nobody dares compare. Pops, I'll go and test him myself. The division commanders, having read the newspaper, reacted immediately. Mockery, disdain, anger filled their voices. Some hot-headed ones, like the 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, were already itching for a fight. In their eyes, their Pops, Whitebeard, was the greatest man in the world. And without question, the strongest. Not even the other emperors could compare. So how could this unknown king of heroes possibly match him? Girarara. My sons, let the world talk all it wants. Whitebeard rose to his feet, stretching lazily as he laughed, completely unconcerned. He had never been one to care about reputation. In his life, the only things that truly mattered to him were the sons before him. And besides, he killed Crocodile. The Marines are probably the ones with a headache now. In a way, that makes him one of us pirates. With a grin, Whitebeard patted Ace on the shoulder, dispersing the small flames he had gathered. And don't forget, I'm not the only emperor out there. Among the other 3, 2 of them aren't exactly easy to deal with. In the New World, there were 4 emperors. Among them, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks were relatively moderate. But the other 2, Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts, were far more aggressive and reckless. Especially Kaido, a battle-crazed monster. Once he saw this news, he might not hesitate to charge straight out of the New World in search of this so-called king of heroes. And when that happened, it would surely make for quite an interesting spectacle. At that thought, the smile on Whitebeard's face grew even wider. Chapter 18. In the territory of one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Within Kaido of the Beasts' domain, inside a canyon teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, a massive, rugged figure lay reclined within a violently boiling pool of toxic miasma, bubbles rising endlessly from its surface. This poisonous sludge, even the slightest contact, would be enough to kill instantly. And yet, this figure soaked in it as though enjoying a hot spring. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as heavy footsteps approached, each step sending faint quakes through the canyon. A towering figure gradually came into view. With a ponytail and 2 braided strands, a muscular build, a metallic jaw guard over his mouth, and ivory-like ornaments on his head and shoulders. Wearing a feathered coat studded with spikes, his imposing physique alone struck fear into anyone who beheld him. He advanced to the edge of the toxic pool, then dropped to one knee before the monstrous figure within, speaking respectfully. Captain Kaido, something interesting has happened on the seas. Within the toxic miasma, Kaido, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his massive pupils. Stretching lazily, he spoke in a low voice. Oh, Jack. What kind of matter would make you report it personally? The figure soaking in the poison like a demon was none other than one of the rulers of the seas, Kaido of the Beasts, a being standing at the absolute pinnacle of power. And the one kneeling before him was equally renowned, one of the 3 calamities of the Beasts' pirates, Jack the Drought. Jack's sudden appearance surprised Kaido slightly, especially after hearing his words. There were few things in this world capable of catching Kaido's interest. But judging from Jack's tone, this might be one of them. Captain Kaido. Jack said nothing further. Instead, he stepped forward and silently handed over a newspaper. Kaido grabbed the paper in one motion, his massive pupils scanning through it. Boom! The toxic pool exploded violently, sending waves of venomous liquid soaring dozens of meters into the air and scattering throughout the canyon. SSS. Wherever the poison landed, everything was instantly corroded into nothingness. Naturally, much of the toxic rain splashed onto Jack himself. Yet, even drenched in such lethal poison, his expression did not change in the slightest. Nor did his body show any sign of corrosion. There was no doubt. The poison was deadly. But as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, especially one of the 3 calamities, Jack's physical constitution was among the very best in the world. Such toxins could not harm him. Rumbled. A pitch-black aura began to rise from Kaido's body. A savage, beast-like pressure spread throughout the entire canyon. Under that overwhelming force, even Jack's breathing grew heavier. Thin streaks of lightning crackled across Kaido's body, coiling and twisting in a terrifying display. The king of heroes, Gilgamesh. A being who surpasses the four emperors. HMPH. Kaido's voice roared like thunder, sending shockwaves through the air and causing the toxic miasma to churn violently. The mountains within the canyon cracked and shattered, leaving destruction in their wake. His beast-like eyes locked onto the distant horizon, battle intent blazing within them. Some nobody crawling out of nowhere dares to claim he's stronger than me. The first half of the grand line, huh? Jack, make preparations. I'll go see for myself just what kind of king of heroes dares to claim he's stronger than me. Stepping out of the toxic pool, Kaido glanced at Jack and issued his command coldly. Since rising to the position of a Yonko, very few opponents had managed to pique his interest. Most of the powerful figures in the world he had already fought. But this so-called king of heroes, Gilgamesh, if he was truly worthy of the title of surpassing the four emperors, then he couldn't be weak. In that case, he would make for a perfect whetstone. Something to entertain Kaido, who had long grown bored. If the king of heroes proved strong enough to earn Kaido's respect, then perhaps Kaido might spare him, or even recruit him into his crew. But if the king of heroes turned out to be weak, unable to satisfy him, then Kaido would show the entire world the price of insulting an emperor. Chapter 19. Tusk, this is something else. This king of heroes, he's really something. In the domain of one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks' territory. On the deck of the Red Force, Shanks held a newspaper in his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement, his expression exaggerated. However, the trace of amusement in his eyes could not be hidden at all. I say, Captain, the Marines are going to have quite the headache this time, huh? Taking a bite out of an unknown beast leg, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, said with a faint smile. That aside, this so-called king of heroes, I've never even heard of him before. Grinning widely, Shanks' tone grew more animated, the smile on his face widening further. In that case, men, let's throw a party. Let's celebrate the debut of this so-called king of heroes. Among the four emperors, red-haired Shanks was undoubtedly an outlier. He had little ambition for power or territory, and even less concern for reputation. What he truly cared about were his crewmates, his brothers, and the will of his former captain. As for the king of heroes, surpassing the four emperors and all that, it was nothing more than a reason to drink and celebrate. Sai, is it really okay for the captain to act like this? We're literally being stepped on by some newcomer here. A senior officer of the red-haired pirates, Yasop, rubbed his forehead helplessly. Shanks was a Yonko. A Yonko. And yet someone was openly claiming to surpass him in the news. And he was still carefree enough to throw a party. As expected, that was their captain. Meanwhile, in Big Mom's territory, Charlotte Linlin had already grown furious and dispatched her subordinates across the seas to investigate the background of this so-called king of heroes. If this king of heroes turned out to be nothing more than empty hype, then he would face her thunderous wrath. The title of Yonko was not something anyone could insult. At the same time, on the Grand Line on Splittooth Island, this was a prosperous island not far from the Sabyati archipelago. And also, an island of swordsmen. Most of the people here were swordsmen, and it was not uncommon for skilled swordsmen or even great swordsmen to appear. Even in an era where pirates ran rampant, very few dared to cause trouble on this island. At the center of Splittooth Island, Lucas, carrying the magnificent golden sword on his back, stepped forward. He gazed at the massive scar stretching over 1,000 meters before him, lost in thought. This slash was left behind when he had challenged the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and lost. It was that single strike that had shattered his pride. Clang! The magnificent sword was unsheathed, radiating dazzling brilliance. Holding the blade, feeling the power now surging within him, Luca's emotions gradually stabilized. A sharp gleam burst forth from his eyes. An overwhelming aura of sharpness rose from his body, filling the entire space with countless strands of sword intent. And ever since Lucas had appeared, many had already taken notice of him. Now, sensing the terrifying pressure erupting from him, their eyes widened in shock. A great swordsman. No, that level of sharpness, it's far beyond that. He's been staring at the slash left behind by Mihawk. Could it be? Could it be? Countless swordsmen gasped in shock. At that moment, a bold and terrifying possibility surfaced in all their minds. Under the gaze of the crowd, Luca's aura reached its peak. His entire being seemed like a peerless blade, capable of cutting through anything. Buzz! A flash of light burst from his eyes, distorting the air itself as he roared. Mihawk! This time, I will drag you down from your throne. The next instant, as his words fell, Lucas swung the magnificent sword in his hand. An unstoppable slash tore through the air, carrying with it an overwhelming and ferocious force as it surged forward. The atmosphere split apart. The sky itself seemed to crack. Space trembled violently under the pressure. The resonance of blade and air echoed endlessly, every hair on end, under the horrified gazes of countless swordsmen. A golden slash, stretching hundreds of meters across, crashed down right beside the scar left by Mihawk. Chapter 20. Boom! In an instant, an unstoppable slash carrying a mountain-crushing force descended violently. That peerless edge tore open a massive sword scar stretching over 1,000 meters. Countless smaller, savage strands of sword energy raged across the ground, carving endless marks in their wake. For a moment, the earth was left riddled with devastation. And that strike, which faintly surpassed the slash left behind by Dracul Mihawk, was glaringly obvious. As if mocking, that Mihawk's slash was nothing more than that. Clang! With a single strike completed, the magnificent sword returned to its sheath. Lucas stared at the two clearly separated sword scars before him. The excitement and exhilaration in his eyes could not be concealed. Back then, it was that very slash from Mihawk that had shattered his pride. But now, he could unleash an even more terrifying strike. Which meant the so-called world's greatest swordsman Mihawk was nothing special, as their eyes reflected the ruined battlefield. Every swordsman and sword master present fell into deep shock. Their mouths hung open, pupils contracted to their limits, their minds in utter chaos. They simply could not believe what they had just witnessed. It's real, this is real. Mihawk, the slash left behind by the world's greatest swordsman, has been surpassed. How is this possible? Has this man already reached a level beyond Mihawk? Lucas, it's Lucas, the great swordsman who was defeated by Mihawk just 1 month ago. It really is him. How is this possible? Lucas was nowhere near Mihawk's level. And that scar was left by Mihawk when he defeated Lucas. In just 1 month, Lucas has broken through. What is he trying to do? Creating such a slash now? Is he challenging Mihawk's title? Gasps and shouts erupted one after another. Lucas' identity was quickly recognized, and that only deepened their shock. Some of them had witnessed his defeat firsthand. At the time, Mihawk had defeated him effortlessly, as if they existed on entirely different levels. And now, how long had it been? Just 1 month. For the vast sea, that was an incredibly short time. Even for a great swordsman, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. How could someone possibly break through to a new level in such a short span? The realm of a great swordsman was already the peak of swordsmanship. Every step forward was unimaginably difficult. So how had Lucas done it? Had he been hiding his true strength before? Or had he truly broken through in just 1 month? Buzz! Threads of golden sword intent rose from Lucas' body. Forcibly suppressing the excitement within him, his sharp gaze swept over the crowd below. His voice, laced with blade intent, caused countless onlookers to tremble involuntarily. Tell Mihawk, in 10 days, I, Lucas, will be waiting at the summit of Splittooth Island. This time, I will prove to the entire sea who truly deserves the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Standing tall, holding the brilliant and magnificent sword. Bathed in golden light, Lucas exuded an unprecedented confidence. Perhaps when he first obtained Durandal, he had confidence but also lingering doubt. But now, having seen the power of his own surpass Mihawk's, all hesitation had vanished. In that case, the battle for the title of world's greatest swordsman could finally begin. With such an arrogant declaration, at the very heart of Splittooth Island, the Island of Swords, Lucas issued his challenge to Mihawk before the entire world. When the time came, countless swordsmen across the seas would gather, all to witness how he would defeat Mihawk. Excitement, frenzy. At this moment, the central region of Splittooth Island erupted with energy. Countless swordsmen and masters flushed red with anticipation, their eyes burning with eagerness. A duel between masters of the sword was not something they could witness often. And this time, the participants were extraordinary. Lucas, though defeated a month ago, had now proven he could surpass Mihawk's previous strike. And Mihawk, who had held the title of world's greatest swordsman for over a decade, was not someone to be underestimated. This battle was filled with uncertainty. Even many present could not say with certainty whether Mihawk would still retain his throne this time. Chapter 21. What? A rough voice filled with disbelief rang out from within the highest conference room of Marine headquarters. At this moment, inside the Marine headquarters Supreme Meeting Room, led by Sengoku, the 3 Marine admirals, the hero of the Marines Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the true top brass of the Marines had gathered. This meeting was so high-level that even elite vice admirals were not qualified to attend. And the one who had just shouted in such shock was none other than Garp, clad in his Marine justice coat, standing up with both hands slammed onto the table, completely unlike his usual self. In the room, even the normally laid-back admirals Aokiji and Kizaru were sitting upright with serious expressions. And Garp, who usually treated everything as if it were none of his concern, was visibly shaken. Sengoku, are you joking? Didn't you just say before that this so-called King of Heroes was the ruler of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago? So how is it that now, in this current age of pirates, a King of Heroes has suddenly appeared? You've got to be kidding me. How could someone possibly live for 4,000 years? If that King of Heroes was still alive all this time, how could the Uruk Empire have collapsed? How could he have completely vanished from history? A barrage of questions burst from Garp's mouth, completely unlike his usual carefree demeanor. The others in the room also turned their gazes toward Sengoku, a trace of expectation in their eyes. Everyone present was among the highest combat power on the seas. Their knowledge was vast, their experience spanning multiple eras. And yet, the idea that a King of Heroes from 4,000 years ago had reappeared and killed a warlord like Crocodile was simply too unbelievable. Even they found it hard to accept. At the head of the table, Sengoku looked at Garp with a complicated expression, then glanced down at the report in his hands before nodding heavily. That's right, Garp. Not long ago, in the first half of the Grand Line, within the territory of the world government, affiliated nation, the Kingdom of Alabasta, a man who calls himself the King of Heroes killed Crocodile. Hearing the confirmation once again, Garp's expression froze, his face turning somewhat dazed as he muttered. How is that possible? That's impossible. How could a person live for 4,000 years? At the side, Sakazuki, dressed in a dark red striped suit with a flower pinned to his chest, pondered for a moment before speaking. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This so-called King of Heroes, could he be an imposter? As Vice Admiral Garp said, how could anyone possibly live for 4,000 years? Sengoku shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. A trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. Sakazuki, I consider that possibility as well. But the existence of the King of Heroes, even we Marines only learned of it recently. Across the entire sea, no one knew that 4,000 years ago there had been a King of Heroes, or an Uruk Empire. To put it bluntly, as the primary external force of the world government, the Marines' intelligence network and overall strength were terrifying. Even the four emperors of the New World could not compare. And yet, even the Marines had only just learned of the King of Heroes from the ancient stone tablet. So, what force in this world could possibly know more than the Marines? In that case, as unbelievable as it sounded, there was a high probability that this King of Heroes was real, that a truly ancient and powerful king had existed for 4,000 years. As Sengoku finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The highest-ranking Marine officers all frowned deeply, shock lingering in their eyes. Even with all their experience, they still found this matter utterly inconceivable. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, her silver hair marking the passage of time, spoke softly. Is it possible that there have always been people in this world who knew about the King of Heroes and the Uruk Empire? And that they may even possess some of the secrets left behind by the Uruk Empire? And now, this so-called King of Heroes is merely a pawn they have pushed to the forefront. Not the true King of Heroes from 4,000 years ago. Chapter 22. Or perhaps, there isn't only one historical tablet in this sea that records the King of Heroes and the Uruk Empire. Vice Admiral Tsuru's words were shocking. They caused Sengoku, Garp, and the others to fall into deep thought. This possibility was not impossible. Back then, the Uruk Empire had unified the seas with unparalleled might. Yet its destruction had been strangely abrupt, so much so that even its traces had been erased. Behind all of this, there might have been something far from ordinary. Perhaps, the Uruk Empire had never truly disappeared. Even after its fall, its legacy had continued to exist. And the so-called King of Heroes who had now appeared might very well be someone who inherited that legacy, someone who knew of the King of Heroes. He could be using this identity to probe just how many people in the current era still knew of the Uruk Empire. Or even, whether those remnants from the distant past had once made an agreement to restore the glory of the Uruk Empire. If so, then the emergence of this King of Heroes was a signal that the scattered remnants of the Uruk legacy were gathering once more. As for the other possibility, it was also not impossible. Although scholars who studied history had largely been wiped out by the world government, there could still be survivors. The Marines were powerful, that was undeniable. But other forces might have stumbled upon the ruins of the Uruk Empire by chance, learned its secrets, inherited the King of Heroes' legacy, or even obtained its treasures. If that's the case, perhaps it would actually be for the best. Leaning back in his seat, Sengoku's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Compared to a King of Heroes who had lived for 4,000 years, he was far more willing to believe Tsuru's two theories. After all, a being who had lived for 4,000 years was simply too terrifying. It completely defied comprehension. On the other hand, if it were one of those hidden figures, even if they harbored their own ambitions, even if they possessed treasures from the ancient Uruk Empire, at the end of the day, they were still nothing more than rats hiding in the shadows. Their strength shouldn't be too great. Whoosh! The air suddenly turned scorching hot. Waves of heat spread in all directions. It was Sakazuki, dressed in his crimson-striped suit beneath his marine coat of justice. He rose to his feet. His dark, shadowed eyes were filled with cold, iron-blooded resolve. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. No matter who this person is, the fact remains he killed Crocodile. Though that man was a filthy pirate, he was still one of the 7 warlords personally chosen by the world government. To kill a warlord so openly is no different from trampling on the authority of the Marines and the dignity of the world government. As he spoke, the temperature in the room surged even higher. Traces of molten magma began to form across his face. If he weren't restraining himself, the entire office might have been vaporized instantly. And his voice grew colder and colder. Therefore, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, allow me to personally carry out his judgment. As a Marine who upheld absolute justice, Sakazuki might look down on the warlords, but he could not tolerate anyone who dared to disgrace the Marines or the world government. So, He didn't care what this so-called king of heroes really was. He would bring him to justice. The others in the room were unsurprised by this reaction. No matter what, this king of heroes cannot be ignored. Sengoku lowered his head in thought for a moment, rubbing his aching temples as he spoke with concern. But his strength, and the forces that may stand behind him, we know nothing about them. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku could not tolerate such a threat existing. It would undermine the authority of the Marines. However, the unknown strength of the opponent made him hesitate. There was even the possibility that some unseen force stood behind him. The Marine admirals were too important. They could not afford even the slightest loss. Otherwise, the blow to the Marines would be devastating. And yet, he could not justify dispatching multiple admiral-level forces for someone whose identity was still unclear. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, one of the three admirals, Kyuzen, dressed casually with his curly hair and carrying a faint chill around him, raised his head and spoke. Although he killed Crocodile, that doesn't mean there's no room for negotiation. Chapter 23. The 7 warlords are nothing more than 7 powerful pirates recruited by the Marines to maintain balance across the seas. By nature, before being recruited, they were all vicious pirates. So, to the Marines, they aren't truly indispensable. Since that's the case, the fact that this king of heroes could kill Crocodile already proves his strength. Compared to the other warlords, he has no prior record at all. A powerhouse like this, we don't necessarily need to push him to stand against us. Perhaps we can recruit him as a warlord. Not only would it fill the vacant position, it would also significantly raise the overall quality of the 7 warlords. Hearing this, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Kizaru all nodded slightly. This approach, at least for now, had its merits. After all, even vicious pirates could be recruited. So a figure like the King of Heroes, who had never appeared before, naturally fell within consideration. The only concern was his origin. I disagree. Sakazuki turned his head sharply, his gaze locked onto Kyuzen, his voice cold and resolute. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the dignity of the Marines cannot be violated. This man has already trampled on Marine authority. He must never be recruited as a warlord. As someone who upheld absolute justice, Sakazuki had no interest in weighing pros and cons. What he wanted was simple: to crush all evil. And in his eyes, anything that stood against the Marines was evil. Sakazuki. Meeting his gaze, Sengoku's expression remained steady as he shook his head. This man, and whatever stands behind him, we will uncover it eventually, but not now. Right now, we know too little about him. If we can recruit him as a warlord, then with the power of our intelligence network, we can follow the trail and uncover clues. And when that time comes, we can judge him properly. Without a doubt, Sakazuki's proposal was rejected outright. The balance of the seas had only just stabilized. Sengoku had no intention of testing a mysterious figure like the King of Heroes with their highest combat forces. Therefore, Kyuzen's suggestion was the safest option. But Fleet Admiral Sakazuki gritted his teeth, still wanting to argue. That's enough, Sakazuki. This matter is settled. Sengoku's voice turned firm, cutting him off once more. Then his gaze shifted toward Kizaru. As for recruiting the King of Heroes, I'll leave that to you, Borsellino. The King of Heroes had already proven capable of killing Crocodile. That meant his strength was at least at the level of an admiral. Such individuals were exceedingly rare across the seas. Sending an elite vice admiral would not show sufficient respect. And the reason for choosing Kizaru among the 3 admirals was simple: his devil fruit ability. With Kizaru's speed, even if the King of Heroes suddenly turned hostile, he could withdraw safely. Aye. So I'm the one who has to go again. Kizaru spread his hands, casting a resentful glance at Sengoku and Kyuzen. If not for the 2 of them, he could have been peacefully enjoying his time at Marine headquarters. Sengoku ignored his complaint and continued. And Tsuru. Have the Intelligence Division investigate everything they can about the Uruk Empire and the King of Heroes. If there truly are inheritors of the Uruk legacy hiding in the shadows, they won't be able to leave no trace behind. Like a raging storm. As time passed, the news of Crocodile being killed by a mysterious figure calling himself the King of Heroes spread rapidly across the entire sea. Countless people were left in shock. For many, the 7 warlords were figures far beyond reach. For an unknown individual to kill one, it was simply unbelievable. Not to mention that this so-called King of Heroes had been described as surpassing the 4 emperors. That claim alone caused many to scoff in disbelief. They dismissed it as nothing more than sensationalism. However, it didn't take long before everything changed. When a pirate appeared, displaying the powers of the sand fruit, the entire sea fell silent, and then erupted into chaos. No one doubted the newspaper anymore. He's dead. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is really dead. It's true, that pirate showed the sand fruit abilities, and even used Crocodile's signature move, Desert Spada. Many people saw it. There can't be 2 identical devil fruits in the world. Only when the original user dies will the fruit reappear somewhere else. If that's the case, then it can only mean one thing. Crocodile is truly dead. That man, that self-proclaimed King of Heroes, really killed him. Chapter 24. Hiss, if the part about killing Crocodile is true, then could it be that his strength surpasses the 4 emperors, is also true? No way, surpassing the 4 emperors, that's impossible. No one on the seas can do that. Regardless of whether he's stronger than the 4 emperors or not, the fact that he killed Crocodile proves one thing: his strength is absolutely terrifying. Just as the entire sea was still in shock, another piece of news spread, once again igniting a storm across the world. The great swordsman Lucas had issued a challenge. 10 days later, he would duel the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. For many across the seas, the name Lucas was still unfamiliar. And yet, this unknown figure had the confidence to openly challenge the strongest swordsman in the world on Split-Tooth Island. And under the watchful anticipation of countless people, Mihawk accepted the challenge. For a moment, 2 massive events collided, shaking the entire sea. Some people even began linking the 2 together. After all, the timing was far too coincidental. 2 unknown figures. One kills a warlord. The other challenges the strongest swordsman. If someone said they weren't connected, no one would believe it. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Alabasta, a golden beam of light streaked across the sky, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The moment it appeared, it caught Kazama Haruto's attention. He raised his head slightly, his crimson eyes flickering as he gazed at the arrogant golden light cutting through the sky. An admiral of Marine headquarters, Borsellino Ha. He came rather quickly. A faint smile of disdain curved his lips. But even a Marine admiral doesn't have the right to strut above a king. Clink, a clink. As if responding to his will, golden light surged, the silver chain shimmering with golden brilliance. Enkidu chain of heaven appeared once more, coiling around him. Go. Drag that arrogant mongrel down before me. With a single thought, the chains shot forward. Like divine judgment, they tore through the sky toward the streak of light. Buzz. High above, Kizaru suddenly sensed danger. Through his observation haki, a threat rapidly approached. Lowering his gaze, he saw it. A chain, moving even faster than light, racing toward him. Yasukani no Megatama. Golden photons gathered at his fingertips, then burst forth. Multiple beams of light shot downward. Boom! Explosions erupted as the lasers struck the chain. The sky twisted. Space itself seemed to distort. But, within that distortion, the chain only slowed for a moment. Then, it surged forward again. Faster. Closer. Ahem. Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. No hesitation. Ame no Murakumo. Light condensed in his hand, forming a radiant blade. Without retreating, he charged forward instead. Clang! Sword and chain collided. A shock wave rippled across the sky. The force made even Kizaru's arm tremble slightly. And then, the storm began. From every direction, the chains attacked relentlessly, like a divine net closing in. Kizaru turned into light, his speed reaching its limit, his blade cutting countless afterimages as he blocked each strike. Explosions rang across Alabasta's capital. The air trembled violently under the impact. After a long exchange, the clash finally ceased. The chain of heaven, though not fully unleashed, had completely suppressed Kizaru. And most importantly, it had forced him down, onto the ground. Buzz! A soft hum echoed. Above him, Kazama Haruto appeared, standing in the sky, golden armor gleaming, crimson eyes cold and absolute. Looking down, as if judging a mortal, his voice descended like divine decree. Mongrel, who gave you the right to stand above the king? Chapter 25. Mongrel. Was he talking about me? Borsellino pointed at himself in disbelief, genuinely wondering if he had misheard. He was a Marine admiral, one of the highest combat forces on the seas, a man who stood at the pinnacle, feared by countless pirates. Even the four emperors wouldn't dare take him lightly. And yet, today, he was being looked down upon from above and called a mongrel. That alone was enough to make even his normally laid-back personality stir with anger. Yes, he didn't care much about appearances, and he was the most easygoing among the admirals. But, as one of the Marine headquarters' ultimate powers, he had his pride. Buzz! Golden light erupted across the sky. Particles of light gathered around Kizaru, his aura surging violently. Even the surrounding space seemed to grow heavy under the pressure. Still, remembering his mission, he didn't attack immediately. Hands in his pockets, he forced a casual tone and exaggerated expression. Well now, how scary, so you're the so-called ancient king. No wonder you managed to kill Crocodile. Above him, Kazama Haruto remained unmoved. His crimson eyes stared coldly at Kizaru as he spoke calmly. You came for that mongrel. The moment Crocodile died, Kazama Haruto already knew. The Marines would come, and he had no intention of hiding. Because he was the ancient king, a being who stood equal to gods. He never concealed himself. Mongrel. Kizaru's lips twitched slightly. He immediately understood. That mongrel referred to Crocodile. This guy really calls everyone that. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Kizaru got straight to the point. Ancient King, I am Admiral Kizaru of Marine Headquarters. I've come to invite you to take the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you accept, Crocodile's death will not be pursued. You will gain authority and privileges. And all you need to do is respond when the Marines call. Below, the crowd froze. An Admiral Kizaru. He's inviting the ancient king to become a warlord. Who exactly is this man to warrant such treatment from the Marines? Most of them had no idea what had truly happened in Alabasta. But now, they understood one thing. This man in golden armor was someone even the Marines treated seriously. Nearby, Nefertari Cobra stood stiff, his heart pounding. An admiral, personally arriving, even though he had witnessed Kazama Haruto's overwhelming power. The authority of the world government still weighed heavily on him. So he prayed that the ancient king would, just this once, compromise. But his worst fear came true. Standing in the sky, the chain of heaven coiling around him, Kazama Haruto looked down at everything with absolute arrogance. Then, he scoffed. Marine headquarters. What kind of trash is that? 7 warlords. I am the king of the Uruk Empire. What nonsense is there about standing under another king? His voice grew colder, sharper, dominating the heavens. And as for judging me, who in this sea has the right? Or is it you lot? Dogs of that traitor's bloodline. Silence. Absolute silence. This wasn't just rejection. This was a direct insult. To the Marines. To the world government. To an admiral. There was no diplomacy left. No room for negotiation. From this moment on, the conflict between the ancient king and the Marines was inevitable. Chapter 26. What did you just say? Kizaru's expression instantly darkened, the anger he had been suppressing surging violently. It had been many years since he had truly felt anger. As a Marine admiral, he had personally come to extend an invitation, only to be rejected outright. And not only that, the other party looked down on him with utter disdain, as if he were nothing more than an insect. Who did this man think he was? Even the 4 emperors wouldn't dare treat him like this. I was born a king, and yet a mere mongrel dares to try and recruit me. Kazama Haruto glanced at Kizaru indifferently, completely ignoring the overwhelming admiral-level pressure that filled the air. His crimson eyes held nothing but arrogance and contempt. Yasukani no Megatama. Light burst forth. Kizaru raised his right hand, countless photons gathering at his fingertips as he fired repeatedly into the air. Dozens of beams condensed instantly. Buzz. The air trembled. Dozens of light beams tore through the sky at speeds invisible to the naked eye, ripping through the heavens as they closed in from all directions, leaving no blind spots. All converging on Kazama Haruto. Clink. The chain of heavens spread out instantly. Countless chains twisted like golden serpents, weaving together in a radiant formation. Boom! The beams struck almost simultaneously. Dozens of explosions erupted at once, their terrifying power merging into a single devastating shockwave that swept across hundreds of meters. From the impact point, the ground below cracked apart. Sand and debris were thrown into the air, buildings flattened instantly. Waves of energy rippled outward, distorting the air itself. It's over. It's all over. Watching the battle erupt, Nefertari Cobra collapsed weakly onto the ground, his eyes dull with despair. Kazama Haruto had completely enraged Admiral Kizaru. And after this, he would enrage the entire Marine headquarters, even the world government. When that time came, the connection between him and the ancient king would be exposed without a doubt. Alabasta was finished. No matter how powerful the ancient king was, there was no way he could withstand the full might of the Marines or the world government. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the smoke and dust of the explosion, the chain of heaven surged forward, slicing through the air as it rushed toward Kizaru. No trace of haki. As the chains rapidly grew larger in his vision, Kizaru's pupils shrank violently. A shock beyond words surged through his mind. He realized this chain, which posed an immense threat to him, contained no trace of haki whatsoever. How was that possible? He was a Logia-type user of the glint fruit. Without haki or sea stone, there should be nothing capable of threatening him. This had never happened before, not anywhere on the seas. And yet, no matter how much he refused to believe it, his observation haki screamed warnings at him, forcing him to accept reality. As an admiral-level powerhouse, his abilities weren't limited to just his devil fruit. His observation haki had also reached an extremely high level. And such a sense of danger was something he had rarely felt in his entire life. Ama no Murakumo. Without hesitation, Kizaru moved his hands rapidly through the air. Blades of light formed one after another. Though weaker than before, they gathered in overwhelming numbers. In just a few breaths, hundreds of light swords floated before him. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, the chain of heaven collided with the wall of blades. Each sword was coated in armament haki, faint black energy flickering along their edges. But, against the sharpness of the chain of heaven, these weakened blades stood no chance. The moment they made contact, over 100 light swords shattered instantly. Fortunately, Kizaru had summoned hundreds of them in such a short time, preventing the battle from becoming a complete one-sided crush. Instead, A brief stalemate formed. Just enough to buy him time. Yada no Kagami. Photons condensed. Kizaru transformed into light. Before him, a radiant path formed, stretching straight toward Kazama Haruto. Turning into pure light, he surged forward along the path. His already unimaginable speed exploded to an entirely new level. Chapter 27. Following the path of light, Kizaru pushed his speed to the absolute limit. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and appeared behind Kazama Haruto. His right leg lifted, countless photons gathering as terrifying power condensed within it. A faint smirk appeared on his lips as he spoke in a teasing tone. I wonder, ancient king, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The moment his words fell, his charged right leg lashed out, empowered by endless photons, whipping up violent winds with overwhelming force. Clang! Golden light erupted. The golden armor on Kazama Haruto's body shimmered brilliantly, forming a radiant barrier around him. Kizaru's lightspeed kick struck the barrier. Yet it only caused the golden shield to tremble slightly. Forget shattering it. There wasn't even the slightest crack. A mere mongrel. And yet you think you can comprehend a king's power. Kazama Haruto turned calmly, his crimson eyes locking onto Kizaru. His arms, previously crossed, slowly spread apart. Ripples appeared in the space before him. Then, golden light flared. A scythe-like sword, radiating an ominous aura, pierced through the air. At the same time, a halberd brimming with overwhelming force surged forth. The moment the two noble phantasms appeared, they shot forward, crossing paths as they tore through space itself. Kizaru was still reeling from the shock of his lightspeed kick, being effortlessly blocked. But his observation haki screamed warnings, snapping him back to reality. They appeared out of nowhere. These weapons, just like that chain, weren't there before. They're not made of sea stone, nor do they contain haki, and yet they pose a massive threat. His mind shook violently. He was certain. The halberd and the scythe-like sword had not existed even a moment ago. They had manifested suddenly, without warning. This was completely beyond his understanding. But in the midst of battle, there was no time to dwell on it. Ame no Murakumo. Facing the incoming noble phantasms, Kizaru didn't dare hold back. He clenched his right hand, forming a true blade of light. The radiant sword gleamed as he swung it, unleashing waves of sharp energy. Boom! Several slashes tore through the sky, colliding head-on with the halberd and the scythe blade. The air shook violently, shockwaves rippling outward. However, these were noble phantasms of immense power. A few slashes were nowhere near enough to stop them. In just a brief moment, the halberd and scythe tore through Kizaru's attacks, their momentum only slightly weakened. Kizaru wasn't surprised. At this point, he was beginning to believe what the newspapers had claimed. This so-called ancient king possessed power that surpassed the four emperors. Without hesitation, he advanced, his body propelled by photons, his speed surging once more. Clang, clang, clang. Golden light flickered endlessly in the sky. Each flash marked another clash. Between the halberd, the scythe, and Kizaru's blade of light. Every collision caused space itself to tremble uneasily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the chain of heaven shattered through the remaining light swords and closed in from behind. A deadly sense of danger surged from Kizaru's back, sending chills down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he created a path of light and retreated at maximum speed. By now, he had a clear understanding of Kazama Haruto's strength. At the very least, it was on the level of the four emperors, completely beyond what he could handle alone. If he stayed any longer, defeat was inevitable. He had to escape, report everything, and make the entire Marine headquarters take this seriously. Behind him, the chain of heaven, along with the two noble phantasms, pursued relentlessly. Grinding his teeth, Kizaru abruptly halted for a split second. His hands blurred as countless photons condensed in the air. Yasukani no Megatama. Like a rain of light, thousands upon thousands of photon spheres formed, blanketing the sky as they rained down upon the three noble phantasms. The sheer scale of the attack inspired awe and dread. The entire sky was filled with blazing light. Even as a hurried move, it still demonstrated the terrifying power of a marine admiral. And after unleashing that attack, Kizaru didn't hesitate for even a moment. He turned, transformed into light, and fled Alabasta at his fastest speed. Because he knew, no matter how overwhelming that barrage appeared, it would not hold back the ancient king for long. Chapter 28. Boom! An endless barrage of golden light rained down in dense waves. Explosions chained together, sweeping across a radius of thousands of meters. Blinding golden radiance engulfed the entire Alabasta kingdom. Within the royal capital, countless people were forced to shut their eyes, nearly blinded by the overwhelming flashes. Layer upon layer of golden shockwaves surged outward from the center of the explosion, tearing through the air and distorting space itself. The ground shattered. Countless chunks of earth, some several meters wide, others over 10 meters across, were hurled into the sky, carried by the violent aftershocks as they ravaged everything around them. Gradually, the violent aftermath began to subside, and when everything finally calmed, the land within several thousand meters of the blast center had been scorched black, riddled with countless craters. Not a single patch remained intact. Thin wisps of charred smoke rose from the pits. Residual energy still flickered ominously, arcs of electricity snapping and shattering fragments of stone from time to time. Above that devastated expanse, only a single figure remained. That golden figure stood suspended in the sky, radiating supreme kingly authority, unmoving, eternal. The terrifying explosion hadn't even damaged a single strand of his hair. Buzz! Golden ripples spread. The chain of heaven, along with the halberd and the scythe blade, gradually faded from existence. Arms crossed, crimson eyes fixed on the now distant speck that was Kizaru, Kazama Haruto curled his lip in disdain. So this is the Marine headquarters' highest combat power. From that brief exchange, Kazama Haruto confirmed once again. With his current 90% synchronization to Gilgamesh, he had already surpassed the level of the 4 emperors. During the clash, he hadn't even gone all out. Even the chain of heaven had yet to unleash its true might. If he had, he was confident he could have kept Kizaru there. Of course, Kizaru hadn't used his full strength either. But even surpassing the 4 emperors is only the beginning. Muttering softly, Kazama Haruto slowly rose higher into the sky, casting a meaningful glance toward the vast blue sea below. Everything beneath this ocean is still waiting for you all to uncover it. As his words fell, golden light surged. Kazama Haruto shot forward, tearing through the air and leaving behind violent shockwaves. His speed even surpassed Kizaru's. Only after his figure had completely vanished did the people of Alabasta's royal capital gradually come back to their senses. Their widened eyes swept across the ruined land, spanning thousands of meters, and the sound of sharp gasps echoed endlessly. He ran, that man ran. That mysterious man actually forced a Marine admiral to flee. How is that possible? Isn't that the highest combat power of the Marines, a force that dominates the seas, and this so-called ancient king is just someone we've never even heard of? Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, a streak of golden light flashed across the sky. It tore through the air, sending massive waves crashing outward on both sides. Several pirate ships were overturned by the surging tides, their crews cast into the sea, only to be devoured by sea kings lurking below. Maintaining maximum speed, Kizaru flew for 3 full hours before finally slowing down. The golden light faded, revealing Kizaru's slightly disheveled figure. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he breathed lightly. Turning back, he glanced behind him. Only after confirming that the figure was nowhere in sight, only after the oppressive aura had completely vanished, did he finally come to a full stop. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kizaru let out a heartfelt sigh. That ancient king. He's strong like a damn monster. This time, there was no trace of his usual teasing tone. Only genuine sincerity. The pressure he felt from the ancient king surpassed even that of the 4 emperors. Those inexplicable weapons, Attacks that carried no sea stone, no haki, yet still posed a deadly threat to him. That calm composure. That gaze that looked down on him as if he were nothing more than an insect. That absolute, unshakable arrogance. For the first time in many years, Kizaru felt it again. The feeling of being weak. As if, even as a marine admiral, he was nothing more than prey before the ancient king. After a moment of silence, Kizaru took out a specially made den mushi from his coat. His voice turned serious. Mashi, this is Kizaru. Chapter 29. Inside the Marine Headquarters office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was buried in a mountain of documents, tirelessly working through the endless piles. Ever since the Great Age of Pirates began, the number of pirates across the seas had skyrocketed. The workload had become so overwhelming that even he was struggling to keep up. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to establish the Shichibukai system in the first place. Mashi. Suddenly, the den mushi on his desk began ringing frantically. Setting down his pen, Sengoku's expression turned serious as he picked it up. Mashi, Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaking. This is Kizaru. The moment the line connected, Kizaru's unusually urgent voice came through from the other side. The ancient king, Gilgamesh, has refused the offer to join the Shichibukai. Moreover, he shows complete disdain toward both the world government and the Marines. Kizaru's report made Sengoku's heart sink. The worst-case scenario had come true. Adjusting his posture slightly, Sengoku asked in a low voice, "You didn't capture him." Kizaru's mission had not only been to recruit the ancient king, but also, if recruitment failed, to do everything possible to subdue him. But clearly, from Kizaru's tone, that hadn't happened. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Floating midair, Kizaru recalled the events from earlier and spoke in a heavy voice. The opponent's strength is at least admiral level, perhaps, just like Morgan's reported. He may have already surpassed the 4 emperors. What? Sengoku's expression changed drastically. A being that surpassed the 4 emperors. Impossible. The ceiling of power on the sea had always been the 4 emperors. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, was still one of the 4 emperors. They stood at the absolute pinnacle of the seas, terrifying forces that no faction could afford to ignore. And there were only a handful of individuals at that level. Each one a legend whose name echoed across the entire ocean. As for those who surpassed them, there were none. At least, not in this era. And yet, this man, this self-proclaimed ancient king from 4,000 years ago, possessed such strength. Even Sengoku, famed for his composure and strategic mind, couldn't help but feel shaken. No, he should only be at the level of the 4 emperors, not beyond them. Muttering to himself, Sengoku, for the first time, found himself hoping that this unknown enemy, who might stand against the Marines, was only at the level of a Yonko. Because if not, then he would be something even more terrifying. A monster like Rox D. Zebek. Or Gal D. Roger. Sengoku knew all too well what that meant. And how terrifying such a figure would be. Not long ago, I arrived at Alabasta, and the moment I entered, I was immediately attacked by the ancient king. Holding the den mushi, Kizaru recounted everything that had just happened. Weapons manifested out of thin air. They can threaten you without sea stone or haki. Each revelation plunged Sengoku deeper into shock. As the Marine's strategist, his mind raced, trying to piece together a logical explanation. Manifesting weapons from nothing, perhaps that's his devil fruit ability. There are countless unknown devil fruits. Maybe this is some kind of creation type or spatial type ability. But how can it harm a Logia user without sea stone or haki? That kind of phenomenon should be impossible. For centuries, the law of the sea has been absolute. Only sea stone and haki can touch Logia users. Yet, no matter how his thoughts raced, Sengoku couldn't find a single reasonable explanation. Compared to summoning weapons like the halberd or the chain of heaven, the truly terrifying part was this: that those weapons, without haki, without sea stone, could still threat a Logia admiral. That was something that fundamentally shattered the very rules of this world. On the other end of the den mushi, Kizaru fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the rule that Logia users cannot be touched without haki or sea stone, has held for 800 years since the world government was established. No one has ever broken it. But what if we're talking about 4,000 years ago? Chapter 30. 4,000 years ago. Sengoku froze for a moment. All along, his thinking had been based entirely on the current era of the seas, which was precisely why everything about the ancient king seemed so incomprehensible. But if the other party truly was that ancient king from 4,000 years ago, or someone who had inherited the legacy of the Uruk Empire, then everything would suddenly make sense. After all, everything from 4,000 years ago remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps in this era, Logia-type devil fruit users could only be touched by sea stone or haki. But 4,000 years ago, there might have been other methods. Or perhaps there existed an entirely different power system in that ancient age. If the opponent was using power from 4,000 years ago, then everything could be explained. So that means power from 4,000 years ago can counter Logia abilities. I wonder if this kind of power can be replicated, even if only to the level of mid-ranking officers. Muttering to himself, a trace of greed and fervor flashed deep within Sengoku's eyes. Logia users were considered the strongest type of devil fruit users. And a major reason for that was how troublesome they were. Without haki or sea stone, no matter how many people attacked, they couldn't even scratch them. But now, everything was different. If he could obtain that ancient power from 4,000 years ago, wouldn't that mean countless Marines could learn it? And if that happened, just how much would the Marines' overall strength skyrocket? Especially since this power could catch pirates completely off guard. After all, they all firmly believed the same rule, that nothing but haki or sea stone could touch a Logia user. Now, this power, no matter what, had to be controlled by the Marines. It could never be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. With that thought, Sengoku immediately gave Kizaru an order. Borsellino, don't return to Marine headquarters for now. Keep a close eye on him. I'll send reinforcements immediately. This man, the secrets he carries are far too great. He must be captured as soon as possible. With that, Sengoku hung up the den mushi and shouted toward the door. Summon Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Kuzan, Vice Admiral Tsuru to the highest conference room immediately. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The Marine soldier outside responded and hurried off to relay the orders. On the other side, Kizaru stared blankly at the den mushi after the call ended. Do you want me to track him? How troublesome, no consideration for an old man at all. Clicking his tongue, he sighed, though part of him wanted nothing more than to return to headquarters and relax. He knew full well just how serious this situation was. Putting away the den mushi, his body erupted into golden light, transforming into photons as he vanished at high speed. Meanwhile, inside the Marine headquarters conference room, after hearing Sengoku's full explanation, Tsuru fell into deep thought before speaking. So, regardless of whether this ancient king is truly a man who has lived for 4,000 years, or merely someone who inherited the Uruk Empire's legacy, he has already placed himself completely against us. Correct. Sengoku nodded. Judging by his attitude, there's no possibility of cooperation. That kind of arrogance, that absolute disdain for everything. Such a man would never bow beneath anyone. Someone like that could not be recruited. The seas belong to the Marines. Standing up, Sakazuki spoke in a firm, ironclad voice as heat waves rolled off his body. Whatever legacy he possesses naturally belongs to us as well. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I request permission to suppress this lawless individual. This time, Sengoku did not immediately reject the proposal. After all, a mission like recruitment would be ruined by Akinu's personality. But when it came to capturing and fighting, there was no denying. Among the three admirals, Akinu was the most relentless. Unlike the other two, he would never hold back. However, even with Kizaru and Akinu together, they might be able to suppress the ancient king. But capturing him, that was another matter entirely. After all, a Yonka-level fighter could face 2 admirals alone, and still not fall. And if the ancient king truly stood at that level, then 2 admirals alone would never be enough to take him down. Chapter 31. Kyuzin, you and Sakazuki will move together and rendezvous with Borsalino. You must capture this so-called ancient king, alive. The secrets he carries can belong to the Marines alone. Sengoku's gaze shifted as his eyes fell upon Aokiji, his voice low and commanding. The 3 admirals of Marine headquarters were the ultimate force that allowed the Marines to dominate the seas. Each of them possessed the strength to sweep through the first half of the Grand Line with ease. And for all 3 admirals to be deployed at once, just to deal with a single individual. Such a situation had never occurred before. Not even the pirate king, Gul D. Roger, had ever received such treatment. Of course, that didn't mean Roger was weaker than the ancient king. Back then, the forces sent to hunt down the pirate king had been even more overwhelming than 3 admirals combined. The difference was, unlike the ancient king who stood alone, Roger had his own crew. And every single officer of the Roger pirates possessed terrifying strength. Ah, what a pains. Letting out a lazy sigh, Aokiji stood up from his chair, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Facing a monster like that really isn't something I'm looking forward to. Even so, his tone remained relaxed, almost casual. There was no denying that the 4 emperors stood at the pinnacle of the seas. But under the combined assault of the 3 admirals, defeat was their only possible outcome. No matter what ancient king he claims to be, his fate is already sealed. The legacy of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago will ultimately belong to the Marines. Watching as Akinu and Aokiji strode out of the highest conference room of Marine headquarters, Sengoku clenched his fist slightly, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. This was an opportunity of unimaginable scale for the Marines. 10 days later, in the waters near Split Fang Island, a figure enveloped in radiant golden light streaked across the sky like a falling star. The brilliance that pierced the heavens cast a golden hue across the entire sea. Below, several swordsmen who had gathered upon hearing the news looked up at the golden streak with awe. With their experience, they naturally understood that anyone capable of soaring freely across the skies of the sea was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. Such a figure was someone they could never afford to offend. And that streak of golden light, tearing through the sky at incredible speed, was none other than Kazama Haruto, who had departed from the Alabasta kingdom. After leaving Alabasta, in order to more quickly reclaim the king's treasures he had once scattered, he chose to traverse this ocean he had once been so intimately familiar with. And just as he passed through this region, he suddenly felt a series of intense summons. Durandal, he murmured softly. As the distance closed, Kazama Haruto could already clearly identify the noble phantasm calling out to him. That sort of brilliance and magnificence. Its name was Durandal. Is it on that island? Raising his head, his crimson eyes instantly locked onto a peculiar island among the scattered archipelago. One that appeared as though it had been split cleanly in half. He could feel it. The source of the pull was there. Meanwhile, on Split Fang Island, countless swordsmen from all 4 seas, and even from the New World, had gathered. Among them were notorious pirates with fearsome reputations. They had all come for a single purpose: to witness the battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Unlike previous challenges, this time the challenger was said to be the great swordsman Lucas, a man whose slashes had surpassed even those of Dracul Mihawk. This battle for the title of the world's strongest swordsman might truly carry a hint of suspense. At the very center of Split Fang Island, a man clad in a black robe stood with his hair stirred by the violent winds. In his arms, he held a sword of brilliance and magnificence, Durandal. His sharp gaze was fixed firmly upon the distant sky. His tall, straight posture radiated boundless sharpness. Invisible strands of terrifying sword energy tore through the air around him, leaving faint marks in their wake. That soaring sword intent caused countless swordsmen present to feel a deep sense of shock. So, this is the man challenging the world's greatest swordsman. Lucas, such sword intent, he's truly powerful. For over a decade, Mihawk has held the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Countless challengers have risen, many renowned across the seas, yet not a single one has managed to defeat him. He is the true world's greatest swordsman. No, Lucca's sword aura, it's terrifying, that tearing, all-destroying force. He might actually stand a chance. Chapter 32. Zhang Zhang Zhang. Held tightly against Lucca's chest, the sword of brilliance and magnificence, Durandal let out continuous hums, brimming with spirituality. Even, its power seemed to have increased once more. It had already sensed it. That great king was drawing closer, step by step. After 4,000 years, it would finally return once again to the treasury of that supreme ruler. And Lucas could clearly feel it. The enhancement this magnificent sword granted him had grown even stronger. Gently stroking the trembling blade, confidence surged within him. He murmured softly, "You feel it too, don't you? The one who is about to arrive, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. You also long to battle him, don't you? Don't worry, this time we will defeat him, we will ascend to the throne of the world's strongest." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soaring sword energy tore through the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. The heavens and earth seemed to gather around it, as waves of tornado-like sword energy surged from afar. That cold, savage sword intent sent chills deep into the bones of all who felt it. Tap, tap. Crisp footsteps echoed, drawing closer and closer. Each step of the boots striking the ground was firm and powerful, as though every footfall landed directly upon the hearts of the crowd. Following the sound, everyone turned their gaze. In the distance, a figure slowly approached. Looking closely, the man had short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like those of a hawk, and a neatly trimmed beard. Upon his head sat a black hat adorned with white feathers. He wore a wine-red patterned shirt beneath a black coat, paired with white trousers and black boots. A small cross-shaped dagger hung upon his chest, while on his back rested the world's strongest black blade. Hawkeye, it's Hawkeye. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. So he's arrived, my sword is already trembling with excitement. The battle for the title of the world's strongest swordsman, it's strangely thrilling. Swallowing hard, countless swordsmen from across the seas revealed blazing passion in their eyes, their hearts surging with excitement. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, was the ultimate goal for nearly every swordsman present. And such a figure was someone they could barely even catch a glimpse of in their lifetime. Yet now, not only could they witness him in person, but they would also see the battle that followed. The excitement in their hearts was beyond words. Lucas. Carrying the black blade on his back, Mihawk walked steadily to the center of Split Fang Island. His sharp gaze locked onto Lucas. But soon, his attention was drawn toward the sword in Lucas' hands. That blade. As the world's greatest swordsman, his understanding of swords had reached an unparalleled level. With just a single glance at Durandal from afar, he could already grasp a portion of its power. Hawkeye, you've finally come. Raising Durandal, pointing it straight at Mihawk, Lucca's voice trembled with excitement. From the moment Mihawk appeared, his eyes had never left him. Lucas, I didn't expect that in such a short time. Your strength would improve to this extent. Glancing toward the ground not far away, at another slash mark carved near his own previous strike, Mihawk spoke with a hint of praise, a trace of surprise flashing within his eyes. Back when they fought, he had clearly understood Lucca's limits. Although Lucas had reached the level of a great swordsman, his strength had not been particularly outstanding, far inferior to his own. Yet now, in such a short span of time, Lucas had undergone such a massive breakthrough. It was truly astonishing. Hawkeye, stop looking down on me. Today is the day you fall from the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. With a furious roar, Lucca's eyes turned bloodshot, rage surging like a tidal wave. Mihawk's attitude, that calm, almost elder-like praise, was something he simply could not tolerate. Clang, clang, clang. Durandal was drawn in an instant. Ferocious golden sword energy erupted, tearing apart everything around it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword energy surged wildly as Lucas gathered immense power and unleashed a devastating slash. A visible golden blade of energy, over 100 meters long, took form, cutting through the wind and waves. It split the earth, cleaved the air, and shot straight toward Mihawk. The violent gale carried by the sword energy howled outward, sending sand and debris flying. Even the residual wind brushing past the surrounding swordsmen carried a sharp edge. Shing. Facing Luca's full power, strike from the very beginning. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, yet battle intent surged within his eyes. His right hand moved toward the strongest black blade upon his back. Yoru. Swish. A single slash. Pitch-black sword energy erupted like a swamp of darkness, devouring everything before it. And its speed was even faster than the incoming golden slash. Chapter 33. Boom. The two raging slashes collided midair. Violent sword energy surged through the atmosphere, sweeping outward at terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, everything was torn apart by the razor-sharp force. Dust filled the sky. The aftermath of the clash churned violently across the ground, lifting shattered debris torn apart by sword energy into the air. Sand and stones flew wildly, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed. The dense smoke was shattered apart as Lucas burst through it, his entire body wrapped in golden sword light, transforming into a blazing streak of gold. At the same time, his figure shot upward at incredible speed, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky in an instant. Standing in midair, looking down upon Mihawk below, Lucas let out a savage grin, gripping the magnificent sword with both hands as he raised it high above his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade trembled violently. Endless golden sword light surged forth, gathering and condensing into something almost tangible. The winds howled, the clouds churned. Even the heavens roared as streaks of lightning exploded across the sky. Faintly, they coiled around Lucas, enveloping him within. Mihawk, today is the day you fall from your throne. Lucas roared as the sword energy around him surged faster and faster. Countless streams of sword energy converged toward Durandal. As more and more power gathered, the blade was engulfed in gold, rapidly expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a colossal golden, holy sword over 100 meters in length. Golden Judgment. The golden holy sword descended at blinding speed. Ferocious thunder dragons coiled around its blade. The terrifying sharpness tore the space below into countless fragments. An unstoppable force, as if it would annihilate everything in its path. Beneath the golden holy sword, Mihawk raised his head, staring at the descending Durandal as his pupils contracted sharply. This power, he could clearly feel it, the strength contained within that golden blade. It was a force, one that demanded his full power. And even, he could sense that within that holy sword, there was an even more terrifying power, one that had yet to be unleashed. Otherwise, even he would have little confidence in withstanding it. However, that's more like it. A faint smile curved across Mihawk's lips as battle intent surged within him. Gripping the black blade Yoru, a pitch-black sword aura rose violently like an endless abyss. Dense sword energy gathered continuously. Dark strands of energy surged around him, causing his presence to climb even higher. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Raising the black blade high above his head, Mihawk let out a low shout. One sword-style secret art. The endlessly rising dark aura condensed onto the blade in his hand. And behind him, within the abyss-like darkness, a towering demonic figure began to take shape. Countless strands of black lightning crackled, wrapping around the demon's body. A colossal figure over 100 meters tall, shrouded entirely in darkness. Its crimson demonic eyes burned with boundless fury. An aura of destruction surged and churned, black energy forming violent currents that spread outward, crushing everything into ruins. The dark power climbed to its peak. The demonic figure became more and more solid, as if it truly existed. Between heaven and earth, a pitch-black chain extended outward, stretching for thousands of meters from the demon's grasp. One slash. God burial. A cold, abyss-like voice echoed from Mihawk's lips. The moment his words fell, the very heavens trembled. The massive black chain in the demon's hand came crashing down. The atmosphere shattered. Space itself collapsed. Waves of violent energy surged outward, crushing everything in their path. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden holy sword descended from the heavens. Below, the abyss-like black chain was hurled forward by the demonic figure. Two devastating attacks crossed thousands of meters in an instant, sweeping everything into their path. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted like thunder, roaring across Split Fang Island, echoing in the ears of every swordsman present. The collision of the two overwhelming forces created shockwaves that spread wildly outward. Layer upon layer of energy surged and rolled. In that instant, the entire world lost all color. Only gold and black remained, intertwining, like the very essence of the world itself. Chapter 34. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion surged straight into the sky for thousands of meters, tearing the clouds apart completely. Jagged scars carved themselves across the heavens. Space itself fractured like a shattered mirror, suspended midair, terrifying and grotesque. The golden and pitch-black lights illuminating the world continued to clash, their power spreading endlessly. Until, in mere moments, the entire Split Fang Island was completely engulfed. Violent energy raged and crashed in all directions. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose from the center of the collision. The fierce winds alone were enough to shake countless swordsmen on the island, forcing some of them to struggle just to remain standing. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk's strength, it's truly terrifying. This kind of slash feels like it could destroy the world. It's not just Mihawk, Lucas is just as monstrous. That's right, facing such overwhelming attacks, he hasn't shown even the slightest sign of being at a disadvantage. It seems this time, even if Mihawk wins, he won't walk away unscathed. At best, a hard-fought victory. Retreating tens of thousands of meters away. The gathered swordsmen gazed at the distant clash with awe, their voices filled with genuine shock. As swordsmen, they understood better than anyone the power contained within those attacks. Even the residual sword energy alone far surpassed them countless times over. The two figures locked in battle were existences completely beyond their reach. Whoosh! As the explosion gradually faded, black aura surged as Mihawk stomped the ground, his figure shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. After images flickered as he charged forward at extreme speed. The black blade Yoru in his hand cut through all lingering shockwaves. Armament haki wrapped around it, adding a cold metallic sheen. Golden light flashed in response. Holding Durandal, Lucas showed no fear. Instead, he plunged downward from the sky like a falling meteor. Clang, clang, clang. Gold and black collided once again, in rapid succession. Amid the storm of residual sword energy, the two figures flickered constantly, each clash producing a sharp ringing sound. Sword energy scattered wildly with every impact. Even the massive mushroom cloud was gradually shattered apart by their continuous collisions. Not far from Split Fang Island, three tall figures stood side by side, gazing toward the battlefield. A battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. It seems this Lucas has some real skill, to be able to fight Mihawk on equal footing. Dressed in a yellow-striped suit, Borsalino stretched lazily as he spoke. Even from this distance, he could clearly sense the terrifying sword energy clashing on Split Fang Island. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to the battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. But now, this Lucas had far exceeded his expectations. As for Mihawk's strength, he knew it very well. Among the 7 warlords, Mihawk was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Not inferior even to Marine Admiral. I don't get it. Why would this so-called ancient king come all the way to Split Fang Island? With his messy hair and casual posture, Kuzan muttered, clearly puzzled. The ancient king. And the world's greatest swordsman. The two had absolutely nothing to do with each other. So why would the ancient king cross such a vast distance just to come here? No matter the reason. He will pay for his actions. Casting a cold glance at Kuzan and Borsellino, Sakazuki adjusted his cap and strode forward, heading straight toward Split Fang Island. Shrugging, the other two quickly followed behind him. The battle continued to rage on. After a sharp, resounding clash, Lucas was forced to retreat rapidly, pulling away from Mihawk by over 1,000 meters. Gripping Durandal tightly with both hands, his face twisted with ferocity, his eyes bloodshot, he roared. Mihawk, you are strong, but I am stronger. Now witness it, the ultimate technique of this ancient, glorious blade. The heavens shattered. Above Durandal, space itself tore apart. A surge of golden light emerged, rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, the sky for thousands of meters was filled with countless golden holy swords. Taking a step forward, Mihawk's expression turned serious, the black blade in his hand beginning to glow once more. This time, Luca's attack would likely be even more terrifying, perhaps even rivaling his own full power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Durandal, which had been gathering immense power, began to tremble violently, as if rejoicing. Before Lucas could even react, a golden radiance spread across the sky. Durandal broke free from his grip, transforming into a streak of golden light, and shot forward, landing before a figure that had suddenly appeared not far away. Chapter 35. As the golden light faded, the overwhelming sharpness surrounding Lucas rapidly dissipated. The aura that had once rivaled Mihawk's plummeted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his towering presence vanished without a trace, completely incomparable to Mihawk's still surging power. Shock. The entire scene, including Mihawk, fell into stunned silence. What was going on? Had Lucas voluntarily surrendered? Why had the attack he had just gathered vanished in an instant? And even more, the holy sword in his hand had flown away on its own. What kind of development was this? My old friend, it's been a long time. His crimson eyes fixed upon the magnificent sword, glowing with brilliant golden light. Kazama Haruto extended his right hand, gently caressing it. Within the king's treasury, there existed countless noble phantasms. Yet those he held any semblance of attachment to were only a handful. Durandal was one of them. Who are you? Just who are you? Why did you take my holy sword? Madness. The moment Durandal left him, Lucas fell into complete hysteria. The reason his strength had soared, the reason he had gained the power to stand against Mihawk, was entirely because of that magnificent sword. It could be said, without Durandal, the gap between him and Mihawk was immense. And now, the holy sword that had given him infinite hope had left him, just like that, without warning. It had abandoned him and gone to a complete stranger. Your holy sword, half everything in the sea, every treasure, belongs to this king. Kazama Haruto glanced at him indifferently, letting out a disdainful chuckle. Damn it, give it back to me. AAH. With a furious roar, Lucas stomped through the air, his figure splitting into afterimages as he charged toward Kazama Haruto at extreme speed. A foolish insect. Kazama Haruto looked at him with utter contempt. His right hand lightly grasped Durandal, and with casual ease, he swung at once. Buzz! A dazzling golden light flashed. A slash, invisible to the naked eye, carried a force like an overwhelming tidal wave as it surged forward. There was no suspense. Lucas, who had been charging forward, was instantly torn apart midair by the sword energy. The armament haki he had gathered across his crossed arms shattered like fragile glass upon contact with the golden slash. Blood rained down from the sky as Lucas' body, split cleanly in two, fell from above. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. Why had his holy sword suddenly abandoned him? Why, when he had been evenly matched against Mihawk, did everything collapse the moment this mysterious man appeared? Not only had the sword betrayed him, but it had unleashed even greater power in this man's hands. What was going on? The light in his eyes faded, carrying endless doubt. The great swordsman Lucas fell completely. All of this had happened in a mere instant. By the time everyone regained their senses, they saw only the split corpse of Lucas falling from the sky. How is that possible? Lucas, the man who could fight Mihawk, died just like that. What happened? His sword just abandoned him. Not just that, that man's strength is terrifying. The swordsmen on Split Fang Island were completely shaken. They followed the trajectory of the golden slash and looked toward its source. Short golden hair, crimson eyes filled with absolute disdain for all things, golden armor that gleamed brilliantly beneath the blazing sun. Several swordsmen's pupils shrank sharply, and a shocked cry erupted. He's the ancient king. The one who killed one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, the ancient king whose strength surpasses even the 4 emperors. They finally recognized Kazama Haruto's true identity. The terrifying figure whose name had recently shaken the entire sea. A being beyond the 4 emperors, I actually witnessed such a figure with my own eyes. If it's the ancient king, then everything makes sense. After all, he's the one who killed Crocodile, who stands alongside Mihawk as a warlord. Unbelievable, to kill Lucas so effortlessly. His strength might truly surpass the 4 emperors. Voices of shock rose one after another. Every swordsman present was overwhelmed by the revelation. Some of them might not have remembered Kazama Haruto's face clearly. But once his name was spoken, memories flooded back instantly. After all, Kazama Haruto was the most talked about man across the seas. The ancient king. Below, the dark aura surrounding Mihawk gradually faded as his sharp gaze remained locked onto Kazama Haruto. The other swordsmen might not have seen it clearly, but as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk had perceived far more. That sword, the holy sword Lucas wielded, a blade even more terrifying than a black blade. That had to be the source of his sudden surge in strength. Though unbelievable, through their earlier battle, Mihawk had already come close to confirming it. And yet, the moment the ancient king appeared, that sword, trembling with brilliance, had broken free from Lucas' grasp and returned to him. From Mihawk's perspective, this wasn't control. It was recognition, like a living entity welcoming the return of its true master. As if it had always belonged to the ancient king. Combined with the words Kazama Haruto had spoken before killing Lucas, Mihawk's conviction grew even stronger. A blade with its own will, capable of granting immense power to its wielder, yet not a cursed sword. A divine sword like this. He let out a faint breath. How enviable. Chapter 36. Great Eruption. A furious roar exploded from the heavens. A streak of crimson blazed across the sky, covering the sun itself as scorching heat waves surged forth, dyeing the very air in shades of red. From the distant horizon, a massive fist of magma, dozens of meters wide, tore through layers of heat and air currents, sending the temperature skyrocketing. Under such terrifying heat, even space itself seemed to warp, while the air was vaporized into streams of white mist. Buzz! Golden light surged. The golden armor on Kazama Haruto's body erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating heaven and earth. That radiant glow condensed instantly into an indestructible barrier surrounding him. And the moment the barrier formed, the blazing magma fist descended. The first to strike was the overwhelming heat wave that vaporized the air itself. Layer upon layer of scorching currents crashed against the golden barrier. Yet they failed to create even the slightest ripple. Immediately after, the magma fist slammed heavily into the barrier. All of its contained power poured forth in an instant. The already soaring temperature surged to its absolute peak. Rumbled. The magma exploded upon impact, its destructive force unleashed completely. A deafening roar echoed through the skies, shaking the very atmosphere. Dense smoke and vaporized mist engulfed an area spanning hundreds of meters. Waves of molten energy spread outward in violent rings. And yet, amid such a terrifying eruption, that seemingly fragile golden barrier did not move in the slightest. No matter how violently the magma's power raged against it. It showed no sign of breaking. All the treasures of the sea belong to you, ancient king. How ridiculous and arrogant. A cold voice echoed steadily. Not far away. 3 towering figures approached rapidly, their voices drawing closer. This sea belongs to the world government. Even the Marines wouldn't dare claim that all treasures in the world belong to them. And you, ancient king, where does that confidence come from? Each of the 3 figures stood nearly 3 meters tall. Justice cloaks billowed behind them, fluttering violently in the wind. The one who spoke was the man in the center, dressed in a dark red suit with a flower pinned to his chest, a cap resting upon his head. The sudden voices instantly drew everyone's attention. As the surrounding swordsmen turned to look, it was as if a bomb had exploded in their minds, leaving them completely blank. Those who had made it to Split Fang Island were far from ordinary, even if their knowledge was limited. The true powers standing at the pinnacle of the sea were names they all knew. And now, the 3 figures before them were unmistakable. Marine headquarters, admirals. Kyuzan, Borsellino. Sakazuki. The 3 admirals, the highest combat power of Marine headquarters. It's real, the 3 admirals, they've all descended. This, even a battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman, wouldn't attract all 3 admirals. With this kind of lineup, are the Marines planning to purge the entire first half of the Grand Line? Legs trembled uncontrollably. Some weaker-willed pirates collapsed to the ground entirely. Their eyes turned vacant. Their bodies shook violently, their very souls trembling. Many of them wanted to run, but realized their legs refused to move. They couldn't even muster the strength to take a single step. Most of them were nothing more than low to mid-tier figures of the sea. Their knowledge was limited. In the past, even encountering Marines was enough to make them flee immediately. A single Marine officer at headquarters rank was enough to destroy their entire pirate crew. How could they have ever imagined that they would witness the admirals of Marine headquarters? And not just one, but all 3 at once. The admirals were beings the Marines themselves glorified. Each one was an existence they could never hope to resist. There was no chance of victory. Not even the slightest. Damn it! Have the Marines gone mad, sending all 3 admirals to Split Fang Island? Even capturing every pirate here wouldn't be worth it. A tall, vicious-looking man with an eye patch staggered backward, fear filling his eyes, yet mixed with confusion and disbelief. Chapter 37. As the most powerful force used by the Marines to deter the seas, the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters were not deployed lightly. Under normal circumstances, they were responsible for suppressing the New World, where powerful figures gathered, or directly confronting the 4 emperors. It was extremely rare for an admiral-level powerhouse to appear outside the New World, let alone all 3 at once. Could it be? The Marines weren't afraid that by leaving Marine headquarters empty, the 4 emperors might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Without the 3 admirals, Marine headquarters would be more vulnerable than ever before. Even if it wouldn't be completely destroyed, the losses would be catastrophic, and its reputation would suffer greatly. So just what could make the Marines ignore such risks and dispatch all 3 admirals? And what exactly was their target? On Split Fang Island, every person present was filled with fear and confusion, completely unable to understand. These supreme beings, who stood at the very pinnacle of the seas, were now standing right before them. Why are they here? Below, even Dracul Mihawk was surprised by their arrival. However, there was no fear or panic in his expression. After all, he was now considered affiliated with the Marines. Even the admirals wouldn't act against him lightly. Otherwise, the other warlords would certainly raise an uproar. His sharp gaze continuously observed the sky, the radiant golden barrier, and beneath it, that solitary figure, standing proudly above all, as if trampling upon the heavens themselves. Are they here for you? Mihawk did not believe that a mere Split Fang Island could attract the simultaneous arrival of all 3 admirals. The only possibility was that they had come for that mysterious and terrifying figure. The ancient king. Only he was worthy of such treatment. As the residual shockwaves finally dissipated, the remaining dust was swept away by the radiant light. Kazama Haruto's proud figure was once again revealed clearly before everyone. Adjusting the cap on his head, Sakazuki stood with waves of heat surging around him. Molten magma dripped from his arms and forehead, scorching the air with sizzling sounds. His cold gaze locked onto that lone, king-like figure. In a chilling voice, he spoke. "So, you're the ancient king. You do have some strength, but to think that alone is enough to challenge the Marines, to challenge the world government. That's nothing but courting death." Kazama Haruto stood upon the void. The magnificent sword, Durandal, floated beside him, its golden radiance resonating with his armor. Streams of light shimmered around him, making him impossible to look at directly. His crimson eyes looked down upon Sakazuki like a god, then slowly swept across Kuzan and Borsalino. These three. He was far from unfamiliar with them. In his past life on Blue Planet, they had been some of the most iconic figures in the world of One Piece. Their abilities, he knew them all too well. Still, seeing the three admirals standing before him in person was somewhat unexpected, yet at the same time, entirely reasonable. After all, he had killed Crocodile and even repelled Borsalino. It was only natural for the Marines to treat him with such importance. The three admirals of Marine headquarters. Perfect. I can finally get a clearer measure of Gilgamesh's strength in this era. A thought flashed through his mind. Then, Kazama Haruto spoke. His cold voice echoed across the sky. "Mongrels, who gave you the courage to bark before a king? I am the ancient king, all things belong to me. The Marines, the world government. They are nothing but remnants that came after the Uruk Empire. What right do they have to stand alongside this king?" His tone was utterly domineering, as if even the three admirals were nothing more than insects in his eyes. Even the world government, which had ruled the seas for 800 years, was reduced to dust by his words. Shock. Disbelief. Below, countless swordsmen trembled violently, their minds shaken to the core by Kazama Haruto's overwhelming arrogance. Just where had this ancient king come from? To dare, even with the three admirals standing before him, to belittle both the world government and the Marines so openly. Could it be he was simply a reckless fool who had no idea just how terrifying the admirals of Marine headquarters truly were? Chapter 38. Uruk Empire. The Ancient King. A darker expression spread across Sakazuki's face as he sneered coldly. At best, you're just a lucky fool who inherited the legacy of the ancient king of Uruk. And you, who do you think you are? With a savage grin, his entire body transformed into magma. Streams of molten lava surged from him, scorching heat waves spreading outward. Hand everything over. And then, surrender without resistance. You might still be able to spend the rest of your life peacefully in Impel Down. Magma roared violently as Sakazuki's entire body became a blazing mass of molten rock. Scorching lava dripped from his face and arms as he grinned viciously. In his mind, Kazama Haruto's identity was already clear. There was no way he could be the ancient king who had lived for 4,000 years. At most, a lucky inheritor, even if his strength reached the level of a Yonko. Facing the three admirals together, he stood no chance. Kazama Haruto's gaze swept indifferently across the three of them. His right hand lightly stirred the void, and space shattered. The radiance of the golden capital emerged. The chain of heaven appeared, floating around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden light blazed brilliantly. The chains extended rapidly for thousands of meters, sealing everything within their reach. At both ends, the razor-sharp tips transformed into golden dragons, piercing through space from all directions as they lunged toward the three admirals. With his arms crossed, Kazama Haruto looked down upon them from above, his voice cold and regal. "Mongrels, no one is allowed to defy the authority of a king. The chain of heaven. Durandal. As his words fell, another golden radiance burst across the sky. Unstoppable sharpness tore through the air, ripping space apart. From within the fractured void, Durandal emerged at full power. It transformed into a golden holy sword over 200 meters in length, its might far surpassing what it had displayed in Luca's hands. Go. Let these mongrels understand that the authority of a king cannot be defied. Standing with arms crossed, Kazama Haruto spoke as if pronouncing their fate. Zzzz. The golden holy sword tore through the sky at extreme speed, its friction against the air producing deafening explosions that echoed in every swordsman's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thousands of meters vanished in an instant, just as the golden holy sword neared the three admirals. The chain of heaven struck first. Endless chains surged, coiling rapidly, enclosing them within a tightening prison. The golden holy sword paused for a brief moment, then multiplied infinitely. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with countless golden blades. A boundless sea of swords formed. Sword energy surged like dragons, cascading endlessly from above. It covered everything, leaving no escape. An overwhelming slaughter descending upon them. Adjusting his cap slightly, Sakazuki gathered magma into his right hand. The molten mass roared and shaped itself into a massive magma hound's head. Inugami Kyurin. The fangs burned with deadly heat as magma intertwined violently. A massive hound of molten lava, dozens of meters in size, shot forward, crashing directly into the enclosing chains. However, the countless chains, under such overwhelming force, only trembled slightly. They showed no sign of breaking. Tenkumo sword. Ice saber. Golden brilliance and chilling frost spread simultaneously. Borsellino and Kuzin each wielded their weapons. A blade of light forged from countless photons, and a saber of ancient, eternal ice. Two Admiral-level forces concentrated their attacks at the same point Sakazuki had struck, launching a relentless assault. Crack, crack, crack. Under the combined assault of the three admirals, faint fractures began to appear upon the chain of heaven. The crisp sound of breaking grew louder and louder, until even the noble Phantasm, Enkidu, could no longer withstand the combined might of the three admirals. The power of three admiral-level forces was far beyond what the chains alone could restrain. Boom! A section of the chains shattered. The three admirals instantly transformed into their elemental forms. Magma, light, and ice. Bursting outward. And in the next moment, the sea of swords descended. The endless tide of golden blades crashed down in waves, one after another, unceasing. Each individual sword carried immense power, and together, they unleashed a level of destruction never seen before. The earth was annihilated. Shockwaves of sword energy spread thousands of meters outward, and countless weaker swordsmen were obliterated instantly by the aftermath alone. Chapter 39. As the aftermath faded, the land below was left in complete ruin beneath the sea of sword energy. Not a single intact area remained. Across thousands of meters, countless jagged sword scars crisscrossed the ground, carved deep into the earth. Faint remnants of golden sword energy flickered and danced, arcs of golden lightning slithering like serpents through the shattered ruins. With a single strike, an entire 1,000-meter region had been annihilated. This was the true power of a noble phantasm in Kazama Haruto's hands. Even a great swordsman like Lucas could not begin to comprehend the true might of Durandal. Laser. Transforming into countless photons, Borsellino reappeared thousands of meters away, his figure reforming in midair. Raising his right hand, points of light gathered at his fingertip, condensing into beams that shot forward in rapid succession. Buzz. Dozens of light beams burst forth, their speed incomparably fast as they tore through the air, closing in instantly. Halberd. Arms still crossed, Kazama Haruto glanced at the incoming beams and spoke calmly. Zheng. The space before him shattered instantly. A halberd of unmatched might appeared, radiating dazzling brilliance. Under Kazama Haruto's control, the halberd spun rapidly, generating violent currents that caused the air itself to reverse flow. Booms, booms, boom. Dozens of laser beams struck. Yet the spinning halberd crushed them effortlessly. Explosions erupted one after another as the beams detonated upon impact. The resulting shockwaves slammed into the halberd. Light surged across its surface. Its motion slowed slightly under the continuous barrage. However, not a single shockwave managed to break through its defense. In Gilgamesh, a chilling roar erupted. Magma surged. A massive stream of molten lava shot forward, several meters in diameter, spreading intense heat in all directions. Blazing winds swept forward as the magma surged toward Kazama Haruto. Yet, he remained completely indifferent. Even as the scorching heat reached him, his crimson eyes held nothing but calm arrogance. Enkidu. Chains surged. Though parts had been shattered, the chain of heaven reformed, countless links emerging once more. Like raging dragons, the chains twisted and lunged toward the magma. PSSH. The magma struck the chains. Terrifying heat spread outward. The temperature soared to extreme levels. And yet, that molten lava, capable of melting steel, could not melt Enkidu. It couldn't even slow it down. Unstoppable. The blade-like ends of the chains took the lead. Two massive dragon-like forms twisted together, tearing through the magma and crushing it completely. The raging lava struggled, desperately releasing its heat. Yet it could only flow uselessly between the jaws of the chains before dripping to the ground below. In Gilgamesh, his entire body transformed into magma. Staring at the rapidly advancing chains, Sakazuki showed no hesitation. Raising his right hand high, magma surged wildly, forming a colossal hound head over 100 meters in size. Its fangs interlocked, molten lava dripping between them, amplifying its ferocity. A savage expression crossed Sakazuki's molten face as he hurled the massive magma hound forward. The enormous attack tore through space as it surged forward, scattering droplets of magma that burned everything in their path. The vaporized air formed a long, trailing plume. The temperature soared. The sky itself began to glow red. Clatter! The two chained dragons intertwined, their sharp tips gleaming with unstoppable force, as if they would pierce through everything. Finally, the 100-meter magma hound arrived. Its jaws snapped shut. Each flaming fang, several meters long, contained immense destructive power. In that instant, all of its power erupted. Boom! The explosion shook the heavens. Waves of heat and molten force spread outward violently. Shockwaves surged endlessly. Magma rained down, falling like a storm of fire upon the already ruined land, burning countless blackened craters into the earth. At the center of the explosion, the magma hound had completely dissipated. Only the spreading heat waves, falling magma, and sharply rising temperature remained as evidence of its existence. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the chain of heaven, the sharp ends remained intact, but the 100-meter chain body behind them had been burned away completely. Under the intense heat, sections of the chain had begun to melt. Chapter 40. Before Sakazuki could make his next move, the section of the chain of heaven that had been melted away suddenly flared with light. Golden radiance surged across it, rapidly spreading. The golden glow gradually faded, and when everyone looked again, the chain that had been destroyed over 100 meters had been completely restored. Not only that, its length had expanded even further. Its presence, even more overwhelming than before. In Gilgamesh, streams of magma burst forth. Sakazuki unleashed 3 massive columns of molten lava, each over 10 meters in diameter. The 3 pillars surged upward, intertwining as they rushed toward the regenerated chains. Rumble! The magma pillars crashed down onto the chain of heaven. The scorching heat stained the smooth silver chains with patches of charred black. Even faint cracks began to appear. But Sakazuki didn't stop. He leapt high into the sky. Both fists transformed into magma, clenched tightly before him, his face twisted in a cold, savage expression. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless waves of heat surged across the heavens, as if to blot out the sky itself. The burning heat dyed the entire sky crimson. Even the clouds high above were vaporized into a blazing red haze. Under such unbearable heat, many swordsmen on Split Fang Island wiped the sweat from their foreheads, only for more to pour down endlessly. The surrounding sea began to boil. Layer upon layer of seawater, evaporating into thick white mist that blanketed the surface. The temperature rose again and again. In the sky, before Sakazuki, countless magma fists, each dozens of meters in size, began to form. Each one carried terrifying destructive power, and their number multiplied rapidly. Soon, the entire space before him was filled with magma fists. Densely packed together, they churned with rolling waves of heat. Brett, feel the wrath of Marine Headquarters' highest power. With a savage roar, Sakazuki thrust both fists forward. Meteor volcano. At his thunderous cry, the countless magma fists filling the sky descended all at once. Like a rain of fire, they fell endlessly, surging forward in a relentless storm. Each magma fist was powerful enough to destroy a large marine warship with ease. And with such overwhelming density, there was no escape. The continuous barrage of attacks was even more terrifying than a single strike. A laughable mongrel. Arms crossed, Kazama Haruto glanced at Sakazuki, his crimson eyes reflecting the falling storm of magma fists. His voice was filled with disdain. You will understand just how insignificant your so-called power is before this king. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the chain of heaven. His tone softened slightly. Enkidu, show this mongrel your true form. Let him see just how ridiculous his strength truly is. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if responding, the moment Kazama Haruto finished speaking, a golden light spread outward from him, covering a radius of 3,000 meters. Within that radiant field, sacred lines formed intricate, mysterious patterns. A vast, overwhelming presence surged forth, instinctively forcing all who witnessed it to feel a desire to kneel. Then, before everyone's stunned eyes, the golden ground, spanning 3,000 meters, erupted. Countless silver chains surged forth. The dense chains burst out from the golden radiance, intertwining into massive dragon-like forms. Their sharp, dagger-like tips capable of tearing through anything. Golden light filled the sky. The chain of heaven now covered an entire 3,000-meter domain. Everyone, upon witnessing this scene, fell into complete shock. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. With their limited experience, even a swordsman capable of splitting a large pirate ship in half was considered powerful. But this, an endless sea of sacred chains spanning thousands of meters, was beyond comprehension. Within the golden light, that entire region had become a domain of chains, completely under Kazama Haruto's control. This power, is it a devil fruit? Below, with the black blade Yoru resting on his back, Dracul Mihawk leaned beneath a partially intact rooftop, staring upward. His pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, the fully unleashed chain of heaven was simply too overwhelming. Even without standing directly before it, he could feel the immense threat it posed. Such terrifying, extraordinary power. Naturally, Mihawk categorized it as a devil fruit ability. After all, on the seas, aside from devil fruits, what other power could create such an overwhelming number of chains in an instant? Chapter 41. As for Durandal, perhaps it was itself an incredibly terrifying, mysterious weapon, and the ancient king possessed an unknown method to control it. A devil fruit that creates weapons, a creation-type ability, that's truly something I've never heard of. Even so, Dracul Mihawk remained deeply astonished by Gilgamesh's abilities. There were endless devil fruit powers across the seas, many of them incredibly powerful. But something like this, creating such an overwhelming number of chains directly from nothing. Even with his experience, he had never encountered anything like it. In fact, throughout the entire history of the seas, such a power had never appeared before. The fact that it had drawn all three admirals of Marine Headquarters at once, meant that this ancient king wasn't just powerful. He also carried secrets unknown to the world. Otherwise, would the Marines really risk the safety of their headquarters just because he killed a single warlord and dispatch all 3 admirals? Clatter! A rain of fire descended from the heavens, dense as meteors. The entire sky churned violently, layers of atmosphere evaporating under the intense heat. Scorching waves of air expanded endlessly. Below, within the 3,000-meter golden domain, endless chained dragons surged wildly, gleaming with dazzling light as they tore through everything in their path. Hundreds upon thousands of chains erupted from the golden ground, a scene that left everyone utterly stunned. Such a feat entirely surpassed anything they could comprehend. Booms, booms, boom. The rapidly colliding chain dragons and magma fists clashed violently. At first, only a few collided. But soon, the continuous impacts merged into an enormous chain of explosions, tearing apart the very sky. Across thousands of meters, the heavens turned into a battlefield of ruins. Jagged scars spread across the sky as flaming debris rained down. Fragments of molten lava crashed onto Split Fang Island, each impact carving charred craters into the earth. Within thick smoke, endless blackened mushroom clouds rose. Wave after wave of crimson shockwaves spread outward, unleashing violent winds that swept across the island. The ground cracked open in endless places. Molten lava flowed through the fissures, rapidly spreading across the entire island. Forests were uprooted. Sand and stone filled the air. Enormous boulders dozens of meters in size were flung outward, splattered with molten rock. Endless pirates, bounty hunters, and swordsmen fled in panic under the sudden, disaster-like aftermath. Yet, under such overwhelming force, some weaker individuals barely managed a few steps before being entirely incinerated by the raging shockwaves. More and more swordsmen desperately tried to escape Split Fang Island. Admirals, clashes between admiral-level powerhouses, were enough to alter the very climate of an island. They could even destroy an island outright. 3 admirals against the overwhelmingly powerful and mysterious ancient king. If they remained here, they would very likely perish in the aftermath of this terrifying battle. On the other side, the ancient king. He really is extraordinary. But to face 3 admirals at once and still remain so arrogant, then you truly are the strongest man on the seas, huh? A lazy voice sounded from behind Gilgamesh. Dressed casually, Kazama spread his arms wide as freezing air surged forth, overwhelming everything. Under the crushing cold, the raging heat waves were gradually forced back. Centered around Kazama, the temperature within hundreds of meters not only failed to rise under the magma's influence, it instead plummeted rapidly. The cold reached its peak. Kazama's body transformed into ice, as his arms carried an endless tide of freezing energy forward. The chilling cold surged along his path, even freezing a trail through the air itself. Ice Age. Rushing to within 10 meters of Gilgamesh, Kazama roared as the freezing energy in his hands burst forth instantly. The cold spread like a tidal wave, freezing space itself, leaving behind drifting white mist. Cracked. Within moments, a 500-meter radius was entirely engulfed in ice. The extreme cold was bone-piercing, enough to freeze even a high-ranking Marine officer to death. And at the very center, Gilgamesh was frozen entirely within the deepest layers of ice. As the cold swept through, an enormous ice formation, 500 meters in diameter, formed in the sky. Suspended midair, from within the transparent ice, one could clearly see Gilgamesh's figure, clad in golden armor, standing there in absolute, unshaken arrogance. Chapter 42. Yasukani no Megatama. On the other side, having briefly shaken off the pursuit of the halberd, Borsellino dove down from above. Golden light erupted across the heavens, so blinding it was impossible to look at directly. Between his fingers, endless particles of light condensed, forming clusters of energy spheres, each radiating terrifying power. Under his control, those golden projectiles, like an ocean filling the sky, rained down in a dense storm. Each one contained immense destructive force. And their target was Kazama Haruto, whose movements had been sealed by the frozen domain. Kyuzan and Borsalino had never intended to defeat Kazama Haruto with the freezing alone. Their goal was to restrain him momentarily, and then unleash Borsalino's most destructive technique. Under such bombardment, even the ancient king, no matter how powerful, would be injured. However, things did not go as planned. Clang, clang, clang. A terrifying sharpness erupted. A presence even more fearsome than the halberd or durandal burst forth from within the iceberg. Invisible waves of cutting force spread outward. And deep within the frozen mass, cracks began to form. Crack, crack, crack. Golden light surged. A barrier formed, clearing out a space over 10 meters wide. Suspended within the depths of the ice, Kazama Haruto remained entirely unmoved, his crimson eyes calm and unfathomable. A trace of amusement curved upon his lips. Opening his mouth slightly, he spoke in a slow, measured tone. I am the ancient king. I who have gathered all treasures of the world. Do not possess only Durandal, the chain of heaven, or that halberd. Crack and crack. Space collapsed. The cold was driven back. Behind Kazama Haruto, the gate of the golden capital opened once more. Radiant light surged outward. But this time, it was not merely a single noble phantasm emerging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden brilliance spread in all directions. The iceberg began to crumble and collapse from within. One after another, streams of golden light appeared. Within each ray, a noble phantasm took shape. Blades, spears, staffs, even meteor hammers, each one radiating immense power. The gate to the golden capital shone upon the world. Endless treasures released their brilliance at once. Raising his head, his crimson eyes locked onto Borsalino, Kazama Haruto spoke with disdain. Mongrels, behold, the baptism of the king's treasury. The moment his words fell, the endless noble phantasms behind him erupted into motion. The first to shatter was the enormous iceberg itself. That indestructible ice, harder than diamond, became utterly fragile before the overwhelming force of the noble phantasms. Wave after wave of cutting force tore through dozens of meters of ice effortlessly. Continuous impacts followed, until a massive opening, over 100 meters wide, was blasted through the frozen structure. At the same time, the golden barrage from the sky descended. Endless energy projectiles overlapped, filling every inch of the heavens, leaving no room to evade. Facing the descending storm, the noble phantasms surged forward with even greater ferocity. Booms, booms, boom. The raging torrent of treasures collided violently with the golden barrage. Blades tore through energy spheres. Explosions erupted endlessly as the projectiles detonated. The thunderous sounds echoed across Split Fang Island, reaching the ears of the fleeing swordsmen, pirates, and bounty hunters, driving them to flee even faster. At this moment, the sky above Split Fang Island had lost all its original color. Only endless golden light and raging crimson heat remained. The violent energy scattered outward, striking the island repeatedly, causing it to tremble violently. A tsunami. Waves tens of meters high surged outward from the island, crashing in all directions. Many ships docked at the harbor were instantly swallowed by the sea. The swordsmen, pirates, and bounty hunters who had fled to the shore collapsed in despair. Without ships, their strength was nowhere near enough to cross the sea. Turning back helplessly, they stared at the sky filled with chaotic energy, praying only that Split Fang Island would endure and not be destroyed by the aftermath of this battle. The golden barrage was dense. Each projectile carried immense energy, and its explosive power was far from negligible. However, compared to Kazama Haruto's king's treasury, it still fell short. After all, the treasures within the golden capital were all divine weapons beyond mortal reach, and their number was endless. Kazama Haruto's barrage could continue indefinitely. Meanwhile, Though Borsellino's Yasukani, no Magatama, possessed wide coverage and great power. After a brief clash, it began to fall behind. Chapter 43. The gates of the Golden Capital stood wide open. Within the void, noble phantasms poured forth endlessly. Under the relentless barrage, the golden storm of projectiles in the sky was gradually crushed and shattered. Exploding energy spheres scattered photons wildly, crashing against the rain of treasures. Yet they could not stop the overwhelming descent of the king's treasury. Well now, that guy, he's really strong, like some kind of monster. High in the sky. After unleashing his full barrage, Borsellino stared at the streams of noble phantasms breaking through his golden bombardment, clicking his tongue in exaggerated amazement. As the one who had unleashed Yasukani, no Magatama, he understood its power better than anyone. A barrage of such density. Even an admiral-level opponent would struggle to deal with it. It was, without a doubt, one of his strongest techniques. And yet, that very attack had been broken through once again. Not just that, there was also Kyuzen's Ice Age. A terrifying technique capable of freezing everything. Even entire seas could be locked in eternal ice. It was one of Kyuzen's signature moves. Its power rivaling Yasukani, no Magatama. Two admiral-level techniques, launched with the advantage of striking first. And yet they still couldn't suppress this mysterious ancient king. This time, Borsellino's astonishment was entirely genuine. There was no exaggeration in it at all. This guy, is he really some kind of monster? Cold mist gathered. White frost drifted through the air as Kyuzen reformed his body and landed beside Borsellino. His usual lazy expression was gone, replaced entirely by seriousness. The pressure Kazama Haruto exerted on him was overwhelming. Techniques he had always relied upon had been shattered with ease. The sense of oppression was even greater than what the four emperors had ever given him. Unprecedented. Since reaching the level of an admiral, Kyuzen had never felt such pressure. It's not just his strength. It's those bizarre abilities of his. These weapons that appear out of nowhere, could it be a spatial fruit? Borsellino no longer carried his usual carefree tone. As an admiral, his insight and perception were among the sharpest on the seas. Watching Kazama Haruto's abilities, he began forming his own conclusions. Glancing at the chain of heaven clashing against the falling magma, he spoke in a low voice. Even if he ate some legendary spatial fruit, it shouldn't allow him to do this. That chain, those weapons, every single one of them is extraordinary. Even if we comb through 800 years of history, there's no record of anything like them. 4,000 years ago, was the Uruk Empire really capable of forging so many terrifying weapons? A spatial fruit, something that had never been recorded in the history of the seas, was the conclusion Borsellino reached after witnessing Kazama Haruto's abilities. After all, without the ability to manipulate space, there was no way to summon and launch so many weapons instantly. What nonsense, a spatial fruit like that. If it really existed, the world government would have taken notice long ago. There's no way it would be quietly eaten by some unknown individual. Kyuzen scoffed at Borsellino's speculation. With the power of the world government, if such a terrifying ability truly existed, there would have been some trace of it. As admirals, they would have known. Unless the fruit had already been consumed long before the world government was established, and its power had never been revealed. Only that explanation would make sense. But if that were true, then it would be far more terrifying. Because it would mean the user had lived for at least 800 years. And when they thought again of the man before them, the one who claimed to be the ancient king from 4,000 years ago, a possibility emerged. Perhaps this man truly was the ancient king from 4,000 years ago. Back then, he had been the user of a spatial fruit, and then vanished from history. For 4,000 years, all traces of that ability had disappeared along with him. Their eyes met. Both Kyuzen and Borsellino were utterly shaken by their own conclusion. Chapter 44. Impossible. The ancient king could not have lived for 4,000 years. No, he wasn't the ancient king at all. He was nothing more than a fraud, a lucky imposter. But clearly, Kazama Haruto had no intention of giving them time to think. In the brief moment of their shock, the overwhelming tide of noble phantasms surged forward. Blades gleaming with lethal sharpness tore through the sky, ripping open endless jagged fissures. A streak of gold flashed, and in the next instant, the entire storm of treasures descended. The incoming barrage caused both Kuzan and Borsellino's observation, Haki to erupt in urgent warning. This was a fatal threat. Ice shield. Bending his knees slightly, Kuzan thrust both hands forward and roared. Extreme cold surged outward. Frost gathered rapidly before him, forming a towering ice wall over 100 meters tall and dozens of meters thick. Under the sunlight, the ice gleamed with a crystal-like brilliance, mesmerizing and deadly. In the next moment, golden light crashed into it. Boom! The ice wall, formed from absolute cold, was bombarded by endless noble phantasms. Fragments of ice exploded outward. Cold air surged, blanketing the sky. Within the clash of gold and frost, before long, the entire sky was engulfed in freezing mist. But the golden torrent pressed on relentlessly. Layer after layer of ice shattered. The frozen barrier was gradually destroyed. Without hesitation, Kuzan and Borsellino transformed into their elemental forms, shooting upward and retreating instantly. Rumbled. The golden flood of noble phantasms surged skyward, shattering everything in its path. The heavens trembled. Clouds were torn apart entirely, leaving the sky clear for thousands of miles. The blazing sun shone down unobstructed upon Split Fang Island. Slash! A cold, sharp sword energy cut through the air. A pitch-black slash tore apart the falling magma, shredding it entirely. Dracul Mihawk stood amidst the ruins, his sharp gaze fixed firmly upon Kazama Haruto in the sky. His usually calm expression was now filled with shock. This man, what exactly is he? He murmured to himself. For the first time in a long while, Mihawk found his emotions stirred so violently. Since witnessing the ancient king, his calm had been shattered again and again, more than in the past 10 years combined. Too powerful. The ancient king's strength was simply overwhelming. To stand alone, against all three admirals, and still suppress them. Mihawk had roamed the seas for years, yet he had never heard of such power, let alone seen it. Even his friend, one of the four emperors, Shanks, would already be at his limit facing two admirals. And yet, this ancient king was suppressing all three. Could it be that his strength had surpassed the four emperors, surpassed that ultimate ceiling that stood before all beings on the seas? And it wasn't just his strength. His terrifying, mysterious methods of attack also left Mihawk in deep shock. A creation-type ability. No. What kind of power could create so many divine weapons? To put it bluntly, from just a glance at the torrent of noble phantasms, Mihawk could tell that many of them were at least on the level of the famed swords of the sea. And several possessed a presence rivaling, even surpassing, his own black blade Yoru. Comparable to Durandal itself. Such an overwhelming arsenal, even for the world's greatest swordsman, was something he had never seen before. This grand, overwhelming spectacle was engraved deeply into the minds of everyone on Split Fang Island. A memory they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Whoosh! Tearing through the air, Sakazuki, his body wreathed in magma, descended behind Kuzan and Borsellino. On the other side, the clash between the chain of heaven and the meteor volcano finally subsided. Scorching heat spread across dozens of miles, engulfing the entire island and the surrounding sea. Mountains collapsed. Forests were entirely burned away. Even the surrounding ocean began to boil, thick white steam rising endlessly. Total devastation. Split Fang Island had been reduced to utter ruin. Molten lava replaced the greenery and earth, flowing like deep scars carved into the land. From afar, The entire island looked as though it had been torn apart, broken into endless fragments. Chapter 45. Wrapped in layers of pale frost, Kuzan spoke in a low, solemn voice. The four emperors, Borsalino, do you really think the ancient king is only at that level? Sakazuki cast a cold glance at Borsalino, his tone filled with clear dissatisfaction. At this point in the battle, neither Sakazuki nor Kuzan believed that the ancient king's strength was merely on the level of a Yonko. That overwhelming pressure, and Kazama Haruto's unchanging composure, made it clear he was far beyond that. Otherwise, facing the combined might of three admirals, he would have long since fallen into a disadvantage, not remained this calm, this unshaken. It's obvious the ancient king's strength isn't something as simple as a Yonko. But Sakazuki, being able to retreat safely while facing a monster like that alone, isn't that already fortunate enough? Borsalino shrugged indifferently, replying in a relaxed tone. There was no denying. His speed was unparalleled among the admirals. Even a Yonko might struggle to catch him. But against someone who had surpassed the level of the four emperors, defeating him would not be difficult. In fact, he had no confidence in escaping from such an existence. That level of power he had only ever witnessed once before. The pirate king, Gul D. Roger. No, at this very moment, the presence and pressure emanating from the ancient king were several times greater than what Roger had once displayed. Under such circumstances, forget probing the enemy's limits. Even the thought of escaping from the ancient king's grasp left Borsalino uneasy. HMPH. Sakazuki snorted coldly, but said nothing more. Just as Borsalino had said, the terrifying strength of the ancient king was right before them. A single admiral would never be enough to gauge his true power. This is troublesome, far more troublesome than we imagined. If this isn't handled properly, the entire sea could be thrown into chaos. Kuzan's expression was grave, as his gaze remained locked on Kazama Haruto, who stood beneath the gate of the golden capital, arms crossed, his posture proud and absolute. As Kazama Haruto's strength was revealed, all of the Marines' previous assumptions were being overturned. The so-called ancient king, the inheritor of the Uruk Empire. A lucky man. No, this ancient king might truly be the ruler of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago. The ancient king, Gilgamesh, and his ability could very well be that so-called spatial fruit, consumed 4,000 years ago. That would explain why no trace of such a fruit existed in the world today. As for those endless, magnificent, noble phantasms, they were likely forged by the full might of the Uruk Empire and stored within another space, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Troublesome. This was truly troublesome. At this moment, both Kuzan and Borsalino had entirely cast aside their usual laziness. They understood clearly. A king who had lived for 4,000 years, and whose strength surpassed the four emperors, had now appeared upon the seas. What kind of storm would that bring? This would shake the very foundation of the Marines and the world government. It would introduce an unprecedented uncertainty to the seas. More importantly, they had no idea what the ancient king's true objective was. Why had he remained hidden for 4,000 years, only to suddenly reappear now? Could it be that during those 4,000 years, he had been preparing a grand, world-shaking plan, and his reappearance now signified that this plan was entering its final stage, or had already begun to unfold? Even Sakazuki, a man of iron will, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. 4,000 years was far too long. With the schemes of a king, perhaps the entire world had already been quietly arranged under his control, combined with his overwhelming strength. Could it be that this ancient king intended to overthrow the world government and rebuild the long-lost Uruk Empire upon the seas? The more they thought, the more fear gripped them. It was too terrifying. This ancient king was without a doubt the most frightening existence they had ever encountered. Compared to him, even the pirate king, Gul D. Roger, seemed insignificant. Chapter 46. Such a dangerous existence. Must be taken down as soon as possible. His gaze sharpened. Sakazuki spoke in a low, heavy voice. A plan spanning 4,000 years. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. If such a plan were to fully unfold, even the peak of the world government might not be able to withstand it. Only by killing, or capturing, the ancient king before them, could they hope to prevent it all. Their eyes met. Borsellino and Kuzin both nodded solemnly. As admirals of marine headquarters, they might act lazily at times, make minor mistakes that didn't matter. But when it came to the balance of the seas, to the future of the world government and the Marines, they would not allow even the slightest carelessness. Buzz. Golden light erupted. Freezing air surged. Magma roared. The three admirals cast aside their justice cloaks, their expressions resolute. As they unleashed their full power, three overwhelming forces intertwined, rolling and surging violently. Even the surrounding space began to crack under the strain. On the other side, standing high above them in the sky, Kazama Haruto looked down upon the three distinct, yet converging auras below. Within his crimson, sovereign eyes, there was only impatience. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of golden flashes flickered. The endless noble phantasms surrounding him all vanished at once. Even the halberd, durandal, and the chain of heaven were all withdrawn, returned to the golden capital. Below, the three admirals froze in surprise. What? Was the ancient king preparing to negotiate? Or surrender? Why withdraw all those divine weapons? But clearly, that was nothing more than wishful thinking. As all the noble phantasms disappeared, the gate to the golden capital behind Kazama Haruto slowly closed. Then, a golden key appeared silently before him. Reaching out, he grasped the radiant key forged of pure gold. His voice was calm, almost bored. I have grown tired of this. You mongrels may now leave my sight. But before that, you should feel fortunate to witness a noble phantasm that once split heaven and earth, and has slain gods. Split heaven and earth. Slain gods. Kazama Haruto's words once again sent shockwaves through the minds of Dracul Mihawk, Sakazuki, Kuzin, and Borsellino. Gods? Weren't those merely myths? Fictional beings? How could there exist a weapon that had slain gods? And something capable of splitting heaven and earth? What kind of power would that even be? Enough to overturn the entire ocean. Before this, they would have dismissed such words without hesitation. But now, after witnessing Kazama Haruto's overwhelming power, after beginning to believe he truly was the ancient king from 4,000 years ago, they found themselves unable to entirely reject it. What kind of joke is this? Slaying gods, splitting heaven and earth, that's beyond a monster. Borsellino clicked his tongue, his eyes wide with exaggerated disbelief. Gods are nothing more than fabricated legends. Ancient king, there's no need to use such claims to intimidate us. Kuzin shook his head calmly, unconvinced. Insignificant mongrels. How could you possibly understand the true nature of this world? Kazama Haruto scoffed, brushing aside a strand of hair from his forehead. Within his crimson eyes, a trace of memory flickered. Along with it, a hint of anger. If not for this king, how could creatures like you live upon the sea? 4,000 years ago, when countless races stood side by side, when war raged endlessly between all factions, it was this king who established the Uruk Empire and carved out a path of survival for humanity. If not for the grievous wounds I suffered in that war, why would I have slumbered for 4,000 years? Why would the Uruk Empire have fallen? And now, you mongrels show no gratitude. Instead, you repay kindness with hostility, challenging me again and again. The descendants of Salas, the so-called celestial lineage. It seems your wings have grown too strong. A chilling light flashed in his eyes. Very well. It is time you mongrels witnessed it. The star that split heaven and earth. The power that once slew the gods. His voice rose. resounding across the heavens, so that you may understand that even after 4,000 years, I remain the eternal, ancient king. Chapter 47. Kazama Haruto's cold, arrogant voice lingered in the air for a long time. A bone-chilling frost seemed to seep into everyone's very soul, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, dragging them into an endless abyss. And the meaning behind his words left not only Gilgamesh, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kyuzin, but also the countless swordsmen, pirates, and bounty hunters teetering on the edge of life and death. Entirely stunned, they had even forgotten their current situation. They could no longer feel the scorching magma waves that surrounded them, threatening to erase them at any moment. In their minds, only Kazama Haruto's cold, sovereign voice echoed again and again. 4,000 years ago, this man, who called himself the Ancient King, was claiming to have existed 4,000 years ago. What kind of absurd joke was that? 4,000 years, compared to such a span of time. Even the so-called void century of 800 years ago seemed utterly insignificant. How could anyone live for 4,000 years? No, not just live for 4,000 years. He claimed he had merely been sleeping for those 4,000 years. Sleeping for 4,000 years, and still alive. Then how terrifying must his true lifespan be? In that so-called Uruk Empire, none of them had ever heard of it. What exactly was this ancient king rambling about? Only a very small number of people across the seas knew of the traces of the ancient king and the Uruk Empire. Clearly, the swordsmen and pirates gathered on Split Fang Island were not among them. Most of them were low to mid-tier figures of the sea. Just witnessing marine admirals was already shocking enough, let alone hearing such earth-shattering revelations. Their limited understanding simply couldn't grasp the concept of a world 4,000 years in the past. Nor could they process the series of unbelievable claims Kazama Haruto had just made. To them, this was no different from an unreachable fantasy. 4,000 years ago, countless races coexisted. The many races, do you mean like fishmen and giants? Golden light particles flickered around Borsellino as he muttered blankly. By now, he and the other admirals were gradually accepting the possibility that Kazama Haruto truly was the ancient king from 4,000 years ago. But everything else he had said, they knew nothing about. Humans had once nearly been wiped out. The Uruk Empire had been humanity's last hope. Since when had races like the giants and fishmen ever reached such a level? Fishmen, giants. Among the many races, such groups did exist. But they were merely low-tier races. They were never worthy of being compared to humanity. How could they possibly threaten humanity's survival? High in the sky, Kazama Haruto let out a cold, disdainful snort. Then, his voice grew colder, filled with unmistakable hatred and fury. The ones who truly brought humanity to the brink of destruction were the divine race, the despicable beings who dared to call themselves creators, and their loyal hounds, those arrogant, contemptible gods. Arrogant, indifferent, looking down upon all existence. A storm erupted within the minds of the admirals. The divine race. Actual gods. This was beyond comprehension. Weren't gods supposed to be nothing more than myths? Symbols of faith. How could there have been an entire race of gods in ancient times? Then why, after all these years, had there never been any trace of them? Could it be that in the war 4,000 years ago, the divine race had been entirely wiped out? And that was why no evidence of their existence remained on the seas, leaving behind only myths and legends. But gods, weren't they supposed to be protectors? Then why were these so-called gods described as oppressors of humanity? What exactly had happened 4,000 years ago? And aside from the divine race, how many other terrifying existences were still hidden beneath the surface of the seas? For a moment, Borsellino, Kyuzin, and Sakazuki all felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. As if they had never truly understood the world at all. Everything they thought they knew was merely the surface. Wait, the holy lineage. That's the celestial dragons, isn't it? So that's it, his target, is the world government. Suddenly, Sakazuki's pupils contracted sharply as realization struck him. His gaze locked onto Kazama Haruto with intense vigilance. He might not know who Salas was, but the mention of the holy lineage immediately made him think of the celestial dragons. And from the undisguised hatred in Kazama Haruto's voice, there was no doubt. This man harbored nothing but hostility toward them, regardless of whether his words were truth or fabrication. He was the greatest threat to the world government, an existence that could shake the very foundation of the world. Chapter 48. Mongrels, open your eyes and look carefully. This is the noble phantasm I relied on the most in the ancient war. Kazama Haruto gripped the golden key tightly in his right hand. As his words fell, the key began to rotate continuously before being enveloped in a mass of golden light. From within that radiance, an overwhelming sharpness burst forth in waves. Crimson gold sword energy tore through the surrounding space, leaving behind countless jagged fractures. Centered around Kazama Haruto, the entire stretch of sky within 100 meters was entirely ripped apart. Cracks spread everywhere like a spider's web. Grotesque and terrifying. Along with that unmatched sharpness, a terrifying energy surged upward at an astonishing rate. This power was so overwhelming that the observation haki of Sakazuki, Kyuzen, and Borsellino screamed in warning. The golden light faded. In its place, a crimson, ominous aura spread outward, covering 1,000 meters. That blood-red presence surged endlessly from Kazama Haruto's hand, as countless crimson lightning serpents danced wildly through the air. And in his hand, the golden key had vanished. In its place was a sword, a blade with a golden hilt, and a pitch-black body as deep as the abyss. Crimson patterns ran across its surface, dazzling yet sinister. All the raging crimson energy, all the violent lightning, originated from the single blade. Buzz, buzz. The supreme black blade Yoru, resting on Dracul Mihawk's back, began to tremble uneasily, as if acknowledging inferiority. Mihawk himself was shaken to the core. Gently placing a hand on Yoru, he spoke in an unsteady voice. So even you can feel it. This unmatched sharpness, this absolute power. Fervor. As a swordsman standing at the very peak of the seas, Mihawk's obsession with the blade had reached an almost fanatical level. Though he could not judge Kazama Haruto's swordsmanship, that crimson blade alone was enough to ignite an uncontrollable excitement within him. For years, he and everyone else on the seas had believed that the supreme grade blades were the pinnacle of all weapons, that nothing could surpass them. But now, he had seen it, with his own eyes. Holding the sword of rupture, a faint smile appeared on Kazama Haruto's lips as he looked down upon the three admirals. Mongrels, to witness the power of E. You should consider it an honor. Rumbled. As he spoke, the crimson aura surged even more violently. Raising the sword of rupture, he slowly pointed it toward Sakazuki and the others. Awaken, O sword of Genesis. After 4,000 years, show this world your power once more. The beginning of heaven and earth. The primordial world. The moment his final words fell, the entire world trembled. A low, resonant hum echoed across the heavens. Then, invisible energy erupted outward, shattering space itself. Wave after wave of unseen force surged violently in all directions. Before Kazama Haruto, hundreds of meters of space collapsed entirely, turning into a fractured void that devoured everything, impossible to cross. In an instant, that unstoppable energy reached the three admirals. Meteor volcano. Ice age. Yasukani no Megatama. Already prepared, Sakazuki, Kyuzen, and Borsellino unleashed their full power at once. Magma meteors, freezing tides, and golden light filled the sky. Three admiral-level attacks intertwined into a devastating storm. Even a Yonka-level fighter would not dare take such an assault lightly. And yet, what happened next left everyone utterly horrified. The moment their attacks touched that invisible force, they shattered. Without warning, without resistance, they broke apart like fractured space itself. The raging magma meteors did not even have time to explode. Before being torn into countless fragments, dark, chaotic currents surged violently, devouring everything. Ice, light, magma. Before that abyss-like force, they barely stirred the air. Before being entirely consumed, only faint flickers of light remained within the endless darkness. Exploding photons, freezing currents, molten eruptions. None of them could escape. That suffocating void swallowed everything whole. Darkness spread across the sky, like blooming black holes twisting through the heavens. Even the colors of the world seemed to be erased. And at that moment, everyone present was frozen in absolute shock. Chapter 49. What? Their pupils shrank violently. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Borsalino all felt their hearts pound wildly, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably as their expressions changed drastically. Even their bodies trembled slightly. A power that the ancient king claimed could slay gods was something they had already prepared themselves to face. But they could never have imagined that their combined attacks would be so effortlessly erased and devoured. Reflected in their eyes was the rapidly spreading pitch-black void. Layer upon layer of invisible destruction twisted and tore through everything. The three admirals no longer dared to hesitate. They instantly transformed into their elemental forms, exploding forward at their maximum speed, vanishing from sight in a flash. 3 streaks of light cut across the sky, crossing thousands of meters in an instant, leaving behind lingering trails before disappearing from above the center of Split Fang Island. But that invisible force continued to surge forward, tearing the sky above the island into countless shattered fragments. Dark, grotesque voids hung in the air, an ominous aura of death enveloping everyone below. The speed of that unseen energy was barely any slower than the fleeing admirals. Crack, crack, crash. Space collapsed continuously. The atmosphere shattered. The sky itself broke apart, like a bottomless abyss carved across the heavens. Their observation Haki screamed in warning. Grinding his teeth, Sakazuki suddenly halted mid-flight and turned around. Molten lava surged through his body, condensing into a massive magma hound over 100 meters tall. Lava dripped from its fangs, the scorching heat burning the air itself into steam. In Yugami Gyuren, he threw a punch. The colossal magma hound surged forward, colliding directly with the advancing invisible force. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp, shattering sound rang out. The moment the two forces met, the magma construct was instantly torn apart. Fragments of molten lava scattered across the sky, exploding violently, only to be swallowed by darkness in the next instant. And then, the force reached Sakazuki himself. PSHH. Blood burst into the air. Bright crimson splattered across his face. His magma-formed arm, even with armament Haki reinforcing it, was shredded instantly by the invisible force. His arm was gone. Blood sprayed wildly. Warm crimson streaks ran down from his forehead across his face. Sakazuki stared at the catastrophe before him, his expression frozen in absolute shock. His armament Haki, his physical strength, both stood at the pinnacle of the seas. And yet, his arm had been destroyed so effortlessly, so casually. Did that mean, in the next moment, he himself would be entirely devoured and torn apart? The threat of death. How many years had it been since he last felt such overwhelming, suffocating danger? He tried to disperse into magma, to escape, but with such severe injuries, he could no longer outrun that relentless force. Ice Age. At that critical moment, a tidal wave of freezing energy surged in, like a frozen tsunami. Layer upon layer of ice formed instantly before Sakazuki, blocking the path of destruction. The invisible force devoured the ice without mercy. But the endless freezing tide managed to slow it down, if only slightly. Yada no Kagami. Buzz. A beam of light formed beside Sakazuki. Borsellino shot along the light path at incredible speed. Grabbing Sakazuki, he didn't dare hesitate even for a moment. Casting one last glance at the approaching void, he immediately created another light path. And fled. Crash. Barely 2 seconds after their departure, the frozen barriers were entirely consumed and shattered by the invisible force. But by then, the 3 admirals had already escaped beyond Split Fang Island. Rumbled. The invisible energy continued its rampage, shattering the entire sky above the island. The blazing sun twisted, its light fading, distorted by warped space that reflected eerie, unnatural colors. The thick clouds were entirely erased, leaving no trace behind. Black voids hung in the sky, like countless open wounds. The entire island was left with only 2 colors: black and crimson. Chapter 50. This is the power that splits heaven and earth. The entire sky was torn apart, such a slash. Below, Dracul Mihawk stood frozen in place as he witnessed everything firsthand. His usual cold indifference could no longer be maintained. His lips parted slightly, shock spreading uncontrollably across his face. Such a strike. Even he was nowhere near capable of it. That invisible force, even without directly sensing it. Mihawk's instincts alone told him exactly how terrifying it was. A power that could crush his own slashes, shatter his very body, even destroy the supreme black blade, Yaru. It felt as though the entire world could be torn apart in an instant. That irresistible, incomprehensible force had already surpassed the 4 emperors. It could even pose a fatal threat to them. This was the first time Mihawk had witnessed a power beyond his understanding. Could everything the ancient king said be true? After a long silence, Mihawk let out a deep sigh. A thought took root in his mind, growing uncontrollably, impossible to uproot. 4,000 years. This being before him was truly a king from 4,000 years ago. On this sea, there had once existed the divine race, the 100 races, endless powerful beings. And this king had been strong enough to contend with the divine race itself, to carve out a path of survival for humanity, to sleep for 4,000 years and not perish. Was this the true extent of his power? Mongrels who flee in panic and dare bark before this king. This era has truly forgotten my existence. Kazama Haruto's crimson eyes watched as the 3 streaks of light vanished into the distance. He clicked his tongue, utterly indifferent, as if those who had fled in panic were not the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters, but mere nameless weaklings of the sea. Buzz. The endless darkness gradually receded. The sky slowly returned to its original state. Only the chaotic currents and lingering destructive energy remained, proof of the terrifying force that had just been unleashed. Crimson, black, and gold energy swirled around Kazama Haruto and the Sword of Rupture, its overwhelming aura spreading in all directions. Space itself cracked under the pressure, jagged fissures tearing through the air. The crimson patterns along the blade shimmered brilliantly, radiating unparalleled might. Gently running his hand along the blade, Kazama Haruto murmured softly, In this life, I will take you to battle the gods of the divine race, and all the 100 races. As if responding, the crimson patterns on the sword flickered intensely, like it understood his will, like it was eager, yearning for the coming battles. Buzz. Within the intertwined energies of crimson, black, and gold, that world-rending force gradually dissipated without a trace. The crimson aura faded, leaving only the golden light behind. The Sword of Rupture vanished, once again becoming the golden key to the gate of the golden capital. A breeze stirred. A strand of Kazama Haruto's hair lifted slightly. From below, Mihawk shot upward, landing before him. What is it? Mongrel, do you also wish to challenge the authority of a king? Kazama Haruto frowned slightly, arms crossed as he looked down upon the world's greatest swordsman. His voice was ice cold. At the slightest sign of offense, he would strike without hesitation. In his eyes, there was no such thing as the world's strongest swordsman. Anyone who stood in his path had only one identity: the dead. Without hesitation, under Kazama Haruto's overwhelming gaze, Mihawk set aside his usual pride and aloofness. Placing his right hand against his chest, he bowed slightly. His tone carried rare respect. "Honored ancient king, I am Mihawk. May I ask what truly happened 4,000 years ago? Even with your power, what forced you into a slumber of 4,000 years? And in that era, were there many weapons like those you wield? And more swordsmen who stood at such heights?" As he spoke, Mihawk's voice gradually grew fervent, though he was deeply curious about the divine race and the 100 races. At his core, he was still Mihawk. What truly stirred his soul were powerful swords, and those who wielded them. Chapter 51. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. 4,000 years ago, the 100 races ran rampant across the seas, and endless powerful beings existed. Since there had been a terrifying existence like the ancient king, then naturally, there must have been even more powerful individuals, perhaps even more swordsmen. After all, without enough strong warriors, or even stronger ones, how could the divine race have nearly driven humanity to extinction? How could they have forced a being as terrifying as the ancient king into a slumber of 4,000 years? That era must have been a world he deeply yearned for. A brilliant age, one never recorded, never heard of. Standing not far before Kazama Haruto, fists clasped respectfully, Dracul Mihawk felt his heart surge violently. A sense of excitement and anticipation, long absent for decades, rose once more. Ever since becoming the world's strongest swordsman, he had rarely felt such emotions. After reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, there was little left in the world that could capture his attention, let alone stir his excitement. And yet, the fragments of truth revealed by the ancient king had ignited an intense curiosity within him. The war, 4,000 years ago. Kazama Haruto paused slightly upon hearing the question, though he was not surprised in the slightest. Having known Mihawk's personality well, he understood. The man was arrogant and indifferent to most things. But when it came to true strength and powerful swordsmen, he would pursue them relentlessly. In this era, where Mihawk stood alone at the peak of swordsmanship, it was only natural that he would seek answers here. After all, if Kazama Haruto, the so-called ancient king, had survived from 4,000 years ago until now, then what about the other swordsmen and powerhouses of that era? If they truly existed, it would be the greatest possible revelation for Mihawk. His crimson eyes flickered in thought for a moment before Kazama Haruto finally spoke. 4,000 years ago, the 100 races of the seas erupted into a final, all-out war. Every race was drawn into it. It was a true war of extinction. No race withdrew, no one held back. All fought with everything they had. In that war, the original 7 great continents of the world were shattered. They became the endless islands of this era, and what you call the Red Line is merely a fragment of what was once a far greater landmass. My strength, though it stood at the absolute peak of humanity, was not the highest. Above humanity stood the divine race. The weaker gods, the lesser deities, were nothing before me. But the truly powerful among them, even I could not resist them easily. That humanity survived at all was only because the divine race was besieged by the united resistance of endless other races. As for powerful individuals, swordsmen, warriors, and divine weapons, in that era, the 100 races flourished. There were many who stood at a level comparable to mine. Swordsmen were no exception. And the divine weapons you speak of, they are my noble phantasms. They were forged by the entire strength of the Uruk Empire. Even in that era, they were exceedingly rare. Logically speaking, a king like Gilgamesh would not speak so much. But this was merely a role, a facade, to complete his greater design and lay the foundation for what was to come. Kazama Haruto needed Mihawk, and the surviving pirates, bounty hunters, and swordsmen below to accept the truth he had crafted. As for the so-called divine race and 100 races, They were derived from fragments of memory belonging to the persona of Gilgamesh. They did not exist in this world. But Kazama Haruto was certain. With the power of the ultimate role-playing system, he could bring such beings into reality. After all, the upgraded system did not merely allow him to imitate figures from other worlds. It could summon beings from those worlds as well. 7 continents, all the islands of today, and even the Red Line, are just fragments of those shattered lands. How vast must those 7 continents have been? And what kind of war could shatter such colossal landmasses? That ancient war, how terrifying was it? And those powerful beings, there were many who could rival the ancient king, while the divine race stood even above him. That glorious era of 4,000 years ago. Why is there no trace of it anywhere in the world today? This is. Below on Splitfang Island, countless pirates, bounty hunters, and swordsmen felt their entire understanding of the world collapse. They could not comprehend how vast a world composed of 7 great continents must have been. Nor could they imagine what kind of apocalyptic battle could shatter such lands into ruin. And the divine race, beings that stood even above the ancient king. Just how terrifying were they? Chapter 52. 4,000 years ago. An era utterly unfamiliar. Not a single person present had ever heard of it. Everything Kazama Haruto spoke of, they simply could not comprehend. The ancient king, in their eyes, had already surpassed the 4 emperors, surpassed the very limits of their understanding. So how could they even begin to imagine existences that stood above him? After all, even the marine admirals were already beings far beyond their reach. Then, the countless islands scattered across today's seas are merely fragments of the shattered 7 continents from back then. His gaze dull, no longer carrying its former sharpness, Dracul Mihawk murmured to himself, his worldview shaken to its core. No matter how much he had prepared himself for the idea that there must have been countless powerful figures 4,000 years ago, he had never imagined that the very islands filling the seas today were the remnants of that cataclysmic war. With his own strength, Mihawk was confident he could split an island with a single strike. But how many islands existed across the seas? As numerous as the stars, it would not be an exaggeration. Even a 4-emperor-level powerhouse could never destroy so many. Those warriors from 4,000 years ago were monsters beyond comprehension. No, that wasn't right. Those beings weren't even human. Calling them monsters was only fitting. Then, where did those powerful beings all go? After a brief silence, Mihawk voiced the question that everyone below was burning to ask. If countless powerful beings had existed 4,000 years ago, and even those stronger than the ancient king, then why was it that the ancient king could sleep for 4,000 years, yet none of the others could? Why had there been no trace of them throughout all these years? Even if ordinary people were unaware. From the earlier reactions of the admirals, even the Marines and the world government had no knowledge of these ancient powerhouses. If such beings still existed, how could they leave no trace whatsoever? Beings surpassing the 4 emperors, even surpassing the ancient king. How could they remain entirely hidden for so long? In the final war, all core members of the 100 races participated. The losses were catastrophic. I suffered grievous injuries. The Uruk Empire was annihilated. The other races met similar fates. However, I can already sense it. Beneath this sea, familiar auras are beginning to awaken. Perhaps before long, the continuation of that final battle will arrive once more. Golden light flickered in his hand. The key to the Golden City dissolved into specks of starlight as Kazama Haruto's crimson gaze stretched toward the distant heavens. A trace of nostalgia and wariness flashed across his eyes. Around him, golden radiance surged, erupting into a terrifying aura. The will of a king rose like a storm, piercing the skies. Then his gaze fell back upon Mihawk, and he spoke with faint approval. You, as a rising figure among humanity, are not without merit. Use this final period of peace to sharpen your strength. For the warriors of the 100 races, none of them are simple. With that brief praise, Kazama Haruto casually tore through the void with his hand. Space fractured into countless cracks. Stepping into the rift, his figure vanished, leaving behind only faint traces of golden afterglow. The 100 races are about to awaken. The war of 4,000 years ago will continue. The powerhouses of that ancient era are all hidden in the shadows and will soon emerge. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone present, including Mihawk. Every single statement he made, if spread, would shake the entire sea to its core. And combined together, they surpassed even the words spoken by the Pirate King before his execution. The entire ocean would boil. The balance of the world would shift. Pirates, bounty hunters, and swordsmen exchanged glances, and all saw the same overwhelming shock reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, their understanding of the world shattered entirely. The sea they once thought they knew was nothing but a surface illusion. Now, the true face of the world had begun to reveal itself. The war of 4,000 years ago will continue. Mihawk muttered. Gradually, he emerged from the depths of his shock. His eyes regained their former sharpness, along with an unmistakable anticipation. Buzz, a supreme sword intent soared skyward. Mihawk stood tall, his posture straight as a blade, boundless battle intent surging from him. Only the weak fear change. Only the weak fear battle. Only the weak fear the rise of stronger beings. True power craves them. And Mihawk was truly strong. Turning, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance, his figure vanishing from Splitfang Island. A new era was about to begin. The powerhouses of 4,000 years ago would soon reappear. And his current strength was far from enough. Before the new era arrived, he had to push himself further, at least one level beyond his current limits. Chapter 53. Beyond Splitfang Island, not too far away, a streak of golden light descended onto a remote, desolate island. The radiance faded, revealing Kazama Haruto clad in his golden armor. The role-playing of the ancient King Gilgamesh has already reached a bottleneck. It will be difficult to improve further. The groundwork laid for 4,000 years is also nearing completion. It's time to unlock the second role and attempt to summon powerhouses from other worlds. Muttering to himself, Kazama Haruto focused inward, immersing his consciousness into his mind. The system interface flickered into existence. Ultimate role-playing system. Host Kazama Haruto. Current role, Ancient King Gilgamesh. Current role progress, 90%. Available role draws, 1. Retainer draws, 0. Simple. Even after its upgrade, the system panel remained exceedingly minimalistic. Yet its capabilities were anything but weak. Without hesitation, Kazama Haruto spoke to the system. System, draw the second roll. Ding, initiating second roll draw. The system's cold voice echoed within his mind. Images began to flash rapidly before his consciousness. A war god wielding boundless lightning, striking down everything in his path. A terrifying demonic entity clad in dragon-patterned armor, eyes blazing crimson, wielding a blade of endless darkness. A supreme figure standing atop a black dragon, silver hair flowing wildly, gazing down upon all existence with absolute indifference. Each of these figures, even as mere projections during the draw, radiated overwhelming, unstoppable power. This was the elevated ceiling of the system after its upgrade. Even the ancient King Gilgamesh, among these figures, was no longer at the absolute peak. At last, the shifting images came to a halt. They settled upon a figure clad in black armor, silver accents glinting faintly. A dark mask concealed his face, revealing only a marked forehead. His long black hair was tied behind him, flowing freely. Both hands rested calmly atop a pitch-black blade, its edge exuding chilling, unparalleled sharpness. At that moment, the system's notification resounded. Ding, congratulations, host. Role acquired, Marshal of the Netherworld defying the heavens. As a veteran anime enthusiast, even after 4,000 years, Kazama Haruto recognized the figure instantly. And the system's confirmation sealed his certainty. As expected, The upgraded system truly has a higher ceiling. Gazing at the defiant figure in his mind, Kazama Haruto murmured softly. Marshal of the Netherworld, defying the heavens. One of the most powerful beings from the anime Wu Zhengjai. The banner-bearer of the Netherworld race. At his peak, he could even defeat the strongest saint king of the divine race, Tian Wu Shengwang. His strength was beyond question. He stood firmly among the top tier, beneath the supreme ruler. Hai Long Tian. In fact, if not for the petrification affliction that plagued him, his potential alone would have allowed him to rival even the ancient gods. Among the countless figures glimpsed during the draw, Kazama Haruto had even seen that ultimate existence, the one who suppressed an entire world by sheer power. Hai Long Tian himself. Without exaggeration. Even Gilgamesh, the ancient king, would struggle to withstand more than a few blows before such a being. Hai Long Tian was the true god of that world, the absolute ruler of all gods. Unchallengeable. Unquestionable. With a single thought, Kazama Haruto was enveloped in a veil of light, cutting him off entirely from the outside world. Moments later, the light dissipated. The golden-armored Gilgamesh had vanished. In his place stood a figure in black armor, both hands resting upon his weapon. The life-bound blade, Eternal Night. Marshal of the Netherworld, defying the heavens. Behind him, a black cloak fluttered wildly in the sea breeze. Ultimate role-playing system. Host Kazama Haruto. Current role, Marshal of the Netherworld 2-star, heaven-defying talent. Current role progress, 35%. Owned roles, Ancient King Gilgamesh, Marshal of the Netherworld 2-star, heaven-defying talent. Available role draws, 0. Retainer draws, 0. The moment Kazama Haruto transformed, the system panel updated instantly. Shiwa. His figure flickered. The afterimage vanished. And in the next instant, he appeared at the far end of the island. Clang, clang, clang. Eternal Night was gripped firmly in his hand. Dark energy gathered along its blade. Defying the heavens drew the weapon in a single motion. Chapter 54. A faint crimson glow began to spread. Then, a terrifying, razor-sharp aura erupted outward with a thunderous force. Layer upon layer of visible energy surged, expanding violently in all directions. Holding the life-bound weapon Eternal Night, high 2-star, heaven-defying talents, eyes flickered with a deep crimson light. Dark Night. Ferocious radiance. With a furious roar. His long hair, like a scorpion's tail, whipped wildly behind him. His cloak snapped violently in the air as waves of violent energy burst outward. Crimson aura blossomed endlessly, and in an instant, the entire sky above the island was dyed red. Within that scarlet firmament, it was as if a pair of enormous, ominous eyes slowly opened. The moment those eyes widened, endless crimson beams poured down like a torrential storm, blanketing the land below. The sea churned violently. The earth cracked apart. That overwhelming force smashed downward, ravaging everything in its path. Sand and stone exploded into the air. Mountains fractured, boulders were flung skyward. Forests were torn apart piece by piece, reduced to nothing beneath the descending crimson devastation. The entire island was swallowed by ruin under the ferocious radiance. After a long while, within the crimson sky, the massive ominous eyes behind 2-star heaven-defying talent slowly closed. The falling light ceased. The scarlet glow faded from the heavens. Everything returned to stillness. Only the shattered land below remained, silently testifying to the destruction it had just endured. Gripping Eternal Night tightly in his right hand, 2-star heaven-defying talent gazed at the devastated terrain below and murmured. So, this is the power of the Marshal of the Netherworld. At only 35% completion, it already reaches this level. If the role progress reaches the same level as Gilgamesh, just how terrifying would it become? This was not his first time assuming a role. He already had a clear understanding of the power system of this world. Thus, with just a brief test, he had already gauged the strength of 2-star, heaven-defying talent. At only 35% progress, he was already no weaker than a Marine admiral. This level of power was undeniably terrifying. After all, the higher the role progress, the harder it became to advance. But the strength gained would also increase exponentially. At equal progress, Gilgamesh, the ancient king, was not a match for 2-star heaven-defying talent. This was a role that surpassed the ancient king. After a moment of reflection, 2-star heaven-defying talent spoke again to the system within his mind. System, how a retainer draw is obtained. His ambitions were vast. So vast, they could overturn the entire world of the seas. And such a grand design could not be accomplished by role-playing alone. Retainers were essential. Retainer draw opportunities require conversion of special energy. The system replied coldly. Special energy, 2-star heaven-defying talent asked further. Special energy is the manifested origin power of each world. In the current world, its manifestation is devil fruits. Devil fruits. Muttering softly, a flash of golden light appeared in his mind. Within that glow, dozens of strangely shaped fruits materialized. These devil fruits, how much special energy can they be converted into? How many retainer draws? Devil fruits, though he had never intentionally collected them 4,000 years ago. As the ruler of the Uruk Empire, they had been offered to him frequently as tribute. He had never cared much for them. With the ultimate role-playing system in his possession, he had long considered devil fruits to be of little value. Thus, they had simply been tossed aside into the depths of the golden treasury, left to gather dust. Ding, special energy detected. Convertible value, 45 points. The system's voice sounded again. Only 45, heaven-defying talent frowned slightly. To him, devil fruits were insignificant. But to the people of this world, they were considered priceless treasures, capable of changing one's fate. And yet, 25 devil fruits yielded only 45 points of special energy. Host, the amount of special energy contained within each devil fruit varies, the system explained. The weakest devil fruits contain only 1 point of special energy. Even the strongest devil fruits contain no more than 3 points. The quality of your 25 devil fruits, yielding 45 points, is already above average. The system's explanation quickly resolved his doubts. Indeed, devil fruits varied in strength. Not all were equal. Just as a Logia-type devil fruit far surpassed the value of most Zoan or Paramecia types. Chapter 55. If I had known that devil fruits could be used for retainer draws, I would have gathered every single one across the seas 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago, when Kazama Haruto had been playing the role of Gilgamesh, he had established the Uruk Empire and unified the seas. Collecting devil fruits back then would have been effortless. If he had known their true value at the time, how could he have allowed them to scatter and flood the seas as they did today? But there were no what-ifs. Still, 25 devil fruits was not a small number. With that thought, 2-star heaven-defying talent calmed his mind and asked within. System, how much special energy is required for one retainer draw? Host, each retainer draw requires 5 points of special energy. Additionally, summoned retainers will grow stronger as your role progress increases. 5 points per draw. Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. 5 points of special energy, translated into devil fruits, meant roughly 3 fruits per draw. Devil fruits could create powerful individuals. To many in this world, they could even change one's fate. But even after consuming a devil fruit, it still required time and effort to develop its potential. And among those users, only a rare few could truly reach the top. On the other hand, the beings connected to 2-star heaven-defying talent were on an entirely different level, even if they were slightly weaker than him. At their peak, they would at least rival marine admirals. If you were lucky enough to summon someone like Hai Long Tian, the absolute pinnacle of the world of Wu Zhengjai, then even the entire sea in its current state wouldn't be enough to withstand his might. So, trading 3 devil fruits for 1 retainer draw was an absolute bargain. After all, devil fruits were useless to him, and there was no way he would use them to cultivate subordinates. That would only cheapen the grandeur of everything he had built 4,000 years ago. Convert 3 retainer draws, and proceed immediately. Without hesitation, 2-star, heaven-defying talent glanced at his stored special energy and gave the command. Ding, deducting 15 special energy, converting into 3 retainer draws, initiating draw. The system's voice echoed. At the same time, the familiar draw interface appeared once more in his mind. But this time, the figures flashing across the screen were all individuals from the world of Wu Zhengjai, those connected to 2-star heaven-defying talent himself. Gradually, 3 images locked into place. The system's voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations, host, retainers acquired. Netherworld General, Ghostly Forest. Netherworld General, Iron-Blooded Unrivaled. Netherworld General, Cold Wind Grim. Please select deployment location. 3 figures. 3 Netherworld Generals. Each one a formidable powerhouse. In Wu Zhengjai, all 3 had stepped onto the battlefield of the gods, based on 2-star heaven-defying talent's own scaling. At their peak, each would at least rival a marine admiral. And among them, Cold Wind Grim could even reach the level of a 4 emperor. After all, compared to Iron-Blooded Unrivaled and Ghostly Forest, Cold Wind Grim could enter the Extreme Break state, a transformation that elevated a Netherworld General's power to an entirely new tier. A trace of curiosity and excitement flickered in his eyes. Without delay, defying the heavens, had the system summon them directly before him. Crack, crack, crack. The space ahead shattered. Jagged fractures spread across the void. And from within the collapsing space, 3 figures stepped forward. Each one radiated an immense and oppressive aura. The 3 advanced in unison, stopping before 2-star heaven-defying talent. Then, they dropped to one knee, right fists pressed against their chests. Voices filled with absolute respect rang out together. Your subordinates, Iron-Blooded Unrivaled, Cold Wind Grim, and Ghostly Forest. Pay respects to the Marshal. Summoned by the system, their loyalty to 2-star heaven-defying talent was absolute, even greater than in their original world. That was the terrifying power of the system. Observing the 3 2-star heaven-defying talent nodded slightly in satisfaction. With his current strength, he could instantly gauge their approximate power. Iron-Blooded Unrivaled and Ghostly Forest were slightly above Marine Vice Admiral level, comparable to a warlord like Crocodile. As for Cold Wind Grim, he surpassed that level, exceeding even figures like Don Quixote Doflamingo, barely reaching the threshold of an admiral. Not particularly high. In fact, somewhat low. But the system had already stated their strength would grow alongside his role progress, which meant as long as 2-star heaven-defying talent continued to advance, so too would they. Once his role reached higher completion, their strength would return to its true peak, and perhaps even surpass it. Chapter 56. System is special energy only used for summoning retainers. After a brief pause, 2-star heaven-defying talent asked within his mind, anticipation evident. Since special energy was the manifestation of this world's origin power, it shouldn't be limited to just one function. Special energy can be used to increase your role progress, the system replied coldly. It can also be used to establish a world origin field. Within this field, the special energy contained inside defeated devil fruit users will be unable to disperse, and will instead be absorbed by the system. The tone remained emotionless, but the meaning behind those words sent a surge of excitement through 2-star, heaven-defying talent. Increase role progress. It could actually increase role progress. He had always known. With the strongest role-playing system, the most critical factor for him was advancing his role completion. And from experience, that process was incredibly difficult. If special energy could accelerate that progress, then his growth speed would skyrocket. And then there was the world origin field. If he gathered a group of devil fruit users in one place, activated the field, and eliminated them all at once, wouldn't the system's special energy explode in quantity? These two functions combined would lead to a massive leap in his strength. How much special energy would it take to raise 2-star heaven-defying talent's roll progress from 35% to 70%? The excitement in his eyes was undisguised as he asked. Ding, to increase roll progress from 35% to 70%, required special energy, 60 points. The next sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. 60 points. Those 25 devil fruits had only yielded 45 points. To reach 60, at least 35 devil fruits would be needed. Even the current overlords of the sea, the world government, would struggle to produce that many at once. But after a moment, defying the heavens steadied himself. Compared to roll progress, devil fruits were nothing more than decorative trinkets to him. System, convert 20 points of special energy to increase 2-star heaven-defying talent's roll progress. Ding, deducting special energy, increasing roll progress. Roll progress plus 1%, plus 3%. The system's notifications echoed one after another. At the same time, a surge of power erupted within him. As his roll progressed, the strength of 2-star heaven-defying talent continuously rose. Even the auras of his 3 netherworld generals, iron-blooded unrivaled, ghostly forest, and cold wind grim, began to climb in tandem. Ding, special energy deducted, roll progress increase complete. Strongest role-playing system. Host Kazama Haruto. Current role, netherworld martial 2-star, heaven-defying talent. Current roll progress, 55%. Owned roles, Gilgamesh 2-star heaven-defying talent. Remaining roll draws, 0. Remaining retainer draws, 0. Remaining special energy, 5 points. At last, the system panel stabilized. The surging power within him also settled. Buzz. Dark energy burst outward from his body in violent waves. The aftermath shook the already ruined land, sending ripples through the shattered terrain. Clenching his left hand, black energy coiled around it. The sheer density of power distorted the surrounding space. 55% roll progress. A faint smile appeared, feeling the overwhelming energy now coursing through him. A clear step above before. He was satisfied. It seemed. At lower stages, special energy could significantly boost progress. Only at higher levels would the cost truly escalate. And now, at 55% completion, he could clearly sense it. His strength had reached the absolute peak of an admiral. Just a step away from the summit of the seas, the level of the 4 emperors. Lifting his gaze, he looked at his 3 generals. Among them, Cold Windgrim had already reached the peak of pseudo-admiral level, only 1 step away from becoming a true admiral. Meanwhile, Iron-Blooded Unrivaled and Ghostly Forest had both broken past the limits of the warlord tier, reaching pseudo-admiral level as well. With just 20 points of special energy, all 4 of them had undergone a massive power increase. Roll progress, devil fruits. Let's go. Gripping the weapon Eternal Night. A trace of cold ambition flashed in 2-star heaven-defying talent's eyes. Iron-Blooded Unrivaled, Ghostly Forest, Cold Windgrim. Follow me. Let the beings of the sea know. The netherworld has returned. With a single step forward, his aura surged violently, shaking the very air itself. Chapter 57. The battle at Retooth Island shook the heavens and the earth. Under the terrifying aftermath of that clash, the endless pirates, swordsmen, and bounty hunters present on the island suffered devastating losses. Less than 1 in 10 survived. However, those with sufficient strength, or sheer luck, managed to escape with their lives. And these survivors, without holding anything back, spread the events of that day, along with the words of the ancient king, in an extremely exaggerated manner. In the first half of the Grand Line, near the port of Uz Island, inside a small tavern, a rugged swordsman clad in samurai attire, his long blade resting on the table, downed the alcohol in his bowl in 1 gulp. With a faint trace of drunkenness, he began boasting to the surrounding pirates. I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe it. The highest combat power of Marine headquarters. All 3 admirals joined forces and still got crushed by the ancient king. They fled in utter disgrace. What? Even the 3 admirals couldn't defeat him? If that's true, then doesn't that mean the ancient king's strength has truly surpassed the 4 emperors? No way. Marine admirals are the pillars that suppress the seas. How could all 3 be deployed at once? The ancient king, a being beyond the level of the 4 emperors, just who is he? The moment those words fell, the entire tavern erupted into chaos. Gasps of shock rang out one after another. Some pirates even shot up from their seats. Contracted pupils, trembling bodies, legs shaking uncontrollably. Every reaction made it clear just how deeply shaken they were. Those were admirals, existences that made them tremble in fear just by name alone. And yet, they had been defeated. Defeated even when 3 of them had joined forces. Such a level of power was entirely beyond their imagination. The swordsman's gaze swept across the tavern, taking in every reaction. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. Just as he expected, these people couldn't even begin to comprehend what he had witnessed. But that was only natural. To most people, 3 admirals working together was an unbeatable force. And yet, that wasn't even the most shocking part. In his mind, the scene of that apocalyptic battle resurfaced once more. Along with the fragments of truth the ancient king had revealed, a tremor ran through his heart. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the long blade on the table and slammed it down hard. Bang! The sharp sound instantly silenced the entire tavern. All eyes turned toward him once more, filled with confusion. Seeing the crowd quiet down, the swordsman met their gazes and spoke again. You really think the retreat of 3 admirals is the biggest news here? No, compared to what the ancient king revealed afterward, even the admirals are nothing. The confusion deepened. The pirates simply couldn't understand. What could possibly be more shocking than 3 admirals losing? Could it be that the revolutionary army had won? That the world government was about to fall? In the next moment, the swordsman spoke again, and his words froze the entire tavern in place. The ancient king is not from this era. He is the king of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago. Back then, humanity was not the ruler of the seas. We were barely surviving. Endless races competed across the ocean, and the strongest among them was the divine race. The divine race possessed endless powerful beings, crushing humanity beneath their might. The ancient king himself was gravely injured in that war against them, and thus fell into a slumber that lasted 4,000 years, only awakening recently. And in that ancient era, there were endless experts, many who stood on the same level as the ancient king, beings beyond the 4 emperors. There were even supreme existences, far surpassing the ancient king himself. It was an era infinitely more glorious than the current age of pirates. And according to the ancient king, that apocalyptic war of the distant past is about to begin again. When that happens, the entire sea will be swept into it. Chapter 58. 4,000 years ago, those extraordinary powerhouses never truly disappeared. They were gravely injured in that great war, just like the ancient king, and chose to hide and slumber. Beneath this very sea, endless terrifying beings lie dormant, and they are about to awaken to continue the war of the ancient era. The swordsman's suppressed voice echoed through the tavern for a long time. And when his final word fell, the entire tavern fell into complete silence. Everyone was frozen in place. Their eyes trembled blankly. Their bodies shook uncontrollably. The information was too overwhelming. What he had just revealed was far beyond what they could process. Their worldview shattered. Their understanding of reality overturned. They had never imagined that 4,000 years ago, there had existed such a brilliant era. An era where the 4 emperors were not the pinnacle. But what truly terrified them was something else entirely. Those ancient powerhouses had not vanished, and could reappear at any moment, to ignite a war that would sweep across the entire sea. For someone like Mihawk, a warrior who craved battle, More powerful enemies and a greater stage were exactly what he desired. But for the pirates in this tavern, those lingering at the middle and lower tiers of the sea, this was nothing short of a nightmare. In the eyes of such beings, people like them had no place to survive. They could be killed for something as trivial as a glance. No way. That's impossible. Absurd, entirely absurd. How could anyone live for 4,000 years? It's all fake, lies. After a brief, eerie silence, the tavern erupted into denial. Voices shouted over one another. Their eyes filled with fear. Their hearts trembled. Their bodies shook violently. Compared to this revelation, even the earlier claim that 3 admirals had been defeated seemed insignificant. These new truths were enough to entirely destroy everything they believed in. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they would never accept it. And it wasn't just this tavern on Uz Island. Across the entire sea, similar scenes played out again and again. The surviving pirates, bounty hunters, and swordsmen from Ratooth Island spread their accounts without restraint. And just like the pirates here, people everywhere reacted with doubt. The news sounded too much like a fairy tale. Too unreal to believe. New World. Not far from the Sabyati archipelago, a massive pirate ship cut through the waves. Every merchant ship, pirate vessel, and even marine ship that caught sight of its flag immediately fled in terror. Because that ship belonged to one of the rulers of the New World, one of the 4 emperors, the beast pirates. The ancient king surpassed the 4 emperors, a war of endless races 4,000 years ago, a divine race that ruled all. And now those ancient monsters are awakening to continue that war. Interesting, very interesting. On the deck, a towering figure, like a demon god, threw his head back in laughter. Kaid. Dark lightning crackled across his body. The sheer pressure of his presence caused the sky itself to grow heavy and dark. All across the ship, members of the beast pirates curled up in fear, shaking uncontrollably, because they knew better than anyone just how terrifying their captain truly was. Boss Kaido, do you really believe what the ancient king said? Jack spoke cautiously, the only one on the ship not trembling. Whether it's true or false. Kaido waved his hand dismissively, his tone filled with excitement. We'll know the answer the moment we find him. For someone like him, a battle-crazed monster, what could be more appealing than a worthy fight? Even if everything was a lie. One fact remained undeniable. The ancient king had defeated 3 admirals. At the very least, that meant he was a powerhouse on the level of a Yonko. And that alone was enough to make Kaido excited. The sea, which had long bored him, was finally becoming interesting again. Chapter 59. Sabyati Archipelago. Silently, Silver's Rayleigh returned alone to Shaki's bar. The excitement in his eyes was entirely unconcealed. His heart surged violently, impossible to suppress. The ancient king, a terrifying powerhouse from 4,000 years ago, the glorious era of that time, the war of endless races. It's real, it's all real. Everything the captain saw back then on Laugh-Tale, was it all true? Taking a deep breath, Rayleigh clenched his hand tightly, unable to calm himself for a long time. His thoughts inevitably drifted back to the time when Gall D. Roger returned from Laugh-Tale and spoke to him with an expression he would never forget. Rayleigh, this sea is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Pirate King, forget Pirate King, even the world government has probably never imagined what truly lies beneath this ocean. The ancient king is the ruler of the Uruk Empire from 4,000 years ago. In that chaotic era, a supreme king rose, establishing the Uruk Empire and leading humanity to awaken in the face of extinction. But in the end, he could not overcome the power of the countless races and was forced into slumber. The Great War came to a halt, and countless powerhouses fell into hiding. One day in the future, the sea will be overturned. Those beings, those who nearly annihilated humanity, may descend once more. And when that day comes, humanity may face the same fate as 4,000 years ago, or something even worse. At the time, Rayleigh hadn't understood. He had been entirely confused. Roger, the uncrowned king of the seas, the pirate king who stood above even the four emperors, was someone who should fear nothing. And yet, Rayleigh still remembered clearly just how heavy Roger's tone had been when he said those words. That kind of helplessness, he had never seen it before. 4,000 years. An ancient catastrophe, about to descend once more. Even now, Rayleigh didn't fully understand what had happened in that distant past. But when the ancient king's revelations aligned with what Roger had once told him, he knew the era Roger both longed for and feared was about to arrive. Clang! A western sword flew into his hand. His aged eyes fixed upon the blade as he muttered, his voice filled with emotion. Old friend, we may be past our prime, unable to keep up with the tides of this era. But that ancient age, it's something the captain never stopped talking about until his final moments. That old man went ahead and left first, but we who remain, we should at least witness this new era for him. Those powerhouses from 4,000 years ago. Hess, even this old body of mine feels a bit afraid now. Long ago, when Roger reached Laugh-Tale and deciphered an ancient stone tablet, he had changed. He would often speak about the strong beings from 4,000 years ago. That they were not dead. That they might return at any moment. And overturn humanity itself. A crisis of unimaginable scale. Yet no one in the world, neither the world government nor any faction, seemed aware of it. If such a catastrophe truly arrived, the entire sea could be overturned. And so, with his incurable illness, Roger chose to surrender himself, to use his final moments, to send a message to the entire world. Rayleigh had known all this. But deep down, he had always doubted the truth of those ancient records. After all, the recorded history of the sea only spanned 800 years. 4,000 years was simply too distant, too impossible. But now, after hearing of the ancient king, after witnessing everything unfold, he finally believed it. Everything Roger had seen on Laugh-Tale was real. At the same time, New World, within the territory of one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates. Shanks stepped across the deck, his usual carefree expression replaced by rare seriousness. Roger had never hidden what he discovered on Laugh-Tale from his crew. And although Shanks had only been an apprentice back then, his exceptional talent had earned him the captain's favor. So, he knew everything. So, it's all starting to come true. Captain, I wonder, in this era of ours, how much chance do we really have against what's coming? If you were still here, what would you do in the face of this unknown future? His gaze lifted toward the distant horizon. For a fleeting moment, it was as if he could see Roger's familiar smile among the clouds. Crack! Shanks clenched his fist. Determination flashed in his eyes. This sea carried a part of his captain's will, and he would never allow anyone to run rampant across it. Chapter 60. As the words spoken by the ancient king on Retooth Island spread like wildfire, the entire sea fell into an uproar. The impact was far greater than when Gall D. Roger had been executed. Those secrets of the sea, like something out of a myth, were now laid bare before the world, before countless people across the oceans. No one could truly comprehend the majesty of the ancient king, or the grandeur of the war from 4,000 years ago. Everything was even harder to believe than the revelation of the Void Century. Because the farthest point in history most people could even imagine was 800 years ago. The Void Century. But 4,000 years. That was beyond comprehension. Even if all of this is true, so what? It just means more powerful people ruling over us. We're already at the bottom anyway. No matter what happens, life can't get any worse. In the East Blow, inside the storage hold of a pirate ship, Nami, with her golden short hair and delicate features, hid quietly among the crates. After hearing the pirates outside discussing the news in shock, she was briefly stunned. Before letting out a soft sigh, murmuring indifferently. To her, no matter how many powerful beings existed, it had nothing to do with her. After years of oppression under Arlong, after witnessing the tragedy of Kakasi village, she simply couldn't imagine anything worse than what she had already endured. In fact, if those so-called divine race really existed, if they killed Arlong, maybe Kakasi village could finally be free. A faint mist gathered in her eyes. Unlike the countless others who feared the arrival of these powerful beings, she felt a trace of anticipation, hoping that someone would finally eliminate that monster. Marine headquarters, the highest conference room. All high-ranking Marine officers were present. Sengoku sat at the head of the table. This meeting even involved direct participation from the 5 elders. That's the situation as it stands. We did not personally hear the ancient king say those things. Sakazuki, Akinu, his arm wrapped in bandages, bowed slightly as he reported toward the screen at the center of the table. On the screen was a dimly lit chamber. 5 elderly figures sat in a row. Each wore a formal black suit. Each exuded a different aura, yet shared one thing in common: overwhelming authority. These 5 were none other than the supreme rulers of the world government. 5 elders. After hearing Akinu's report, one of them frowned deeply. You didn't hear it yourselves. Another elder spoke calmly. In that case, these rumors may simply be fabrications. There's no need to pay them too much attention. After all, in over 800 years, the world government has never discovered any trace of a so-called divine race, nor any other ancient races. From the very start, he dismissed the widespread rumors. As he said, the world government had ruled the seas for 8 centuries. If such beings truly existed, there was no way they would have remained entirely undetected. And more importantly, the admirals had not heard the statements firsthand, so it was entirely possible that the survivors of Retooth Island had exaggerated or fabricated the story. Even if the ancient king really had said those things, that didn't mean they were true. Because that man was not the real ancient king. From the very beginning, when they learned of his appearance and his defeat of Crocodile, they had already concluded. At most, he was just a lucky inheritor, or a remnant of the Uruk Empire. How much truth could his words possibly hold? That makes sense. These rumors are irrelevant. Another elder nodded. What truly matters is this so-called ancient king. Even Whitebeard at his peak could not have forced the 3 of you to retreat alone. The fact that he did proves his strength. This ancient king's inheritance must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Chapter 61. At those words, inside the conference room, Sakazuki, Kyuzin, and Borsellino exchanged glances. Then Sakazuki's expression twisted slightly, his teeth clenched tight as he spoke in a heavy tone. Esteemed 5 elders, I believe he is not some lucky inheritor, nor a remnant of the Uruk Empire. He is the ancient king from 4,000 years ago. His words exploded like a bomb. The entire Marine headquarters conference room, as well as the distant chamber in Mary Jihuai's, erupted into chaos. From beginning to end, they had refused to believe that the ancient king was truly a being from 4,000 years ago, because they did not dare imagine just how terrifying a monster who had lived that long would be, not just in strength, but in experience, knowledge, and understanding. Even though his displayed power had already surpassed that of a Yonko, they still clung to denial. Yet now, Sakazuki himself, who had fought him directly, had confirmed it. How could they not be shaken? Leaning forward slightly, even the usually composed 5 elders felt their composure cracking. One of them turned sharply, his gaze locking onto Kyuzin. And you. The room was deadly serious. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Kyuzin and Borsellino, for once, had no trace of their usual attitudes. After a brief pause, they spoke together. Sakazuki is correct. We were not merely suppressed. We were entirely overwhelmed. If we hadn't retreated decisively, all three of us might have died there. In that final attack, the power of that sword called E. It was a force that filled us with absolute despair. A power capable of tearing the world itself apart. It does not belong to this era. Without true understanding, no one could wield such power. So, that man is very likely the ancient king from 4,000 years ago. As their words fell, silence engulfed the entire room. Not even a needle could be heard dropping. A suffocating, heavy atmosphere spread rapidly. A shadow settled over everyone's hearts. Overwhelmed, not suppressed, but utterly crushed. Three admirals working together, and still being crushed. What kind of monster could achieve such a thing? A being that has lived for 4,000 years. Is this the terror of such existence? One of the elders spoke hoarsely, his face pale. So that means, if those rumors spreading across the sea truly came from him, then all of it may very well be true. Another elder slumped back into his chair, his face drained of color. And his words cast an even darker shadow over everyone present. Yes, the true problem was not the ancient king alone. Even if he were real, even if he had lived for 4,000 years, he was still just one man. The Uruk Empire had long vanished into history. Alone, no matter how powerful he was, he could not overturn the world government. But if the rumors were true, if the war of countless races, if the hidden powerhouses beneath the sea, all of it were real, then that would be a fatal threat to the world government. After all, the ancient king had already proven that he could crush 3 admirals, and among those hidden beings, there were many at his level. Even existences that surpassed him. If they were to awaken, the 800-year rule of the world government could collapse at any moment. That was the true danger. No, this could not be allowed. Even the slightest possibility had to be eliminated. Clenching his fists, one of the elders shot to his feet and issued orders with grave urgency. All CP units, halt all current missions. Every agent is to investigate everything related to 4,000 years ago. The Marines and world government immediately increase training intensity. Begin a global mass recruitment. All devil fruits are to be distributed as rewards to those with potential and loyalty. Lower the entry threshold for Rokushiki training by 3 ranks. Any strong individual with a clean background, grant them preferential treatment. They may even be directly awarded rank upon entry. The calm of the past 800 years had been shattered, and for the first time, the rulers of the world were truly afraid. Chapter 62. A series of orders. Each one made it clear. As one of the 5 elders, Hirano Masato had lost his composure. He was even rushing, precisely because he stood at the very top. He understood more clearly than anyone just how terrifying the threat would be if all of this were true. Under such circumstances, even if the probability was small, he could not afford even the slightest carelessness. The expansion of the Marines and the world government could no longer be delayed. Even the cleansing of the diseases festering across the seas had become urgent. But before all that, they needed something decisive, something powerful enough to prove the strength of the world government, to silence the growing doubts spreading across the seas. At that thought, a cold light flashed in Hirano Masato's eyes as he spoke slowly, each word heavy with authority. Sengoku. The ignorant masses of this sea have grown lacking in respect for the world government. Before we implement these measures, we must first remind those restless vermin who truly rules the sea. Prepare it 5 days from now. Impel Down will be fully exposed to the world. Let those pests see what has become of those once arrogant pirates and criminals. And at the same time, select 5 of the most infamous and powerful among them, and execute them publicly before the entire world, to rapidly stabilize the authority of the world government. There was no method more efficient than revealing the legendary underwater prison. and executing notorious figures before the eyes of the world. After all, to most people across the seas, Impel Down was a place of mystery. So why not reveal it? Let them witness that even the most feared legends, when opposing the world government, could only end in humiliation and despair. Life and death rested in the hands of the 5 elders alone. Yes, Hirano Masato-sama. Sengoku struck his chest and responded solemnly, having served as fleet admiral for so many years. He knew this decision was correct. Not just him. Most of the high-ranking Marines present shared the same view. Only a small few hesitated. Among them, Sakazuki stood out the most. Hirano Masato-sama. Devil fruits are extremely valuable, how can we? Before he could finish, he was cut off sharply. Silence. Another elder, Sanobu Keiichi, spoke coldly. Sakazuki, these are not ordinary times. Hirano is right, this is for the future of the world government. You are not permitted to question it. Sakazuki's face darkened, his expression grim. But in the end, he lowered his head. Yes, Sanobu-sama. On the screen, Hirano Masato's gaze swept across the entire room. Then he slowly stood. A vast, overwhelming aura seemed to transcend distance itself, pressing down upon everyone present. Everyone. This public execution at Impel Down will not be handled by the Marines alone. I will personally dispatch forces to oversee it. This time, we will make those pests understand the true power of the world government. Let those ignorant fools think carefully about the price of opposing us. Crash. Inside the room, all Marine officers stood at once. They bowed deeply toward the screen and spoke in unison. Yes, Hirano Masato-sama. Meanwhile, Great Line first half. On a war-torn island, smoke drifted across the sky. The ground was littered with corpses. At the center of it all, defying the heavens, stood atop a mountain of bones, gripping the weapon Eternal Night. His black cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. His mind sank into the system. Strongest role-playing system. Host Kazama Haruto. Current role, Marshal of the Underworld, 2-star heaven-defying talent. Current progress, 60%. Owned roles, Gilgamesh Ancient King, 2-star heaven-defying talent. Available role draws, 0. Available follower draws, 0. 2 whole months. And only a 5% increase. He let out a bitter chuckle. At this rate, reaching 70% will take at least a year. Back when he was playing Gilgamesh, it had never been this slow. This pace was unbearable. As expected, only devil fruits can accelerate progress and unlock new roles. He clicked his tongue. Regret surged within him once again. Regret that 4,000 years ago, he hadn't collected every devil fruit across the seas. Now, in this era, they were far too difficult to obtain. Even with his strength, he could not gather them easily. Even with the system's origin barrier, I still need a place where the highest number of devil fruit users gather. A few scattered users wouldn't even make up for the cost. He muttered, thinking deeply. Then, suddenly, his eyes flashed. He slapped his forehead. Wait. A place with the most ability users. A terrifying idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 63. Just as the people across the seas were still reeling, shaken to the core by the achievements of the ancient king, their worldviews collapsing and their beliefs violently trembling from his words, another shocking piece of news erupted across the ocean. The world government. The world government had actually decided that, 5 days later, it would open the mysterious gates of the great underwater prison, Impel Down, to the entire sea through a global live broadcast. For ages, Impel Down had been one of the world government's most heavily guarded facilities, imprisoning countless infamous criminals. To prevent any mishap, it was even overseen by a combatant of admiral-level strength, the Magellan, a user of the poison fruit. And yet now, they were going to reveal everything inside Impel Down to the public. Were they not afraid that certain forces would use this opportunity to study its structure and harbor ulterior motives? Fofo. In the New World, inside the royal palace of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, clad in a pink feathered coat and wearing sunglasses, Don Quixote Doflamingo burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. His ferocious face carried a hint of schadenfreude. A show of force. Has the world government finally started to panic? In other words, everything that so-called ancient king said is very likely true. The world government is getting nervous. So that means even the world government feels a sense of crisis. It's not invincible after all. By the end of his words, a cold gleam flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. Even after all these years, the memory of being driven out of the Holy Land Mary Geowise remained etched deep within him. If the world government were to fall, then the celestial dragons, stripped of their protection, would be nothing more than prey in his hands. And it wasn't just Doflamingo. Across the seas, countless ambitious figures sensed something unusual in the air. For a time, the entire ocean surged with undercurrents. Many forces that had previously remained spectators began to move from the shadows. Even Kaido, who had already left the New World, immediately ordered a return. Though he was battle-crazed, he was far from reckless. Otherwise, he would never have risen to the position of one of the four emperors. The fact that the ancient king had pushed the world government to such a point meant one thing. He possessed power that surpassed even the four emperors. And the words he had spoken carried a degree of truth. Under such circumstances, the future of the sea might usher in a storm 10 times more violent than the great pirate era. He had to prepare the beast pirates for what was to come. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the world government and the Marines mobilized rapidly. To ensure they could intimidate the entire sea, the Marines gathered an overwhelming force. The 3 admirals of Marine headquarters, the hero of the Marines Monkey D. Garp, and nearly all top-tier combatants, save for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who remained behind, assembled at Impel Down. More than 20 vice-admirals and elite vice-admirals gathered in full force. 40 massive Marine warships surrounded Impel Down, their cannons bristling with menace as rows of Marine soldiers stood in perfect formation, radiating an overwhelming presence. Inside Impel Down, the first level had been cleared in advance and transformed into a temporary plaza. Seated at the front were Garp, the 3 admirals, and Magellan. And beside them, 2 tall figures clad in black suits, wearing dark sunglasses, sat in silence, their presence cold and imposing. Despite sitting beside 4 admiral-level powerhouses, their aura showed not the slightest sign of inferiority. Clearly, they were the hidden forces cultivated by the world government. Members of the CP organization. Admiral-level agents of CP0. With such a lineup, even confronting 2 4-emperor crews would be more than manageable. And yet now, it had all been assembled merely to display the world government's might to the sea to ensure the success of their upcoming large-scale military recruitment. It had to be said. The words spoken by the ancient king had caused the 5 elders to take the situation extremely seriously. One of the CP0 admirals seated at the front casually waved his hand and spoke in a low voice. Begin. As direct subordinates of the 5 elders, their presence on the seas might not be widely known, and their strength might not surpass that of Sakazuki and the others. But in terms of authority, they stood above them. Hearing the command, Magellan rose and gestured to the prison guards below. In the next moment, across the plaza and the surrounding seas spanning dozens of miles, countless den mushi connected simultaneously. The scenes inside and outside Impel Down were divided into 9 segments, forming a massive grid that was broadcast to every corner of the sea. In the New World, within the territory of one of the 4 emperors, even the usually carefree Shanks had gathered the senior members of the red-haired pirates to watch the broadcast. The previously dim screen flickered to life. The scenes of Impel Down appeared before them. Studying the image, Yasopp spoke softly in astonishment. The 3 admirals, the hero of the Marines, Garp, and 2 admiral-level CP0 agents. The world government really went all out this time. The existence of CP0 was specifically meant to deal with forces on the level of the four emperors. While ordinary people might not recognize them, Yasopp identified them instantly. Ben Beckman clicked his tongue in amazement and sighed. They really opened it to the public. There are plenty of monsters inside that place. Shanks, who was usually relaxed, now stared at the screen with a grave expression, his voice low and serious. If I'm not mistaken, opening the gates of Impel Down and displaying the world government's authority is only their first move. After this, the world government will likely take even more actions that will shake the entire sea. Yasopp's mouth twitched slightly as he spoke hesitantly. Come on, Captain, that's just a possibility. Those 5 old men, would they really go that far? Shanks cast him a glance, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as he continued in a deep voice. It was Sakazuki, Kyuzen, and Borsellino who fought the ancient king. So right now, the world government holds the most detailed information about him. If the 5 elders are already rushing to implement a series of policies, then it means the ancient king's words are very likely true. And a faint pause. I believe what he said as well. After all, my captain's captain once said something very similar. The moment those words fell, the senior members of the red-haired pirates were completely stunned. Their pupils shrank violently. Ben Beckman exclaimed in shock, "Your captain's captain, doesn't that mean the pirate king, Gall D. Roger?" They knew quite a bit about Shanks' past. And precisely because they knew, they were even more shocked. The Pirate King, a legendary figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the sea. He had said something similar. Did that mean, beneath this sea, there truly existed countless hidden shadows beyond even their reach? Shanks nodded. Yes. Without hiding anything further, he repeated the words Roger had once spoken. When he finished, the dozen or so core members of the red-haired pirates stood frozen in place. Their thoughts churned endlessly, their minds in complete turmoil. After a long silence, someone finally let out a bitter laugh. The Pirate King discovered traces of all this at Laugh Tale. So that means all of this is real. This sea really hides so many powerful beings watching from the shadows. No wonder the world government is taking this so seriously. They must know something. All this time, have we really just been frogs in a well? The sea is far deeper than we ever imagined. From beginning to end, we've never truly understood its truth. And the great pirate era that the Pirate King set in motion was to prepare for the ancient war that could erupt at any moment. Chapter 64. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Raising his right hand slightly, the weapon Eternal Night flickered with a dim green glow. Defying the heavens swung his blade. Slash. Countless blade lights erupted. The dark green slash spread forward, tearing through the ground, causing the entire 5th level of Impel Down, the freezing hell, to tremble violently. Even the prisoners in level 6 felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. As for level 5.5, it was split cleanly in half. Countless prisoners who had yet to react were instantly shredded to pieces by the emerald blade light. Through the shattered ground, the remaining prisoners of level 5.5 raised their heads, staring at the figure slowly descending amidst the storm of blades and snow. Who are you? A new jailer sent to Impel Down. Why have I never seen you before? With a massive face, thick lashes, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lipstick, wearing fishnet stockings, a cloak, and a tight low-cut outfit, Ivanov stared grimly as he questioned him in a low voice. Although they had been hiding in Newcama Land, they still kept track of information within Impel Down. Someone capable of unleashing such a terrifying slash had never existed here before. Even Magellan, the warden and Shuryu of the Rain, the vice-warden, were far from capable of such destruction. And now, at this moment, such a powerful figure had suddenly appeared in Impel Down. And his target was clearly Newcama Land. Could it be that Newcama Land had already been completely exposed? And, glancing at Ivanov, defying the heavens, lost interest. With a single look, he could already see through everything. Although there were many prisoners in Newcama Land, most were only at the level of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. At best, Ivanov himself had the strength of an elite Vice Admiral. Not worth his attention. Dark Knight's savage light. His expression turned cold as defying the heavens leaped into the air. The weapon Eternal Night in his hand erupted with boundless ferocity. A crimson light flooded the sky. Within it, a pair of cold, blood-red eyes slowly opened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the violent hum, countless crimson blade lights, brimming with unmatched sharpness, poured down. That savage light descended in an instant, destroying everything in its path. It all happened far too quickly. So fast that even Ivanov couldn't react. Boom! The crimson light fully descended. In that instant, infinite sharpness erupted. Those infamous pirates, each with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, were torn apart effortlessly. Ivanov, at the forefront, didn't even last a single second. A full 10 seconds passed, before the overwhelming light gradually faded. Pathetic. Amid the ruined wasteland, defying the heavens stood with Eternal Night in hand, faint green hellfire flickering along the blade. The ruins, dotted with ghostly flames, cast his figure in a chilling shadow. Without even sparing a glance at the destroyed Nukama land, he stepped onto the air and slowly descended toward the shattered ground below. This was already level 5.5 of Impel Down. Beyond this was the deepest level. Level 6, Eternal Hell. The prisoners held there. Each one was a notorious figure who had once shaken the seas. If released, they would pose a tremendous threat to the world government. And for defying the heavens, this place was the greatest harvest of all. Those imprisoned in level 6 possessed terrifying strength. Almost every one of them was a devil fruit user, and of extremely high quality. This would yield an enormous amount of special energy. Yasukani no Megatama. Outside Impel Down, golden light exploded across the sky. Countless energy projectiles shot forth, bombarding the nightmare serpent as it advanced. This time, the accumulated damage finally reached its limit. Under the combined assault of Amma, no Murakumo sword and laser attacks, the previously unscathed nightmare serpent began to roar violently. Its purple nightmare energy started to collapse. In an instant, the massive serpent, stretching dozens of meters, dissolved into strands of purple mist. Hovering in midair, Kizaru let out a deep breath, relief flashing in his eyes. This bizarre serpent was not truly invincible. The reason his earlier attacks had failed to harm it was simply because they hadn't reached the threshold necessary to damage it. Garp and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this nether race general, Ghost Forest, was not at his peak. His strength was only around the level of an admiral, not overwhelmingly beyond it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed. The purple nightmare energy that had been about to dissipate suddenly surged. Dense mist twisted and coiled, reforming into 4 massive nightmare serpents, each identical in size to the original. The 4 serpents roared as they attacked from all directions, launching a flawless, all-encompassing assault toward Kizaru in midair. Chapter 65. The man with various runes carved across his face, Monkey D. Dragon, clicked his tongue in disdain. What a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites, maintaining peace across the seas. If the world government didn't exist, this world would be far more peaceful than it is now. Far away, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo was equally scornful. Those filthy lackeys, what a disgusting display of hypocrisy. However, none of them could influence what was happening. After a brief pause, the CP0 agent codenamed CP0 Agent 7 withdrew his hand and casually pointed in several directions before continuing. Of course, you can continue doing whatever you like. But you'd better be careful and not end up like these pathetic fools. As his words fell, several Impel Down guards escorted 5 figures wrapped tightly in seastone chains into view. In an instant, the entire sea erupted. That's the most vicious female pirate in history, Katarina Devon, and the corrupt king Avalo Pizarro, and the colossal battleship San Juan Wolf. They're all pirates who are practically legends. Across every corner of the sea, countless pirates pointed at the figures being dragged forward, their pupils shrinking, their hearts trembling violently. To them, these 5 pirates were figures they once looked up to from afar. And now, they were being dragged like dead dogs by ordinary prison guards, thrown before the eyes of the entire world. Thud! The 5 near-legendary pirates, their bodies covered in wounds and drenched in blood, were tossed onto the center of the plaza. Dozens of guards withdrew. In their place, 10 guards stepped forward, each gripping Western-style swords, their expressions ruthless. A fierce wind howled through the plaza. Before anyone could react, CP0, Agent 7, had already vanished from his original position and reappeared at the center of the field. Dust scattered. His leather boots slammed heavily onto the face of the most vicious female pirate, Katarina Devon. Already severely injured, Katarina Devon let out a painful cry. Stepping repeatedly on her face, CP0 Agent 7 looked toward the screen with undisguised disdain and spoke coldly. After all, these fleas aren't doing too well right now. Damn you! You dog of the world government, untie me if you dare. I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours apart. Even while being crushed beneath his foot, Katarina Devon struggled violently, her expression twisted with fury. Any pirate who had reached such heights was no ordinary figure. Even after being specially taken care of, even while bound in sea stone, their pride would never allow them to be trampled so easily. Oh, a pitiful flea still has the strength to bark. CP0 Agent 7 lowered his gaze slightly, glancing at Katarina Devon. Then, he lifted his foot and kicked her without hesitation. He didn't use much force, but with her abilities sealed and her body already heavily injured, she was sent flying over 100 meters in an instant. Boom! Her body slammed violently into the ground, carving out a deep crater. Having done all that, CP0 Agent 7 casually dusted off his hands, his tone filled with disdain. Some insects, even now, still can't recognize their place. How pitiful. Well then, they're nothing more than dead fleas anyway. I just hope those fleas still jumping around out there are a little more careful. Otherwise, they might end up just like them. As his voice fell, he turned his back, leaping across a distance of over 100 meters in a single bound, landing in front of Sakazuki and the others. Facing away from the crowd, he raised his right hand high. Behind the 4 pirates, 8 guards lifted their Western swords simultaneously. Sunlight streamed down through the upper levels of Impel Down. Clang, clangs, clang. The blades gleamed with a cold, deadly light. At this moment, countless people across the sea held their breath. These 5 infamous great pirates, were they really about to die just like this? Publicly, like stray dogs beneath the gaze of the entire world. And then, suddenly, outside Impel Down, booms, booms, boom. Deafening cannon fire erupted. It was the artillery of the marine warships. At the same time, within the 9-grid broadcast, the smallest, most inconspicuous screen in the corner began to chain. Chapter 66. Booms, booms, boom. Thunderous cannon fire roared as smoke billowed into the sky. Heavy artillery shells, infused with immense destructive force, tore through the air and crashed into the nearby sea, sending violent ripples surging outward. Smoke filled the heavens. Flames soared into the sky. A total of 40 large marine warships had gathered outside Impel Down. At this moment, 5 of them had fully opened fire. The combined barrage from 5 massive warships blanketed the entire sea area, their intersecting firepower leaving no space untouched. On the deck of one warship, a Marine Headquarters elite vice admiral stared intently at the region engulfed in explosions, where not the slightest movement could be seen, and muttered under his breath. Has it already been eliminated? Just 1 minute earlier, a tall figure had suddenly appeared above the sea. This immediately put Vice Admiral Onagumo on high alert. After all, today was a day for the world government to establish its authority before the entire sea. There could be no room for carelessness. And for something to appear so suddenly near Impel Down, it clearly carried an ominous intent. Thus, when the initial warning went unanswered, he gave the order without hesitation. 5 warships opened fire, As the barrage gradually subsided, the eyes of countless people across the sea shifted toward this segment of the broadcast. Even Sakazuki and the others on the Impel Down Plaza were drawn to it. Among the CP0 ranks, CP0 Agent 7 frowned slightly. Picking up a den mushi, he spoke coldly the moment the line connected. What exactly is going on? Do you not understand how important today is for the world government? On the other end, Vice Admiral Anagumo responded quickly. Sir CP0 Agent 7. A reckless fool suddenly appeared before the fleet. I have already ordered his execution. Hearing this, CP0 Agent 7's expression relaxed slightly. He gave a brief acknowledgement before hanging up. Outside Impel Down, under the watchful gaze of the entire sea, the dense smoke was gradually dispersed by the ocean winds. Then, under countless focused stares, a tall figure emerged, stepping out from the shadows. Pale skin, snow-white hair standing upright, a suit of corroded black armor enveloping his entire body. A pair of cold, piercing eyes. Just standing there. An overwhelming pressure surged outward like a tidal wave, pressing down upon everything. And along with it, an extremely ominous aura spread. When the figure fully revealed itself, a surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping outward in waves. His claws extended, wrapped in writhing black energy, sharp enough to instill terror beyond even the fangs of a wolf king. The next instant, the figure vanished. High in the sky, streaks of black energy tore through space as he advanced at terrifying speed. In just a few flashes, he closed the distance rapidly. Not good fire. Seeing that rapidly approaching figure reflected in his pupils, Anagumo roared. Booms, booms, boom. In an instant, the 5 warships unleashed another barrage. The sky was filled with artillery fire, forming a dense curtain of destruction. Under such overwhelming bombardment, no matter how fast the figure was, he could not evade every shell. Slash, slash. Claws tore through the air. Black energy interwove. As the figure flickered forward, his claws lashed out repeatedly, leaving countless afterimages. Every shell that approached him was shredded apart, breaking through the storm of artillery. His speed did not slow. Instead, it increased. Like a black streak, he shot directly toward Anagumo's warship. This guy. The dark figure rapidly enlarged within Anagumo's vision. His observation Haki screamed with unease and danger, pushing his vigilance to the extreme. His dual blades were drawn instantly. Just before the figure descended, Anagumo bent his knees slightly. Then, he launched forward like a cannonball, his speed astonishing. His twin blades swung, stirring violent currents in their wake. In a split second, the blades collided with the claws. At the moment of impact, Anagumo felt an overwhelming force surge from the opponent's claws. The sheer power nearly sent him flying. If not for the strength of his armament Haki, that single clash would have shattered his swords. The immense force drove him backward, slamming him back onto the warship deck. His blades stabbed deep into the surface as his feet dragged across it, forcing him back dozens of meters. At the same time, the black-armored figure, like a white wolf of the abyss, landed upon the deck. You? What exactly are you? Pulling his blades free, Anagumo straightened his posture. His gaze locked onto the figure as he spoke in a low, threatening tone. Do you know? This is Impel Down. The opponent's strength had already shaken him deeply. Based on his experience, that terrifying force was at least at the level of a quasi-admiral. Such individuals were rare across the entire sea. And yet, this figure before him was completely unfamiliar, especially appearing here, at such a critical moment, at the very center of the storm surrounding Impel Down. It was impossible not to take him seriously. Still, only seriously. As for the safety of Impel Down, he had no doubts. This time, the Marines and the world government had deployed 5 admiral-level combatants, along with 1 combatant on the level of the 4 emperors. With such a lineup, unless 3 emperor-level crews attacked simultaneously, They could easily suppress or even annihilate any threat. A single unknown quasi-admiral was not enough to shake that confidence. He managed to repel Onagumo with a single clash. This guy's got some skill. Far away in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo leaned forward slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Even without being present, he knew Onagumo's strength. To force him back with a single exchange, this man's power was at least on par with his own. But seems his brain isn't working very well. After the brief surprise, Doflamingo sneered, the corners of his lips curling upward. Clearly, he thought the same as Onagumo. Before such overwhelming force from the Marines and the world government, a mere quasi-admiral could stir no real waves. This was nothing more than a death wish. Standing dozens of meters away, the black-armored figure, Washwang, completely ignored Onagumo's threats, laughing loudly. Hahase, a mere ant, dares to ask for this general's name. Ridiculous. The moment his voice fell, his figure blurred once more, turning into an afterimage as he charged forward at extreme speed. After the brief clash, Onagumo no longer dared to underestimate him. Facing the incoming figure, his devil fruit power surged. His aura rose sharply as he roared. Zoan type spider fruit awaken. 6 spider-like arms extended from his body. Each hand gripped a blade. 8 swords in total. And behind him, a massive phantom flickered into existence. His aura surged even higher. Oh, not bad. But still not enough. Washwang let out a faint chuckle. He paid it no mind. His claw struck forward once more. The claws sliced through the air, leaving countless afterimages. Onagumo's 8 arms swung in unison, blades crossing as they slashed down. Each blade, coated in armament haki, comparable to fine-grade swords. And under his awakened state, his strength surged dramatically. But even so, he only lasted a few seconds longer than before. Cracked. A sharp breaking sound echoed. The 8 blades, unable to withstand the claws, shattered one after another. In that instant, Onagumo made a decisive choice. 6 remaining blades surged forward with all their strength, buying him half a second, just half a second, to break free. He retreated rapidly. But the claws were far sharper than he had imagined. Blood sprayed into the air. His marine uniform was torn apart instantly, followed by flesh. A tearing wound opened across his chest. The searing pain drove him back over 100 meters. A trail of blood stretched across the deck. At the origin of that crimson trail, 2 shattered blades lay broken, standing over 100 meters away. Onagumo gasped heavily, his usually stern face twisted in pain, resembling a ferocious demon. Across his chest, a claw mark dozens of centimeters long, so deep that bone was visible. A horrifying sight. Chapter 67. The sound of air being torn apart exploded outward. In rapid succession, 4 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals landed in front of Vice Admiral Onagumo, vaguely surrounding him at the center as they looked at him with deep concern. Vice Admiral Onagumo, can you still fight? Are you all right? Drip, drip. Crimson blood flowed down from the savage wound across his chest. Onagumo tore off the Marine Justice cloak from his back and wrapped it tightly around his torso, crudely bandaging the wound. Then, 2 more swords condensed in his hands. 8 blades glinted with cold light, their frigid aura seeming capable of tearing everything apart. On his ferocious face, his icy pupils locked onto Washwang as he said in a chilling voice, "Take down this reckless bastard." Taking the lead himself. The moment those words fell, Onagumo ignored the wound on his body and shot forward explosively. His 8 blades ripped through the sky, carrying streams of air with them, their domineering sharpness splitting the atmosphere itself. Life return. 100%. A terrifying, inexplicable energy surged from his entire body, violently shaking the surrounding space. As he advanced through the air at blinding speed, Onagumo let out another furious roar. Strands of black energy erupted around him, coiling around all 8 of his blades. Veins bulged wildly beneath his skin, muscles swelling as his body grew noticeably larger in an instant. A dark aura even formed the vague outline of an enormous spider behind him. And the wound across his chest gradually stopped bleeding. Life return was a secret art controlled by the Marines and the world government, one even more profound than the six powers. It allowed a person's latent potential to erupt in an instant. And the higher the life return percentage, the greater the potential unleashed. However, the price was life force itself. At 100% life return, Anagumo's strength surged dramatically, but his vitality was also burning away at terrifying speed. Chaotic reversal slash. The dark spider tore across the heavens, its 8 arms dancing wildly as 8 blades wrapped in black energy continuously ripped through the sky. An endless rain of slashes formed a vast sword net that descended from above. A boring trick. Clicking his tongue, Wushuang sneered dismissively and lashed out with his right claw. The claw print tore through the air, splitting the heavens as it surged upward against the torrent of black slashes. Booms, booms, boom. Explosions roared across the sky. Terrifying waves of energy burst outward in all directions. Strands of black lightning writhed through the center of the collision as circles of violent air exploded outward, forming a veil of mist. Wave after wave of powerful impact detonated without end. 8 arms moved frantically. The 8 blades, reinforced by black energy and armament haki, danced in a wild frenzy. Yet facing that dense storm of attacks, Wushuang merely swung his claws, leaving behind afterimages. Every single strike accurately intercepted the 8 dancing blades. Zoan type Cat King Fruit. Paramecia Mad Iron Fruit. Finger Pistol Tyrant Spear. Tempest Kick Tyrant Destroyer. Murderous intent surged in all directions. The instant the two sides clashed, killing intent erupted from every angle. The 4 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals followed directly behind Anagumo, each unleashing their full strength without holding anything back. HMPH. Faced with deadly intent coming from all sides, Wushuang's expression didn't change in the slightest. He merely let out a cold snort. Suddenly, he stopped attacking. He crossed both hands before his chest as violent, surging energy continuously rose from his body. Ripples spread outward. Black energy ravaged the sky. Life weapon. Mighty Claw. With a low shout, the space around his crossed hands trembled. Faintly, it was as if invisible energy pierced through the void, gradually coating both of his claws. A decaying aura intertwined with the darkness of the abyss. That lonely, peerless sharpness alone was enough to shake the soul. Life weapon Mighty Claw was Wushuang's life weapon, containing terrifying power perfectly attuned to his soul. For every warrior of the Nether race, their life weapon was equivalent to a second soul, completely linked to their will. In fact, a great portion of their power came from it. After his role-playing progress as defying the heavens had reached 60%, his strength had already stepped into the Admiral tier. Now that his life weapon had manifested, Wushuang's power surged explosively. At this moment, he was a true Admiral-level combatant, even if he was not as strong as Sakazuki, Kyuzan, or Borsalino. He was unquestionably at the Admiral level. A terrifying sharpness erupted. Countless black edges tore through the surroundings, turning the area into a zone of emptiness. Circles of black gales spun outward at incredible speed, as innumerable tiny blades ripped apart everything in their path. Booms, booms, boom. Including Anagumo, the Marine Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and the 4 other Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals were all blasted apart by the raging black energy. The killing intent from every direction was completely severed. Amid the violent explosion, the 5 Vice Admirals were sent crashing onto the deck in miserable states. Inside impelled down. Hearing the renewed commotion, CP0 Agent 7 and Sakazuki both frowned. Before CP0, Agent 7 could react. Moshi Moshi. Moshi Moshi Moshi. The Den Mushi in his hand rang first. Frowning, he picked it up, only to hear the anxious voice of a Marine soldier from the other side. CP0 Agent 7. Someone is assaulting the fleet. Vice Admiral Onagumo, Vice Admiral Mocha, Vice Admiral Sarah, they've all been beaten back. The enemy is extremely powerful, requesting reinforcements. Hearing this, CP0 Agent 7's frown deepened. Before he could speak, anyone who dares disrupt justice will be burned to ashes by me personally. Behind him, Sakazuki had already risen to his feet, his face full of killing intent. Magma surged from his body, and scorching waves of heat spread through the air, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. Ever since his arm had been severed by the ancient king, a fire of rage had been burning inside him. And now, at such a critical moment, someone actually dared provoke the world government's authority again. How could he possibly endure it? After leaving behind those harsh words, his body transformed directly into magma and shot into the sky amid endless heat waves. The one who dared disrupt the world government's order had to die. Seeing this, CP0 Agent 7's expression eased slightly. Though he was deeply dissatisfied with Onagumo and the others, he believed that with Sakazuki's strength, he would certainly drag that fool back here, then kill him in front of the world, and forge the supreme authority of the world government. Well, to think someone would dare challenge the Marines at a time like this. He really is like some kind of monster. Sprawled lazily across his chair, Borsellino adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Still, despite his dramatic words, he didn't take it too seriously. He knew Sakazuki's strength very well. Without question, he stood at the peak of power on the sea. And existences like the ancient king were extraordinarily rare. With both hands shaped into claws and the life weapon Mighty Claw covering them, Wushwang advanced proudly across the deck. Around him stood Marines and officers packed tightly together. In every direction, the commanders of the 5 warships, along with Onagumo and the other vice admirals, lay sprawled miserably inside the craters they had smashed into. Faced with hundreds upon thousands of black gun barrels pointed at him, Wushwang's expression remained unchanged as he slowly walked toward Onagumo, one step at a time. Stop right there. In front of Onagumo, a Marine headquarters rear admiral led more than 100 Marines, aiming their guns at Wushwang as he shouted coldly. Though his tone was icy, his legs were trembling uncontrollably where no one could see. Too terrifying. This being that had appeared out of nowhere was simply too terrifying. He had so easily defeated Vice Admiral Onagumo and 4 other Marine headquarters vice admirals. Such strength, he had barely seen its like even across the sea. So noisy. Wushwang glanced at the Marine rear admiral and casually waved his right hand. His claw tore through the air, strands of black energy wrapping around it as it ripped through the sky. Slash. The invisible claw mark descended before the rear admiral, and the surrounding Marines could even react. Blood and flesh exploded everywhere. The rear admiral at the front was instantly torn apart by the claw mark. The raging black sharpness behind it shredded the group of Marines standing behind him as well. The entire massive warship was drenched in blood. A rain of crimson poured down, staining the azure sea with a grotesque scarlet. If not for the seastone devices installed outside Impel Down, such a thick scent of blood would likely have already drawn a swarm of sea kings. Damn it, damn it. Damn you, just who are you? And what is your purpose? At the far end of the deck, Onagumo was covered in black wounds. Crimson blood and black energy intertwined within each of those savage gashes. 6 of his extended arms had been shattered completely. His life return had been forcibly broken. Blood pooled beneath his feet. At that moment, he leaned both hands on a sword, forcing himself to stand. His fierce eyes were filled with incomprehension. He truly couldn't understand it. Where had such a powerful figure come from? And why? Would he risk certain death to launch a surprise attack on the Marines? There was no denying it. This mysterious man was strong, at the very least quasi-admiral level. But before the lineup assembled by the world government this time, he had no chance of victory whatsoever. Under such circumstances, once the monsters inside Impel Down came out, there would be only one path left for him. Death. Chapter 68. Just who is this guy? With strength like that, I've never even heard of him. It's just that his brain doesn't seem very good. Of all things, he ran straight to impel down to die. Across the sea, many pirates were equally curious about Washwang's origins. Even Whitebeard and the others were no exception. There were only so many true powerhouses on the sea, and each one possessed a fearsome reputation of their own. And the strength Washwang had displayed was absolutely enough to classify him among them. Yet such a figure was completely unfamiliar to them. That left them deeply astonished. Within the broadcast, as soon as Vice Admiral Onagumo finished speaking, an endless wave of scorching heat surged in from the distant horizon, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Layer after layer of white mist spread across the sea. Accompanying it was a furious roar that shook the heavens. "You damned bastard! Die beneath justice!" His entire body elementalized, boiling magma and scorching heat waves coiling around him. Sakazuki roared in fury as he condensed magma in his right hand and slammed it forward. Hound blaze! A mass of magma several meters wide shot out violently. Within the scorching magma, it vaguely resembled a ferocious hellhound lunging forward, savage and menacing. Carrying violent heat waves with it, the magma hurtled straight toward Washwang at a speed that was enough to drive anyone into despair. A claw ripped through the air. Washwang swung out his right hand, now covered by the summoned life weapon Mighty Claw, and struck fiercely. A wolf-like shadow flickered as dark energy surged. Compared to when he faced Onagumo and the others before, this claw strike was on an entirely different level, both in aura and in force. An admiral-level combatant and a Marine Headquarters elite vice admiral were worlds apart. Against Onagumo, he could defeat him with ease. But facing Marine Headquarters Admiral Sakazuki, he had to go all out. After all, at this moment, due to the limitations of his role-playing progress as defying the heavens, he was far from his peak. He was merely a combatant who had only just stepped into the admiral level. The mighty claw, wrapped in black energy, collided head-on with the magma hellhound shooting through the air. At the moment of impact, the violent, searing magma unleashed all of its power at once. Visible crimson waves of heat surged outward in circles, and the exploding shockwaves stained the surrounding air red. Magma burst in all directions. After being struck by the mighty claw and locked in stalemate for several seconds, the magma finally shattered into countless tiny fragments, exploding and scattering outward. At the same time, the black claw mark exhausted all its energy and dissipated. The blazing magma fragments rained down onto the deck of the marine warship and the surrounding sea. The terrifying temperature instantly devoured the deck and vaporized the sea surface into endless white mist. Floating above Washwang in full magma form, with only his head exposed, Sakazuki looked down upon everything from above. When he saw his attack get destroyed by Washwang, his already grim expression darkened further. Magma flowed across his face, and the scorching heat around him never paused for even a moment. Looking down at Washwang, Sakazuki spoke coldly. "Criminal, is this the confidence you rely on to challenge the world government?" With a sneer, Washwang stood on the deck with his arms crossed over his chest. His pupils carried open disdain as he let out a faint laugh. "In this era, have you ignorant humans already become this arrogant?" Washwang's voice was not loud, but his words struck like thunder in everyone's ears, making their eardrums ring and their hearts tremble. "This era, you ignorant humans." The meaning hidden in this mysterious man's words. Could it be that he was not of this era, not even human? If the ancient king had not spoken those things before, no one would have cared much about such words. But in the current, hypersensitive moment, hearing this mysterious man say such a thing made it impossible for them not to think wildly. No way could it be. He's not human. Is he one of the 100 races, powerhouses the ancient king mentioned from 4,000 years ago? Almost instantly, countless people across the sea formed a guess about Washwang's origins, thinking back to everything the ancient king had said before. Many of them felt dizzy, as if the world itself had gone dark and unsteady. It was here. It had come this quickly. The powerhouses of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago had given them barely any time to process anything at all, and now one had already appeared. Among them, many people had still doubted the ancient king's words. And yet now, a powerhouse from that era had stepped out directly before them. Not necessarily, but he's very likely one of those 100 races experts from 4,000 years ago. Shanks stared at Wushuang's figure and muttered in a low voice. He believed every word the ancient king had spoken. But that did not mean he wanted it to be proven this quickly. What Roger had once told him had already placed immense pressure on his shoulders. And now, to face it all so soon. He was not prepared. So, it really is them. It wasn't just Shanks. Because of only 2 short lines from Wushuang. The nerves of countless people across the entire sea were thrown into chaos. Inside the world government's highest conference chamber, the 5 elders, led by Hirano Masato, all stood up at once. Taking a deep breath, they stared at Wushuang without blinking. Why had they issued that series of orders earlier? At its core, it was because of their fear of the unknown 100 races powerhouses from 4,000 years ago. And yet before even the first of their measures had fully taken effect, one of those ancient 100 races powerhouses had already appeared. That caught them completely off guard. Outside Impel Down, at the center of the heat waves, Sakazuki, still in his magma form, also faltered slightly after hearing Wushuang's words. Even the fury on his face eased a little. Though rage was surging within him, he still retained his own reason. How could a Marine headquarters admiral fail to understand the meaning behind Wushuang's words? His expression shifted uncertainly as he probed in a cold voice. This era, us humans. What are you trying to say? Don't tell me. You're not human. And not from this era either. The moment those words were spoken, everyone across the sea fixed their eyes completely on this part of the broadcast, holding their breath. Sakazuki had voiced the question buried in everyone's heart. Even the 5 elders, deep within the world government's highest conference chamber, clenched their fists tightly as they waited for the answer. Hahata. Of course. Letting out a loud laugh, Wushuang rolled his neck and stretched his body. A trace of battle intent gradually appeared on his face as his blazing gaze locked onto Sakazuki in the sky. This general is another race general, Wushuang. That little ant just now was too weak. He wasn't even qualified to speak to this general, much less serve as a warm-up. You came at the perfect time. To help loosen this body that has been stiff for 4,000 years. Thick layers of dark energy covered the mighty claw. Wushuang stomped down hard on the deck, blasting a massive crater into it. His body left behind blackened white afterimages as he flashed through the sky and charged straight at Sakazuki. Mighty claw. Chaotic gale dance. His roar shook heaven and earth. As Wushuang advanced at terrifying speed, he crossed both claws and, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, unleashed countless claw winds. The claw winds interwove together, each one sharp enough to tear anything apart. From all directions, an endless barrage of claw winds swept toward Sakazuki. The sudden attack gave Sakazuki no time to think. Even though his heart was shaken by Wushuang's words, he did not dare lower his guard in the slightest, because he could feel the deadly threat hidden within those endless claw winds. There was no haki. There was no sea stone. And yet, he, a Logia Devil fruit user, could still feel genuine danger from the attack. The enemy's power could truly strike his real body. There was no mistake. Just like the ancient king, this man had broken through the common sense of the sea. Which meant, what he said was basically true. He truly was one of the 100 races powerhouses from 4,000 years ago. A warrior of the nether race. His mind raced, but his hands moved no slower. His newly restored right arm transformed into magma once more. Endless magma rapidly expanded and swelled, growing to over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Hellhound Crimson Lotus. With a furious shout, the hundreds of meters of magma flowed and condensed into an enormous magma hound head lined with interlocking fangs. The gigantic magma hound head was savage and ferocious, with magma constantly flowing from between its teeth and dripping below, filling the air with dense white mist. Booms, booms, boom. In the blink of an eye, the clash between 2 Admiral-level combatants fully erupted. Endless claw winds howled through the air, Their unstoppable sharpness was enough to pierce sea stone itself, yet the instant they struck the magma houndhead, they slowed slightly. The magma houndhead was savage enough to annihilate an entire mountain range with ease. Yet the claw winds continuously tore chunks of magma away from it. Even if the shattered pieces were insignificant to something of that size. The claw winds were endless. Every second, they ripped at the magma without pause. Visible to the naked eye. The magma houndhead, initially over 100 meters large, gradually began to shrink. At the end of the day, Wushuang had only just stepped into the admiral level. Though the claw winds he unleashed were endless, their power was still somewhat lacking. At the very least, they could not completely devour Sakazuki's magma houndhead. As the houndhead was shredded again and again by the claw winds, gradually shrinking, the claw winds themselves were eventually devoured by the magma in turn. The battered magma houndhead, now reduced to only a few dozen meters and riddled with damage, still carried enough force to dominate the sky as it continued charging toward Wushuang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black power of the netherworld abyss circulated. Wushuang's claw, clad in the mighty claw, sliced through the sky. A streak of darkness flashed past, piercing straight through the battered magma houndhead without slowing in the slightest. The magma houndhead exploded instantly, magma scattering in every direction. The surrounding air continued to vaporize under the splashing magma, filling the area with thick white mist that refused to disperse. After tearing through the riddled magma houndhead, Wushuang did not pause for even a moment. The energy fluctuations on his claws grew even stronger. Darkness, relentless and unstoppable. The dark edge of his claws pointed directly at the crimson heavens. Chapter 69. Hound Blaze. Streams of magma surged as scorching pillars of magma erupted before Sakazuki, exploding with deafening force. Several torrents of magma poured down, carrying terrifying heat with them. A cold light flashed in his eyes as Wushuang's claws, covered by the life weapon Mighty Claw, slashed forward. A wolf shadow emerged behind him. The scorching magma collided with the Mighty Claw, and the razor-sharp claws slowly tore through the incoming magma. Flowing magma splashed across Wushuang's armor and claws, clashing continuously against that pitch-black, decaying energy and producing sizzling sounds. Faced with the remnants of such terrifyingly hot magma, even a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral would not dare be careless. A single mistake could cost them their life. Yet Wushuang did not care in the slightest. The boiling magma continuously vaporized the air into white mist, but it could not damage even a single strand of his hair. After all, even if Wushuang was not at his peak right now, he was still a genuine Admiral-level combatant. How could mere fragments of magma that he had already shattered possibly harm him? After breaking apart wave after wave of magma, with droplets of molten fire splashing across his body, Wushuang did not slow down in the slightest. His sharpness remained peerless as he continued straight toward Sakazuki. Splash! Magma surged as Sakazuki himself transformed into magma and shot forward. The magma arm collided with the claw. Visible shock waves burst outward, circles of aftershocks spreading wildly as the surrounding air trembled in unrest. Even the massive marine warships below began to shake continuously. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, both of them vanished at the same time, only to reappear elsewhere and collide once more. Heat waves spread. Razor-sharp force ran wild. Their figures flashed rapidly across the sky. Every collision left behind a battlefield in ruins. The air split apart again and again, while thick white mist spread all around, enveloping the 10 great marine warships nearby. It even began to spread into Impel Down itself. The raging sharpness and magma fragments constantly fell from their clashes, scattering outward in specks. The sound of seawater evaporating never ceased. Some of the aftershocks crashed wildly into the marine warships. If not for the presence of the marine officers there, those 10 great warships beneath them would likely have already been swallowed by the aftershocks of their battle. Within this battlefield, the two rapidly moving figures showed countless people across the sea what it truly meant to be Admiral-level power. They let low-ranking Marines, pirates, civilians, and bounty hunters witness it. The clash of the Marines' highest combat power. Yet none of them were immersed in the spectacle of an admiral-level battle. Their minds were still echoing with the words Wushwang had spoken earlier. Nether Race General, Wushwang. It's real, this man really isn't human, he really isn't from this era. It's over, it's all over. The 100 races are awakening and they'll devour the sea. No one will escape this. The ancient king, everything the ancient king said, was actually true. Is there really no way to stop it now? Across the sea, because of Wushwang's words, countless people fell into deep terror. Not a single one remained unmoved. In the New World, within the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Shanks stared at Wushwang with a solemn expression, as though trying to see through him completely. A Nether Race General. So this is one of the experts of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago, a powerhouse of the Nether race. And compared to the divine race, what kind of race is the Nether race exactly? Behind him, Yasop let out a slight sigh of relief and said, Captain, this Nether race guy doesn't seem that special. He's only an admiral-level fighter, sure he's strong. But he's nowhere near as exaggerated as what the ancient king described. The ancient king had once said that among the 100 races powerhouses from 4,000 years ago, many were about as strong as he was, and quite a few were even stronger. Yet the 100 races expert they were seeing now was merely admiral level. That was a world apart from what the ancient king had described. For them, that might actually be a good sign. There are too many unknowns about 4,000 years ago for us. And we've never even heard of the Nether race before. But Shanks shook his head heavily, his tone still grave as he continued, perhaps. This Nether race was simply a very insignificant race 4,000 years ago. And if even a mere general from an insignificant race is already admiral level, that's still absolutely terrifying. At the very least, the Nether race is more frightening than the entire navy. The words of the ancient king, the words of the pirate King Roger, filled Shanks with awe toward that era from 4,000 years ago. So even though Wushwang only appeared to be admiral level right now, Shanks remained extremely vigilant. He did not relax his guard against the era from 4,000 years ago in the slightest. This Nether race general doesn't seem like much. Compared to the ancient king, who crushed the 3 admirals so effortlessly, he's way too far behind. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo clicked his tongue, his tone filled with unconcealed disappointment. Compared to the others across the sea, he hoped even more that the powerhouses from 4,000 years ago were overwhelmingly strong, strong enough to easily wipe out the entire world government. At the world government's highest conference chamber, the 5 elders had now completely focused their attention on Wushwang. Hirano Masato stroked his chin. His expression shifted constantly as a sharp light flickered in his pupils, and he muttered his guesses without stopping. The Nether race, one of the powerful races from the 100 races that has continued to exist until now. This Nether race general called Wushwang, why did he suddenly appear outside Impel Down? His strength is certainly not weak, but trying to challenge all the combat power gathered at Impel Down alone still seems rather inadequate. Wushwang's appearance had truly caught him off guard. But after the initial panic, he realized something. Wushwang was merely a single admiral. That meant everything was still under control. Agata Kanish's brows gradually relaxed as he said, relieved. That's true. Aside from those 100 races who vanished entirely for 4,000 years, what other admiral-level fighter on the sea would dare step into the present day Impel Down alone and challenge the world government? For us, isn't this a chance? Sanobe Keiichi suddenly asked. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted abruptly. Agata Kanishi, Hirano Masato, and the other 3 5 elders all turned their gazes towards Sanobe Keiichi. And within their hearts, a thought began to surface more and more clearly. The appearance of Nether race General Wushwang is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Feeling the eyes of the other 4 upon him, Sanobe Keiichi paused before continuing. We know far too little about the 100 races from 4,000 years ago. The only person who truly knows much is the ancient king, and his strength is extraordinary. Moreover, once the crisis erupts, he can still be considered to be on our side. We can't easily make a move against him. Otherwise, internal war would consume our combat strength, and we'd have even less power to face the chaotic era that's coming. But Washwang is different. He comes from the Nether race, and his strength is only Admiral level. More importantly, we currently have a great deal of power gathered inside Impel Down. Capturing him will not be difficult. If he truly is just a single admiral, then once we take him down, wouldn't we be able to pry information out of him about the other 100 races from 4,000 years ago? That way, when the 100 races return, we won't remain completely ignorant. Sanop Keiich's words made the other 4-5 elders nod one after another. Clearly, they had already been thinking along similar lines. That era from 4,000 years ago, and the 100 races soon to return from it, were simply too unfamiliar to them. Washwang's appearance was like a lifeline thrown straight into their hands. A chance to understand all of it. In the new world, within the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, with twin horns atop his head and a presence like a demon god, stared at Washwang in the screen and commented with visible disappointment. His speed and power are both excellent. Compared to those Logia devil fruit users like Sakazuki, he suits my taste much more. But in terms of raw strength, he's still a bit lacking. I thought the return of the 100 races would bring some real monsters. But it's only a mere admiral. This Nether race is really disappointing. At the side, King, his eyes gleaming, spoke only after Kaido had finished. Boss, this might be an opportunity for us. Oh, an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Kaido's eyes shifted toward King, clearly intrigued. Beside them, the other 2 all-stars of the Beast Pirates also turned their attention toward him. An opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Judging from the Nether race and the general who has appeared so far, their overall strength doesn't seem overwhelmingly high. But they aren't weak either. Most importantly, they don't seem to be devil fruit users, and yet they still possess powerful bodies. Explosive strength and speed. That suits the needs of the Beast Pirates perfectly. It's just that even if we set out for Impel Down right now, it would already be too late. Boss, the significance contained in Washwang himself is too great. Even if the world government captures him, they won't kill him immediately. King continued. The most likely outcome is that they'll imprison him in order to extract more information about the other 100 races from 4,000 years ago. When that happens, we can wait for an opportunity, rescue Washwang, and then bring the Nether race under our command. Hearing this, Kaido said nothing. But the tiny black bolts of lightning already flickering around his body revealed his decision. The wolf-like form of Washwang in the screen was far more appealing to him than an ordinary Zoan devil fruit user. The Nether race would not disappoint him. As for storming a world government stronghold and offending the world government, it was not as if it would be his first time doing so. With the sea about to descend into chaos, he cared even less about the world government now. Chapter 70. Great Eruption. Crimson heat waves rolled across the sky, spreading outward in every direction. Transformed into magma, Sakazuki threw a punch. A gigantic fist of magma over 100 meters wide condensed in midair, while ferocious heat waves spread outward in layers, shaking everything around it. As the magma fist fell from the heavens, waves of heat rolled across its surface, and its scorching aura blanketed the sky. Explosive iron claw. Sharpness pierced through heaven and earth. Washwang charged upward from below at high speed. As his crossed claws swept out, countless invisible edges stabbed through the sky like countless sharp swords thrust into the air. The atmosphere was torn apart and split into fragments. Those omnipresent invisible edges pierced the sky and spread upward, quickly colliding with the incoming magma fist. A terrifying shockwave rippled out. The invisible sharpness permeated the magma fist, constantly tearing apart every inch of magma. That peerlessly imposing fist of magma gradually became riddled with holes under the endless invisible edges. Streams of shattered magma continuously fell from the sky. Slash. At the same time, Washwang turned into a streaking afterimage and flashed forward at extreme speed, his figure colliding directly with the magma fist. The mighty claw gleamed with a chilling sharpness. The magma fist, already riddled with holes, naturally could not withstand the edge of the mighty claw. After only a brief stalemate, the magma fist over 100 meters wide was completely shattered into countless fragments of magma. Magma rained down across the sky, like a brilliant shower of molten fire. Rumble, rumble. Magma surged. The moment Wushwang shattered the magma fist, Sakazuki once again ignited endless magma, shooting forward with destructive force. At the same time, inside the plaza of Impel Down, Buru Buru, a shrill den-den mushy ring suddenly sounded. That abrupt sound immediately jolted CP0, Agent 7 awake from his rising displeasure, and he quickly picked up the den-den mushy in his arms without daring to delay for even a moment. CP0, Agent 7 greets the Great Five Elders. The instant the call connected, CP0, Agent 7 spoke with utmost respect. This particular den-den mushy was used exclusively for direct contact with the Five Elders. So anyone capable of calling through it could only be the Five Elders themselves. At a time like this, for the Five Elders to suddenly call, could it be that they were calling to rebuke him? That Sakazuki really was useless. Just some nameless fool who didn't know his place, yet he still hadn't dealt with him after all this time, to the point that the Five Elders had to personally call and question them. Countless thoughts flashed through CP0, Agent 7's mind. In the next moment, the voice of one of the Five Elders, Hirano Masato, came through the den-den mushy, old and authoritative. The appearance of the nether race is a rare opportunity. His strength is at most only Admiral level. Sen Borsalino. With his speed, together with Sakazuki, this nether race general, Wushwang, will have no chance of escaping. Without offering any further explanation, Hirano Masato gave only that order before directly hanging up the den-den mushy. Far away in the highest conference chamber of the world government, his gaze had not left the scene outside Impel Down for even a moment. Inside Impel Down, with that single call from Hirano Masato, even Garp and all the Admiral-level powerhouses were startled, their hearts trembling. The nether race had appeared. Did that mean the one causing trouble outside Impel Down was from the nether race? One of the 100 races the ancient king had spoken of. At the thought of that, even Borsalino and Kuzan could not help but feel their hearts shake and their scalps go numb. Especially Borsalino and Kuzan. They had personally experienced just how terrifying the ancient king was. Fortunately, Hirano Masato had said that this nether race individual was only Admiral level in strength. Nowhere near the ancient king. CP0 Agent 7's gaze fell on Borsalino, and Borsalino seemed to sense it. He raised his head and nodded at CP0 Agent 7. Then, buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden light erupted. Bathed in endless photons, Borsalino transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky. Outside Impel Down, Wushwang, who had just torn through layers of magma with one claw, suddenly halted his assault. And immediately after, buzz, buzz, buzz. Several beams composed of countless photons shot over from the distance. Each beam moved so quickly that the naked eye could not capture it, and the power contained within them was incomparably terrifying. Wushwang didn't dare be careless in the slightest. Crossing both claws, endless sharpness burst forth. Explosive iron claw. The invisible sharpness erupted once more. Slash, slash. Booms, booms, boom. Endless sharpness filled every corner, intercepting the several golden beams head-on. The terrifying sharpness collided with the golden beams. The beams of light were gradually torn apart, and the energy carried by the photons in the shattered beams exploded, causing a chain of explosions to erupt across the sky. Hellhound Crimson Lotus. At that very moment, Sakazuki seized the opportunity. Crimson magma surged violently, staining half the sky red. The boiling magma condensed into a colossal magma hound head over 100 meters long, its fangs interlocking as streams of magma dripped from between them. Facing the magma hound head charging from behind, Wushwang no longer confronted it directly. Instead, in hurried succession, he slashed out several claw marks before his figure flashed backward at high speed. Booms, booms, boom. The claw marks landed on the magma hound head, shattering its fangs and sending magma spraying everywhere. Yet in the end they were still swallowed by the magma hound head itself. After devouring the claw marks, the magma hound head lost none of its momentum and continued to pounce toward Washwang at high speed. Well, 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 so this is the Nether race. They really are like monsters. On the other side, in front of Washwang, golden light gathered and Borsalino's figure reappeared. His eyes traveled up and down Washwang, full of surprise. He was also extremely curious about the Nether race. At the same time, he felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, this Nether race did not seem to be one of the strongest among the 100 races. Just an admiral-level combatant that was still within the range they could handle. Explosive Iron Claw, get the hell out of my way. A savage light burst from Washwang's pupils as he glared at Borsalino and roared. In the next instant, the air split apart and space itself collapsed. Countless sharp edges pierced through the sky, tearing heaven and earth as they spread forward, seeking to tear Borsalino to pieces. Yada mirror. With his right hand, Borsalino released a path of light. Transforming into photons, he moved along that path of light at an extreme speed, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Slash. The invisible sharpness ravaged the area where Borsalino had just been. The atmosphere was torn apart, and pitch-black cracks appeared in space itself, hideous and terrifying. At the same time, the magma hound head from behind was about to descend. Shadows followed. Behind Washwang, the phantom of a white wolf from the netherworld flickered as he rapidly sprinted through the void. His speed flashed again and again, and the magma hound head completely lost its target. Like a meteor, it fell from the heavens and crashed into the sea below. Rumble. A huge volume of seawater was vaporized, and layer upon layer of white mist rose to cover the sky. At the same time, wave after wave surged wildly outward, crashing in every direction. Midair, Washwang came to a halt, breathing slightly heavier. Repeatedly unleashing his ultimate technique, Explosive Iron Claw, combined with the full exertion of his speed and strength against 2 Admiral-level opponents, was beginning to strain him. After all, in the end, even one-on-one, he was not Sakazuki's opponent in his current state. Much less when Borsalino had joined the battle as well. Do all Nether race bastards have tempers this bad? Suspended in the air, Borsalino studied Washwang with amused curiosity as he teased him. With his speed here, there was absolutely no chance for this Nether race warrior to escape. What? Do you ignorant and arrogant humans really think you've already won? Washwang straightened his body, his gaze cold, his tone filled with contempt. Isn't the answer obvious? Borsalino replied without the slightest attempt to hide it. Patting the smoke and dust off his armor, the coldness on Washwang's face suddenly melted away, and he threw back his head in loud laughter. Hata. Arrogant humans. The humans of this era truly are arrogant to the extreme. Since when did this general ever tell you that this general is the strongest of the Nether race? And since when was this general the only one of the Nether race to awaken? Chapter 71. Washwang's cold and contemptuous voice echoed through the vast and desolate sky, lingering for a long time without fading. That icy voice seemed to pierce straight into the soul, resounding in everyone's ears and shaking the deepest parts of their hearts. Washwang was not the strongest of the Nether race. That alone did not surprise them. After all, the weak had long since been erased by history. Since the Nether race had managed to survive for 4,000 years, even if they were not as towering as the ancient king, they were absolutely not weak. But what they had never imagined was that the Nether race powerhouses appearing outside Impel Down were not limited to Washwang alone. What do you mean by that? Transformed into magma, Sakazuki floated in midair, staring coldly at Washwang as he demanded an answer. At the same time, his observation haki spread out overwhelmingly, covering every inch of space without leaving a single gap. Yet even with his observation haki raised to such a high level, he still could not detect the presence of any other Nether race powerhouse. Crack and crack. Frost began to gather. An extremely frigid wind suddenly rose from the distant sea. That bone-piercing wind was so cold it instantly began freezing the ocean's surface as it swept forward. The air itself froze into layers of white frost. Within a radius of several thousand meters, the temperature plummeted sharply under the sweeping cold wind. Even the sea around Sakazuki, and the area that had just been struck by magma below, rapidly cooled by several degrees. What he means is that you're an idiot. A voice as cold as if it had come from the depths of the netherworld suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a boundless wave of freezing cold surged forth. The extreme chill froze heaven and earth as it spread, and the already icy air condensed into sheets of ice crystals. The tide of cold spread with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed more than 1,000 meters and swept right up to Sakazuki. The white tide of frost directly enveloped an area more than 1,000 meters wide. Under that absolute cold, all vitality seemed frozen solid. Great eruption. In the next second, magma blasted out. Sakazuki condensed a 100-meter magma fist with his right arm. Blazing magma compressed into a single point, and violent heat burst forth. Wave after wave of heat spread outward, frantically burning everything around them. White mist and steam merged into one, and within a 1,000-meter radius, the area was transformed into a world of white by that simple collision alone. Cold and heat collided, layer upon layer of shockwaves exploding outward as frost and heat continuously froze and evaporated one another. Within the endless white, a dazzling streak of crimson tore through the sky, staining the white with red. Only after it shot several hundred meters into the air did Sakazuki reform his body. Magma flowed around him. His face was savage, his expression dark, and his gloomy pupils followed the source of the cold tide. A figure gradually emerged from within the frost. He wore dark gray armor dotted with ice crystals, held a greatsword in hand, and had a blue cloak draped over him. Where the pieces of armor joined together, his blue skin stood out strikingly. It was a skin tone very similar to that of Wushwang, the nether race general from before. The figure held a greatsword with a blue crystal hilt, and it was from him that the endless streams of freezing aura were spreading outward. Wushwang, you really do look rather miserable. Stepping out from the endless cold tide, under the gaze of everyone in the world, Han Feng glanced at Wushwang and spoke indifferently. Clicking his tongue, Wushwang flashed through the air and landed beside Han Feng before continuing. If not for that war 4,000 years ago, those two, how could they ever have made me look this miserable? Wushwang was no longer at his peak, but as his role-playing progress as defying the heavens increased, his strength could gradually recover. And all of that could be perfectly explained as lingering injuries from the Great War 4,000 years ago and his subsequent 4,000-year slumber. Resting both hands on the hilt of his great blade, Han Feng said in an offhand tone, "I didn't contribute any less than you did in that battle." Wushwang's mouth twitched slightly, but he was unable to refute him. Han Feng's strength at his peak had surpassed his by far, by no small margin. After all, Han Feng was a nether race general who had mastered Pojai, the strongest combat skill of the nether race warriors. Among the 13 nether race generals, his overall strength was enough to rank in the top 5. As for Wushwang, he was outside the top 10. Across the sea, as Han Feng fully revealed himself, countless people cried out in alarm and panic. The nether race. A nether race warrior. There are actually 2 such powerful nether race warriors lurking outside Impel Down. Could it be that they didn't appear there by chance at all, but came with a plan? As expected, a race like the nether race, one that survived that great war and endured for 4,000 years, could never possibly have had so little power. Up to this point, although no one as strong as the ancient king, or even stronger than him, as he had described, had appeared, the 2 members of the nether race who had shown themselves were both at least admiral level. A race like that, if it had more warriors of this level, then it absolutely could not be underestimated. Phew. Interesting, this just got interesting. 2 admiral-level fighters should be enough to give the world government a headache for a while, right? Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's wild laughter echoed without end, and the gloating in his voice could not be concealed. Although Doflamingo had not actually seen Han Feng fight, the exchange between him and Wushwang was enough to reveal one thing. Han Feng was another race warrior, even stronger than Wushwang. Although he had not expected the 2 of them to inflict any truly devastating losses on the world government, Merely seeing the world government embarrassed was enough to make Doflamingo very pleased. Outside Impel Down. Buzz, buzz. Golden light exploded. Photons spread outward in streaks, and Borsellino landed beside Sakazuki, his gaze sweeping over Han Feng as he asked lazily. Could it be that you're from the Nether race too? This Nether race? Are all of them monsters this strong? Crack and crack. His eyes shifted. From beneath his hood, Han Feng's icy pupils swept over Borsellino, and strands of freezing energy began to surge. The space before him was continuously invaded by the cold and frozen into blocks of transparent ice crystal, each one glittering brilliantly. Mixed with the howling cold wind, his bone-chilling voice drifted past. This general is another race general. Han Feng. I truly never expected that after merely 4,000 years, the human race could become this arrogant and ignorant. Could it be that the ancient king cleaned things up too thoroughly for you? So thoroughly that you came to believe this sea belongs to humanity alone. Chapter 72. Nether Race General, Han Feng. Pops, it looks like the appearance of the Nether Race Generals outside Impel Down this time isn't some coincidence. Still, they probably have no idea how many powerhouses are gathered inside Impel Down. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Marco, with his pineapple-like hair, let his gaze shift slightly. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. One Wushwang could perhaps still be explained as a coincidence, just awakened into this era and unfamiliar with the current state of the sea. Or perhaps he had simply awakened on an island near Impel Down. But once the second Nether Race General, Han Feng, appeared, that explanation no longer held up. Especially judging from the exchange between the two of them, the Nether race's appearance outside Impel Down was clearly far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even so, the Nether race surely had no idea how many strong figures had gathered inside Impel Down today, right? After all, they had only just reappeared. There was no way they could know that the world government had assembled such a massive force at Impel Down today. No matter what plan they had, it would fail. They might even end up being captured alive by the world government. That's right. Pops, this Nether race is definitely plotting something. But to provoke Impel Down, where so many strong figures are gathered, with only 2 admirals. This time, the Nether race will probably suffer a heavy blow the moment they reappear. Yeah, looks like the world government is about to get its hands on quite a bit of information. If the 2 of them flee now, they might still have a chance, but if they keep dragging this out. Once the Admiral-level fighters of the CP0 division inside Impel Down react, they won't escape if several admirals join forces. As Marco finished speaking, the gathered Whitebeard pirate commanders on the deck of the Moby Dick all nodded, speculating among themselves. Most of them believed that even with 2 Nether race generals, it would not change the final outcome. Gururara. That Nether race general called Han Feng, his abilities are a bit similar to that brat Cuzin's. Could it be that back 4,000 years ago, there were devil fruits with identical powers? Unlike Marco and the others, Whitebeard's attention had instead fallen on Han Feng's abilities. Marco and the others paused slightly and shifted their focus toward Han Feng. Only then did they realize. Those movements that drew forth endless freezing air and frost, where was that merely a bit similar to Cuzin? It was practically cut from the exact same mold. This, could it be? He really is a second Logia ice fruit user. How is that possible? It's identical, that cold. Could Pops be right? Did identical devil fruits actually exist 4,000 years ago? As they muttered, their mouths hung open, their minds dazed. Especially those commanders who had encountered Cuzin at close range before, or even clashed with him briefly. Quite a few of the Whitebeard pirate commanders had pupils flickering with utter disbelief. Across the sea, no 2 devil fruits with the same ability had ever existed. That was common knowledge known to everyone, a law no one could break. And yet now, that law had been shattered before their very eyes. It completely crushed their worldview and overturned everything they thought they knew. One division commander even tilted his head and asked Whitebeard the question that came straight from the depths of his heart. Pops, Are there really two devil fruits with the exact same power on the sea? The moment he asked it, everyone's attention was drawn in. All the commanders turned to Whitebeard, wanting an answer from their old man. No matter when. Their pops was always the one who showed them the way. Gururarara. Laughing boldly, Whitebeard rested one hand behind his head and muttered indifferently. Who knows about something like that? But, if there really were that many duplicate devil fruits, it would be impossible for not even one of them to have appeared in all this time. That nether race General Han Feng, and even Wushwang from earlier. The powers they use probably aren't devil fruit abilities at all. Without even eating a devil fruit, they can still unleash all sorts of abilities, even Logia-like powers. It seems the era 4,000 years ago was even more glorious than this old man imagined. As he spoke, Whitebeard's gaze suddenly shifted toward Marco, his tone becoming rather certain. This time, the world government probably won't have such an easy time taking down those two nether race generals. Abilities similar to that brat Cuzin's. Looks like the nether race isn't entirely made up of the kind of people I like. Compared to Whitebeard. After seeing Han Feng appear, Kaido merely frowned, his tone carrying obvious dissatisfaction. As someone obsessed with raw physical combat, Kaido had never cared much for those flashy, Logia-style abilities that manipulated wind and snow. What he admired more was the slightly weaker Wushwang's speed and explosive power. Outside Impel Down. At the center of the heat waves, Sakazuki's expression darkened as he coldly demanded. This sea is not ruled by humans, it is ruled by the world government. And with just the two of you nether race bastards, where do you get the confidence to break into a prison of the world government? Be careful not to drag the entire nether race down with you. Not ruled by humans, but by the world government. Wushwang threw his head back and laughed wildly, the mockery in his tone completely undisguised. If the ancient king were to find out that the sliver of hope he fought for with his life has turned into this today, I wonder if he would regret fighting so desperately 4,000 years ago. As he spoke, the look in Wushwang's eyes gradually turned icy. His cold pupils locked onto Sakazuki, and his voice became increasingly rigid. And another thing. Boy, your arrogance and ignorance have truly opened this general's eyes. If this general were still at peak strength, I would personally tear that mouth of yours apart and make you witness this general's true power with your own eyes, so you would understand. The terror of the nether race. Well, what a tremendously powerful monster from the nether race. The exaggerated voice and over-the-top tone belonged to Borsalino. Even facing two nether race generals, he still looked lazy as ever, continuing to make sarcastic remarks. Your strength really isn't weak. And this still isn't your peak, as expected. You're ridiculously strong, like some kind of monster. With a cold glance, Han Feng swept his eyes toward Borsalino and said indifferently, this time, he isn't wrong. At his peak, Wushwang tearing that brat's mouth apart would be nothing worth mentioning. You people who never experienced that war. How could you possibly know how terrifying that battle truly was? Chapter 73. In that battle 4,000 years ago, every powerful race among the 100 races took part. And for people at your level, the divine race alone had over 100 of them. And with the divine power of the true Chan Holy King blessing them, the 100 gods could not be killed at all. If people like you had taken part in that battle, you probably wouldn't even have any scraps left by now. How could you still be like this general? Merely weakened in strength and heavily wounded. Standing beside Han Feng, Wushwang curled his lips into a mocking, playful smile as he added coldly. Although the divine race's 100 gods were indeed somewhat inferior to the nether race generals at their peak, they could still barely reach the admiral level. And with the protection of the true Chan Holy King's divine power. Even if Sakazuki, Cuzin, and Borsalino, the three admirals, were to truly fight them, they would only end in defeat. After all, admiral-level fighters possessed terrifying stamina and endurance. But even so, they were not infinite. Faced with the undying 100 gods, even the 4 emperors would find them extremely troublesome. The contents of Wushwang's words plunged everyone present, and everyone watching across the sea, into even deeper shock than before. far more shocking than anything Han Feng had said. The divine race, the 100 gods, every one of them is an admiral-level powerhouse. The True Chan Holy King. With the divine power of the True Chan Holy King blessing them, every one of the 100 gods is immortal. The power over life and death. This True Chan Holy King can actually grant others immortality. More than 100 admirals. Is this what the supreme divine race of 4,000 years ago was like? Endless cries of astonishment rang out across every corner of the sea. Even those who had lived their entire lives among the lower and middle ranks, pirates, civilians, and the like, were no exception. To them, every admiral-level powerhouse was the ceiling of the world. And yet the divine race had over 100 such beings. And they were immortal. If the gap was truly that enormous, then once the divine race stood against the world government, how long could the world government even hold out? And no way, more than 100 admiral-level fighters. And on top of that, all blessed with divine power by the True Chan Holy King, making them undying and indestructible. On the ship of the red-haired pirates, Yasop's mouth hung slightly open, his pupils contracted, and the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide. And he wasn't the only one. Every single senior member of the red-haired pirates, including Shanks himself, remained unable to calm down for a very long time. What Wushwang had revealed this time had simply exceeded the limits of their imagination. Just the name alone was already full of mythic grandeur. When they first heard that such a race really existed, they had already been deeply shaken. But afterwards, when they heard from the ancient king that the divine race was merely a stronger race, not some all-powerful existence beyond imagination, they had slowly come to accept it. And yet now, what had they just heard? The divine race actually had over 100 admirals. These were admiral-level combatants. Among all the powers currently visible on the sea, there weren't even 10 admiral-level fighters in total. And yet the divine race actually possessed more than 100. And not just that. The divine race's True Chan Holy King could shield the 100 gods with divine power, making them immortal and indestructible. With such an ability, how was that any different from the all-powerful gods they had previously imagined? To put it bluntly, just the 100 gods and the True Chan Holy King that had been revealed so far were already enough to wipe out every force currently on the sea combined. A divine race like that truly deserves the kind of caution even a terrifying existence like the ancient king would show. Letting out a faint sigh, Shanks felt countless thoughts surging through his mind, and an immense weight pressed heavily onto his heart. The divine race, a race that had not appeared even once up to now and was known only through the words of others, had already placed immense pressure on them. So much so that despair itself made him feel almost unable to even think of resisting. Immortal and indestructible. Impossible to kill. How was one supposed to struggle for even a sliver of hope in a war like that? Resting both hands on the ship's railing, Shanks wore a grave expression. Facing the salty sea breeze, he slowly closed his eyes. Only after a long while did he manage to calm his emotions a little and murmur in a low voice. "Captain, no wonder. You made that choice back then. The divine race is only one of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago. Even if their strength places them among the overlords, there are still other powerful races no weaker than them. Against power like that, the strength of the present-day sea is utterly insignificant. If we can't awaken the world and create more strong people before the many experts of the 100 races descend, then this era will have no place left for humanity at all. 100 immortal divine warriors. Within the beast pirates, Kaido, towering like a demon god, had now completely lost the carefree interest he had shown before. He could ignore everything only, because he knew those things were not enough to destroy him. Even if he stormed Marine headquarters and got captured, it would not matter. Because he had absolute confidence that the Marines had no way to kill him. And only he himself knew that he was not truly immortal. He merely possessed life force so absurdly tenacious that it resembled that of a monster. Attacks at the level of a 4-emperor could injure him, but could not inflict truly fatal damage. Yet Wushwang had just said that the divine race's True Chan Holy King could grant 100 divine race warriors' bodies that were undying and indestructible. That revelation made Kaido feel an enormous sense of threat. If that Truchan Holy King could use divine power to give others immortal bodies, then he could probably also destroy Kaido's own body, couldn't he? A threat of death. After so many years, Kaido once again felt the threat of death. And it came from someone he had never even seen. Truchan Holy King, divine race. Hahaha, I'm actually starting to look forward to those dazzling 100 races powerhouses. Demonic energy surged around him as strands of black lightning spread outward. The gloom on Kaido's face gradually turned into loud laughter. Only the weak feared change and trembled before a new era. His strength already stood at the ceiling of the present sea. There was nearly no room left for him to improve. If nothing unexpected happened, Kaido would remain like this for the rest of his life. But once the 100 races descended, those beings beyond even the level of the 4 emperors might be terrifying. But they could also become the guides, showing him the next step on his path. Only by witnessing with his own eyes those monsters who stood beyond the level of the 4 emperors could he possibly find a way to advance further. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo stood up directly from his throne. A blazing light flashed through his pupils, and fanatical excitement surged up in his heart. If the divine race makes a move, then wiping out the world government might happen in the blink of an eye. He muttered feverishly. At this moment, Doflamingo practically wished for the divine race to descend immediately, crush the world government with overwhelming majesty, and reduce Mary Geoise, the sacred land of the celestial dragons, to flat ground. In the first half of the Grand Line, on a pirate ship that was battered nearly beyond recognition, 4 elderly-looking figures, led by Rayleigh, stood upon the deck. Their gazes remained fixed on the flickering image on the screen as they discussed what they were seeing. The divine race. Not only are they powerful, but from what both the spirit race and the ancient king have revealed, this is also a race with extremely strong aggression. It can be said that, as things stand now, the divine race is probably the greatest enemy of our era. Dark King Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and looked toward the other 3. Beneath the sunlight, his lenses reflected faint glimmers. This divine race is terrifying to the point of despair. Leaving aside their other powers, just those 100 undying, admiral-level divine warriors alone are not something we can withstand. Scopper Gabin, tall and wearing sunglasses, frowned deeply, filled with worry. That's right, Vice Captain. The Truchan Holy King, who can grant 100 admirals the power of immortality and indestructibility, is probably at the very least in existence on the same level as the ancient king. And the divine race should have quite a few powerhouses beyond even the level of the 4 emperors. Otherwise, there's no way they could have supported themselves against so many powerful enemies at once 4,000 years ago. As Gabin's words fell, the other 2 nodded in agreement. Back in the past, they had always marched forward fearlessly, following their captain, the pirate King Roger, across the seas. There had never been any place that could make them afraid. But things were no longer as they were before. The divine race far surpassed every enemy they had ever faced. And their pirate crew, from its captain to its members and officers, was now incomplete. Under such circumstances, facing the divine race was no different from striking a stone with an egg. The 4 gathered here under Rayleigh's lead were all senior officers who had once served on the pirate King Roger's ship. Even after Roger's execution, some of the higher-ranking members of the Roger Pirates had still kept in contact. When Rayleigh first realized that everything Roger had once spoken of was beginning to appear, he had contacted the old members of the Roger Pirates. But due to the urgency of the situation, only 4 of them had gathered so far. Since the divine race is so aggressive, then back 4,000 years ago, there must have been many races that stood against them, and among them there were surely powerful ones. The 100 races may be strong, but they also have their own conflicts. Perhaps we can make use of that and buy ourselves more time and a better chance of victory. Rayleigh's eyes shifted as thought after thought passed through his mind. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, gazing into the far-off horizon, and murmured, "But before that, we still need to wait for Bullet and the others. Otherwise, with only us, there is truly very little we can accomplish." Chapter 74. What kind of joke is this? Magma surged violently around Sakazuki's body as waves of scorching heat spread outward. The air itself was evaporated into layers of mist. His face darkened further, and his tone grew even more hostile. Immortal. If that so-called true, Chan holy king of the divine race, really had the power to make people immortal, then wouldn't the divine race have long since ruled the entire sea? And in that great war back then, the divine race could never have ended up mutually wounded with all of you. Even though they did not fully understand everything about 4,000 years ago, they had still learned fragments of the truth. Ever since the ancient king appeared, and from the words spoken by Wushwang and Hanfeng, the divine race was clearly one of the absolute dominant races of 4,000 years ago, and an extremely aggressive one at that. The ancient king and the nether race that had appeared so far both held hatred toward that divine race. If such a race truly possessed immortal divine warriors, then how could the nether race and the ancient king possibly have survived until now? The divine race would have completely taken control of the entire sea 4,000 years ago already. The nether race and the ancient king would have either been killed or reduced to prisoners long ago. How could they have merely fallen into slumber instead? There was only one explanation for all of this. Everything those two nether race generals were saying was false. Ha. Wushwang laughed loudly without the slightest concern. His eyes looked upon Sakazuki the way one might look at a truly ignorant fool. The divine race has the true Chan holy king. Do you really think the nether race has no powerhouse capable of opposing him? It's true that the true Chan holy king's divine protection, which makes the divine warriors immortal and indestructible, is terrifying. But if there is an equally powerful opponent capable of restraining him, forcing him to fight with everything he has, leaving him unable to spare attention to maintain that divine blessing, then naturally, that immortality of the divine warriors ceases to exist. Not to mention, in that battle back then, it wasn't only the nether race standing against the divine race. His proud, mocking tone dripped with scorn and disdain as it fell into Sakazuki's ears, causing Sakazuki's face to flush red with rage. The magma surrounding him surged even more violently. Layers of white mist continuously evaporated amidst the rolling waves of heat. Raising an eyebrow, Wushwang folded his arms across his chest and looked down at Sakazuki provocatively. But then again, you're nothing more than an ignorant fool. How could someone like you possibly understand the true strength of the nether race? For a fool to arrive at such a stupid conclusion is only natural. The fire in Sakazuki's heart rose even higher, as if his chest itself were about to explode. The magma flowing across his face burst outward directly. Terrifying magma began to gather at high speed. Already hot-tempered by nature, Sakazuki could no longer endure Wushwang's attitude. Rumble. Magma spread outward. A sea of crimson magma rapidly took shape, dyeing the entire sky red. Then, layer after layer of magma compressed and gathered into enormous magma fists dozens of meters wide. Those magma fists, formed of rolling, boiling magma, linked together as they rapidly filled the entire sky. The Marines below looked up and could no longer even see the farther reaches of the heavens. The magma radiated a scarlet glow and waves of searing heat. Throughout an area spanning tens of thousands of meters inside and outside impel down, the temperature of the air rose at an astonishing rate. The sea surface gave off layer after layer of white mist. Inside the world government's highest conference chamber, the 5 elders, who held the greatest authority in the world government, were all shaken deeply by the words spoken by Wushwang and Hanfeng. Every sentence from those two was enough to leave them stunned. 100 admiral-level combatants. At that scale, even if we included the strong individuals we have secretly cultivated, we would still be crushed with ease. Inside the dimly lit conference room, after a long stretch of silence, Agata Kenishi leaned slightly forward with both hands resting on the desk, propping up his chin. Even as he spoke, his eyes never left the screen in the center of the desk. Not to mention, they're immortal and indestructible. And then there's the true Chan Holy King, the one capable of granting that immortal body. Sanop Keiichi wiped down a strange-looking blade in his hand, the worry in his eyes impossible to hide. If he can grant that kind of ability to others, then just how terrifying must the true Chan Holy King himself be? I'm afraid even the ancient king might not be his match. Hirano Masato adjusted the collar of his slightly rumpled suit and added his own thought. The worry in his words was no less than that of any of the other 5 elders present. At the beginning, all they knew was that 4,000 years ago there had been many strong figures, and many races among the 100 races had not been destroyed. Among those sleeping powerhouses, there were quite a few whose strength equaled that of the ancient king, beyond the level of the 4 emperors. And there were even some stronger than the ancient king. Yet they had never dared imagine that within the divine race, there existed a being capable of granting immortality to 100 admirals. Even with only the slightest bit of thought, they could tell. If someone could use divine power to such an extent, then just how terrifying must that person's own strength be? Could it be that some random powerhouse casually revealed by the divine race already surpassed even the ancient king? If that were true, then what future was left for the world government? After those pressure-filled murmurs from the 3-5 elders faded away, the conference room once again fell into deathly silence. The 5 elders, who had always remained calm and composed no matter what shook the sea, were now caught in deep distress. The divine race is powerful, but they are not the sole ruler of everything. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. It was one of the 5 elders, Masutani Yasunori. His words pulled Agata Kenishi and the other 4 from their deep thoughts as they all looked toward him. Under the gaze of the other 4, Masutani Yasunori continued. From what the ancient king and those 2 nether race generals have said, we can already tell that the divine race has made far too many enemies. The divine race is powerful, but the races standing against them are not weak either. Otherwise, things would never have ended up in the state they are now. And among the races standing against the divine race is the nether race that has appeared outside Impel Down. Judging from what that nether race General Wushwang said, the nether race may also be extremely powerful. At the very least, they must be one of the main races capable of confronting the divine race. And for the ancient king to be mentioned by such an arrogantly proud nether race general, his strength has likely also been acknowledged by the nether race. So the ancient king must also have been one of the primary forces opposing the divine race back then. As for the other races that have yet to appear, we know nothing. But from what we've seen so far, the ancient king and the nether race do not necessarily have to stand against us. In fact, when the divine race descends, they may very well fight alongside us against them. After all, the ancient king is the most ancient king of humanity. Though he has had some small conflicts with us, as long as we offer our sincerity, then considering that he is still human. Faced with such an enormous threat from the divine race, he cannot possibly just stand by and do nothing. And similarly, we do not really have any serious grudge against the nether race either. Even though their appearance outside Impel Down is indeed a provocation against the world government, they have not yet caused us any major real losses. If we stop the battle in time and show them our sincere goodwill, then before the divine race descends, they may not have the time or desire to truly become enemies with the world government. On the contrary, that brutal war 4,000 years ago has already left the nether race and the divine race in a relationship of absolute, irreconcilable hatred. The nether race may be powerful, but they are still under great pressure when facing the divine race. So once the divine race descends, as long as we do not make things too hostile with the nether race, they may very well choose to form a temporary alliance with the world government. After speaking his entire train of thought and his judgment in one long breath, Masutani Yasunori picked up the cup of water on the desk and took a drink to wet his throat. Agata Kenishi, Hirano Masato, and the other 3-5 elders all turned the matter over rapidly in their minds, continuously considering what Masutani Yasunori had just said. After a moment, the 4 of them gradually began to nod. Yasunori is right. Our original attitude was wrong. The strong figures of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago are not all our enemies. Among them, there are clearly some we can form alliances with. At least for now, our conflict with the Nether race is not serious. So this is indeed a plan worth considering. Whether it was the ancient king or the two Nether race generals, when they spoke of the divine race, although they never denied the divine race's power, the hostility in their words was impossible to conceal. And the strength of the Nether race was already obvious from what little had been shown. Wushwang had even outright said that the Nether race possessed a powerhouse capable of contending with the true Chan Holy King, the very being who could bless 100 admirals with divine power. That alone proved they were absolutely not weak. At a time like this, for the sake of more practical gains, throwing away a little face and making peace with the Nether race was clearly the correct choice. As the 5 elders, their intelligence was naturally exceptional. It was only that they had not thought along this line at first. Now that Masutani Yasunori had laid it out so clearly, they immediately saw just how feasible the plan really was. It's just, if the Nether race was truly one of the great races of 4,000 years ago, then back then, they should also have been an enormous force in their own right. And if they are unwilling to accept the world government continuing to occupy the entire sea in this era, then what do we do? No sooner had he just managed to sort everything out in his mind than Hirano Masato's heart was filled once again with fresh worry. The other 4-5 elders froze as well, their expressions stiffening slightly. If the Nether race truly was such a powerful race, then they must have held vast territory and great power 4,000 years ago. A race accustomed to holding dominion over one side of the world. How could they possibly awaken in this era and remain peacefully satisfied? If it really comes to that, then we'll give them a territory. Gritting his teeth, Sanobe Keiichi made the suggestion. The instant he said that, Hirano Masato and the other 4 all changed expression, the worry on their faces growing even deeper. A territory in the New World, Sanobe Keiichi added. A territory in the New World for the Nether race. Suddenly, the eyes of Hirano Masato and the other 4-5 elders lit up. How had they not thought of that? This sea, strictly speaking, belonged to the world government. But openly and in secret, there were countless forces that refused to submit to the world government. And among them, the most obvious was the New World. That place was practically lawless territory. Even the world government had little control there. It could be said that the New World did not truly belong to the world government at all. It belonged to the 4 emperors and countless powerful pirates. If they handed one region of the New World over to the Nether race, wouldn't that both win the Nether race's favor, and at the same time allow the Nether race to help them clear out some of the pirates that had always caused them trouble? This was simply a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with one stone. As the strong figures of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago awaken one after another, when all those powerful races appear, there is no way the world government can continue to dominate the entire sea as it does now. Rather than waiting until those 100 races' powerhouses seize territory by force and drive us back step by step, it would be far better for us to use the New World now to win over those awakening 100 races' powerhouses. The races that have just awakened will inevitably need land in which to recover and rebuild. If we proactively divide up the entire New World and hand it over, we can not only avoid endless trouble for ourselves, but also build goodwill with those races. And in the process of gaining their favor, we would also have the chance to observe those powerhouses beyond the level of the 4 emperors, and eventually cultivate such strength ourselves. Step by step, the world government could expand further a ND Chinese letter into the 100 races. A brilliant light flashed through Agata Kanish's eyes. He sprang to his feet, slamming his palm heavily against the desk. An ambition unlike anything before burst forth in his heart and shone in his eyes. If everything went smoothly, the world government would rise several levels higher in power. Under the Great War of 4,000 years ago, those 100 races' powerhouses may never have fully recovered even after 4,000 years of slumber, because of their injuries. In that case, it is highly likely they would accept our goodwill. Sanobe Keiichi also rose from his seat, his gaze blazing. So, this old man agrees. Clatter. One after another, Hirano Masato and the remaining 3-5 elders all rose to their feet, their expressions solemn. This old man agrees as well. A new era is about to descend. The world government must change. This may be the greatest transformation of all. The 100 races. As long as we can avoid offending them, we should. As long as we can satisfy them, we should do so as much as possible. Chapter 75. This freezing aura. At the center of the plaza, inside Impel Down, Garp and Kuzan felt the extreme cold radiating from Hanfeng, and the two exchanged stunned looks. Because that aura of frost was far too familiar to them. Buru buru buru. Buru 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 buru. The sharp sound of a den mushy rang out urgently. With a flustered expression, CP0 Agent 7 quickly picked up the den mushy in his hand, his face turning respectful. But this time, before he could even speak, the rapid voice of one of the 5 elders came through first. CP0 Agent 7, take Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kuzan with you immediately and go show goodwill to the Nether race. Stop Sakazuki and Borsalino. You must dispel the Nether race's hostility. For that purpose, you may even promise certain conditions. For example, divide out a portion of the sea and hand it over to the Nether race. Remember, your attitude must be proper. The moment the words ended, the line from the 5 elders' side had already gone dead. And on the scene, not just Magellan, Kuzan, and Garp. Even CP0 Agent 7 and 6, the 2 CP0 Admiral-level agents who had always done nothing but obey orders, were left stunned. As living weapons, they absolutely obeyed the 5 elders' commands, never daring to question them and never even thinking too deeply. But this time, they could not help but feel confused. Just a short while ago, the 5 elders had clearly said that Borsalino and Sakazuki should work together to capture the Nether race general, and that under no circumstances could he be allowed to escape. And yet now, they were suddenly ordering them to go and make peace with the other side. And not only that, they were even being told to lower their posture. They were the CP0 admirals directly under the world government and the 5 elders. Together with the hero of the Marines Garp and the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters. They practically represented the world government and the Navy before the entire sea. And under those circumstances, they were still supposed to lower themselves and seek peace with the Nether race, while under the eyes of the entire world. The authority of the world government would undoubtedly suffer a serious blow because of this. Exchanging a glance, both Garp and Kuzan felt their hearts shake. Had something happened outside Impel Down? Was all of this because of the fierce aura that had suddenly erupted outside just now? Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Kuzan, you both heard the order from the Great 5 Elders. Just as countless thoughts surged through the 2 men's minds, CP0 Agent 7 walked over, having already adjusted his state of mind and returned to his cold-faced calm. Garp and Kuzan both nodded. All this time, Garp had never cared much about affairs on the sea. But now, his curiosity had truly been stirred. Just what exactly could have caused the 5 elders to change their attitude so drastically? What had happened outside Impel Down? Outside Impel Down, countless magma fists stood suspended across the heavens. The whole sky was filled with them, burning it crimson as though the very firmament were being incinerated. Wave after wave of scorching heat surged endlessly. Standing behind that endless sea of magma fists, Sakazuki wore a savage expression, veins bulging across his forehead. Meteor. Volcano. With his furious roar, the magma fists floating across the entire sky fell all at once. More than 100 magma fists formed a dense barrage, like a meteor shower crashing down from the heavens. The fiery rain of meteors first unleashed a wave of suffocating heat. The heat washed over everything. Wushwang stepped forward, crossed his claws, and unleashed his sharpness. Strands of black energy rose behind him. The wolf shadow roared wildly, as if it sought to tear apart everything in existence. Han Feng took a step forward and stopped Wushwang with one hand. He turned his head slightly and glanced at him. Wushwang, leave this one to me. Behind him, his life weapon's silver flame left its sheath. Around Han Feng, a freezing wind rose, and the air rapidly condensed into countless ice crystals. Holding the life weapon's silver flame in his hand, Han Feng lifted his head and faced the rapidly descending rain of meteors directly, excitement flickering in the depths of his eyes. Silver flame. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. After 4,000 years. Let the ignorant humans of this era witness the power of a nether race warrior. As Han Feng's words fell, the temperature of heaven and earth plummeted. A blizzard rose from nowhere, sweeping across the battlefield. It froze the sea below for tens of thousands of meters, layering it with thick ice. The violent snowstorm surged upward from below, and, in the blink of an eye, collided with the overwhelming heat waves before the meteor rain. Bang, bang, bang. Cold and heat crashed against one another, the freezing and the scorching clearly dividing the world into two distinct realms. As they evaporated and consumed each other, thick smoke blotted out the sky, completely obscuring everyone's sight. One shockwave after another burst outward in rings, causing even Impel Down itself to tremble slightly. This level of power. Is this what a clash between Marine Headquarters admirals looks like? Even the sea is freezing, even the very sky is burning. Are these the true monsters that rule the sea? This is only the prelude to the clash. The real collision hasn't even begun yet. In front of power like this, what can we possibly do? Below, the Marines stationed around Impel Down, responsible for guarding the prison, all looked up at the events unfolding in the sky. Their mouths hung open, their eyelids twitched violently, and some of their legs were already shaking uncontrollably, their belief in themselves crumbling on the spot. They were not comparable to the elite forces dispatched from Marine Headquarters. Many of them had never even seen admiral-level combat before. They had witnessed clashes between vice admirals many times, and on rare occasions had even seen admirals spar. But ever since they had been stationed outside Impel Down, they had hardly participated in battle at all, let alone witnessed a true fight at the admiral level. And now, that world-destroying clash had made them understand with terrifying clarity what it meant to be the highest combat power of Marine Headquarters. Within the surging waves, raised by the icy aura soaring into the sky and colliding with the rolling heat, Han Feng stood there alone, gripping his life weapon Silver Flame, his face calm and indifferent. Around Silver Flame, an incomparably chilling aura of frost radiated outward. An invisible cold drifted behind Han Feng, and his momentum continued to climb. The temperature of the air kept falling, until at last, when it reached a certain critical point, Han Feng gripped Silver Flame with both hands and slashed out with one strike. Ice hell! His low shout rang out through the endless frost. In the next instant, the surrounding air erupted violently. A hellish storm cyclone mixed with shattered ice swept upward. A freezing darkness like hell itself descended into the hearts of everyone watching. Behind Han Feng, the shadow of a frozen hell flickered into existence. An endless icy gale surged forth. The condensed cyclone of shattered ice, over 100 meters wide, looked as though it could crush and grind everything in its path. A magma fist tens of meters wide fell first, its scorching heat burning away the cold of ice hell. But the moment it struck one of the shattered ice cyclones, it was blocked head-on and could advance no farther. The spinning cyclone whirled faster and faster, and the chilly power it carried grew stronger and stronger. Magma blazed, Han Feng stood unmoving. But the magma fist itself was gradually being devoured by the cyclone. Rumbled. The next second, 3 more magma fists crashed down one after another, slamming heavily into that shattered ice cyclone. The cyclone, which had originally held the advantage, shattered instantly beneath the combined impact and heat of the 3 magma fists. Even so, before breaking apart, it mercilessly tore 2 of those magma fists to pieces. This was like the opening horn of the true clash. As the first shattered ice cyclone broke apart and 2 magma fists were consumed, the full meteor shower finally descended, crashing down into that frozen hell. The collision between ice and magma exploded completely in that instant. The energy released in the explosion produced a massive shockwave, with rings of white and crimson-tinted air rippling outward again and again. One fiery meteor after another dragged a long blazing tail behind it as it fell from the heavens toward the sea below. A massive chunk of tangled ice and magma, over 10 meters across, fell from the sky and was about to smash into one of Impel Down's guard warships. The frozen surface of the sea cracked apart. Between the burning magma and the freezing air, the sea itself turned into two distinct colors. The Marines aboard the warship closed their eyes in despair. Faced with aftershocks like a natural disaster, they had no strength to resist at all. Neither their speed nor their firepower was enough to intercept something like this. Ice block two-thorn spear. A sharp shout rang out. From the distance, more than 10 long spears of extreme ice tore through the air, ripping through space as they shot forward. One of those ice spears effortlessly pierced straight through the giant mass of tangled ice and magma. The shattered energy mass broke into even smaller fragments and exploded apart, all of it sinking into the sea and sending out ripples. The remaining ice spears were just as formidable. In one unbroken sequence, they shattered every fragment of falling energy from above. And Kuzin, who had thrown out more than 10 icy spears in one move, found himself staring at that spreading frost in slight hesitation. This cold, it was far too familiar. But he himself was standing here and had not joined the battle at all, so how could something like this be possible? This was practically the exact same kind of cold as his own. But if that were the case, then what was going on here? Cold air slash. From the center of the endlessly exploding collision, a streak of freezing air tore through the sky, forming a slash over 300 meters wide as it spread outward. All the aftershocks from the collision were torn apart by this freezing slash. The raging frost followed the slash upward in a torrent, freezing an icy path through the sky as it shot straight toward Sakazuki. Hellhound Crimson Lotus. Magma condensed in an instant, Sakazuki's movements completely unhindered. His right hand gathered a magma hound head over 100 meters wide and blasted it downward. Slash. The freezing slash gleamed with piercing sharpness. The icy energy was bone-chilling, while the magma hound's interlocking fangs radiated terrifying heat. Rumbles. Another violent collision erupted, and another ring of explosive aftershocks burst outward as overwhelming power poured across heaven and earth. Looking up, Wushwang glanced at Han Feng and Sakazuki, who were already fully locked in battle. Then he leaned his body forward slightly, bent his legs, and prepared to move. In that case, I'll leave this one to you, Han Feng. As the words fell, Wushwang shot forward, turning into a blur as he lunged at Borsalino with a storm of razor-sharp force. Yata Mirror. As an admiral-level powerhouse, even though Borsalino had been watching the battle between Sakazuki and Han Feng above, his observation haki still effortlessly captured Wushwang's sudden attack. With one hand, he released a path of light. Transforming into photons, he moved along it and instantly vanished hundreds of meters away at a speed that drove others to despair. What a monstrous nether race general. You don't really need to be this hostile to an old man like me, do you? Golden light gathered, forming Borsalino's figure once more. He spread his hands helplessly and spoke to Wushwang in a tone of exaggerated resignation. After 4,000 years, my claws are almost rusted shut. If I don't move around properly now, then once the Great War starts, I might even forget how to fight. Standing where Borsalino had originally been, Wushwang wiped a hand across his claws, and a savage light flashed through his eyes. In the next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. And another thing, you don't need to act like some old senior. I am Nether Race General Wushwang. By the time I was rampaging across the sea, your ancestors from the whole human race might not even have been born yet. The claw wind was chilling. Its sharp aura spread through the air, and the words carried within it caused Borsalino's expression to stiffen. Yet he could not think of a single thing to say in rebuttal. This time, the opponent before him was not some younger upstart from the sea, but a nether race general who had once fought in the ancient war 4,000 years ago. Wushwang gave Borsalino no time to think. Less than a second after his words reached Borsalino's ears, the razor-edged claw wind was already upon him. Amano Murakumo sword. His right hand reached into the void. An endless stream of photons condensed into a blade of light. The sword of light formed instantly, wrapped in armament haki. Borsalino lifted it in one hand. A crisp ringing sound echoed out. Wushuang's claws crashed down heavily onto the blade of light. Even with armament haki reinforcing it, Borsalino could still feel the immense force behind the attack. It wasn't enough to break his light sword. But among admirals, this was already top tier. At the very least. In terms of raw strength, Wushuang surpassed him. After images flickered, Wushuang bared his teeth in a cruel grin and swung his claws one after another, each strike accompanied by a wave of claw wind as he hammered downward relentlessly. Borsalino was by no means slow. In fact, he was even faster by a few degrees. Every single time, he could block Wushuang's claw strikes with flawless precision. He even looked somewhat at ease. After all, as the Logia user of the glint fruit, Borsalino might not possess overwhelming raw power. But when it came to speed, he absolutely stood at the very peak among admirals. Even a 4 emperor was not necessarily faster than him. Of course, Borsalino had no intention of relying on that speed to fight all out and completely suppress Wushuang. After all, no overtime pay was coming his way. So why would he work himself to the bone? Taking it easy and slacking off was far more comfortable. Chapter 76. Like a phantom, he moved through the first level of Impel Down, the Crimson Hell, a place feared by countless people across the sea. A world of needle-like thorns tormented the prisoners here at every moment. Blood was the theme song of the Crimson Hell, and corpses were its decoration. From time to time, prisoners were chased by poisonous spiders and prison guards, enduring the piercing agony brought by the needle grass as they fled in panic, running aimlessly. Impel Down had a total of 6 levels, and each level held a different class of criminals. The prisoners in the first level, the Crimson Hell, were merely minor pirates and criminals from across the sea. They were insignificant. Even if they escaped, they would not be able to stir up much trouble. As for the 6th level, the Infinite Hell, every prisoner held there was a terrifying existence who had once left their mark upon the sea. The deeper one went, the more dangerous the prisoners became. If those pirates ever escaped from Impel Down, they would be fully capable of stirring up storms across the sea once more. Defying the heavens had little interest in the Crimson Hell. From beginning to end, his gaze never once lingered on the prisoners fleeing in terror. What he needed to find were devil fruit users, and those who possessed devil fruits would naturally not be confined to the first level of Impel Down. As for this so-called thorn jungle, it was no different from empty decoration in front of defying the heavens. The moment he deployed the origin barrier, the entirety of Impel Down had already become his hunting ground. Swiftly passing through the first level, the Crimson Hell, defying the heavens, slowly stepped into the second level, the Beast Hell. Roar! Arowoar. The moment he entered the Beast Hell, a series of deafening beastly roars rang in his ears. The sound of dense footsteps rapidly approached. Soon, a wave of dust rose into the air. At the very front, 5 prisoners dressed in prison uniforms fled in panic. With his eyesight, defying the heavens could easily see through the heavy dust and make out what was chasing them. Behind the 5 prisoners, 3 strange-looking jailer beasts were pursuing them. "Hey, you brat over there, don't block the way. Get the hell out of my path, or do you want me to throw you to those monsters for food?" Before they even reached him, the cursing voices of the 5 prisoners had already entered, defying the heavens' ears. The second level. There should already be quite a few ability users here by now, right? A cold glint flashed through his pupils as defying the heavens murmured to himself. The black cape behind him stirred without wind. In the next moment, a streak of black shadow laced with faint green flashed past. Thud, thud. In the distance, the 5 prisoners fleeing madly, along with the 3 jailer beasts chasing them, all collapsed to the ground, lifeless. None. Standing there for a while, defying the heavens, still did not hear the system notification. That made him shake his head in mild disappointment. Still, he was not surprised. After all, devil fruits were far too rare. This was only the second level of Impel Down, the Beast Hell. How could it be possible that any random group of 5 people would include a devil fruit user? In any case, there were definitely devil fruit users on the second level. As long as he killed every prisoner here, there was no need to worry about gaining nothing. The abilities of that nether race general. In the New World, within the kingdom of Dressrosa. Staring at Han Feng, who was locked in an intense battle with Sakazuki, Doflamingo's shock only deepened. Ordinary people might never come into contact with admirals of marine headquarters. But with his status and strength, he had encountered them many times. And precisely because he understood admirals so well, he was this shaken. If he remembered correctly, manipulating ice and freezing the very air was Kuzan's signature ability. Across the entire sea, apart from Kuzan, no one else should have possessed such power. That was the power of a devil fruit. There could not possibly be two completely identical devil fruits on this sea. And yet now, from what he had observed, the powers of that nether race general called Han Feng were almost completely identical to Kuzan's. How could Doflamingo not be astonished? There's more than one devil fruit with the same ability. Below Doflamingo, Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Quixote family, rested his chin on one hand and narrowed his eyes, speaking meaningfully. Doflamingo froze for a moment, but soon a possibility surfaced in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he blurted out. Artificial devil fruits. Could it be that the 100 races from 4,000 years ago had already completed the research to manufacture artificial devil fruits? And not only that, they could even create the strongest class of all, artificial Logia devil fruits. Artificial devil fruits had always been one of the Quixote family's most secret research projects. But up until now, all they had managed to produce were trash-tier artificial Zoan fruits. And even those were horribly unstable. Now, the thought that the 100 races from 4,000 years ago might have already achieved the creation of artificial devil fruits, and even artificial Logia fruits, naturally made him excited to the extreme. If the 100 races from 4,000 years ago had truly accomplished this, then it proved that his path was not wrong. Not necessarily artificial devil fruits. Diamante shook his head with calm restraint and continued. Everything about 4,000 years ago is far too unfamiliar to us. Even the ancient king, who was himself a human from that era, remains someone we barely understand. Let alone the nether race. It's a completely new race to us, one from an age unimaginably distant. Perhaps, in that era 4,000 years ago, controlling the forces of nature did not require devil fruits at all. The moment those words fell, Trebal, another top officer of the Quixote family, shook his head almost reflexively, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Turning to face Trebal's disbelieving gaze, Diamante calmly asked in return. Trebal, even the nether race from 4,000 years ago has already appeared now. And that General Han Feng has abilities indistinguishable from Kuzan's. With all that already happening, what exactly is impossible anymore? Diamante's words left Trebal silent. If even a race like the nether race from 4,000 years ago had already emerged, then what on the sea could still be called impossible? The nether race, the nether race. No matter what, we have to find a way to make contact with them. Doflamingo's emotions surged wildly. The ambition in his eyes grew even stronger as he muttered in an incomparably firm tone. Whether it was artificial Logia devil fruits, or some entirely different cultivation method capable of controlling the power of nature. Both were powers he desperately needed. Trebal and Diamante exchanged a glance, and both saw a trace of helplessness in the other's eyes. To make contact with the nether race. For the Quixote family, that was simply too difficult. After this battle at Impel Down ended, the nether race would undoubtedly rise upon the sea and attract the attention of countless forces. And the Quixote family, when viewed across the whole sea, truly did not amount to much. Towering waves of magma surged like a flood, crushing and evaporating the air before them. On the other side, the freezing aura gave no ground either. Extreme ice and blazing heat collided again. The shock waves from the explosions shot wildly outward, crashing into the sea below and sending the waters into violent upheaval. And below, as the battle became more and more intense, the marine warships gradually withdrew from their original positions. Because, in a battle like a natural catastrophe, they could not help at all and would only risk being struck by the scattered aftershocks. Yet within the constantly colliding aftershocks, 3 figures stood firm, completely unaffected by any of the violent waves of force. So those are the 2 Nether race generals. One of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago, the Nether race, standing below Sakazuki and the others. Kyuzen, Garp, and CP0 Agent 7 all looked up, their pupils contracting. Nether race generals. They truly lived up to that title. Of those 2 Nether race generals, one was almost evenly matched with Sakazuki, while the other was only slightly weaker than Borsalino. In the short term, Borsalino could suppress him, but he still could not inflict any truly meaningful damage. No matter what, the command of the 5 elders comes first. CP0 Agent 7 was the first to recover his composure. With a grave expression, he spoke to Garp and Kyuzen. Kyuzen nodded lazily. The order had been given personally by the 5 elders, and he had heard it with his own ears. There was no ignoring it. Sakazuki, Borsalino. After straightening his suit, CP0 Agent 7, together with Garp and Kyuzen, slowly rose into the air against the violent waves of battle. Only when they neared the center of the battlefield did he finally speak. Honored Nether race generals, Wushwang and Hanfeng. Everything that happened before was merely a misunderstanding. Our 5 elders hold the strength of the Nether race in the highest regard. We sincerely hope that the 2 of you can cease your attacks. The world government is willing to offer its greatest respect. And if either of you have any conditions, you may state them, and I will relay them to the 5 elders for consideration. At the center of the storm of battle. Even after hearing those words, neither Hanfeng nor Wushwang showed the slightest sign of slowing down. After unleashing a claw mark over 100 meters wide, Wushwang spoke toward CP0, Agent 7. What? You attacked us the moment you appeared, without even a word. And now you call it a misunderstanding. And besides, looking at those 2, they still look like they want to tear me and Hanfeng apart. And you call that a misunderstanding? Without hesitation, CP0 Agent 7 directly invoked the authority of the 5 elders and shouted toward Sakazuki and Borsalino. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsalino, by order of the 5 elders, the 2 of you are to cease fighting immediately. On the battlefield, the movements of both Sakazuki and Borsalino faltered slightly. If these were merely CP0 Agent 7's personal words, neither of them would have paid much attention. But if he was invoking the 5 elders directly, then it was impossible for them not to take it seriously. Borsalino, who was always fond of slacking off, naturally allowed the trace of anger in his heart to fade the moment CP0 Agent 7 spoke. Taking advantage of the situation, he transformed into a streak of golden light and withdrew from battle. On the other side, Sakazuki's forehead bulged with veins. Magma surged around him, and the coat of marine justice draped over him had already been burned through in several places. His fists clenched as magma continuously gathered around them, refusing to disperse. Admiral Sakazuki, I'll say this again, this is the will of the 5 elders. Are you planning to defy the 5 elders' orders? Seeing that Sakazuki still had not withdrawn his attack, CP0 Agent 7 grit his teeth and spoke with open threat. Creak! Sakazuki's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were turning pale. The magma around him looked ready to erupt at any moment. But in the end, all the magma gradually dispersed. With a dark face, he descended and landed beside Borsalino and Kyuzen. Though rage still roared inside Sakazuki, his loyalty to the 5 elders was absolute. Naturally, he did not dare openly defy their command. Once he saw both Borsalino and Sakazuki withdraw their attacks, CP0 Agent 7 stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Hanfeng and Wushwang. Honored guests of the Nether race, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, shouldn't the 2 of you also lift your guard a little? Clang, clangs, clang. The violent sharpness around Wushwang gradually faded, but the life weapon Mighty Claw on his hands showed not the slightest sign of being withdrawn. Looking down upon CP0 Agent 7 and the others below, he spoke with incomparable arrogance. What? Do the humans of this era truly think the Nether race is so easy to bully? You attacked me without a word. And now that you want to stop, I'm just supposed to stop too. Hearing this, CP0 Agent 7 frowned slightly, his tone growing less pleasant. Honored Wushwang, you attacked our warships without a word as well, and we are still willing to let that pass. So why must you insist on clinging to this one point? And besides, if the battle continues, with only you and Hanfeng, I doubt that outcome would really be in your favor. CP0 Agent 7's words were somewhat restrained, but the meaning behind them was unmistakable. At this moment, with the world government and the Marines combined, there were 4 admirals and 1 emperor-level combatant present. If Hanfeng and Wushwang insisted on being ungrateful, then with such an overwhelming difference in numbers, they could easily capture the 2 of them. So, you think the nether race has no one left? A bone-piercing wind swept through the air. Hanfeng descended beside Wushwang, silver flame in hand. He cast a cold glance over CP0 Agent 7 and the others before speaking icily. I and Wushwang are both nether race generals. Even outside our peak state, we are enough to contend with all of you. And nether race generals like us. There are 13 in total. Chapter 77. Explosive Iron Claw. Countless invisible edges intertwined, piercing through layer after layer of space and tearing open pitch-black cracks. Amid the raging currents, a streak of golden light flashed past. Golden radiance burst forth, and the scattered golden photons slipped around every sharp edge before reforming in the distance into Borsellino's figure. The shadow behind him was like a dark wolf from the netherworld, chasing closely after him. Wave after wave of claw wind tore through the sky, flashing forward at terrifying speed. Every region the 2 figures crossed left behind a chaotic field of lingering sharpness that refused to fade. And the brief collisions between them from time to time sent heaven and earth trembling. Monkey! Could it be that the humans of this era are not only arrogant and ignorant, but only know how to dodge? After a stretch of pursuit, Wushwang came to a halt in midair. His beast-like pupils stared fixedly at the traces of golden light Borsellino had left behind. His displeasure was utterly undisguised. The nether race was a race born for battle. And as one of its 13 great generals, Wushwang was naturally no different. Yet, Borsellino kept evading, never once clashing with him head-on, leaving him feeling deeply bored. It even gave him the sense that all his strength had nowhere to go. At the end of the golden trail, dots of photons gathered into Borsellino's form. Stretching lazily, he yawned and said, I say, old man from 4,000 years ago, you just woke up, so don't be so aggressive, all right. What if your old bones fall apart in a bit? A true warrior desires only battle. Fixing his gaze on Borsellino, Wushwang flicked his hand in disdain and said contemptuously, I truly don't understand. How a coward like you managed to reach this level? Could it be that this era has no one left, so you only slipped into power when no one was watching? Veins bulged at Borsellino's temples. Even someone like him, who usually cared very little about most things, could not help but feel a trace of anger rise. There was no denying it. He did like to slack off. But his own talent was extraordinarily high, and before reaching the position of admiral, he had trained just as hard as anyone else. Such words, directly denying everything about him, truly left him displeased. His right hand pointed into the air. Endless brilliant photons gathered, forming more than 10 beams of light that floated before him. The lazy look on Borsellino's face gradually faded. I originally only wanted to take it easy for a bit. But to actually be looked down on like this, then I suppose I'll have to show you. The power of the fastest Logia Devil fruit user. The moment his words fell, the more than 10 golden beams suspended before him shot out instantly, attacking Wushwang from every direction. Slash. Booms, booms, boom. Before the lasers could even descend, Wushwang had already turned into an afterimage and charged forward, his claws crossing in front of him. Countless sharp edges tore all of the lasers apart. The remaining specks of photons exploded one after another in the air. However, the power of those tiny explosions was so weak that they could not even break through Wushwang's armor. Amino Murakumo sword. Borsellino lightly reached into the void with his right hand. A sword forged from photons appeared in his grasp. With one hand, he swung the blade of light. Wrapped in armament haki, the sword of light carried tremendous force as it collided violently with the claws rushing toward him. A crisp ringing sound echoed through the sky. Yada mirror. At the very moment of the clash, Borsellino fired a path of light from his left hand into the void. In the next instant, he threw away the sword of light formed from countless photons and transformed into photons himself, fleeing at extreme speed. Boom! The instant Borsellino left, the sword of light he had abandoned exploded. The terrifying photon energy contained within it reached saturation and erupted all at once. The released power blasted out a shockwave over 100 meters high. The deafening roar was like the growl of some ancient beast. The smoke produced by the explosion covered the heavens entirely, completely blotting out everyone's vision. After swiftly traveling along the path of light, Borsellino reappeared hundreds of meters above the battlefield. Looking down from above at the dense cloud of dust below, he slowly pushed both hands forward. A violent hum of photons rang out as his entire body was engulfed in concentrated light. Endless photons from every direction gathered before him. They formed sphere after sphere of energy, each only about the size of a basketball. The densely packed photon bombs churned violently, filling the entire sky and blotting out even the fading sunlight. It was a terrifying force, one that did not lose out even to an admiral-level meteor volcano. The dense sea of photon bombs covered the sky, their dazzling brilliance so intense that countless people across the sea could not even keep their eyes open. Below, within the thick cloud of smoke and dust, a streak of dark shadow flashed. Wushwang shot upward with endless sharpness, tearing through layer after layer of explosive aftershock and charging straight toward Borsellino. Behind him, the shadow of a ghostly wolf from the netherworld flickered without end. Yasukani no Megatama. Floating 100 meters above the battlefield, Borsellino let out a low shout and with a single thought. In an instant, the countless photon bombs filling the sky all descended. Individually, those photon bombs might not have matched the power of Sakazuki's magma fists. But their number was countless times greater than the meteor volcano. Under such an overwhelming bombardment, there was simply no gap through which to escape. Monkey, now this is more like it. This is the kind of battle a true warrior should have. The endless photon bombs falling from above reflected in Wushwang's pupils. Not only did he show no fear or retreat, he became even more excited. The wolf shadow behind him grew increasingly solid, while pitch-black abyssal energy churned wildly around his body. Explosive iron claw. The mighty claw crossed before him and released wave after wave of black energy. That black energy intertwined into countless sharp edges, taking the form of an enormous wolf's claw that smashed directly into the falling photon bombs. A chain of explosions rang out without end, as the interwoven giant claw pierced through one photon bomb after another. Once the photon bombs broke apart, the enormous energy within them exploded in a continuous chain. From a distance, the entire sky within a radius of several hundred meters had already fallen into one violent explosion after another. The violently surging photons destroyed everything around them in a brutal storm. Dark clouds of destruction enveloped the sky outside, impelled down. Wonderful, wonderful. I can finally feel the joy of battle again. Both of his hands moved so fast they left afterimages. With peerless sharpness, he tore apart every photon bomb before him. Inevitably, the force from the shattered photon bombs still surged toward Wushwang. Even though the explosions had weakened after being torn apart, they were still not to be underestimated, especially at such terrifying volume. Even a Marine Headquarters elite vice admiral would have only one outcome if struck by so many aftershocks: death. Yet facing the endless explosive aftershocks, Wushwang did not defend or dodge at all. Instead, he crashed straight into them with his overwhelmingly powerful body. Within that battlefield were darkness and light intertwined. At the source of all the dark abyss, the gigantic lone wolf of the netherworld flickered repeatedly. The exploding aftershocks that struck Wushwang were all blocked by the armor of the nether race and the black energy around him. bathed in endless light. Wushuang looked like a god of war. If it could be said that, the battle between Borsellino and Wushuang had only just begun. Then, the battle between Hanfeng and Sakazuki had already entered a fierce deadlock. With the two of them at its center, an area spanning several thousand meters had completely turned into a battlefield. The sky was filled with scorching magma and freezing air. The sea below was a complete ruin. Evaporation and freezing interwove together, forming a bizarre spectacle. The region where Hanfeng fought was filled with frigid air and heavy snow. The region where Sakazuki fought was flooded with searing heat waves that filled heaven and earth. Just because of their battle, the weather across the surrounding several thousand meters had already begun to change. World-destroying. At this moment, the all-out clash between Sakazuki and Hanfeng truly allowed the civilians, pirates, and bounty hunters of the lower and middle ranks across the sea to understand what it meant for heaven and earth to be destroyed. The power that could alter the color of the sky, boil the sea, burn mountains, and change the climate of an entire region with the slightest movement, made them understand, more clearly than ever before, just how insignificant they truly were. In the eyes of true powerhouses, they were no different from insignificant ants. At the same time, in a corridor near the plaza of Impel Down, a figure slowly emerged. He wore black armor and a black cloak dotted with silver, held a pitch-black long blade in one hand, and his face was hidden behind a mask. His hair was tied back neatly. Through the gaps in the armor and beneath the mask, one could vaguely see that his skin was not the usual white, yellow, or brown of ordinary humans. It was blue. System: activate the origin barrier. Range: everything below the first level of Impel Down. Standing in the dark corridor of the first level, defying the heavens spoke in his mind to the system. Ding, 8 special energy points deducted. Origin barrier deployed. The cold voice of the system quickly responded. The moment the system's voice fell, an invisible barrier spread out from defying the heavens' body and swiftly enveloped every region below the first level of Impel Down. And all of this, including the CP0 agents in the nearby Central Plaza and the Chief Warden Magellan, went completely unnoticed. Devil fruits were incomparably rare. Even with defying the heavens' strength, acquiring a large number of them in a short time was not realistic. And using everything about defying the heavens himself to advance his role-playing progress was equally difficult. After all, the stronger the character, the harder it was to increase the role-playing progress. Under such circumstances, he had turned his attention to one of the system's functions: the origin barrier. It could deploy a barrier made of origin power that prevented the origin force within devil fruit users who died inside it from scattering and escaping. There was no denying it. For other people, this ability might have been completely useless. After all, the origin power of a devil fruit meant nothing to anyone else, and they did not even know such origin power existed. And besides that one function, the origin barrier could not even isolate energy. In other words, apart from preventing origin power from scattering and escaping, the barrier could not even stop an ordinary human being. But for defying the heavens, its effects were extraordinary. As long as it could stop the origin power from escaping, he could use the system to absorb that origin power and convert it into special energy points. And for his current situation, that was an extremely fast way to raise his role-playing progress. Of course, such a powerful function naturally consumed a large amount of special energy points. If it were used only for a few ability users, not only would it fail to earn him any special energy points, he would even lose quite a few instead. After thinking it over carefully, Defying the Heavens realized that across the entire sea, only Impel Down truly met all his requirements. There were many ability users here, and its defenses were not actually that strong. Although an unexpected situation had arisen, and the world government and the Marines had sent many strong fighters to guard Impel Down, that was still within an acceptable range for defying the heavens. The only issue was that, if so many strong fighters all remained concentrated at the prison's main entrance, it would be very difficult for him to slip inside unnoticed. And before harvesting enough special energy points, he had no desire to launch a full-scale battle against such a number of powerhouses. So, to infiltrate Impel Down smoothly, he had arranged for Washwang and the others to stir up some trouble. The goal was to lure away some of the powerhouses gathered in the plaza of Impel Down. At the very least, he needed to lure away Garp, who stood at the level of a 4 emperor. And the result was obvious. Not only had Garp left, even the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters and 1 admiral-level CP0 agent had all been drawn away. Washwang and the others, it did well. Walking through the dark corridor of Impel Down, a faint smile appeared beneath Defying the Heavens mask. As long as he could enter Impel Down without causing a disturbance, then everything would basically be settled. With his current strength, inside an Impel Down that no longer had even a single admiral left behind, he had nothing to fear. The hunt begins. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as black and green energy surged around him. In the next moment, Defying the Heavens figure vanished. Chapter 78. Chapter 79. Hanfeng Linlin's icy voice made Commander CP-07, Akinu, and countless people across the seas have their pupils shrink violently. The Nether race had 13 great generals. A force like this, even in a wounded state, was enough to contend with a Marine headquarters admiral. And yet the Nether race actually had 13 of them. If those Nether race great generals, after sleeping for 4,000 years and enduring that great war, could still reach this level, then at their peak, they would likely all have been 4 emperor-level existences. 13 4 emperors, perhaps even stronger. Was this the Nether race that had once fought against the divine race 4,000 years ago? No, it wasn't just that. Aside from the Nether race's 13 great generals, there had to be other powerful figures within the Nether race as well. After all, Ironblood Washwang had already said it. Within the Nether race, there existed beings who could rival, and even suppress, the divine race's true Zen Sage King. Such an unimaginable existence, just the ability to grant others immortal bodies, was enough to make countless people across the seas fear it. At the very least, across the entire sea, whether openly or in secret, there was not a single force capable of opposing 13 Nether race generals at their peak. In other words, as long as the Nether race wished it, they could easily replace any one of the great forces on the sea. There was no need for the divine race. That included even the world government, which had dominated the sea for 800 years. Was this just one savage corner of that great era 4,000 years ago? Just the Nether race alone already possessed the power to overturn the present balance of the seas. And if there were more than 3 races on the same level as the Nether race, then the entire sea would probably be overturned in an instant. As expected, they really are a race that dared to face the divine race 4,000 years ago. The strength of the Nether race is terrifying. Inside the world government's highest conference chamber, one of the 5 elders, Hirano Masato, wore a stunned expression, his heart shaking violently. This Nether race truly was terrifying. Although only 2 Nether race powerhouses at the level of great generals had appeared so far, behind them stood an entire race. Fortunately, things haven't developed beyond repair yet. There is still a chance to salvage the situation. Agata Kenishi nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with relief. If they had not chosen to send Commander CP-07 to express goodwill, and had instead stubbornly insisted on attacking the 2 of them, then even if they managed to capture Ironblood Washwang and Hanfeng Linlin in the end, what they would face afterward would be the Nether race's hatred, and perhaps even mad retaliation. As one of the 5 elders of the world government, Agata Kenishi naturally knew the true extent of the world government's hidden and visible power better than anyone. And precisely because he knew, he felt fortunate. With the world government's current strength, they simply could not withstand the power that the Nether race had revealed so far. If they could gain the trust of such a powerful race and reach some sort of alliance or agreement, then perhaps the world government could rely on the Nether race to quickly learn the truth about 4,000 years ago and make adequate preparations. That way, even when the shock of the Great Era arrived, the world government could still maintain its authority and power. In the New World, within the territory of one of the 4 emperors. The beast pirates. Jack the Drought pointed incredulously at Hanfeng Linlin on the screen. Boss, this has to be fake, right? They're already strong enough to fight admirals without being at their peak. If they were in their prime, wouldn't they be able to fight even you, boss? And 13 nether race generals. Does that mean this nether race has 13 4-emperor-level powerhouses? How is that possible? 13 4-emperors. That's more than double the total number of 4-emperor-level fighters on the sea. Kaido's expression shifted endlessly. He did not answer Jack, because even he himself could not tell whether what Hanfeng Linlin said was true or false. If Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin had truly both been 4-emperor-level combatants at their peak, then his earlier thought of subduing the 2 of them and taking the nether race under his command would have been utterly ridiculous. After all, the entire Beast Pirates had only one true 4-emperor-level fighter, himself. The difference in strength was simply too great. Under such circumstances, would he be subduing them, or delivering himself to be beaten? He was deeply suspicious of Hanfeng Linlin's words. If the nether race really had that many powerhouses, then why were only Hanfeng Linlin and Ironblood Wushwang fighting outside Impel Down? And why had they suddenly appeared there in the first place? For a moment, even Kaido, who rarely liked to think too much, could not help sinking into deep thought. Outside Impel Down. As Hanfeng Linlin's words fell, the entire scene seemed to freeze in an instant. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Only the faint sound of the wind remained. Including the furious Akinu, everyone present had been deeply shaken by Hanfeng Linlin's words. There are 11 more in the nether race, as powerful as you, my lord. Only after a long while did Commander CP07 take a deep breath, steady himself, and finally break the silence. Then the nether race would have been one of the supreme races of 4,000 years ago. At those words, countless people across the seas held their breath, waiting eagerly to hear more about that ancient era from Hanfeng Linlin's mouth. Yet no one noticed. That as Commander CP07 spoke, an extremely strange smile appeared on the corner of Ironblood Wushwang's mouth. The order defying the heavens had given them was simple. Delay the powerhouses outside Impel Down, create opportunities, buy him time. Time to purge the devil fruit users inside Impel Down and harvest their origin power. If they truly started fighting seriously, then with their current strength, one barely at the admiral level, the other only slightly stronger than an admiral, they would not be able to stall for long before being defeated. Telling a few lies that defying the heavens had already planted into them beforehand, making the world government hesitate and send people to negotiate. That was the correct way to delay things. The moment Commander CP07 appeared and showed a respectful attitude, Hanfeng Linlin and Ironblood Wushwang had already understood. Defying the heavens plan had succeeded. All they needed to do now was reveal, bit by bit, some of the lies he had long since woven, distracting their minds and dividing their attention, and slowly spread the truth of the sea. Commander CP07 asking questions meant one thing. Their plan was proceeding exactly as expected. With a cold glance at Aokiji, Hanfeng Linlin said indifferently, 4,000 years ago, the 100 races flourished. There were countless powerful races. Even our nether race could not be considered the very strongest among them. At his side, Ironblood Wushwang stepped forward, his expression somewhat displeased as he took over the conversation. Though I dislike admitting it, that is the truth. The nether race may be considered a powerful race, but compared to the truly supreme races, we were far inferior. They were called the 100 races. But did you really think there were only 100 races? Among them, the weaker races were countless. The stronger ones were no less numerous. Even the overbearing divine race could not be called the one and only race standing at the peak. When the war against the divine race broke out, our nether race was one of the main races, but only one of the 5 main races, on the same level as our nether race. There were also the war god race, the sun-chasing giants, and the sea demon race. As he spoke, Ironblood Wushwang swept a glance over Kizaru, Akinu, and the others, a trace of disdain flashing through his eyes as he continued slowly. And your human race as well. The instant those words fell, even Commander CP-07 felt his heartbeat quicken violently, his pupils shrinking as he blurted out instinctively. The war god race, the sun-chasing giants, the sea demon race, and our human race. Countless people across the seas were equally stunned. From the moment Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin first appeared, everything in their words and actions had suggested utter contempt for humanity. As if humans and the Nether race were not even on the same level. Coupled with the ancient king's earlier hints that humanity had lived under terrible conditions 4,000 years ago, and had even nearly been exterminated. Almost everyone had assumed that humanity back then had only barely ranked among the middle tier of the sea, far from being a force capable of dominating the world. But now, they had actually heard the Nether race great general, Ironblood Wushwang, the same man who had shown such disdain toward humanity from the start, acknowledge the human race. To be precise, it was the human race under one king, the ancient king Gilgamesh, and the humans led by him. As for the humans of your era, clicking his tongue, Ironblood Wushwang tilted his head, one claw resting against his chin as he said disdainfully, ignorant and arrogant. Without the ancient king Gilgamesh, you are utterly unworthy of standing on the same level as our Nether race again. Chapter 80. Gilgamesh of 4,000 years ago. With one hand, he held up the entire human race. His might was unmatched. Even I had a measure of respect for him. Back then, although humanity had only him as its single supreme powerhouse, no one dared look down on them. Now Gilgamesh sleeps, and the Uruk Empire has fallen. What kind of rotten trash are the people of this era supposed to be? There was not the slightest attempt to hide Ironblood Wushwang's contempt for the humans of the present era. Yet at the same time, his admiration for the ancient king was unmistakable. How can this guy's opinion of an entire race depend on just one person? The ancient king, Gilgamesh, just what kind of charisma did he have that he alone could hold up the entire human race and make a powerful race like the Nether race look at him in a different light? In a plaza on the Sabyeti archipelago, a group of pirates with no small bounties stood frozen, Ironblood Wushwang's words echoing again and again in their minds. Ironblood Wushwang, and even the Nether race as a whole, actually held a trace of respect for the ancient king Gilgamesh of another race. That kind of influence, that kind of strength. If one day they could reach such heights, wouldn't that be more glorious than even becoming Pirate King? Their heated eyes flashed with ambition. Among the pirates who had made it as far as the Sabyeti archipelago, there were naturally some who were no different from low-level pirates, men who had become pirates simply for the sake of it. But there were even more who had far greater ambitions than those ordinary pirates. Ironblood Wushwang's words struck the five elders and the world government almost head-on. After all, the humans of the current era were, in essence, led by them and ruled by the world government. Ironblood Wushwang's words were no different from comparing them directly to the ancient king Gilgamesh. And the result was obvious. They had lost utterly. Outside Impel Down, Akinu nearly exploded on the spot. Already filled with killing intent after fighting Ironblood Wushwang and the others, seeing the man openly praise the ancient king Gilgamesh, the very one who had severed the back of his hand, while belittling both the world government and himself. It was more than he could bear. Had Kizaru not quietly reached out and tugged him back, then perhaps he would have already hurled a hound blaze straight at them. The ancient king, is he truly that terrifying? And just what level did his strength reach, for even a Nether race great general like you to hold him in such high regard? Following the five elders' low-voiced instructions in his ear, Commander CP-07 asked the question that nearly every powerful force and expert across the sea had been waiting to hear. The ancient king. He had effortlessly suppressed the three admirals by himself and even severed the back of Akinu's hand. To the world government, his true strength remained a complete mystery. It's been 4,000 years since I last saw him, so I can't say for sure whether he was affected by that great war back then. But I do know this. At his peak, Gilgamesh's strength was enough to faintly surpass even our Grand Marshal. Tilting his head, Ironblood Wushwang thought for a moment before answering. He did not directly reveal the ancient king's exact level of strength, nor did he say much about the Nether Race Grand Marshal defying the heavens, because defying the heavens had never instructed them on that point. Not even defying the heavens himself could predict what kind of followers or role templates the strongest role-playing system might draw in the future. If they said too much now, it would be far too easy to leave behind flaws later. Grand Marshal. The 5 elders, Commander CP-07, Akinu, and the others all instantly caught the key point in Ironblood Wushwang's words. Grand Marshal. Another overwhelming existence they had never heard of before. And yet the ancient King Gilgamesh was even stronger than this so-called Grand Marshal. As though noticing the confusion in Commander CP-07 and the others' eyes, Hanfeng Linlin spoke from within the freezing winds, his voice as cold as ever. Our Nether Race Grand Marshal possesses extraordinary strength and stands as the strongest in the Nether Race, commanding all Nether Race warriors. His reputation and power are considered exceptional even among the 100 races. In the Great War 4,000 years ago, he even displayed the terrifying might to defeat the divine race's strongest Sage King, Heavenly Marshal Sage King, not including the true God Sage King. That battle shook the 100 races and allowed our Nether Race to faintly rise into the position of leader among the 5 Great War races. The Nether Race Grand Marshal. Countless people across the sea muttered the title under their breath, gradually piecing things together. This powerful race from 4,000 years ago, the Nether Race, was slowly lifting the veil on a small portion of its mystery. The Nether Race's 13 great generals, along with the Nether Race Grand Marshal. For them to become the foremost among the 5 Great War races, the Nether Race's strength truly could not be underestimated. Even Akinu, whose rage had been boiling to the point that magma had begun leaking uncontrollably from his body, gradually calmed down. Though he was hot-tempered, impulsive, and utterly intolerant when it came to justice, the fact that he had become an admiral-level powerhouse meant he naturally understood what to value and what to let go. The strength being revealed now was simply too terrifying. Under such circumstances, even capturing Hanfeng Linlin and Ironblood Wushwang would accomplish nothing. The best option was to use the 2 of them as a bridge and establish contact with the Nether Race. The divine race's strongest Sage King, the Heavenly Marshal Sage King, was defeated by this Nether Race Grand Marshal. In other words, the final result of that war 4,000 years ago was that the divine race lost. If that's the case, then the divine race isn't truly invincible after all. Chapter 81. Chapter 82. Within the highest chamber of the world government, the 5 elders sat in silence, their expressions grim as they closely monitored everything unfolding outside impel down. A heavy gloom hung over the room, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating to the point where breathing itself felt difficult. The sheer power of heaven, the ruler of the divine race, was enough to instill overwhelming despair in them even through mere description. It was a despair that arose from the depths of their souls. The Nether Race. From Ironblood Wushwang's account alone, the Nether Race was already something the world government had no means to resist. Not to mention heaven, the one who, by his own power, had suppressed the 4 Great War races. They might still have a chance to negotiate or form some form of cooperation. But the divine race. From the descriptions given by the Nether Race generals, Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin, it was clear. This was a race that stood at the absolute peak of arrogance, intensely aggressive, and utterly intolerant of any other existence. With such a race, there was no possibility of reconciliation for the world government. Submit willingly and become slaves of the divine race. No, that was absolutely impossible. Even if the world government were destroyed, they would never bow their heads and become slaves. Having long stood above all others, how could they ever accept being reduced to the lowest of existences? Not to mention, that person would never allow it. The divine race was unquestionably the greatest enemy the world government had ever known. And heaven's existence pressed heavily upon their hearts, suffocating them with an invisible weight. We must activate all plans ahead of schedule. At the fastest possible speed, we must strengthen the world government's forces. Only then can we seize even the slightest chance of survival when the divine race descends. Saint Topman Warcury spoke with a dark expression, his tone heavy. Though he had no idea when the divine race would descend, that ever-present sense of urgency was constantly chasing him. As if even the slightest delay would render everything too late. Warcury is right. Additionally, cooperation with the Nether race cannot be delayed. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. While the Nether race is powerful, compared to the divine race, they are far more likely to reach an agreement with us. Because they understand the terror of the divine race far better than we do, and are even more desperate. Saint Ethenbaron V. Nosturo stood up, his expression solemn as he voiced his agreement. At present, there were indeed misunderstandings between the world government and the Nether race. However, judging from the attitudes of Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin, there was still a chance to bring them to their side. The Nether race had yet to fully recover. Even their two great generals had not regained their peak strength, and the rest of their forces could not possibly all be at full power. In such a weakened state, and with a clear understanding of the divine race's tyranny and terror, there was no way they would choose to antagonize the current overlord of the seas, the world government. If Nosturo were in their position, he would certainly choose to trade certain resources in exchange for items that could aid in their recovery. In doing so, they could rapidly restore the Nether race's overall strength, while also strengthening their ally. And when the divine race descended once more, they would have a greater chance of survival. Warcury and the others silently nodded. At this moment, their thoughts were perfectly aligned with Saint Ethenbaron V. Nosturo's. Outside Impel Down, Kizaru clicked his tongue, his expression unusually exaggerated. They defeated the ancient king, along with 4 other beings on his level. This heaven is a true monster, isn't he? Of all the people on the sea, only 3 had personally experienced the might of the ancient king, and thus had the most authority to speak on it. As one of them, Kizaru could say without hesitation that the ancient king's strength far surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. That unfathomable power. Back then, even when he faced Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akinu together, the ancient king had never once gotten serious. And that final move, the power that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the world. It was an unbridgeable gap. Stronger than the 4 emperors. Kizaru was certain it was far beyond something so simple. If the ancient king were to go all out, he might be able to eliminate a warlord as easily as a 4 emperor crushing an insect. And yet, such a being wasn't even the strongest 4,000 years ago. There was someone even stronger than him. The source of all legends, the true God, a single being who embodies an entire race. This heaven, could he really be that terrifying? The laziness on Aokiji's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. Kizaru was shaken, but how could he not be? After all, he had experienced that overwhelming terror alongside him. His evaluation of the ancient king was no lower than Kizaru's. And yet, this heaven was even more terrifying. Even the Nether race generals, who stood as his enemies, spoke of him with such reverence. If someone like that were to appear, with his strength as an admiral, how much could he truly accomplish? For the first time, Aokiji began to question whether the power of an admiral was simply too weak. Too weak to make any meaningful difference in a true battle of that level. The divine race, the true god heaven. Garp frowned deeply, muttering the fragments of Ironblood Wushwang's words as his mind raced. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through his thoughts. The D-clan. An ancient, mysterious record. That's right. He had once seen traces of heaven in an ancient, extremely mysterious text. But as for the details, he couldn't remember. The script used in that ancient record was vastly different from the writing used across the seas today. And Garp had never been one to dwell on such matters. At the time, he had merely glanced at it before tossing it aside. That record should be in Fuchsia village. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as Garp made up his mind. After this, he would definitely return to Fuchsia village and decipher that ancient text. Any record that contained information about heaven was bound to be extraordinary. Honorable Ironblood Wushwang. The voice of the 5 elders echoed once more, snapping Commander CP-07 back to reality. Looking at Ironblood Wushwang, he asked in confusion, "If heaven possesses the power to overturn the battlefield and sweep away everything, then why did that war end? And why did even the divine race fall into slumber and disappear from the seas? Heaven, the one who crushed all opposition, having already defeated the ancient king and 4 other supreme beings, leaving the punishment god alliance in ruins. Why did the war stop? Why would the divine race, standing on the brink of victory, choose to withdraw?" After the initial shock, countless questions flooded the minds of the 5 elders, lingering without resolution. Regarding the divine race, the nether race, and the countless powerful races of 4,000 years ago, they felt an overwhelming urge to understand everything. As the supreme rulers of the seas, they had always believed they knew nearly everything about the world. But now, they suddenly realized that they had only ever seen the surface. The true depths of the sea had always remained hidden from them. And yet, they had been living in such danger all along. Whoosh! A chilling cold swept through the air. Layers of frost froze the void itself as biting winds howled. From within the freezing storm, Hanfeng Linlin's icy voice echoed. "Among the 100 races, the divine race is powerful, and heaven was the strongest existence 4,000 years ago. No race surpasses the divine race, no one can suppress heaven. But among the 100 races, there are those whose power rivals the divine race. There are beings whose strength is comparable to heaven. The divine race, heaven, they are indeed the peak of power. But they are not the only ones." Boom! Those cold words struck like an explosive force, detonating in the minds of everyone present. A deafening roar echoed within their consciousness as their hearts trembled violently. Countless pirates of lower rank staggered, collapsing to the ground. Across the seas, people trembled uncontrollably, their legs shaking as fear spread to its extreme. What had they just heard? A race as terrifying as the divine race was not unique. A being as overwhelmingly powerful as heaven was not the only one. In that instant, countless worldviews shattered completely. Their minds were engulfed by terror and despair. Even Kaido, far away in the new world, felt a chill run down his spine, his body reacting instinctively. Inside the highest chamber of the world government, the 5 elders nearly collapsed from their seats. Their aged faces were filled with unease and panic. Too terrifying. The power of the 100 races from 4,000 years ago far exceeded their imagination. Just one divine race, just one heaven, was already enough to suffocate them. And yet, they were not the only ones. There were other races equally as terrifying as the divine race. Other beings as powerful as heaven. Despair, the fragile confidence they had just managed to regain, was shattered once again. At this moment, the 5 elders truly understood what it meant to feel fear. Chapter 83. The divine race, heaven, were not the only existences of their kind. The moment Hanfeng Linlin spoke those words, everything became clear. The reason why the divine race, despite being stronger than the nether race, had failed to achieve complete victory in that ancient war was because, during their clash with the punishment god alliance, other races of equal strength had intervened. Everyone understood now. The scale of the war had continued to expand, until it drew in every race across the seas. That world-destroying conflict ultimately led to catastrophic losses among the 100 races, forcing even a race as terrifying as the divine race into slumber. And now, after 4,000 years, those heavily damaged races were about to return. 4,000 years of accumulated hatred, ready to erupt at any moment. Once these races awakened, it would inevitably become a war that would sweep across the entire sea. No one would be able to escape it. The divine race, even their battle against the punishment god alliance, was something the current world could not resist. And heaven's power alone was enough to plunge them into absolute despair. And now, there were beings as powerful as heaven, races as terrifying as the divine race. And they were not alone. All of this drove countless people across the seas into utter despair. In the face of such overwhelming hopelessness, they could only cling to a fragile wish. that among those races equal to the divine race, there might exist one with a gentler nature, one that would grant them even the smallest chance of survival. The final outcome. The war between the divine race and the punishment god alliance grew increasingly intense, until all races of the sea were drawn into it. The Great War fully erupted, and countless races vanished into the river of history. Even the divine race suffered heavy losses and fell into slumber. And our nether race barely managed to survive. Clenching his teeth, Ironblood Wushwang's aura surged violently, sharp edges tearing through the sky. Behind him, the phantom wolf of the underworld roared. Waves of pitch-black energy barriers expanded and detonated around him. The terror of heaven, even after 4,000 years, remained etched deeply in his memory. That overwhelming, unstoppable force had effortlessly crushed the will of the nether race. That despair, even after 4,000 years, still lingered within him. Back then, the nether race had only survived because even stronger races had gradually entered the battlefield. But now, if the divine race were to awaken in this era, their first target would undoubtedly be the remnants of the punishment god alliance, without another race capable of rivaling them to hold them back. The remnants of the alliance, led by the nether race, would be utterly incapable of resisting. Since that is the case, Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, why not persuade your Grand Marshal to cooperate with our world government? In this era, 4,000 years have passed. Many things have changed. You are unfamiliar with this age, just as we are unfamiliar with the era of 4,000 years ago. Why not join forces? By combining our intelligence and resources, we can strengthen both sides. Only then can we gain greater confidence before the divine race awakens. Following the instructions of the 5 elders, Commander CP-07 spoke urgently, extending an invitation to Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin. The moment his words fell, the entire sea fell silent. Countless people held their breath, especially the 4 emperors and various powerful organizations that had long been wary of the world government. The world government already stood above them all. If they were to form an alliance with a race as powerful as the nether race, then with their support, sweeping across the entire sea would no longer be a mere dream. They simply had no means of resisting. A Grand Marshal of the nether race, someone beyond the level of the 4 emperors. Even the 13 great generals, who had yet to fully recover their peak strength, were far beyond what they could challenge. At this moment, the decision of the nether race would determine the fate of all these forces. Pops, if the nether race agrees to this, what do we do? Within the Whitebeard pirates, a division commander looked up at Whitebeard, his expression filled with confusion. At his words, the other commanders, Marco, Ace, and the rest, turned their gazes toward Whitebeard, their expressions tense with concern. From every angle, an alliance would greatly benefit both the world government and the nether race. The nether race had only just awakened. Their 2 generals had yet to recover their peak strength, and their losses were undoubtedly severe. In such a situation, with the support and resources of the world government, the current ruler of the seas, they could rapidly recover their strength. Under such circumstances, no one could think of a single reason why the nether race would refuse. A towering aura erupted. Boundless battle intent and unwavering resolve surged forth. Even knowing he might not be able to win, Whitebeard would never retreat. Because he was one of the 4 emperors. Because he was the strongest man in the world. Under the gaze of countless expectant eyes, Ironblood Wushwang was momentarily stunned. Then, he glanced at Commander CP-07 and the others with undisguised disdain, before bursting into laughter. Hahote. Did I hear that right? Did I really hear that right? Cooperation, an alliance, and you think you're worthy of forming an alliance with the nether race. Yes, we are weaker than the divine race. But that doesn't mean we would ever lower ourselves to stand on equal footing with ignorant humans like you. His words were filled with merciless ridicule. Cold, unforgiving. The entire sea was stunned. This was completely different from what anyone had expected. Why would the nether race reject the world government's offer? In such a situation, shouldn't they accept it and quickly restore their strength? Ironblood Wushwang, our world government is sincerely inviting your nether race. Is your response not a bit too? Veins bulged on Commander CP-07's forehead as he suppressed his anger, continuing under the instructions of the 5 elders. Isn't it obvious what he means? People like you aren't even qualified. A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the sky. In the entire human race, aside from Gilgamesh, no one is worthy of catching the nether race's attention. Fight against the divine race. With strength as pitiful as yours, what could you possibly achieve? The moment those words fell, space itself shattered. From within the broken void, a figure slowly stepped forward. He carried a wooden box on his back, his stature not particularly tall. Short silver hair framed his face, a cross-shaped scar marking his forehead. A strand of hair fell loosely across it, giving him an unruly, defiant air. With his arms crossed, leaning casually against the wooden box, he glanced down at Commander CP-07 and the others with disdain. Not just anyone is worthy of entering the eyes of the nether race. As for your strength, you're still far from enough. As this figure fully revealed himself, shock spread across the entire sea. His appearance, his words, all pointed to one unmistakable conclusion. A warrior of the nether race. And very likely, the nether race moves, a shadow behind the ancient king's era. Chapter 84. Suppressing the frustration in his heart, Commander CP-07 forced himself to remain respectful as he questioned the newly appeared nether race general. Even though every word spoken by this new general was filled with disdain toward the world government and all of them, he still had to endure it. Because everything from 4,000 years ago had brought an overwhelming pressure upon the world government. If it were only the nether race's strength alone, it would indeed warrant caution, but it would never be enough to force the world government into such a low posture. What truly pressed them down was the divine race, that incomparably terrifying race, and the countless other powerful races of that era. Nether Race General, Ghost Forest. Leaning lazily against the wooden box, Ghost Forest glanced at Commander CP-07, a mocking smile curling at his lips. What, do you have a problem with me? Just as expected. The moment those words were spoken, countless people across the seas felt their hearts skip a beat. They had guessed it. Another nether race general. The third one. This was already the third nether race general to appear so far. I wouldn't dare. Commander CP-07 quickly shook his head. Even though he was extremely dissatisfied with the nether race's attitude, with a great enemy looming, he had to continue trying. Because the nether race was currently their fastest gateway to understanding everything that had happened 4,000 years ago. It's just General Ghost Forest. While our world government may indeed fall short compared to the ancient king of that era, after developing to this point, we now control vast resources across the seas. And the current state of the nether race likely isn't ideal either, is it? With the support of the world government, your strength could recover rapidly. Only then would you stand a greater chance against the divine race. As he spoke, Commander CP-07's tone carried a faint trace of arrogance. There was no denying it. The nether race was indeed a powerful race from 4,000 years ago. But in this era, the world government stood at the very peak. Oh, and then, a chilling wind swept through the air. Henfeng Linlin gripped her weapon, Silver Flame, her icy gaze sweeping across the crowd as her voice rang out with unquestionable authority. This time, you were the ones who first provoked the dignity of the nether race, and yet you still dare to seek cooperation. Our nether race may not be the divine race, but we are not some nameless existence to be insulted at will. Anyone who insults the nether race will be killed by me personally. Her voice was cold and merciless. As she spoke, endless frost surged outward, and the raging cold wind howled around her. A terrifying killing intent descended. In an instant, the entire area fell into suffocating silence. The smile on Commander CP-07's face froze. The words he had been about to say were choked in his throat, unable to come out. So the nether race isn't much better than the divine race after all. You're nothing more than a weakened version of them. The divine race is arrogant, tyrannical, and treats everything with contempt, highly aggressive. And your nether race isn't any different, is it? The only thing you lack is the strength of the divine race. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, staring directly at Ghost Forest, Henfeng Linlin, and Ironblood Wushwang as he spoke with clear mockery. From beginning to end, not a single one of the 3 nether race generals had truly regarded them. As a marine admiral, one of the highest combat forces of the Navy, Kizaru had his own pride. Being belittled again and again like this, now that any hope of negotiation was gone, he could no longer tolerate it. What's more, at present, the nether race's strength did not surpass theirs. Ironblood Wushwang wasn't even stronger than him. Henfeng Linlin was merely on par with Akinu. Even if Ghost Forest in his prime had reached the level of the 4 emperors. So what? They still had Garp, the hero of the Marines. Courting death. Nightmare Serpent. A fierce expression flashed across Ghost Forest's face as he suddenly stood up. The wooden box on his back exploded apart. Clusters of purple energy rapidly condensed. A deafening roar shook the heavens. A massive serpent materialized, its enormous body twisting as it surged forward. Terrifying energy rippled through the air as its blood-filled maw lunged directly toward Kizaru. Laser. Kizaru's expression sharpened as he pointed rapidly. Booms, booms, boom. Several golden beams tore through the sky, detonating violently in front of the charging serpent. The explosions chained together, thunderous and deafening. Yet, the serpent at the center of the blasts remained completely unharmed. In fact, its speed seemed to increase. In the blink of an eye, its massive maw had crossed hundreds of meters, nearly swallowing Kizaru whole. Yada mirror. His expression darkened. Kizaru released a path of light, his entire body transforming into countless photons as he shot away at extreme speed. Slash. The nightmare serpent missed its target. But in the next instant, it twisted its body and chased after Kizaru, tearing through the air. Amino Murakumo sword. Laser. Lightspeed kick. As Kizaru streaked across the battlefield at incredible speed, he unleashed attack after attack. Each move carried immense destructive power, sending shockwaves through the clouds and blasting towering waves across the sea. And yet, none of it could harm the nightmare serpent. It was as if it existed in an entirely different dimension. Untouchable. This. Even in his photon state, Kizaru stole a glance at the completely unharmed serpent, and his heart trembled. While maintaining his speed consumed part of his power, even his casual attacks were incredibly destructive. He hadn't expected to defeat it with those attacks. But at the very least, it should have been injured. And yet now, after such a barrage, the nightmare serpent remained completely intact, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. What kind of ability was this? Just what kind of attack is that? Garp and the others were equally shaken as they watched Kizaru being relentlessly pursued. Kizaru might be the fastest among the admirals, but that didn't mean his attacks were weak. Those beams of condensed photon energy, even if they weren't as destructive as Akinu's magma, were still far from weak. And yet, against that bizarre serpent, they were utterly ineffective, not even slowing it down. Across the seas, ambitious figures and the 4 emperors alike watched as Ghost Forest attacked Kizaru without hesitation. After the initial shock, a surge of excitement spread among them. They had never expected this. In such a situation, the Nether race had actually rejected a mutually beneficial alliance, and instead chose to stand directly against the world government. Still, to attack Kizaru without hesitation in this situation. This Nether race isn't simple. On the deck of the Red Force, Shank stroked his chin, his eyes flickering as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't understand it. What reason could possibly make the Nether race reject the world government's alliance? Was it truly just arrogance? Or was there something more behind it? Captain, don't you think the appearance of the Nether race generals outside Impel Down isn't a coincidence, but something planned? Ben Beckman's eyes shifted as a terrifying thought gradually formed in his mind. If it were only Ironblood Wushwang at the beginning, that would be one thing. But then Hanfeng Linlin appeared, and now Ghost Forest. Yasop frowned, thinking deeply before speaking with certainty. This can't be a coincidence. Hearing this, Shanks suddenly understood, his heart tightening as a bold hypothesis formed. Their target was never us from the beginning. Maybe it's Kizaru and the others, or Impel Down itself, or something nearby that's drawing them in. All the things Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin said were just to stall for time. Around Impel Down, there are very likely more Nether race generals. And even what they've said might not be entirely trustworthy. But what could possibly be here that would make them go to such lengths? Yasop's brows furrowed deeper, confusion filling his eyes. Impel Down was nothing more than a prison of the world government. A place that held dangerous criminals. There shouldn't be anything worth such effort from the Nether race. Unless they were planning to break prisoners out and recruit them. But after rejecting the world government's alliance, would they really care about such defeated individuals? Mount Baju, Shanks suddenly exclaimed, a flash of realization igniting in his mind. That's it has to be. If Laughtail can be the base of the divine race, Mount Baju, then the area around Impel Down could also be the base, or a sacred land of one of the great races from 4,000 years ago. The reason they're stalling is very likely because of this place. That's why Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, and Ghost Forest are standing out in the open buying time, while the other Nether race generals have already begun their operation. Buzz! Shanks' words struck like enlightenment. Ben Beckman and Yasop instantly understood. That's right. How had they not thought of this? Impel Down. That was merely the name used in this era. But 4,000 years ago, no one knew what it had truly represented. That deep ocean floor might have always hidden an enormous secret. And that secret was the true reason behind the Nether race's actions. Looks like the Nether race isn't a group that's easy to deal with. A flash of wariness passed through Shanks' eyes. At this moment, he was filled with caution toward the Nether race. As for everything they had said before, he doubted it greatly. After all, as the first race from 4,000 years ago to appear, before the other races revealed themselves, and before the full truth came to light, wasn't it entirely up to them to say whatever they wanted? How much of it could really be trusted? And such a race, how could anyone place their faith in them? Chapter 85. To refuse an alliance with the world government in this situation. Within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Treball, one of the highest officers of the Donquixote family, frowned deeply, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The appearance of this Nether race is a little too deliberate. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he muttered in a low voice. Indeed, this Nether race may have already awakened some time ago. They were merely waiting for an opportunity. Diamante, another highest officer of the Donquixote family, raised his head and spoke. What opportunity? Doflamingo and Treball turned toward him, their gazes burning. An opportunity to announce to the current era that times have changed, and that a new era has arrived. Meeting their intense gazes, Diamante slowly stepped forward and continued. If it were only the appearance of one Nether race general, that might still be explainable. But with Nether race generals appearing one after another, it's obvious the Nether race has been hiding in the shadows for a long time. From the very beginning, Ironblood Wushwang was never alone. They may have awakened long ago, and were simply waiting for a stage that faced the entire sea. A stage to display the power of the Nether race and proclaim the era of 4,000 years ago. Perhaps outside Impel Down right now, there are still more of them hidden. Doflamingo tilted his head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Is the purpose of all this merely to announce the return of the Nether race?" There was no denying it. Diamante's reasoning was sound. This was a global broadcast organized by the world government. As long as they caused a commotion at the scene, they would be seen by the entire sea. The timing of the Nether race's appearance was far too perfect. The repeated appearances of Nether race generals, along with their abnormal behavior, made this possibility even more convincing. Perhaps they want the name of the Nether race to resound across the sea first, seizing the initiative and attracting powerful individuals to join them, so they can face the terror above the heavens. Diamante's voice gradually lowered, heavy beyond measure. At the same time, within the highest meeting room of the world government, the 5 elders had clearly considered the same possibility. St. Topman Warcury sat in his chair, his hands supporting his chin. His thin, aged face was extremely grave. His old, low voice slowly rang out. Since the Nether race appeared, Nether race General Ironblood Wushwang first attacked without warning, assaulting the Marines. After that, Henfeng Linlin appeared. At first, when faced with our world government's request for an alliance, although they did not explicitly agree, their attitude was relatively mild. They revealed many secrets about the sea from 4,000 years ago. However, after this Nether race General Ghost Forest appeared, they mercilessly trampled on the face of the world government and completely rejected our goodwill. Perhaps compared to the divine race, they are somewhat inferior, but they are still a powerful race filled with ambition. All of this proves that the Nether race is far from harmless. And now, this series of actions clearly shows that they have designs on Impel Down, or that surrounding sea region. There is something there that they need. St. Ethenbaron Venus Juro raised his head thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "Anything worthy of the Nether race's attention must be extraordinary. But with Impel Down as the center, that entire sea region is within the Marine's triangle current. If there were truly something there, shouldn't it have been discovered long ago? After all, when Impel Down was built, our people searched that sea region countless times, layer by layer, inside and out. Every hidden danger was eliminated." St. Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro stood up from his seat, one hand resting on Shadai Kaitsu. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "No matter what, the Nether race has trampled upon the dignity of the world government and even directly attacked us. We should not continue retreating." There was no denying it. The Nether race was indeed worth lowering the world government's posture to win over. However, after they had already lowered themselves, the Nether race still acted so arrogantly, refusing to place the world government in their eyes, and had even attacked directly. Now that an alliance was no longer possible. If the world government made no response, the entire sea would likely see them as weak and easily bullied. Although only 3 Nether race generals have appeared so far, no one knows whether this premeditated action hides even more powerful figures in the shadows. St. Topman Warcury frowned deeply, speaking with concern. At this point, he no longer opposed attacking the Nether race. Only, the thought that the other side had come with a purpose made him worry that the 3 Nether race generals currently appearing outside Impel Down were not the only Nether race powerhouses involved. At present, Impel Down already has 6 Admiral-level combatants, with Garp holding the line as well. The Nether race should also be wary. If I remember correctly, CP0 Agents 2 and 4 are also nearby. Have them head over. After pondering for a moment, St. Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro proposed. At the same time, have Sengoku advance as well. No matter what the Nether race is plotting this time, we absolutely cannot allow them to succeed. Sengoku is the Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters. With the 3 admirals and Garp all absent, wouldn't deploying him leave Marine Headquarters somewhat empty? St. Topman Warcury turned his head, looking toward St. Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro. What matters most now is the Nether race. We still don't know what they are trying to achieve with all of this. Marine Headquarters and Impel Down are not far apart to begin with. But when it comes to the Nether race's clear hostility toward the world government, we absolutely cannot allow them to succeed. St. Marcus Mars's expression was cold, his tone chilling to the extreme. Clearly, the Nether race's repeated humiliation of the world government and trampling of its authority had already made him extremely displeased. St. Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro and the others exchanged glances, cold light flickering in their eyes. The world government had ruled the seas for 800 years. It had never been a benevolent power. Since an alliance was completely impossible, and the other side had already slapped them across the face, they absolutely could not sit back and do nothing. Impel Down, Level 5, the freezing hell. A dark green blade light tore through the air, leaving devastation wherever it passed. Everything in its path was ripped apart. Amid the blizzard, defying the heavens walked forward slowly, holding his weapon, Eternal Night. Every living being he saw, whether jailer or prisoner, was cut down by him. The special energy displayed on the system panel was rapidly increasing as the number of jailers and prisoners he killed continued to rise. Walking through the snowstorm, defying the heavens suddenly stopped. Beneath his mask, a faint smile curled across his face. The weapon in his hand, Eternal Night, slowly rose. His voice, mixed with the wind and snow, was cold beyond measure. Level 5.5, Nukama Land. So I've found you. Chapter 86. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Raising his right hand slightly, the weapon Eternal Night flickered with a dim green glow. Defying the heavens swung his blade. Slash. Countless blade lights erupted. The dark green slash spread forward, tearing through the ground, causing the entire 5th level of Impel Down, the freezing hell, to tremble violently. Even the prisoners in level 6 felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. As for level 5.5, it was split cleanly in half. Countless prisoners who had yet to react were instantly shredded to pieces by the emerald blade light. Through the shattered ground, the remaining prisoners of level 5.5 raised their heads, staring at the figure slowly descending amidst the storm of blades and snow. Who are you? A new jailer sent to Impel Down. Why have I never seen you before? With a massive face, thick lashes, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lipstick, wearing fishnet stockings, a cloak, and a tight low-cut outfit, Emporio Ivankov stared grimly as he questioned him in a low voice. Although they had been hiding in Nukama Land, they still kept track of information within Impel Down. Someone capable of unleashing such a terrifying slash had never existed here before. Even Magellan, the warden and Shuryu of the Rain, the vice warden, were far from capable of such destruction. And now, at this moment, such a powerful figure had suddenly appeared in Impel Down, and his target was clearly Nukama Land. Could it be that Nukama Land had already been completely exposed? Ants, glancing at Emporio Ivankov, defying the heavens, lost interest. With a single look, he could already see through everything. Although there were many prisoners in Nukama Land, most were only at the level of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. At best, Emporio Ivankov himself had the strength of an elite Vice Admiral. Not worth his attention. Dark Knight's savage light. His expression turned cold as defying the heavens leaped into the air. The weapon Eternal Night in his hand erupted with boundless ferocity. A crimson light flooded the sky. Within it, a pair of cold, blood-red eyes slowly opened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the violent hum, countless crimson blade lights, brimming with unmatched sharpness, poured down. That savage light descended in an instant, destroying everything in its path. It all happened far too quickly. So fast that even Emporio Ivankov couldn't react. Boom! The crimson light fully descended. In that instant, infinite sharpness erupted. Those infamous pirates, each with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, were torn apart effortlessly. Emporio Ivankov, at the forefront, didn't even last a single second. A full 10 seconds passed before the overwhelming light gradually faded. Pathetic. Amid the ruined wasteland, defying the heavens stood with Eternal Night in hand, faint green hellfire flickering along the blade. The ruins, dotted with ghostly flames, cast his figure in a chilling shadow. Without even sparing a glance at the destroyed Nukama Land, he stepped onto the air and slowly descended toward the shattered ground below. This was already level 5.5 of Impel Down. Beyond this was the deepest level. Level 6, Eternal Hell. The prisoners held there. Each one was a notorious figure who had once shaken the seas. If released, they would pose a tremendous threat to the world government. And for defying the heavens, this place was the greatest harvest of all. Those imprisoned in level 6 possessed terrifying strength. Almost every one of them was a devil fruit user, and of extremely high quality. This would yield an enormous amount of special energy. Yasukani no Megatama. Outside Impel Down, golden light exploded across the sky. Countless energy projectiles shot forth, bombarding the nightmare serpent as it advanced. This time, the accumulated damage finally reached its limit. Under the combined assault of Amma, no Murakumo sword and laser attacks, the previously unscathed nightmare serpent began to roar violently. Its purple nightmare energy started to collapse. In an instant, the massive serpent, stretching dozens of meters, dissolved into strands of purple mist. Hovering in midair, Kizaru let out a deep breath, relief flashing in his eyes. This bizarre serpent was not truly invincible. The reason his earlier attacks had failed to harm it was simply because they hadn't reached the threshold necessary to damage it. Garp and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this nether race general, Ghost Forest, was not at his peak. His strength was only around the level of an admiral, not overwhelmingly beyond it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed. The purple nightmare energy that had been about to dissipate suddenly surged. Dense mist twisted and coiled, reforming into 4 massive nightmare serpents, each identical in size to the original. The 4 serpents roared as they attacked from all directions, launching a flawless, all-encompassing assault toward Kizaru in midair. Chapter 87. A gust of wind surged. A trajectory of light shot out from Kizaru's hand, a streak of golden brilliance soaring into the sky at astonishing speed, tearing through the air with violent force. At the very moment Kizaru escaped over 100 meters. At the spot where he had just been, BOOM! 4 massive purple nightmare serpents roared as they collided violently with each other. The terrifying impact shook the surrounding space, causing faint cracks of darkness to ripple outward. Circles of purple shockwaves spread in all directions, the air itself exploding under the pressure. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 4 serpents smashed into each other so hard their heads were crushed to pieces. But in the next moment, their shattered heads lifted once more, their eyes filled with savage intent as they locked onto Kizaru in the sky. Purple nightmare energy surged. In just an instant, all 4 serpents were completely restored. Their massive tails lashed through the air as they shot forward once more, chasing Kizaru relentlessly. A piercing sound echoed through the sky as trails of purple nightmare energy stretched behind them like blazing tails, refusing to dissipate. Yasukani no Megatama. With a shout, golden light erupted behind Kizaru. Both hands moved rapidly, condensing dazzling golden energy before him, forming a dense barrage like a wall of golden bullets. The golden barrage descended like a torrential storm, but with far greater destructive power. Each energy projectile carried immense force as they rained down without restraint. Booms, booms, boom. The explosions chained together into a continuous roar. The unleashed energy swept across several kilometers, wave after wave of visible golden shockwaves mixed with traces of purple nightmare energy expanding outward. Wherever it passed, the air shattered violently, and the sea below trembled under the invisible pressure. Countless golden beams plunged into the ocean, detonating massive waves that surged skyward. If the marine warships had not already retreated, this aftermath alone would have been enough to wipe them out completely. Before true power, ordinary forces were nothing more than insignificant insects. No amount of artillery could harm Kizaru in the slightest. Yet the aftermath of a single one of his attacks could annihilate countless marines. At the center of the explosions, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, golden light dazzling as it engulfed everything. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Midair. Kizaru's expression, previously filled with anticipation, suddenly changed. Hearing that familiar hissing sound, his pupils shrank sharply. Below, within the smoke-filled sky, 8 massive nightmare serpents, entirely purple, lunged toward him from all directions. What? Not only had these creatures not been destroyed, they had multiplied. Cold sweat slid down Kizaru's forehead, dripping toward the sea below. You had to understand. Yasukani no Megatama was one of his strongest techniques. That dense barrage of photon energy, combined with its destructive power, was no weaker than Akinu's meteor-like magma assault. And yet, after unleashing it twice in succession, not only had he failed to damage the enemy, The single serpent had become 8. Just what kind of monsters were these? The nightmare serpents are born from nightmares. And with your current strength, you are far from capable of breaking through the dimensional barrier to harm them. Leaning lazily against the massive wooden box once more, Ghost Forest crossed his arms and glanced at Kizaru, speaking in a relaxed tone. His strength might not be among the strongest of the 13 great generals. But in certain situations, his ability was even more troublesome than Han Fang Linlin's. That bizarre nightmare power could not be dispersed, making it impossible to guard against. Without the proper countermeasure, even an admiral would find it difficult to break through his nightmare domain. Nightmare power. So this is the ability of Nether Race General Ghost Forest. This power is even more bizarre than a devil fruit. Garp and the others were momentarily stunned, their eyes flickering. They searched through their memories, yet could not recall any devil fruit capable of controlling nightmare power like this. This ability was troublesome. They had no idea how to deal with it. If his strength isn't enough to break through this nightmare power, then what about mind? Garp clenched his massive fists, his expression turning cold as he stepped forward. Crack, crack, crack. Jet black armament, Haki rapidly covered his fists. Already massive, they became even more indestructible under the coating of Haki. Dark energy swirled around his body, his entire aura shifting instantly, all traces of his previous laziness vanishing. Under normal circumstances, Garp might not care about such matters. But at this moment, he fully understood the gravity of the situation. If they couldn't deal with these 3 Nether race generals quickly, who knew what other monsters might appear? Who knew what they were planning? Iron Fist burst. With a roar, Garp slammed his foot into the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was so great that even Kizaru was momentarily outpaced. The force of his acceleration whipped up a violent storm. His right fist, coated in black armament Haki, drew back behind his shoulder. Terrifying energy gathered continuously, the sheer pressure causing even the air to tremble. Shockwaves exploded outward, the surrounding space growing heavy under the overwhelming force. Nightmare Serpent. Locked onto by such terrifying power, Ghost Forest's expression changed as he shouted. The 8 serpents chasing Kizaru vanished instantly, dissolving into streams of purple nightmare energy. The dense energy gathered before him, roaring as it condensed, forming a colossal nightmare serpent hundreds of meters long. Its body was nearly tangible, its purple scales gleaming with eerie brilliance. Boom! In the next instant, Garp's fist slammed down upon the serpent's head. The overwhelming force exploded on impact, waves of energy rippling outward as the scales shattered and scattered through the air. The seemingly indestructible purple scales were torn apart instantly under Garp's blow. They crumbled into fragments, dissolving into streams of nightmare energy. Under that crushing power, the massive serpent began to collapse. In just 2 seconds, the 100-meter-long nightmare serpent was completely destroyed. It dissolved into purple energy that surged around Ghost Forest. Rumble. Space fractured, energy waves tearing through the air. The violent impact sent massive waves surging across the sea. Garp's fist struck where Ghost Forest had been. The ocean below erupted, a tsunami rising dozens of meters high. The very space cracked with jagged fissures. Yet, Ghost Forest had already vanished. That one's mine. Turning slowly, Garp glanced at Kizaru, Commander CP-07, and the others before fixing his gaze on a distant area. You deal with the other 3 together. Don't drag it out, take them down as fast as possible. With those words, Garp shot forward once more, his fists wrapped in black armament Haki. Nightmare Serpent. At his destination, purple nightmare energy surged again as Ghost Forest's voice echoed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless hissing sounds filled the air. Within the purple mist, 16 nightmare serpents burst forth, each dozens of meters long. Their eyes were cold and devoid of emotion, sending chills through anyone who looked at them. Boom, boom. But standing before them was Garp, the hero of the Marines, a man whose physical strength stood at the very peak of the seas. With a single punch, he shattered 2 or 3 serpents instantly. Even the residual force of his strike destroyed another behind them. Ghost Forest's true strength was only at the admiral level, slightly stronger than Ironblood Wushwang, who had only just reached that level. Under such circumstances, he had no way of confronting someone like Garp, who stood at the level of the four emperors. If not for the strange nature of his nightmare ability, he wouldn't even be able to stall him. Facing Garp's relentless advance, the pressure weighed heavily on Ghost Forest's mind. Those once unstoppable nightmare serpents were nothing more than toys before Garp. As long as I can hold out until the Grand Marshal arrives. Ghost Forest's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. His figure vanished once more into the sea of purple nightmare energy. His goal was never to defeat Garp. That was impossible. All he needed to do was stall this battle until Defying the Heavens returned, to keep their attention away from Impel Down. Defying the Heavens might be powerful, but with his role-playing progress only at 60%, he was merely somewhat stronger than a four-emperor. If the world government intervened and stopped him, this entire operation could collapse, and the Nether race would suffer heavy losses, their authority shattered. Seeing Garp almost completely suppressing Ghost Forest, and realizing that the nightmare power could now only be used defensively, Commander CP-07 exchanged glances with Aokiji and the others. They nodded. It was time. Magma surged. The surrounding air temperature rose rapidly as Akinu stepped forward, his expression cold and ruthless. Hound blaze. Massive pillars of magma, each thousands of meters in diameter, shot into the sky, unleashing waves of scorching heat as they crashed toward Hanfeng Linlin. At the same time, Aokiji moved as well. With both hands extended, freezing energy surged outward, layer upon layer of air solidifying as he advanced. He was particularly interested in Hanfeng Linlin, a Nether race general whose abilities resembled his own. Yo, this esteemed Nether race general. You seem to be in a bit of trouble. Before Akinu's magma could land, Kizaru appeared beside Hanfeng Linlin, golden light flickering as he spoke with a teasing smile. HMPH. They're nothing more than humans. Snorting coldly, Hanfeng Linlin drove her weapon, Silver Flame, into the void. In the next moment, a blizzard erupted. Endless cold energy poured out from the weapon. Her aura surged rapidly, climbing higher and higher. Today, I'll let you ignorant humans of this era witness the ultimate secret art of the Nether race. Standing amidst the raging storm, her expression remained unchanged. The blizzard surrounding her intensified, while the weapon's Silver Flame burned with frigid brilliance. Gripping it with both hands, as her aura reached its peak, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Break the limit, Silver Flame. The moment her voice fell, the already overwhelming power exploded. Boundless cold spread outward, engulfing everything. An ice domain began to form. The freezing winds surged, sealing everything in their path. The raging blizzard swept forward, colliding directly with the incoming magma pillars. BOOM. The clash between extreme cold and molten magma erupted violently. Endless steam billowed, covering the sky and blocking all vision. And before everyone's eyes, Akinu's attack was stopped. The magma pillars, radiating scorching heat, shattered through hundreds of meters of freezing energy. But ultimately, their heat was completely drained, frozen solid within the extreme ice domain, becoming part of it. As the freezing energy surged, the three magma pillars collapsed. Countless people stared in disbelief. Even though that wasn't Akinu's ultimate move, it was still a full-powered attack from an admiral. And yet, it had been completely neutralized. Chapter 88. Whoosh! Violent cold winds surged, freezing everything in bone-piercing frost. Amid the endless blizzard, the weapon's Silver Flame, held tightly in Hanfeng Linlin's hands, gradually began to dissipate, transforming into traces of invisible ice that spread around him. Specks of deep blue ice crystals struck Hanfeng Linlin's body, making him look like a war god standing within the storm. His aura, it's become stronger. Below, Commander CP-07 stared solemnly at Hanfeng Linlin in his breaking the limit state, his expression extremely ugly. As an admiral-level powerhouse, he could clearly feel it. The opponent's strength had surged greatly. He could distinctly sense that pressure. This had already faintly surpassed the level of an admiral. Even if it had not reached the level of a four-emperor, it was still enough to suppress an admiral like Akinu in a one-on-one battle. One had to know. Just moments ago, Hanfeng Linlin's strength had only been at the admiral level, no different from Akinu's. He had not even held any advantage. Yet now, his power had risen by so much at once. Breaking the limit. Was this the ultimate secret art of the Nether race warriors, breaking the limit? Fortunately, our side strength far exceeds theirs this time. Glancing at Akinu, Garp, and the others, Commander CP-07 let out a deep breath, a trace of relief rising in his heart. Hanfeng Linlin's increase in strength alone could not change anything. But if Ironblood Wushwang and Ghost Forest could also enter this state, called breaking the limit, the overall strength of the three of them would rise significantly. And under those circumstances, if the world government did not have enough powerhouses present and could only barely suppress them, they might very well escape. They could even turn defeat into victory. This enhancement technique is countless times more terrifying than life return. And those strange abilities possessed by the Nether race generals. If we can extract them, the strength of the world government will absolutely rise by a large margin. Commander CP-07's narrow eyes continuously swept over Hanfeng Linlin, Ironblood Wushwang, and Ghost Forest. From the three of them, he had already seen hope for the world government to continue growing stronger. Especially in this extremely sensitive period. The world government could not afford to abandon even the slightest chance to become stronger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Having activated breaking the limit with silver flame, Hanfeng Linlin's aura became even more overwhelming. He glanced at Akinu, whose entire body had turned into magma as he rushed forward, his gaze icy. Then he gently waved his right hand. Breaking the limit, ice hell. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted to its lowest point. An extreme, bone-piercing cold spread outward as violent ice tornadoes rose into the sky. The violently spinning tornadoes, carrying endless cold energy, swept through everything in their path and shattered all before them. The howling world of ice spread forward, freezing everything, destroying everything, descending at a visible speed. Meteor volcano. Facing Hanfeng Linlin, whose aura had surged dramatically, Akinu's heart burned with hatred, but he did not dare be careless. He had personally witnessed Hanfeng Linlin's rapidly rising pressure. Especially now. That ice hell, which seemed capable of freezing the entire world, had already surpassed him completely. He had no choice but to go all out. A scorching heat wave rolled out, releasing endless white steam. The white vapor blotted out the sky as layers of heat surged forward, colliding first with that extreme cold. Blazing heat. Freezing frost. Two completely opposite forces slammed into each other. But this time, the previous stalemate did not happen again. The freezing ice hell spread forward, devouring everything. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the surging heat wave completely. Like crushing rotten wood. The scorching air churned and released waves of high temperature, yet it still could not break free from the cold that filled the sky. Rumbled. The heat wave was completely swallowed. In the next moment, dozens, nearly 100 magma fists carrying terrifying energy slammed heavily into the storm of cold. The icy tornadoes contained countless tiny fragments of silver flame after it had activated breaking the limit. That indestructible sharpness seemed intent on destroying everything. Violent explosions echoed as magma fists plunged one after another into the endless ice hell, erupting into bursts of fire. Sparks scattered everywhere. Although the ice hell, filled with extreme cold, was blocked by meteor volcano, it did not suffer much damage. After enduring a continuous barrage of attacks, its spreading speed slowed slightly, but it still surged toward Akinu with overwhelming force. This ice hell, containing deep blue ice crystals, was completely different from before. After breaking the limit, although Hanfeng Linlin's strength had not reached the level of a four-emperor, it was no longer far away. This was the ultimate secret art of the Nether race warriors. The breaking the limit state mastered by only a handful. Ice Age. With a low shout, Aokiji's entire body turned into surging ice as he landed beside Akinu. He extended both hands, unleashing a violent tide of freezing energy. The roaring cold rapidly froze the surrounding space. Deep blue ice crystals bloomed as the wave of cold mixed with blazing magma, continuously crashing into the advancing ice hell. Whoosh! It was a collision of extreme cold against extreme cold. Space froze layer by layer. Terrifying jagged cracks split through the void, hideous and horrifying. The cold continued to spread, condensing in the sky into vast regions of ice hundreds of meters across. Snow drifted down. The entire world seemed to have returned to an ice age. Beside it, the magma fists that had nearly been extinguished now revived rapidly with Aokiji's support, spreading like wildfire. Blazing magma and ultimate frost. Under the combined ultimate attacks of two admirals, the ice hell unleashed by Hanfeng Linlin in his breaking, the limit state was finally defeated. Below, more than 10,000 meters of sea had frozen solid. Occasionally, shattered magma cracks tore through the ice. Above, snow continued to fall endlessly. Bone-chilling cold winds rose again and again. With the clash of the three as the center, the weather across an area of more than 10,000 meters was thrown into chaos. The shattered atmosphere and fractured space were covered in cracks. Chapter 89. So this is the Nether race's ultimate secret art, breaking the limit. To increase one's strength by such a massive margin in an instant, this ability is simply terrifying. Going from Admiral level to nearly 4 Emperor. If this ability has no side effects, isn't that too monstrous? Wasn't that Nether race general, Hanfeng Linlin, only about equal to Akinu at first? If Aokiji hadn't stepped in just now, Akinu might have been completely suppressed. Across the seas, as the battle intensified once more, waves of shocked exclamations echoed one after another. Countless people were left in awe. Admiral-level strength already stood at the very peak of the seas. At that level, even the slightest improvement was incredibly difficult. Even temporary enhancement abilities were extremely rare. After all, even the Marine's strongest physical technique, life return, was far from effective for Admiral-level powerhouses. And yet, that alone was something countless people coveted. Now, the breaking the limit ability displayed by Hanfeng Linlin made countless individuals' eyes burn with greed. Breaking the limit. The ultimate secret art of the Nether race. If I could obtain such an ability, wouldn't even Akinu be no match for me? His face nearly pressed against the screen. Doflamingo's eyes burned with undisguised greed and desire. His strength had already reached the limit of a warlord. Yet he had never been able to step into the Admiral level. If he could obtain the secret art, he would truly possess Admiral-level power. This breaking the limit is far from simple. On the deck of the Red Force, Shanks stood against the sea breeze, his expression grave as he spoke. Yeah, even at the Admiral level, it grants such a massive boost. Beckman nodded, his face filled with caution and concern. At present, it seemed that the 3 Nether race generals all possessed this secret art, allowing them to temporarily enhance their strength. But the world government's overall strength far exceeded that of the 3 Nether race generals. Even if all 3 activated breaking the limit, they still wouldn't be able to close that massive gap. However, if the 3 generals were defeated and captured by the world government, and the method of breaking the limit was extracted from them, the world government's strength would skyrocket. After all, the world government, which had ruled the seas for 800 years, possessed the largest number of Admiral-level combatants. With the addition of this secret art, those admirals could all rise close to the level of the 4 emperors. At that point, who on the seas could possibly stand against the world government's authority? No, not just admirals. Shanks shook his head, his expression growing even more serious. Beckman and the others froze slightly, turning to look at him in confusion. They're not at their peak right now. Meeting their puzzled gazes, Shanks spoke slowly, his tone heavy. That means this secret art breaking the limit doesn't just benefit admirals. It would also have a significant effect on those beyond that level, on the 4 emperors themselves. Otherwise, Hanfeng Linlin wouldn't have called it the ultimate secret art of the Nether race. This technique can even greatly enhance the strength of a Four-Emperor. Incredible! If someone at the Admiral level can reach near Four-Emperor strength after using it, then if a Four-Emperor used it, wouldn't they surpass that level entirely? Gasps of shock echoed across the deck. After Shank's explanation, the core members of the red-haired pirates suddenly understood. That's right. Hanfeng Linlin was not even at his peak state. And yet this secret art was clearly something extremely important even at his peak. It wasn't just effective for admirals. It could enhance even Four-Emperor-level powerhouses. This breaking the limit technique was something that would make the entire sea covet it. And more importantly, since this is the ultimate secret art of the Nether race, even their mysterious Grand Marshal likely hasn't abandoned it. Resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, Shank's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. That means this technique can even enhance those who already surpass the Four Emperors. His words fell, and in that instant, every high-ranking member of the red-haired pirates froze, their pupils shrinking as their hearts trembled violently. If the three Nether race generals were defeated in this battle, and breaking the limit fell into the hands of the world government, then the Four Emperors of the sea would no longer be able to contend with them at all. Rumbled. Deep within Impel Down. Level 6, the Eternal Hell. In that pitch-black underground world where no light ever reached, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The ceiling, over 100 meters thick, shattered completely. Dust and debris flew everywhere as the deafening blast echoed through the entire level, drawing the attention of every prisoner. Then, in their pupils, a tiny shadow appeared. And gradually, it grew larger. A man, holding a blade. Madness spread instantly. The prisoners of Eternal Hell erupted into frenzied excitement. Hey, you there. Did you cause this? Get me out of here. I'll give you all my treasure. Kid, let me out. I'll swear loyalty to you. One after another, the prisoners erupted in desperate cries, their eyes blazing with hope. Though their abilities were suppressed, their instincts as powerful beings remained. That explosion, that shattered ceiling, all pointed to one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong in Impel Down. And that man, the one stepping out from the broken ceiling, standing in the air, he was very likely the cause of it all. Chapter 90. Deep within Impel Down, in Level 6, the Eternal Hell. As Defying the Heavens tore open the barrier of Level 5.5, the massive disturbance drew the attention of countless prisoners, even those who had not made a sound before. Standing in midair, Defying the Heavens glanced at a few prisoners nearby who had spoken, slowly raising the weapon Eternal Night in his hand. Silence. With a cold rebuke, the blade erupted with a brilliant dark green glow, like a light drawn from the depths of hell itself. He casually swung his blade. Endless dark green radiance surged forth, like the gates of the underworld opening wide, carrying an aura of absolute death. Rumbled. The dark slash swept forward, in the span of several hundred meters ahead of him. Everything was completely erased, including the prisoners who had spoken, at least dozens of infamous pirates and criminals, all perished under that single, effortless strike. With their abilities sealed by Seastone, they were no different from ordinary people. Under that blade, not even flesh remained. Although Defying the Heavens was far from his peak strength, and the attack had been nothing more than a casual strike, it still carried power capable of shattering even Seastone itself. That brat. How dare he? Who exactly is he? From Impel Down, the Marines, the world government. That power, it's even more terrifying than Magellan's. The sudden massacre sent shockwaves through the entire Eternal Hell. Not a single prisoner could remain calm. Among those slain were many whose strength rivaled or even surpassed their own. If that slash had been aimed at them, would they not have suffered the same fate? As they looked at Defying the Heavens again, their expressions turned unnatural, as if they were staring at a god of slaughter. Fear gripped their hearts. Clang, clang. His gaze shifted. After erasing dozens of prisoners, Defying the Heavens lifted Eternal Night once more. Dark green energy gathered, its terrifying sharpness filling the darkness. "Kid, stop. Hey, you over there, stop. What's the point of killing us? You don't look like you're from Impel Down. Don't you need help escaping? Release me, and I'll serve you." "That's right, let me out. I'm the White Whale King. Keeping me alive is far more valuable than killing me." In an instant, panic spread among the prisoners nearby and even those further away. This man clearly intended to send them down the same path as the ones just slaughtered. Faced with death, even these notorious pirates and criminals could not suppress their fear. "Just a pack of parasites. Become the foundation upon which I build my legend." With a cold snort, defying the heavens swung his arm. A violent storm erupted, and endless blade energy surged. The dark green light tore through the sky, splitting the ground and ripping everything apart before him. One by one, powerful pirates and criminals saw the green glow reflected in their pupils grow brighter and brighter, until they were completely swallowed by the darkness. As wave after wave of darkness swept through, the entire eternal hell teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Level 3's monitoring room, blood and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, broken walls mixed with shattered equipment. A prison guard, his uniform torn beyond recognition, struggled to crawl across the wreckage. A long trail of blood marked his path. As he dragged himself forward, fresh blood continued to seep from his wounds, spreading along the ground. His right eye had completely burst, leaving a horrifying cavity. His left eye was filled with blood and injuries, his vision blurred beyond clarity. After crawling a few meters, his trembling hand finally grasped a den mushy. Bringing it weakly to his mouth, he spoke. "Wardens. Impel Down." Before he could finish, his head slumped to the side. He died on the plaza of Impel Down. Magellan held the den mushy. The slight irritation he had felt earlier was instantly replaced by overwhelming fury as the weak voice faded away. Drip, drip. Purple venom began to surge from his body, dripping onto the ground with sizzling sounds. Even the steel beneath his feet corroded into pits under the powerful poison. A terrifying aura erupted from him, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Suppressing his rage, Magellan pulled out another den mushy and dialed. "Hello, this is Magellan." In the highest meeting room of the world government, the 5 elders sat rigidly in their seats, staring intently at the screen. Within their aged eyes burned a mixture of greed, anxiety, and intense desire. They understood better than anyone the value of the Nether race's secret art, breaking the limit. This was a power capable of overturning the balance of the entire sea. With such a technique, they could gain a massive advantage in the chaos to come, especially now that relations with the Nether race had completely broken down. This technique was even more crucial. They not only had to contend with the 4 emperors and the revolutionary army, but also the unknown and terrifying Nether race. Purururu. The urgent ringing of the den mushy echoed sharply through the silent room. The sudden sound made all 5 elders frown. After a brief hesitation, Saint Topman Warcury answered the call, his expression dark. "This is Saint Topman Warcury." The other 4 elders also shifted part of their attention toward the call. After all, only a handful of people in the world could contact them directly. At the very least, it had to be someone at the level of an admiral. Which meant something had happened. "Saint Topman Warcury. The Nether race has attacked Impel Down." The moment the call connected, Magellan's furious voice rang out. Saint Topman Warcury's expression changed drastically. The other 4 elders were equally stunned, turning toward him with trembling eyes. What? Weren't the Nether race outside Impel Down being held off by Garp and the others? When did they infiltrate Impel Down? "Are you certain it's the Nether race?" Saint Topman Warcury asked urgently, disbelief evident in his voice. As he spoke, he repeatedly glanced at the screen. At the Nether race generals still locked in battle outside, Hanfeng Linlin and Ghost Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang, who had yet to act. All 3 were still there. Then why would Magellan claim that the Nether race had invaded Impel Down? Moreover, Impel Down was just a prison. What could possibly attract the nether race's attention? St. Topman Warcury. Besides those three, there are others from the nether race hiding in the shadows. The one who infiltrated Impel Down took advantage of Garp, and the others leaving their posts. Magellan was now inside Level 1's office. Because defying the heavens had avoided unnecessary conflict in the upper levels, the monitoring systems there were still partially intact. Quickly pulling up the surveillance footage, Magellan's eyes locked onto a figure, clad in black and silver armor, masked, holding a dark blade. That figure was nearly identical in appearance to the three nether race generals outside. And most importantly, that blue skin, it confirmed everything. He was nether race. So that's it. Hanfeng Linlin, Ironblood Wushwang, and Ghost Forest, from the very beginning, they were nothing more than bait. They were meant to draw our attention and lure Garp and the others away. The nether race's true target was Impel Down all along. St. Topman Warcury's eyes flashed with realization, his entire body trembling. Impel Down was merely a prison. Even if all its prisoners escaped, it would not shake the five elders to such an extent. What truly terrified them was that this place had been targeted by the nether race, a race that had existed for over 4,000 years. If they had set their sights on Impel Down from the very beginning, then that meant there was something here of immense value to them. Something worth risking three generals as bait. Something worth delaying everything for. Everything suddenly made sense. Why they had shared fragments of ancient secrets. Why they had engaged in conversation at all. From the start, those three generals were merely distractions. Everything they did was to buy time for the one infiltrating Impel Down. But what exactly was hidden here? That was worth such a massive gamble. No. Whatever is inside Impel Down, we cannot allow the nether race to succeed. At the very least, we must force them to retreat. St. Marcus Mars slammed his hand onto the table, his expression grim, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Agreed. St. Ethenbaron Venus Juro nodded heavily before turning to St. Topman Warcury. Magellan, how many infiltrators are there, and how strong are they? Inside Level 1. Magellan stared at the screen, watching Defying the Heavens, his braided hair swaying as eternal night cut through everything. His expression was grave. There is only one. But his strength, I am not his match. Even though unwilling, Magellan could only admit it. The power of that blade was something he could not withstand. Which meant the infiltrator was at least on the level of a nether race general. Possibly even beyond admiral level. Only one. St. Topman Warcury murmured, his expression easing slightly. At least, it was only one. Even if that individual surpassed Magellan, it was still within manageable limits. After all, if the nether race truly possessed overwhelming power right now, they would not have needed to use three generals as bait. Their current approach clearly indicated they were not yet at full strength. Many of their forces were still unavailable. Magellan, do not act rashly. After a brief pause, St. Topman Warcury spoke. Forget about what's happening inside Impel Down for now. Join up with Commander CP-07, Garp, and the others immediately. And at the fastest speed possible, defeat Hanfeng Linlin, Ironblood Wushwang, and Ghost Forest. No matter what the nether race is planning. As long as we take down those three generals first. Then even if that infiltrator succeeds in his objective, he will still fall and be captured by the world government. As he spoke, a cold, ruthless gleam flashed in St. Topman Warcury's eyes. Before, he had been wary that the nether race might have hidden forces beyond what Garp and the others could handle. But now, it was just one infiltrator stronger than an admiral. That was no longer something to fear. Chapter 91. To think the nether race's hidden move was only this much. St. Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro's lips curved into a cold smile as he murmured in a chilling voice. The sudden appearance of a nether race warrior invading Impel Down had indeed shocked them. But at the same time, it also allowed them to relax slightly. Previously, they had worried that many powerful nether race figures might still be hiding in the shadows. Now it seemed there was only one nether race general. And with Sengoku already heading toward Impel Down, along with 2 Admiral-level agents from CP0, the nether race had absolutely no chance of turning the situation around. Yes, 5 elders. Inside the Level 1 office of Impel Down, Magellan's expression stiffened. After responding, he walked out unwillingly, heading toward the elevator that led to the surface. Although he hated the nether race general rampaging through Impel Down with all his heart, he did not dare disobey the 5 elders' order. As long as they sealed off the outside of Impel Down, that nether race general would have no way to escape. The final result would only be a matter of sooner or later. We overestimated the nether race. Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, St. Marcus Mars's lips curled with cold amusement. Perhaps not only have the nether race generals failed to recover their full strength, even the number of awakened nether race warriors may be small. The 13 great generals of the nether race, perhaps only these 4 before us have awakened so far. St. Shepherd Jupiter stood up, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he made a bold guess. There was no denying that this race had been one of the great powers of 4,000 years ago. At their peak, their strength was absolutely not something the world government could shake. But if the current nether race was merely a crippled remnant, with its generals incomplete and its warriors still sleeping, then, with the strength of the world government, they might be able to suppress them. They might even erase this ancient, powerful race from history completely. And then, they would inherit everything the nether race possessed, causing their own strength to rise explosively. As this thought surfaced in the eyes of the 5 elders, excitement filled each of their hearts. The nether race was one of the great races of 4,000 years ago, yet it has fallen to such a state, its strength severely damaged. Then, what about the other races from 4,000 years ago? Those forces that have never appeared on the seas may not be hiding, because they do not wish to reveal themselves, but because their current strength has also not recovered much. Perhaps even the once invincible divine race from 4,000 years ago may not be stronger than the current nether race. Maybe this is not a crisis for us at all, but a tremendous opportunity. St. Topman Warcury suddenly stood up. The ambition in his heart surged rapidly, the burning light in his eyes undisguised. Since the nether race had only awakened 4 incomplete generals so far, why couldn't the other races be the same? In other words, the massive crisis they had imagined might not be as grave as they thought. Perhaps in the eyes of the divine race, nether race, sun-chasing giants race, and the other ancient races at their peak, the world government was truly insignificant. But now, in this era, when the many races possessed less than 1/10 of their former strength, the world government was undoubtedly the existence holding the absolute advantage. If we begin with the nether race and devour the powerful races of 4,000 years ago one by one, just how terrifying would our world government become? Within the meeting room, an atmosphere called ambition spread silently. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Meteor volcano. Ice age. Yasukani no Megatama. Golden light erupted, cold energy surged, magma roared. 3 ultimate elemental powers unleashed violent fluctuations, crashing forward like a storm. The 3 forces connected into one, their overwhelming might seem incapable of destroying the entire world. Rolling thunder exploded beside the ears. Snow drifted. Magma surged. Golden radiance blazed. Outside Impel Down, as the battle fully erupted, the area had been completely transformed by these 3 energies. Even the clouds far above the sky churned violently. Although Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji were no match for Garp in terms of pure strength, when it came to destructive range and battlefield scale, Logia users were absolutely the strongest. Even if they were 1 level lower, the intensity of the 3 admirals' battle was still several times greater than Garp's. Standing at the center of the endless frozen hell, Henfeng Linlin watched the 3 ultimate elemental powers reflected in his eyes beneath his black robe. His expression did not change, but his gaze had grown incomparably solemn. Even in his breaking the limit state, he had still not reached the level of the 4 emperors. Against 2 admirals, he could only stall for a short time. And now, with all three admirals attacking together, he had no choice but to go all out. His eyes slowly closed. His arms spread open. Endless cold winds raged across the frozen world. Behind Hanfeng Linlin, countless streams of freezing power began to gather. The bone-chilling cold caused space itself to twist and shatter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His eyes snapped open. The freezing aura erupted violently, spreading outward in wave after wave. With his arms open, Hanfeng Linlin's body gradually became illusory. Even his voice seemed to come from every direction at once. Breaking the limit, cold blade. Boundless realm. The ethereal voice fell. Within the entire frozen hell, Hanfeng Linlin's figure vanished completely. Only gusts of cold wind remained. Rumbled. Photon explosions erupted. Kizaru's Yasukani, no Magatama, reached the place where Hanfeng Linlin had been standing first. Violent photon energy descended in a dense storm, its explosions joining together until they covered the entire sky. At the center of the photon blasts, endless cold energy retreated, constantly dissipating and reforming. Whoosh! The ice hell shattered. Boundless cold energy surged toward Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru from all directions. Though the cold seemed fragile enough to shatter at a touch, Akinu and the others sensed a fatal threat hidden within it. Hiding inside it, are you? With a cold sneer, Akinu shifted his will. The firestorm filling the sky changed direction as scorching heat spread outward. Magma fists descended like meteors, smashing endlessly into the frozen tide and tearing the cold apart. Under such dense bombardment, the overwhelming frost rapidly dissipated. In the end, only one final strand of cold remained, struggling within the scorching heat. So it's here. Aokiji's eyes flickered slightly. He spread both hands, unleashing a violent surge of cold toward that final strand of frost torn apart by meteor volcano. Although he and Akinu were deeply at odds, after working as admirals for so many years, they still possessed the most basic battle coordination. Chapter 92. Ice Age. Spreading both hands, Aokiji unleashed terrifying cold energy that froze everything before it in overwhelming waves. The violent frost formed a crystal-like path of ice as it surged toward the area where the final strand of cold energy remained. Crack, crack. Slash. In an instant, the two streams of cold energy froze together. Under the continuous bombardment of Yasukani, no Magatama, and meteor volcano, Hanfeng Linlin had suffered tremendous consumption despite not being directly hit. And now, he was facing another full-powered attack from an admiral-level powerhouse. After repeated collisions, that lingering strand of cold finally condensed back into Hanfeng Linlin's form. The enormous drain had made it impossible for him to maintain that ethereal ice state any longer. Within the frozen world, the clash of the two cold forces created dead zones in the air, freezing all vitality completely as ice crystals and snowflakes drifted down. The violent collision lasted for more than 10 seconds before the two forces of frost finally calmed. Ha. At the center of the cold, Hanfeng Linlin could no longer maintain his previous cold arrogance. His arms hung slightly, and he breathed heavily. In his current state, he was not even at the level of a 4 emperor, yet he had continuously clashed with the ultimate techniques of 3 admirals. The consumption was truly terrifying. If he faced the 3 admirals again like this, he likely wouldn't last long. The Grand Marshal has yet to succeed. No matter what, even if I die, I must hold them here. A firm light flashed through Hanfeng Linlin's eyes. He understood that with his strength, if he forcefully fought 3 powerful admirals, he would undoubtedly lose in the end. However, he obeyed defying the heavens' orders absolutely. Since defying the heavens had ordered them to do everything they could to buy time, then even if Hanfeng Linlin knew he was no match, he would not retreat a single step. Breaking the limit, cold wind, frost blade. Slowly raising his head, Hanfeng Linlin's eyes flashed with cold light. His gaze pierced through the sky, firm and unshakable. Clenching both hands in the air, he gave a low shout and advanced instead of retreating. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled. Streams of bone-chilling cold gathered behind him, gradually forming a massive ice blade hundreds of meters long. The giant blade, condensed from freezing energy, was completely crystal clear, as though carved by the hand of a god. Waves of frost drifted from the ice blade as it gathered its full power. Then the blade descended. Its boundless force split space in two, leaving glaring ice crystals along both sides of the torn void. Meteor volcano. Fury surged, magma erupted. Scorching magma condensed into massive fists, dozens of them covering the entire sky. With Akinu's swing, they descended violently. Rumbled. The full-powered meteor volcano slammed heavily into the giant ice blade. Each exploding magma fist released terrifying force, continuously detonating the void. The continuous chain of explosions swallowed the entire frost blade, with dense shockwaves bursting outward as layers of white cold energy spread across the sky. Across an area of several thousand meters, the collision between the two forces repeated the cycle of freezing and evaporation over and over. At the center of the violent explosion, the giant ice blade continued to tear through everything without stopping, still descending with unstoppable momentum. Yada mirror. A path of light suddenly descended behind Hanfeng Linlin. Immediately afterward, Kizaru transformed into photons and raced along it at extreme speed. Ice block, ice wall. Ahead, as the violent explosions subsided, Aokiji spread his hands and shot forward. Pushing both palms out in front of him, he released bone-chilling cold that gradually condensed into an ice wall stretching thousands of meters. The ice wall, over 100 meters tall and dozens of meters thick, stood across the void, shocking beyond words. The visual impact once again made countless lower-level people across the sea understand the terror of the Marine's highest combat power. Slash. The frost blade slammed heavily into the ice barrier that stretched thousands of meters across the sky. Unmatched sharpness and freezing energy intertwined. After enduring the terrifying explosions, patches of blackened scorch marks stood out clearly on the frost blade. The unstoppable frost blade crashed into the ice barrier, dozens of meters thick. The moment it fell, it tore through layers of ice fragments. But behind the barrier, Aokiji's hands continued releasing raging cold energy, quickly forming even more barriers, forcibly resisting the frost blade's assault. Golden light erupted. Kizaru, transformed into photons, followed the path of light at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Hanfeng Linlin. His body glowing with golden radiance, Kizaru lightly grasped the void with his right hand, and countless photons gathered into a long sword. Amino Murakumo sword. The sword of light, condensed from countless photons, was gripped tightly in Kizaru's hand. At the same time, strands of jet-black armament haki spread over the blade of light. Its power became even more terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation, seizing the moment while Hanfeng Linlin was controlling the giant frost blade and locked in a stalemate with Aokiji, Kizaru slashed down. Although he was not some famous great swordsman, as an admiral of Marine headquarters, every aspect of his ability stood near the peak of the sea. With one slash, space shattered instantly. Tiny fragments floated chaotically in the air as an unstoppable edge seemed ready to tear everything apart. The golden light grew closer and brighter in Hanfeng Linlin's pupils. His expression sharpened, and he did not dare be careless. He immediately stopped controlling the giant frost blade. Whoosh! Without Hanfeng Linlin's control, the frost blade clashing with the ice barrier instantly lost its momentum. In the blink of an eye, it turned into snowflakes that scattered through the sky and gradually disappeared. In that brief moment, Hanfeng Linlin transformed into countless ice crystals while lightly moving his hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless ice crystals gathered behind him, forming one ice blade after another. Hundreds, even thousands, of ice blades shot forward at extreme speed, trailing wisps of white cold air. Clang, clang, clang. The ice blades formed a killing formation, impressive in appearance, but their power was ultimately limited. Before Kizaru's armament, haki-coated sword of light, even the sharp aura alone made it difficult for those ice blades to approach. Like rotten wood crushed before overwhelming force, the light surged forward unstoppably. Very quickly, it shattered the ice blade formation Hanfeng Linlin had created and slashed toward him as he was about to fully disperse. Fortunately, The ice blade killing formation had still served some purpose, delaying Kizaru for a brief moment and buying Hanfeng Linlin a little time. Slash. Light flashed past, its edge tearing through the sky. The sword of light cut forward without obstruction, easily opening a massive wound in the void. Kizaru clicked his tongue slightly, his pupils narrowing. With his observation haki, he could clearly sense that his sword had missed. Missed again. This guy's ability is really troublesome. On the other side, Akinu, who had long been waiting for an opportunity, transformed into magma and rushed after Hanfeng Linlin the moment he withdrew from the battle. Here, a flash of cold killing intent appeared at the corner of Akinu's mouth. Scorching magma surged around his right fist, slowly condensing into a rolling magma mass over 100 meters in diameter. The churning magma released waves of scorching heat, raising the temperature of the surrounding air and creating clouds of white steam. Locking onto an area with observation haki, Akinu's expression turned ferocious as he smashed his fist down. Hanfeng Linlin. Not far away, Ironblood Wushwang stared at Hanfeng Linlin as he gradually fell into disadvantage and cried out in alarm. The weapons on his hands, the devastating claws, flickered with light. Sharp winds raged around him as his legs stomped heavily against the void, preparing to shoot forward. Poison Dragon. A flash of purple appeared. A dragon formed entirely from venom rose violently, corroding the air as it charged toward Ironblood Wushwang, blocking his path. Devastating Iron Claw. Ironblood Wushwang's expression tightened and his movements stalled. Crossing both hands before his chest, visible sharpness spread outward. That visible edge quickly condensed before him into fang-like pillars, tearing apart the incoming poison dragon. Droplets of purple venom scattered like toxic rain, falling into the sea below. In an instant, that entire stretch of sea was dyed purple. Bubbles symbolizing deadly poison slowly rose as the area within 1,000 meters was turned into a dead zone by the toxic aftermath. You should worry about how to escape first. An icy voice rang out from where the poisoned dragon had come from. Wearing a black warden uniform, Magellan stepped through the air with moonwalk, slowly ascending into the sky. His cold eyes locked onto Ironblood Wushwang. He had not gone down into the depths of Impel Down, but he had roughly seen the miserable tragedy below. From level 2 to level 6, 5 full levels. Every monitoring room and office had been destroyed, and every jailer had been slaughtered. Although the culprit behind all of this was not Ironblood Wushwang before him, it was still a warrior of the same nether race. Magellan had served as the warden of Impel Down for so many years and cared deeply about that prison. Now, not only had Impel Down been breached, but so many of his former subordinates had been massacred. His hatred for the nether race had directly surpassed even Akinu's. Magellan. Commander CP-07 and CP-0 Agent 6 were both somewhat surprised when they saw Magellan suddenly appear. Shouldn't Magellan have been on Impel Down's plaza, responsible for suppressing the prison? Why had he suddenly appeared here? Was it the Five Elders' order? Or had something else happened with the nether race? Commander CP-07, Agent 6. Magellan nodded slightly toward the two of them, then said with a grave expression, Impel Down has been invaded by a nether race warrior. The Five Elders ordered me to assist you. We must defeat these 3 nether race generals before the warrior inside Impel Down leaves. Then we are to use all our strength to hold back the nether race warrior inside Impel Down. There can be no mistakes. What? Impel Down was invaded by a nether race warrior. Their pupils shrank sharply. Even the usually calm Commander CP-07 and CP-0 Agent 6 felt a chill run through their hearts. At the beginning, so many of them had been gathered in Impel Down. Even a 4-Emperor-level powerhouse should not have been able to infiltrate silently. When exactly had it happened? Could it be after all of us left? These 3 were only bait. Suddenly, Commander CP-07 cried out in shock, his eyes reflecting the figures of Hanfeng Linlin and the others in disbelief. Under the gazes of Commander CP-07 and Agent 6, Magellan nodded heavily and continued. From the very beginning, this was all a scheme of the nether race. These three nether race generals were meant to stall us and buy time for the warrior who infiltrated Impel Down. So we must end this quickly. Even if the nether race warrior who infiltrated Impel Down is only one person. What? The nether race's target was Impel Down from the very beginning. Impel Down? It's only a prison. What could possibly attract the nether race enough for them to use three generals as bait? Could there be members of the nether race imprisoned inside Impel Down? The nether race's appearance really isn't simple. From the moment they rejected the world government, it was obvious they had their own objective. Across the seas, with Magellan's appearance and the words he spoke, another storm erupted. Countless people could not help but gasp in astonishment as the doubts in their hearts gradually cleared. As expected, everything the nether race had done was not meaningless. They had a clear objective of their own from the start. As expected, Captain, Impel Down may very well be like Laughtail, a place extremely important to the nether race 4,000 years ago. That's why they didn't hesitate to use three nether race generals as bait to buy time while acting secretly. In the waters of the red-haired pirates, aboard the Red Force, Beckman turned toward Shanks and spoke repeatedly. In the New World, within the territory of one of the four emperors, everything had unfolded exactly as Shanks had guessed. The nether race's objective was Impel Down itself. Chapter 93. Impel Down has existed for so many years. The world government should have already searched every inch of it. Under these circumstances, what could possibly remain in Impel Down? That would make the nether race go this far. Yasopp rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with confusion. Impel Down was different from Laughtail. Laughtail was extremely mysterious, the final island of the sea. For ordinary people, even finding it was unimaginably difficult. But Impel Down was different. To countless people on the seas, Impel Down was indeed an extremely dangerous place. But to the Marines, to the world government, it was practically their own backyard. A place like that, the world government's control over it should have been extremely thorough. If there truly was something there, the world government should have discovered it long ago. Yasopp. Shanks slowly turned his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips as he glanced at Yasopp and said calmly, 4,000 years ago, and the current era, are completely different. Whether in strength, methods, or language. Under such circumstances, whatever is hidden beneath Impel Down may require certain methods from 4,000 years ago to activate. For people of this era, even the world government does not truly understand much about the era of 4,000 years ago. In that case, it is very possible that some major treasure from 4,000 years ago was left behind. On the deck of the Red Force, silence fell for a brief moment after Shanks finished speaking. That was right. 4,000 years ago, and the current era were completely different. Perhaps secrets that the races of 4,000 years ago could easily open might sit before the people of this era for centuries without anyone noticing the slightest clue. Fortunately, the nether race's current strength doesn't seem that strong. Only one nether race warrior infiltrated secretly. Muttering softly, Shanks' eyes flashed sharply, filled with complicated emotions, worry, relief, and more. Even if the nether race was defeated by the world government, and even if their people fell into the world government's hands, allowing the world government to research some ultimate techniques from 4,000 years ago, it was still better than the nether race's powerhouses nearly all awakening, and the powerful ancient races from 4,000 years ago already hiding beneath the sea, watching hungrily. At the other end of the four emperor territories, Kaido let out a deep breath, and the black energy that had been swelling around him gradually calmed. Only one nether race warrior was hidden in the shadows. Good. That was good. This nether race seemed still far from its peak. Since even a powerful race from 4,000 years ago, like the nether race, was in such a state. Did that mean the other ancient races from that era were also damaged and incomplete, far from recovering their strength? To him, and even to everyone on the sea, this might be excellent news. They still had more time to prepare. Outside Impel Down, Ironblood Wushwang, whose aura had been surging fiercely, suddenly froze. His pupils contracted sharply. The Grand Marshal has been discovered. Damn it, these people. Before the Grand Marshal completes his objective, I absolutely cannot let them leave this place. Thinking this, Ironblood Wushwang turned around, his resolute gaze sweeping over Commander CP-07, CP-0 Agent 6, and Magellan. 3 full Admiral-level combatants. Even at his peak, Ironblood Wushwang would not have been a match for 3 admirals. And now, to buy time for defying the heavens, he had to forcefully face 3 admiral-level forces. Stomping heavily against the air, Ironblood Wushwang turned into an afterimage and shot forward at extreme speed, leaving flickering traces across the void. Advancing without retreat, he crossed both arms before his chest as an unstoppable sharpness surged around him. Devastating iron claw. Ferocious blades emerged behind him, weaving together into a field of sharpness that left no gap, stabbing viciously toward Magellan. HMPH. Already getting anxious, are you? Facing Ironblood Wushwang's fierce assault, Magellan snorted coldly. The purple venom flowing from his body suddenly changed color. Venom demon. Judgment of hell. With a low shout, countless streams of terrifying poison gathered before Magellan. More and more venom condensed together, gradually forming a poisonous giant over 10 meters tall, its entire body made of purple venom and mottled with scarlet toxins. As the venom demon took shape, the surrounding air was continuously corroded, releasing sizzling sounds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sharpness burst forth. Claw shadows like underworld wolves descended rapidly. Dense, savage, terrifying claws condensed from razor-sharp energy tore through the void with every appearance, leaving hideous claw marks behind. Countless claws fell. The unstoppable sharpness pierced through the sky, repeatedly striking the venom demon. Scarlet poison mixed with purple venom splashed everywhere, its terrifying toxicity making even the air hiss. Under the relentless sharpness, the venom demon was continuously torn apart, chunks of poison ripped away. But its forward speed never slowed in the slightest. Scarlet venom mixed with purple poison surged wildly, lunging toward Ironblood Wushwang. If that poisonous liquid touched him, even the nether race battle armor on his body might not be able to withstand it. Under the step-by-step advance of the scarlet and purple venom, the endless sharpness gradually fell into disadvantage, its momentum suppressed bit by bit. Paramecia, metal fruit. Blade of Holy Judgment. Just as Ironblood Wushwang was being forced back step by Magellan's venom demon, a low shout rang out. A bone-chilling cold caused Ironblood Wushwang's hair to stand on end. Behind him, Commander CP-07, dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, stepped through the air with moonwalk, his expression cold. His right hand formed a blade and rose high above his head. A strange energy continuously gathered before him, creating matter from nothing. Under the power of his devil fruit, the originally empty void suddenly produced a massive metal sword hundreds of meters long. The metal sword was wrapped in strands of jet-black armament haki, unstoppable in its descent. Afterimages flickered. Behind Ironblood Wushwang, the phantom of the underworld wolf grew clearer and more solid. At the same time, he lowered his hands and turned into a streak of motion, rapidly shifting away. Facing attacks from 2 admiral-level combatants, he had no chance of surviving if he took them head-on. Zoan, ancient species, Quetzalcoatlus form. Another low shout rang out. CP-0 Agent 6, dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, hunched slightly before suddenly roaring. His body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive Quetzalcoatlus several meters tall. His gloomy eyes locked onto the rapidly moving Ironblood Wushwang as his enormous steel-like wings flapped, stirring endless winds. Hurricane. Violent gales condensed into circles of tornadoes, forming a storm that completely sealed off Ironblood Wushwang's path of retreat. Damn it! Facing the blockade of 3 admiral-level powerhouses, Ironblood Wushwang's expression turned extremely ugly. Even Hanfeng Linlin, whose strength far surpassed his own, could not last long against 3 admirals working together. Let alone him. Under the joint siege of 3 admiral-level forces, he had little confidence in escaping. Devastating iron claw. Gritting his teeth, Ironblood Wushwang staked everything. Crossing both hands before his chest, he halted his retreat and advanced instead. Underworld Wild Dance. Behind him, the underworld wolf became increasingly clear and solid. An unstoppable sharpness spread out, tearing through the sky. Among the attacks from the 3 Admiral-level enemies, the only one he had briefly clashed with before was the Venom Demon. Screech, screech. His claws dragged through the void, producing sharp sounds as they rubbed against space itself. Sparks burst through the air. The wolf shot forward. Ironblood Wushwang became a cannonball, crashing straight into the poisonous Venom Demon. His sharpness erupted fully. His claws swung wildly, unleashing a storm of slashing attacks upon the Venom Demon, tearing the massive, poisonous giant into countless fragments. Wrapped in dark light, Ironblood Wushwang shot out. Rumbled. Just as he left his original position. The attacks from Commander CP-07 and CP-0 Agent 6 fully descended. The combined attacks of 2 Admiral-level fighters erupted together, releasing terrifying shockwaves across several thousand meters. The air was overturned, and the sea was violently stirred. The massive metal sword plunged straight into the ocean, triggering waves of tsunamis that spread outward. The hurricane howled. A typhoon exceeding level 20 raged wildly across the sea, sweeping up towering waterspouts. Landing in the void over 1,000 meters away, Ironblood Wushwang slowly lowered the claws protecting his front. At this moment, he no longer had any trace of his earlier composure. The nether battle armor on his body hissed under the corrosion of poison. Where his blue skin was exposed, blood slowly flowed from wounds eaten away by the venom. Wretched. Compared to his original appearance, Ironblood Wushwang now looked incomparably miserable. Even so, he would not retreat a single step. His gaze resolute, Ironblood Wushwang clenched his fists as his aura swept outward, washing away all signs of fatigue. Iron Fist Cannonball. On the other side, Garp, a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse, swung his iron fists again and again, each blow accurately locking onto Ghost Forest's figure. Nightmare serpents continuously formed and were shattered. The battle had lasted only a few short minutes, yet Ghost Forest's forehead was already covered in sweat. Although he had no visible injuries, having his nightmare power scattered again and again had already made it difficult for him to hold on. At the end of the day, he was not much stronger than Ironblood Wushwang. Against a 4 Emperor-level fighter like Garp, whose physical strength stood at the peak of the sea, he simply could not hold out for long. Aside from them, Hanfeng Linlin's condition was the same. In fact, it was even worse. His strength was the highest among Ghost Forest, Ironblood Wushwang, and himself, but the opponents he faced, Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, were also the most terrifying lineup present. Whether it was CP-0 Agent 6, Commander CP-07, or Magellan, none of them could defeat any of the 3 admirals in a one-on-one fight. And since Hanfeng Linlin's battle had started the earliest, the pressure he endured was naturally the greatest. Under the full-powered bombardment of the 3 admirals, Hanfeng Linlin, a powerhouse who could rank among the top 3 of the 13 great generals of the Nether race, was beaten back step by step. His ice hell shattered again and again. If not for the boost from breaking the limit, Hanfeng Linlin would have already been defeated. As the battle gradually became clear, the 5 elders in the highest meeting room of the world government finally breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, everything would proceed exactly as they had imagined. Strongest Role-Playing System 5. Master, Gilgamesh. Current role-playing character, Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, defying the heavens. Current role-playing progress, 60%. Owned role-playing characters, the Ancient King Gilgamesh, Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, defying the heavens. Current character draw chances, 0. Current followers, Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, Ghost Forest. Current special energy, 233. Follower draw chances, 0. After slaughtering the entire Impel down, only 233 special energy points. Looking at the refreshed system panel in his mind, defying the heavens questioned in surprise. One had to know. Impel Down had existed for decades. There should have been quite a number of ability users imprisoned inside, and many among them possessed powerful abilities. According to Defying the Heavens estimation, the amount should not have been this low. Master, The number of devil fruit users inside Impel Down is not as high as you imagined. So far, the number of devil fruit users you have killed is only 146. The system's voice quickly sounded, causing Defying the Heavens to pause slightly. Only 146 devil fruit users. If there were truly only that many, then this amount was reasonable. After all, devil fruits containing the lowest amount of origin power only provided 1 point. From 146 devil fruit users, extracting 213 points of origin power was already quite good. Chapter 94. The system's voice made Defying the Heavens pause. Impel Down did, indeed, imprison many criminals from across the seas. After all, devil fruits were extremely precious. The world government could not possibly gather every devil fruit user in one prison. Among the prisoners here, devil fruit users only made up a small portion. And with Impel Down's brutal environment, aside from truly powerful individuals with extraordinary physiques, many prisoners simply could not survive for long. 233 points of origin power, that should be enough. Muttering softly, the sharp light in Defying the Heavens' eyes did not change. Although these 233 points of origin power were somewhat different from what he had imagined, they were still enough. System, raise Defying the Heavens' role-playing progress to 70%. Without the slightest hesitation, Defying the Heavens spoke to the system in his mind. Ding, origin power consumed, role-playing progress increasing. Ding, 40 points of origin power consumed, role-playing progress increase complete. Strongest role-playing system. Master, Gilgamesh. Current role-playing character, Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, Defying the Heavens. Current role-playing progress, 70%. Owned role-playing characters, the Ancient King Gilgamesh, Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, Defying the Heavens. Current character draw chances, 0. Current followers, Ironblood Wushwang, Henfeng Linlin, Ghost Forest. Current special energy, 193. Follower draw chances, 1. As the system's voice faded, the attribute panel in Defying the Heavens' mind updated. At the same time, waves of terrifying emerald green aura surged violently from his body, sweeping in every direction. Standing within the ruined level 6, the eternal hell, Defying the Heavens rose into the air as endless energy transformed into rippling waves around him. Rumbled. Violent energy rampaged in every direction. In an instant, the area within several thousand meters was blasted into massive craters by the terrifying shockwaves. The remnants of the energy explosions spread throughout the entire eternal hell, leaving not a single place intact. At the center of the explosion, Defying the Heavens slowly opened his eyes, eternal night held in his hand. A sharp light flashed. Invisible pressure descended heavily, carrying an aura so oppressive that even an admiral would feel his heart tremble. 10% role-playing progress actually consumed 40 points of origin power. Opening his eyes, Defying the Heavens lowered his head and clenched his left hand in the void, feeling shocked. Although he currently had a full 233 points of special energy, that was only because he had slaughtered the entirety of Impel Down, the infamous underwater prison. And now, just increasing his role-playing progress by 10% had consumed 40 points of special energy. That level of consumption was truly terrifying. However, clang, clang, clang. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. In Defying the Heavens' right hand, eternal night shone with brilliant green radiance. Dense green light rapidly enveloped the blade. Then, he slashed. Slash. An emerald green slash shot out from his hand, crossing several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. The green blade light surged forward with unstoppable force, raging sharpness tearing through everything. It easily ripped apart the steel-reinforced ceiling above. Across the floor of the eternal hell, a trench several thousand meters long collapsed open in the path of the slash. Rumbled. Finally, that terrifying blade struck the inner wall at the edge of the eternal hell. The inner wall was more than 100 meters thick, built entirely from massive stones harder than diamond. In certain sections, it was even reinforced with sea stone. And yet, this supposedly indestructible inner wall only resisted for a few seconds when the emerald slash descended. The sharp sword energy raged across the wall, the shockwaves spreading violently. Its edge easily blasted apart the inner wall that had stood for decades. As the long-standing wall shattered, seawater poured in. Surging waves flooded through the broken opening and rushed in to impel down. The flood roared, sweeping away everything. This level of improvement was worth it. Withdrawing his attack, defying the heavens swept his gaze over the destruction caused by his slash and nodded in satisfaction. There was no denying it. Although spending 40 points of special energy had been somewhat painful, the result was decent. At the very least, he could clearly feel the explosive increase in power within his body. Compared to the ancient king, Gilgamesh, whose role-playing progress had reached 90%, there was still a gap. But this power was already extremely formidable. After all, there was a full 20% difference between his role-playing progress as defying the heavens and his progress as Gilgamesh. Meteor volcano. Magma filled the sky, condensing into massive magma fists. Scorching fists covered the heavens, descending one after another in a continuous wave, like an undying rain of fire. The falling meteor shower carried unstoppable force as it crashed toward Hanfeng Linlin, who was nearly exhausted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At a certain moment, Hanfeng Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart trembled. A surge of power emerged from deep within his body, spreading through his limbs and bones. The raging cold wind grew even more chilling, and Hanfeng Linlin's aura rose sharply. The Grand Marshal has succeeded. Feeling that familiar, terrifying power within his body, Hanfeng Linlin chuckled softly. His body straightened. Although he had been nearly exhausted, and although the increase in strength did not restore him to his peak, it gave him the power to fight again. Raising his head, he stared at the rapidly falling meteor volcano, and a rare curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Breaking the limit cold blade. Annihilation formation. His right hand lightly grasped the void. Invisible cold gathered. Countless terrifying waves of frost condensed behind Hanfeng Linlin into ice blades. Dense blades of ice wove together behind him as overwhelming cold surged outward, and terrifying killing intent erupted in every direction. The neatly arranged formation of ice blades slashed out together, like an inescapable net spread across the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. The cold pierced through the air. The rapidly moving ice blade formation shattered the void, froze the atmosphere, and tore apart everything standing before it. Slash, slash. Cold spread across the sky. Heat waves churned, but the moment that surging heat touched the extreme cold, it was extinguished at terrifying speed. Amid the sizzling sound, smoke filled the heavens as the neatly arranged ice blades surged forward, colliding head-on with the magma fists. Steam created by the clash of ultimate cold and heat expanded across thousands of meters, blocking everyone's vision. What? How is this possible? Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akanu's pupils shrank sharply, disbelief filling their eyes. Amid the violent collision, the neatly arranged frost blades were not shattered by the magma fists like before. Instead, they tore through every magma fist, charging upstream and slashing viciously toward Akanu. Hanfeng Linlin had clearly been near exhaustion after being surrounded and attacked by the three of them. Earlier, even clashing with any one of them alone had already been difficult for him. But now, he had suddenly erupted with power terrifying enough to defeat Akanu's meteor volcano head-on. Were his previous limits not truly his limits? Had he been hiding his strength until now? Of course. No matter how shocked the three were, they did not dare think too much. Because the frost blade formation, radiating endless cold, had already arrived. Yasukani no Megatama. Ice pheasant beak. Great eruption. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, all three narrowed their eyes and unleashed terrifying power together. Rumbled. The atmosphere churned. Space collapsed. The attacks of Akanu and the others slammed heavily into the frost blade formation. At the instant of collision, fierce shockwaves mixed with violent winds erupted, raising tornadoes hundreds of meters high. At the center of the terrifying clash, space cracked inch by inch. The atmosphere shattered. Countless gazes were drawn toward the battlefield. How is this possible? This can't be real. How could this happen? Hanfeng Linlin can actually face the attacks of Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji by himself. Why wasn't he already exhausted? Wasn't he barely able to withstand any one of their attacks before? The sight directly made countless people across the sea cry out in shock, their souls trembling. But before they could recover from their astonishment, another wave of exclamations drew their attention. What? Ghost Forest actually counterattacked Vice Admiral Garp. He completely reversed his tired state, and is now fighting Vice Admiral Garp evenly. And that Nether race general, Ironblood Wushwang, the injuries on his body are definitely real. He was already on the verge of defeat, so how can he now fight against CP0's Admiral-level agents while enduring Magellan's poison? Across the sea, countless people stared at the 3 battlefields shown on screen, falling into deep shock. It wasn't just Hanfeng Linlin. Even Ironblood Wushwang and Ghost Forest had suddenly erupted with immense power. Although they still could not reverse the disadvantage completely, they had instantly stabilized the battle. Ghost Forest was even able to directly contend against Garp without falling behind. The nightmare serpents that had previously been blown apart with a single punch were now troublesome even for Garp. Everyone was utterly confused. What had happened to the Nether race generals? Could it be that besides breaking the limit, they possessed another secret art capable of increasing their strength? Impossible. If they had such a technique, they should have used it from the beginning. Why wait until now? Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, the teacup in St. Topman Warcury's hand was crushed by the force of his grip. Fragments of the precious jade cup scattered across the purple-gold Nanmu desk, glinting faintly. His hand trembled around the shattered cup, revealing just how unsettled he truly was. What exactly is going on? After a long silence, St. Topman Warcury finally spoke in a low voice. Originally, Ironblood Wushwang had almost been taken down by Magellan and the others. Hanfeng Linlin had also been on the verge of collapse. Even if Ghost Forest had been doing slightly better, once Akinu and the others freed their hands, he would have been unable to support himself alone. But now, the 3 Nether race generals, Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, and Ghost Forest, had all erupted with considerable strength at the same time. They had forcibly dragged back a battle that had nearly been settled. This was an extremely unfavorable situation for them, because they did not know why Ironblood Wushwang and the others had done this. And they no longer knew whether the Nether race truly had only one warrior hidden in the shadows. Inside the meeting room, St. Topman Warcury's furious voice echoed for a long time, but no one could answer him. Because it was not only him. The other 4 or 5 elders were just as tense. Rumbled. At that moment, a deafening sound came from the video on the desk. St. Topman Warcury and the other elders quickly suppressed the unease and anger in their hearts, shifting their attention back to the screen. Outside Impel Down. Although Akinu and the others were deeply shocked by the sudden increase in strength shown by Hanfeng Linlin and the other 2, they did not dare pause in the slightest. Their figures flickered, terrifying energy flowing around them as they prepared to continue the siege. Suddenly, a loud boom came from beneath the sea. Everyone looked up. Thousands of meters away, the seawater around Impel Down exploded apart. Immediately afterward, a massive whirlpool gradually formed. Terrifying suction force came from deep below the sea, accompanied by an enormous roar. At the same time, beneath the surface, a figure flashed rapidly, cutting through the water at incredible speed. Chapter 95. This is in the direction of Impel Down. Magellan's pupils shrank sharply as he stared at the rapidly spreading whirlpool, his heart trembling violently. A terrifying thought slowly formed in his mind. Did the Nether race inside Impel Down succeed? It was not only him. Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, the 5 elders' expressions also changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. The direction of Impel Down. Such violent movement. And at the same time, the Nether race had infiltrated Impel Down. Could this massive disturbance have been caused by the Nether race? Had they already achieved their objective? If Hanfeng Linlin and the others were to suddenly erupt with full strength and flee now, it would likely be extremely difficult to keep all 3 of them here. They still had no idea what the Nether race had done, or why such a massive disturbance had occurred. "What is that?" From the corner of his eye, Magellan caught sight of a figure flashing rapidly through the depths of the sea and muttered in a low voice. Everyone's gazes gradually fell upon that rapidly moving figure, their minds filled with confusion. That figure was moving far too fast. Even Garp's eyesight could barely keep up. Layers of massive waves surged along the figure's path, breaking through the surface of the sea. It was like a shadow rising from the deepest depths of the ocean. In the blink of an eye, the figure in the deep sea shot upward. The violent tsunami erupted completely through the surface. Whoosh! Seawater splashed everywhere. At the center of the 1,000-meter waves stood a figure, proud and imposing. He wore silver-gray battle armor, his long hair tied back like a scorpion's tail. His exposed skin was a deep blue, the same as Hanfeng Linlin and the others. His hands were folded atop the hilts of 3 pitch-black long blades. Simply by standing in the void, an invisible domineering aura surged outward from him. Behind him, his black cloak whipped wildly in the raging wind. The Nether race. Having seen the surveillance footage from Level 1, the Crimson Hell, Magellan recognized the figure the moment he broke through the sea and cried out in shock. So this is the powerhouse the Nether race was hiding in the shadows. As Aokiji and the others studied Defying the Heavens, their hearts grew incomparably heavy. Although Defying the Heavens was only one person, they could feel an overwhelming pressure from him. That pressure even faintly surpassed the level of the 4 emperors. This Nether race warrior was likely very different from the others. In the end, did the Nether race still get one step ahead? Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, Saint Topman Warcury was silent for a long while before weakly muttering those words. His body leaned back slightly against his chair. With Hanfeng Linlin, Ironblood Wushwang, and Ghost Forest's strength suddenly rising, it had already become difficult for them to capture all 3. And now, this Nether race warrior who had infiltrated Impel Down had appeared again. It was very possible that the world government would gain nothing from this. In the New World, on the plaza of a prosperous island, Mihawk's sharp eyes locked onto Defying the Heavens, filled with incomparable fervor and desire. That sharp sword intent, that piercing aura, and those swords that seem alive. This Nether race warrior absolutely cannot be underestimated. His swordsmanship has already reached the peak. As a great swordsman, Mihawk saw more clearly than anyone else just how terrifying the suddenly appeared Defying the Heavens truly was. That sword intent, which almost suppressed his own, was absolutely the strongest swordsmanship he had ever witnessed in his life. Outside Impel Down, as Defying the Heavens rode the waves, shattering countless sprays of seawater before landing above the sea, the originally fierce battle came to a halt. Hanfeng Linlin, Ghost Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang immediately withdrew their violent auras and descended in front of Defying the Heavens together. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present, they knelt on one knee in the void and spoke with utmost respect. "Grand Marshal, we have fulfilled our mission." Boom! The voices of the 3 were respectful and unified, exploding like a deep-sea bomb in the minds of everyone present and everyone across the sea. What had they just heard? The shock made their scalps go numb, their hearts tremble violently, and their souls nearly split apart. Grand Marshal, Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, and Ghost Forest, 3 Nether race generals, had actually addressed this newly appeared Nether race warrior as Grand Marshal. The people of the sea were no longer completely ignorant about the Nether race. After everything Hanfeng Linlin and the others had said, they already knew part of the Nether race's hierarchy. And among the strong figures they knew of, the strongest of the Nether race was none other than the Grand Marshal. That was a terrifying existence, comparable to the ancient king, Gilgamesh. To them, he was an invincible being far beyond the 4 emperors. And now, such a being had appeared directly before them. The strongest of the Nether race. One of the leaders of the punishment, Heaven Alliance 4,000 years ago. The Grand Marshal of the Nether race had awakened. Countless people could hardly believe their ears, unwilling to accept what they had heard. Yet when Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, and Ghost Forest, 3 incomparably proud Nether race generals, knelt respectfully before that nether race warrior, they had no choice but to believe it. He was truly the Grand Marshal of the nether race. "Miss, you did well. Rise." With both hands resting atop eternal night, defying the heavens glanced at the injuries on Ironblood Wushwang and the others from the corner of his eye. His heart turned cold and his gaze darkened. Although he had known from the beginning, after seeing the world governments line up, that the three of them could not possibly remain unharmed after carrying out his decision. When he saw them wounded to such a degree, anger still surged uncontrollably in his heart. Chapter 96. These three were the first followers he had summoned after the system upgrade. Added to that were the emotions that originally belonged to defying the heavens. To him, these nether race generals who had always followed him were no different from family. Seeing them in such a miserable state, how could he not be furious? Crossing both hands, he slammed eternal night heavily into the void. Waves of force rippled outward as the space below was torn apart by the blade. Hideous cracks spread beneath defying the heavens' feet, stretching across the sky for thousands of meters. Strands of dark energy continuously radiated from his body. Without any wind, the scorpion tail-like braid behind him and the black cloak on his back danced wildly under the surging energy, adding even more majesty to his presence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A savage light flashed in his eyes. His sharp gaze swept over Garp and the others one by one as defying the heavens spoke coldly. "So it was you who injured this marshal's subordinates. Do you know, the nether race does not tolerate offense. 4,000 years ago, every race that dared offend the nether race, aside from the divine race, was wiped out completely." Wherever his gaze passed, an indescribably terrifying pressure descended, pressing down on the hearts of Garp and the others like a massive boulder. Horror! Garp and the others felt cold sweat break out across their bodies, their hearts trembling violently. This Grand Marshal of the nether race truly deserved to be called one of the top powerhouses among the races that had resisted the divine race 4,000 years ago. With his strength alone, merely by relying on his aura, he could suppress them to this extent. This terrifying pressure surpassed that of any powerhouse they had ever seen. This Grand Marshal of the nether race, his current strength has already surpassed the four emperors. Staring at the figure at the center of the storm, Garp and the others cried out inwardly. They were certain. Even if this Grand Marshal of the nether race had not recovered his peak strength, he had still surpassed the current limit of the sea. At that thought, the faces of Garp, CP0 Agent 7, and the others darkened. This battle might not be nearly as optimistic as they had imagined. The strength of the nether race Grand Marshal was far too terrifying. It was already enough to overturn what had seemed to be a settled battle. Defeat the nether race. With the appearance of the nether race Grand Marshal, that possibility had nearly turned into a fantasy. GRR. Magellan clenched his teeth tightly, his large pupils staring at defying the heavens with fierce coldness. It was this man. The ruin inside Impel Down was because of this man. Even the final massive disturbance from Impel Down was related to him. The prison he had guarded for decades had always been flawless, aside from the incident with the Golden Lion. But this time, not only had someone invaded it, they had completely destroyed several levels of the prison and walked out openly. Hatred. Towering hatred nearly drove Magellan berserk. If not for defying the heavens' terrifying aura constantly reminding him of how dangerous this man was, he might have already ignored the world government's orders and charged forward to tear him apart. Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, defying the heavens' cold, arrogant voice echoed clearly from the screen, lingering for a long time. As Hirano Masato and the other 5 elders listened to his questioning, indescribable rage surged in their hearts. With a sharp sound, Sanobe Keiichi stood up and slammed his palm heavily onto the desk. The desk made of precious wood instantly exploded into fragments under his furious strike, sending splinters flying everywhere. Thick dust spread outward, enveloping the entire meeting room. From within the dense smoke, his cold voice, filled with boundless anger, slowly rang out. Damn it, damn it. This bastard, he is clearly from the nether race. They appeared without warning and attacked the Marines directly, then this man infiltrated Impel Down with malicious intent. They were the ones who provoked us first, and now the nether race dares act as if no one else matters. Standing amid the dust, Sanob Keiich's face was faintly flushed, his pupils blazing with anger. This time, the world government had already given the nether race more than enough face. When Nether Race General Ironblood Wushwang appeared, he attacked the Marines without a word, and afterward, he continued clashing with Akinu and the others. Even under those circumstances, the world government had not chosen to eliminate the three of them. Instead, they tried to form an alliance with the Nether Race, lowering themselves and speaking politely. And the result? The Nether Race gave them no face whatsoever. They attacked whenever they pleased, directly trampling the dignity of the world government into the ground. Their strongest figure, the Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, had even silently infiltrated Impel Down. Regardless of his purpose, everything the Grand Marshal had done was a direct trampling of the world government's authority. It could be said that from the moment Ironblood Wushwang appeared, the world government had given the Nether Race sufficient respect. But the Nether Race had shown no gratitude at all. Under such circumstances, what right did the Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, the man who had just invaded Impel Down and done unknown things inside, have to question the world government? 4,000 years ago, every race that dared show disrespect to the Nether Race, except for the Divine Race, had been wiped out. Were the Grand Marshal's words a threat? Was he saying that the Nether Race stood high above them, and no matter how much they humiliated and trampled others, those below were not allowed to fight back or even speak? Otherwise, it would be disrespect toward the Nether Race. Otherwise, they would be exterminated by the Nether Race. Such overbearing arrogance. Such a domineering tone. The Nether Race clearly did not place the world government in its eyes at all. Have Agent 7 and the others attack immediately. Have Agent 2, Agent 4, Sengoku, and every nearby force rush there at full speed. I want these arrogant, Nether Race scum to understand that the world government is not something they can need as they please. Consumed by fury, Sanob Keiichi roared repeatedly. Wait, Sanob. Hirano Masato waved his hand and stood up with an uncertain expression, shaking his head. Sanob, don't be impulsive. This Grand Marshal of the Nether Race is comparable to the ancient king, Gilgamesh. Even if he may not be at his peak right now, he cannot be underestimated. Since defying the heavens appeared, he had directly questioned Garp and the others, questioned the world government, and his words were filled with threat. As one of the supreme authorities of the world government, Hirano Masato was naturally extremely displeased as well. But defying the heavens' strength was simply too terrifying. Because he existed on the same level as the ancient king, Gilgamesh. The rest of the sea only had a vague idea of Gilgamesh's strength, but they knew it very clearly. Back then, Gilgamesh had easily defeated Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. From the three admirals' reports, the enemy had not even been serious. He had merely used a single ultimate technique in a mocking manner. That alone was enough to prove that Gilgamesh's strength surpassed the four emperors by far more than a little. And since defying the heavens was an existence of the same level as Gilgamesh, how could he be any different? The combat strength of the three Nether Race generals had originally been almost completely exhausted, yet they had strangely risen by such a large margin. Now, with the unfathomable Grand Marshal of the Nether Race present as well. With Garp and the others' current strength, there was no guarantee they could keep the Nether Race there. Even if they had 10,000 flames of anger in their hearts, they could not let it erupt. Otherwise, if the Nether Race escaped and recovered some of its strength, the world government would be in tremendous trouble. Are we supposed to just watch these Nether Race people flaunt their power? Are we supposed to lower ourselves and let them leave safely? Agata Kenishi clenched his fists, speaking in an extremely unwilling voice. If we are humiliated to this extent and remain unmoved, worse, if we lower ourselves to appease them, what will the world government use to rule the sea? No. In the face of true benefits, face and dignity are completely insignificant. Masutani Yasunori raised his head slightly, his eyes lowered as he spoke. As long as the Nether Race stands on the same front as us, we can pacify the sea as quickly as possible and welcome the arrival of the new era in the most perfect state. Compared to such enormous benefits, what does it matter if we are stepped on a few times? But with the nether race's temperament, it is impossible for them to stand with us, Agata Kenishi retorted. How would we know unless we try? Masutani Yasunori looked up. If we are rejected again under these circumstances, do you know how much damage it will do to the world government's prestige? Agata Kenishi asked in return. Then do you know how much we will gain if the nether race stands with us? Masutani Yasunori argued. Enough. Hirano Masato waved his hand and spoke to the two of them. Now is not the time to argue. The most important issue right now is what attitude we should use to respond to the Grand Marshal of the nether race's questioning. This may even determine the world government's direction from here on. Masutani Yasunori and Agata Kenishi both fell silent and lowered their heads, though their aged, clouded eyes continued to flicker. In that case, why not have Agent 7 properly communicate with the Grand Marshal first? The reason the nether race refused our alliance before was largely because they had their own objective. Ironblood, Wushwang, and the others were merely there to attract attention and had no real authority to make decisions. But now it is different. Since the Grand Marshal of the nether race has appeared openly, that means their objective has already been completed. Since the objective has been achieved, they no longer need to stall or attract attention. More importantly, the Grand Marshal holds absolute authority and is fully qualified to negotiate with us. Under these circumstances, as long as the benefits are sufficient, I believe the Grand Marshal of the nether race may not refuse. Noda Keiichi slowly stood up. His aged eyes passed through the dust and looked at the other four elders as he spoke in a low voice filled with killing intent. Furthermore, Agent 2, Agent 4, Sengoku, and all nearby forces are already gathering toward Impel Down. Trying to win over the nether race now can also buy time for Sengoku and the others to arrive. When the time comes, even if negotiations collapse, we will have a greater chance of dealing a heavy blow to the nether race. Noda is right. Hirano Masato nodded and looked toward Agata Kenishi and Masutani Yasunori. This way, we can try to gain the nether race's friendship, while also buying time to cause greater damage to them. Then do as Noda said. Masutani Yasunori and Agata Kenishi both nodded. They were not fools. Under these circumstances, Noda Keiichi's method was beneficial, no matter how one looked at it. Before real interests, mere reputation and authority meant nothing. As long as one possessed enough strength to suppress everything, all voices would become unified. Then, in that case, Agent 7, proceed in the form of negotiation and delay as much time as possible. If necessary, offer them great benefits. Seeing the other four elders agree, Hirano Masato took out a den mushi and gave instructions to the other side. At the same time, he shouted coldly toward the door. Someone, clean this up and bring in a video den mushi. Outside Impel Down. After receiving Hirano Masato's order, CP0 Agent 7 was somewhat surprised, but he did not dare hesitate. Facing defying the heavens' terrifying aura, he slowly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with utmost respect. Honorable Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, our world government holds you and the Nether Race's achievements in the highest regard. How could we possibly offend the Nether Race or offend you? The injuries suffered by the three generals were merely the result of a small misunderstanding. Our world government is willing to offer the Nether Race a generous gift as compensation. We hope the Grand Marshal can forgive our recklessness and not allow the good relationship between us to be destroyed. Chapter 97. Following Commander CP07's actions and words, countless people across the sea were stunned. The world government. After being humiliated by the Nether Race again and again, they were once more lowering themselves to seek peace with them. This was repeated humiliation. And it was happening in front of the entire sea. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The world government had always been arrogant and domineering, its word absolute across the sea. Even the four emperors had to avoid its edge. Yet now, this overbearing world government was repeatedly showing weakness and seeking peace. The contrast with the world government in everyone's impression was simply too great. Smart. Those 5 old men finally made a smart choice for once. In the new world, within the territory of the 4 emperors, Kaido praised the 5 elders' decision. At the same time, his eyes darkened, and his expression became rather ugly. A powerhouse like the Grand Marshal of the Nether race can overturn the battlefield by himself. Under these circumstances, continuing to fight him to the death over something as meaningless as face would be pure stupidity. Lowering their pride, showing the greatest sincerity, admitting fault, and seeking an alliance with the Nether race. If they can obtain the Nether race's friendship, then with the Grand Marshal of the Nether race present, the world government will be invincible on the sea before the true arrival of the Great Era. They'll sweep through everything. As he spoke, Kaido paused slightly, then sighed in a low voice. But then again, those 5 old men have always valued the world government's empty reputation above all else. It's rare for them to recognize reality so clearly this time, and choose to lower their heads. Looks like those 5 old men haven't completely lost their minds. Kaido had not dealt with the 5 elders many times, but he still knew one thing. The 5 elders cared deeply about reputation and placed immense importance on the world government's honor. Across the seas, many had been killed by the Marines and the world government simply for insulting that reputation. But that was only natural. Although the 5 elders valued face, they had ruled for so many years and understood interests very well. Naturally, they would not do something that damaged enormous benefits merely for the sake of pride. Outside Impel Down, fierce winds swept through the void, brushing past, defying the heavens' face. As Commander CP-07 finished speaking, defying the heavens' eyes fell upon him. After studying him for a moment, he spoke in a low, hostile voice. "Oh, you hold the Nether race in high regard. If you truly hold the Nether race in high regard, then why did you attack and injure my generals?" The final word fell. His overwhelming aura condensed like countless blades, surging madly toward Commander CP-07. Terrifying pressure covered the sky and earth, as though it intended to crush and destroy everything. Cold sweat slowly slid down Commander CP-07's forehead. It was as if a massive mountain had settled upon his heart, pressing down so heavily that he could barely breathe. Defying the heavens' aura was far too terrifying. Now that all of it was focused entirely on him, even with his admiral-level strength, it was extremely difficult to withstand. "Grand Marshal, we are willing to pay for our recklessness. We are willing to compensate you and the Nether race for your losses." Under that tremendous pressure, Commander CP-07 spoke with great difficulty, following the 5 elders' instructions as he tried to dissolve defying the heavens' hostility. "We hope the Grand Marshal will calm his anger. Every warrior of the Nether race is proud, noble, and unique. Pay for your recklessness, compensate the Nether race for our losses." "Ridiculous." With a cold laugh, defying the heavens slowly raised Eternal Night in his right hand, his savage eyes locked firmly onto Commander CP-07. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind him, the void was suddenly dyed red. Crimson light rapidly filled the entire space behind defying the heavens. The scarlet radiance carried endless killing intent, as if it wished to destroy everything. Slowly, at the center of that boundless crimson savage light, in the void behind him, a pair of enormous eyes silently emerged and slowly opened. As those massive pupils opened, the killing intent between heaven and earth grew even heavier. An unmatched coldness seemed to exist everywhere. The void trembled uneasily, and the atmosphere twisted violently. A sense of danger lingered in the hearts of Garp and the others. Under that enormous pressure, none of them dared be careless. They all held their breath and gathered every bit of power within them. The dense crimson light gradually condensed to its limit. The overwhelming aura and killing intent intertwined, forming a freezing hell no one dared step into. Blood-red light flashed in defying the heavens' eyes. Eternal Night shifted slightly in his hand as he shouted in a low voice. "Dark Night Savage Light." The next moment, behind defying the heavens, the crimson light, concentrated to its absolute limit, transformed into a red curtain of heaven and crashed down. The terrifying scarlet radiance gathered and coiled together, like an unstoppable force from a desolate world, sweeping everything aside. Before it, everything was torn to pieces. Wherever the terrifying crimson light passed, all things were shredded into countless fragments. In their pupils, Garp and the others saw the scarlet sky descend. Their hearts suddenly beat faster as the energy circulating around their bodies erupted violently. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Before this, defying the heavens' aura alone had already made them feel an unstoppable terror. But now, when Dark Knight's savage light truly descended with his slash, they finally understood with absolute clarity just how terrifying it must have been to stand against defying the heavens 4,000 years ago. That all-pervasive blade light of death. If not for the fact that 6 admirals and 1 4-emperor-level powerhouse were standing together, they would not have dared attempt to block this terrifying ultimate move at all. They would have chosen to flee immediately. Because with their many years of experience, they could clearly tell that if any one of them faced such a terrifying attack alone, death would be inevitable. Meteor, volcano. Akinu stepped forward. The magma he had accumulated to its limit erupted into countless magma fists, shooting out in a connected wave. Ice Age. Yasukani, no Megatama. Venom Demon. Iron Fist. The moment Akinu unleashed Meteor Volcano, Garp and the others followed without delay. The instant they attacked, they used extremely powerful ultimate techniques, not daring to hold anything back. 6 admirals and 1 4-emperor-level powerhouse unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Terrifying energy connected into one, causing the entire sea to tremble. The sky and space distorted as the shockwaves spread wildly. In the blink of an eye, the magma fists collided with the savage light filling the sky. The unstoppable blood-red curtain had only just made contact before its absolute sharpness easily swallowed and tore apart several magma fists. But when the magma fists, together with the terrifying attacks of the other 5 admirals and the 4-emperor-level Garp, descended at the same time, rumbled. The blood-red curtain covering the sky, filled with endless cold killing intent, was violently shaken by the 7 overwhelming attacks. The unstoppable crimson curtain was finally blocked. Layers of incoming energy detonated against it, producing violent shockwaves that continued to break apart and scatter. Waves of residual energy radiated from the center of the collision, raining down onto the sea below. In an instant, the surrounding sea within hundreds of meters was blasted into a giant crater. Countless holes spread across the ocean like fireworks, and the entire sea region within tens of thousands of meters was swept into chaos. The violent winds stirred up interwoven tsunamis that surged in every direction. Amid the towering waves, impelled down, the underwater prison that had stood for decades was continuously swallowed and soaked by seawater. With water pouring in from below and violent waves crashing down from above, all surviving guards and prisoners inside Impel Down were submerged. Booms, booms, boom. Explosions rang out endlessly as energy detonated. Finally, the crimson curtain filled with boundless cold killing intent could no longer endure. Under the chain of attacks, it transformed into drifting mist and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Yet even the spreading crimson mist still carried terrifying killing energy. Wherever it passed, everything was twisted and torn apart. Chapter 98. Amid the continuous barrage, Dark Knight's savage light was torn apart. Although Garp and the others' attacks had been heavily weakened, they had not been extinguished. 6 admirals and 1 4-emperor, 7 top-level powerhouses of the sea. The might gathered from their ultimate attacks was absolutely not something ordinary people could imagine. Mountains and seas collapsed, heaven and earth seemed to sink, space shattered and twisted. Even if Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world, stood before such power, he would likely fall with regret. 7 forces at the level of admirals and 4 emperors intertwined together, surging violently as they crashed toward defying the heavens. Sharpness erupted, cold energy spread, nightmare power brewed. Facing that terrifying combined attack from 7 admiral and 4 emperor-level powerhouses, Hanfeng Linlin, Ghost Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang all wore resolute expressions. They each erupted with their strongest power, preparing to rush directly before defying the heavens and face that terrifying attack together. Stand down. Waving his hand, defying the heavens' eyes shifted slightly. He tightened his grip on Eternal Night, and his aura slowly began to rise again. The 7 terrifying streams of energy were reflected in his pupils as they rushed toward him at extreme speed, yet his expression did not change. Behind him, strands of pitch-black energy rapidly gathered. Dark night descends. Behind him, endless black energy descended and enveloped the entire void. From afar, it looked as if the deepest abyss of darkness had descended upon the world. The darkness was so dense that not even one's fingers could be seen. A massive shadow rose behind, defying the heavens. Terrifying waves of pressure swept outward in circles. The air churned violently, and space trembled with intensity. In his right hand, eternal night slowly rose, its blade aimed directly at the 7 terrifying energies. The endless shadow behind him slowly gathered toward eternal night's blade. The sinister strands of darkness made everyone shudder. That gloomy, despairing aura carried the meaning of infinite death. Even more terrifying was that, as the energy gathered and darkness descended, an enormous phantom gradually formed behind, defying the heavens. The phantom was submerged in darkness, its eyes shining with brilliant green light. Its face was hideous, and both of its enormous hands were also wrapped around a long blade. Slash! Dragging eternal night with his right hand, defying the heavens slowly cut through the space around him. Immediately, savage cracks split open one after another, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter space around defying the heavens collapsed completely. Black air currents flowed wildly, like a wound opened into the dark abyss, ready to devour everything. Standing at the center of it all, defying the heavens remained expressionless and slashed out fiercely. Shadow Flash Blade. A voice cold to the extreme echoed between heaven and earth. Then, endless darkness erupted in an instant. All its power reached the peak at once. Behind defying the heavens, the massive phantom followed his movement and slashed out fiercely. Re-yept. The atmosphere shattered, the sea below poured apart. Masses of darkness shot out from the abyss. Dense black energy intertwined, looking like a mass of black mist. But only those truly standing before it could feel the world-destroying power it contained. In the blink of an eye, the darkness collided completely with the 7 dazzling energies. The moment they made contact, the slash formed from dark shadow advanced without restraint, instantly shattering and tearing apart the air frozen by cold energy. After that, magma fists crashed into the dark slash, yet they could only raise faint sparks, completely unable to halt its momentum. A chain of explosions stretched for thousands of meters, and the shockwaves from the collision swept across an area of tens of thousands of meters. Layers of shockwaves rippled outward, blasting vacuum zones into the sea below from time to time. With only one clash, the sea level below dropped dramatically. Scattered explosion shockwaves fell into the ocean like cannonballs, detonating deep beneath the surface. And as the collision dragged on, the sea continued to evaporate. The world overturned. The slash defying the heavens unleashed now was even stronger than Dark Knight's savage light. But the enemies before him were equally terrifying. It was the full-powered strike of 6 admirals and 1 emperor. Even after being weakened by Dark Knight's savage light, it remained extraordinary. In fact, it was faintly suppressing defying the heavens slash. HMPH. Seeing his slash faintly suppressed, defying the heavens snorted coldly, a trace of irritation flashing in his eyes. He had not held back at all with Dark Knight's savage light earlier, and now this slash had been unleashed with full power. He had even summoned the phantom of eternal night. Yet it was still faintly suppressed. Forget being suppressed. Even if it had merely been evenly matched, he would have been displeased. After all, he was the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, the strongest commander of the entire Nether race. This time, the world government truly had too many powerhouses. Judging by the current situation, without using breaking the limit, defying the heavens could at most contend against 2 emperors or 4 admiral-level fighters. Any more than that would be difficult. Even if he used breaking the limit, it still might not be enough against 6 admirals and 1 emperor. But this result was within expectations. After all, defying the heavens' current role-playing progress was only 70%. He was still far from reaching his peak. Even so, he would absolutely not allow himself to suffer defeat the very first time he appeared before the entire sea. System. Increase defying the heavens role-playing progress by another 5%. After weighing it in his heart for a moment, defying the heavens spoke to the system in his mind. Ding, increasing defying the heavens role-playing progress to 75% requires 30 points of special energy. Does the master wish to proceed? The system's cold voice shocked defying the heavens. 30 points of special energy, just to increase role-playing progress by 5%. Although he had long known that progress became harder to improve the further it went, this was still too exaggerated. This was only 75% role-playing progress. If it were Gilgamesh, whose progress had already reached 90%, how terrifying would the required special energy be? A flicker of pain passed through defying the heavens' heart, but he said firmly, "Confirm, increase it immediately." He understood how important this battle was for him and for the Nether race. As one of the peak powerhouses from 4,000 years ago, he absolutely could not greet his first appearance with defeat. So no matter how painful it was, these 30 special energy points could not be saved. Ding, special energy being deducted, role-playing progress increasing. Ding, special energy deduction complete, role-playing progress increase complete. Strongest role-playing system. Master, Gilgamesh. Current role-playing character, Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. Owned role-playing characters, the ancient King Gilgamesh, Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. Current role-playing progress, 75%. Current special energy, 163. Current character draw chances, 1. Current followers, Ironblood Wushwang Henfeng Linlin Ghost Forest. Follower draw chances, 0. The system panel in his mind quickly updated. At the same time, a power from the underworld surged from deep within defying the heavens body and erupted outward. In the outside world, only a few seconds later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dark slash that had gradually fallen into disadvantage suddenly erupted with even greater force. The phantom of eternal night behind defying the heavens became more solid, and endless darkness poured continuously into the black blade. Waves of dark energy surged in every direction. Shatter for this marshal. With a roar, defying the heavens tightened his grip even more, and the weapon in his hand trembled violently. As even greater, denser dark energy poured into it, the already terrifying slash became even more horrifying. Under countless disbelieving gazes, the black slash tore through the attacks of Garp, and the others one after another. Energy scattered violently, shockwaves surged. All kinds of power intertwined, trembling nonstop. Not good. Seeing the black slash gradually defeat their attacks, Akinu and the others' pupils shrank sharply. Their bodies flashed away. None of them dared linger for even a moment, as they fled their original positions at the fastest speed possible. Rumble. Darkness descended completely, and everything was utterly crushed. The broken dark slash plunged into the sea, splitting the ocean in two. The sea was divided. A stretch of ocean, several thousand meters wide, collapsed completely, sinking hundreds of meters deep. If this slash had landed near the shore, it might have directly cut all the way to the seabed. Light flashed. Garp and the others scattered in all directions. After avoiding the slash, they gathered together once more. This guy truly deserves to be called the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, an existence capable of rivaling that monster. Countless photons surged around Kizaru as he hovered in the void. Looking down at the sea that had been split in two, he clicked his tongue in shock. The 7 of us joined forces, and he still broke through. Aokida's expression was extremely grave, his eyes filled with lingering fear. That slash just now had completely surpassed the 4 emperors. This time, keeping the Nether race here may be impossible. Garp, who had always been indifferent to most things, had now lost his usual smile. His expression was dark. In fact, we may no longer be their match. Although the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had unleashed 2 attacks in that exchange, the fact that he had broken through their combined attacks twice was enough to prove one thing. With his strength alone, he would have no problem defeating 4 admirals. Perhaps if they all attacked together, the Grand Marshal of the Nether race would not be their match. But do not forget, beside him were 3 Nether race generals. Even though all three were injured, after that strange boost in power, Hanfeng Linlin, the strongest among them, was only slightly weaker than he had been before being injured. Ironblood Wushwang and Ghost Forest could each face an admiral without issue. Overall, the Nether race's strength had already surpassed theirs. If they continued fighting, they would no longer gain any advantage. The 5 elders said, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with Agents 2 and 4, are almost here. They told us to hold on a little longer. Commander CP-07, his black suit rather disheveled, slowly stepped forward and whispered beside Garp. Besides, the strength of Hanfeng Linlin, Ghost Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang rose in an extremely strange way. No one knows whether this sudden increase, aside from breaking the limit, is like life return and cannot be maintained for long. A method similar to life return. Akinu and the others frowned slightly. Indeed. Breaking the limit itself was understandable. After all, the Nether race had been a powerful race 4,000 years ago. It was reasonable for them to possess such a secret art. But their later, strange increase in strength was different. That sudden, unexplained boost very likely had side effects and could not be used for long. As long as the 3 Nether race generals don't have much strength left, and it's only the Grand Marshal of the Nether race. Garp's eyes kept shifting. He glanced up at Hanfeng Linlin and the others, then slowly said, The result may not be too terrible. Compared to the move used by the ancient king, Gilgamesh, back then, this Grand Marshal of the Nether race is still quite a bit inferior. So perhaps, like Hanfeng Linlin and the other Nether race generals, the Grand Marshal's strength has also not recovered to its peak. Akinu's expression was dark as he lightly touched his reattached arm and made his guess. Even though several months had already passed, when he spoke of the ancient king, Gilgamesh, he could still feel his old injury faintly aching. He could still clearly remember that terrifying might from back then, as if it would tear the world apart and crush everything. That's right. The strength displayed by the Grand Marshal of the Nether race has definitely surpassed the 4 emperors, but it has not reached the level of the ancient king, Gilgamesh. Kizaru nodded in strong agreement. If it were the ancient king. He believed that even with 6 admirals and 1 emperor, they still could not defeat him. But the Grand Marshal of the Nether race was different. The 7 of them still held the absolute advantage. Across the seas, countless people looked at the image of the split and reversed ocean, feeling cold sweat break out across their bodies as their hearts pounded madly and their worldview gradually collapsed. So this is the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, a peak powerhouse from 4,000 years ago. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He actually shattered the combined attack of 6 admirals and 1 emperor by himself. With strength like that, he deserves to be called the new peak of the sea, unrivaled. The 4 emperors, even the 4 emperors are nothing before him, are they? Admirals, 4 emperors. To them, these were already terrifying beings. Even one such existence could sweep across the sea. When 6 admirals and 1 emperor stood together to deal with one person, no one believed anyone could endure for long. Not Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. Not even the pirate king, Gul D. Roger. And yet someone had not only avoided defeat, but had shattered the combined attack of 6 admirals and 1 emperor. A powerhouse of this level completely surpassed their imagination. In the New World, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, wearing his pink feathered coat, stood up excitedly, the fanaticism in his eyes indescribable. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. With power like this, what is Kaido even worth? His entire body nearly pressed against the screen, Doflamingo's desire was overwhelming. If he possessed this kind of power, how would Kaido dare threaten him? The Grand Marshal of the Nether race. He had remembered this man. In the New World, within Whitebeard's territory, on the deck of the Moby Dick. That's way too exaggerated, power at that level. The sea was split apart, so this is the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, one of the strongest members of the Punishment God Alliance from 4,000 years ago. Absurd, it's too absurd. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would dare believe it? A marine admiral alone is often enough to suppress many regions of the sea. And now, 6 admirals and 1 emperor have actually fallen into disadvantage. The Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders, who were usually incomparably proud, no longer had the slightest trace of arrogance. Including 1st Division Commander Marco, more than a dozen commanders wore the same expression of extreme shock. Clearly, they could hardly believe what they had just seen. Their blind confidence in their father gradually began to fade. At this moment, forget the current Whitebeard, who was already nearing the end of his life. Even Whitebeard at his peak, so what? Could he really achieve what the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had done? Perhaps he would not even be able to withstand the Grand Marshal's first slash. For once, Whitebeard no longer looked as carefree as usual. Because the terror of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had exceeded his imagination. He had originally believed that surpassing the 4 emperors would not mean surpassing them by too much. After all, powerhouses at the 4 emperor level had nearly reached the peak of the sea in all aspects. It should have been extremely difficult to exceed them. But who could have known? This level beyond the 4 emperors was far beyond his understanding. Even the 4 emperors could still be surpassed by such a margin. The most terrifying thing is, 4,000 years ago, there were quite a few powerhouses on the level of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race. And there was even the ruler of the Divine race who could suppress the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, the supreme ruler, Heaven. And even more powerful races and powerhouses capable of contending against the Divine race and Heaven. His face filled with fear and confusion, Blenheim, the 9th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, trembled slightly, his voice filled with terror. His words caused Marco and the others' minds to tremble once more, pushing them into an even deeper shock. That was right. The Grand Marshal of the Nether race was indeed powerful and terrifying. But he was not the most frightening part. Because the Grand Marshal of the Nether race was not unique. In fact, powerhouses like him were not rare 4,000 years ago. And above him, there were even stronger existences. Powerhouses beyond the Grand Marshal of the Nether race. Just how terrifying would they be? From the corner of their eyes, everyone looked at the image of the figure, standing proudly in the void like an undying demon god. All of their hearts trembled uncontrollably. They could not imagine just how powerful someone would have to be to suppress the Grand Marshal of the Nether race. Before such a being, perhaps even their father, Whitebeard, would be nothing more than an ant. The Whitebeard pirates need to make proper preparations as well. Clenching his fist, Whitebeard no longer had his usual carefree bearing. As someone close to death, no matter how the world changed, it did not matter much to him. At worst, he would simply die. In his life, he had roamed the seas freely and built a great reputation. Even if he died, he had no regrets. But he could not stop worrying about his children. Before such terrifying powerhouses, he had no confidence that he could protect his beloved sons. I'll die, I'll definitely die. Deep in his eyes, that black slash lingered for a long time. A voice echoed continuously in Kaido's heart as every pore on his body seemed to explode open. Kaido stared deeply at defying the heavens, his fear and wariness completely undisguised. He was certain that slash unleashed by the Grand Marshal of the Nether race was enough to completely destroy his immortal body. The immortality he was so proud of was utterly insignificant before the Grand Marshal's outrageously terrifying power. Outside Impel Down, magma surged, and scorching heat waves spread outward, evaporating streams of white vapor. Akinu transformed into magma, his entire body ready to strike. Around him, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the others had faintly surrounded, defying the heavens in the center, their intent obvious. Straightening his black suit, Commander CP-07 once again faced defying the heavens, whose body surged with dark energy, and advised. Honorable Grand Marshal, you have seen it as well. 4,000 years of slumber have left your strength, like that of the generals under your command, below its peak. On top of that, your 3 generals are heavily injured. Continuing this battle has no meaning for either side. It will only damage the friendship between us. Why not calm down and properly discuss matters with our world government? Holding Eternal Night tightly in one hand, defying the heavens' eyes carried a hint of mockery. The corner of his mouth curved slightly as he asked coldly, "Oh, are you telling this, Marshal, that you already have victory in your grasp?" "I wouldn't dare." With the 5 elders' approval, Commander CP-07 no longer felt fear even while facing Defying the Heavens, who resembled a demon god. He stared straight at Defying the Heavens, ignoring the pressure contained within his gaze. I am merely telling our honored guest the correct choice. A choice, since when does the Grand Marshal need others to choose for him? Boy, are you insulting the Grand Marshal, insulting the Nether race. Sharpness erupted as Ironblood Wushwang's devastating claws pierced the sky. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he questioned harshly. Anyone who dares insult the Grand Marshal will become withered bones in the Netherworld, unchanging for 10,000 years. Cold energy spread. Hanfeng Linlin raised his right hand, and streams of frost gradually gathered behind him, as if they would shoot out in the next instant and unleash a storm of attacks. Whoosh! On the other side, Aokiji and the others did not dare be careless. They gathered all their power, ready to attack at the fastest speed if the three Nether race generals made the slightest move. The air exploded, the void roared. A crisp, thunderous sound rang out, and the depths of the sky suddenly shattered. Endless abyssal black power poured in from the broken void. Defying the Heavens' aura surged wildly. Savage lightning twisted through the area thousands of meters around him. The largest bolts were more than 10 meters in diameter, like roaring lightning dragons bearing their claws. The entire region became a living hell. Slowly raising his head, emerald green light shot from his eyes, tearing the void before him apart. Holding eternal night, Defying the Heavens swept his emerald eyes across everyone and chuckled. 4,000 years. It has been a long time since anyone dared make decisions for this marshal. Wushwang Hanfeng, stand down. After 4,000 years, this marshal would also like to move properly again. As Defying the Heavens' voice fell, brilliant dark green light bloomed from eternal night and began to corrode the surrounding space. Within the darkness, flecks of emerald gradually appeared. His thunderous gaze fell upon Commander CP-07, and an enormous pressure descended instantly, nearly causing him to fall from the void. At the center of the storm of lightning and thunder, Defying the Heavens spread both hands. Eternal night floated before him as lightning exploded and emerald light shone brilliantly. Behind him, that massive phantom gradually solidified. This marshal's current strength is not at its peak. Is that the confidence behind your arrogant words? But do you think this is this marshal's true strength right now? Breaking the limit, the strongest secret art of the Nether race, is not just empty words. Breaking the limit is not only effective on Nether race generals. On the contrary, the stronger one is, the greater the increase after breaking the limit. And this marshal's breaking the limit is the peak of the Nether race. The invincible peak. Chapter 99. Breaking the limit. The ultimate secret art of Nether race warriors. The stronger one was, the more terrifying the increase became. Defying the Heavens' words fell into the ears of Commander CP-07, Garp, and the others, instantly shaking them to their core. The small amount of confidence they had finally managed to gather was crushed once again. The strength Defying the Heavens had just displayed had already far exceeded their imagination. Without 4 Admiral-level combatants, it would be impossible to contend against him. And now, hearing that he could still use breaking the limit, and that his increase would be even more terrifying than Hanfeng Linlin's, how could they not feel fear? One had to know. Before activating breaking the limit, Hanfeng Linlin had merely been an Admiral-level powerhouse, evenly matched with Akinu. But after using breaking the limit, he was able to briefly face 2 Admiral-level combatants by himself. That degree of improvement had already shocked them greatly. And now, the Grand Marshal of the Nether race was saying that the stronger one was, the greater the increase after using breaking the limit. Even on an Admiral, it was already terrifying. Then for the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, whose power was equivalent to 2 4 emperors, how terrifying would he become after breaking the limit? Unimaginable. Garp, Commander CP-07, and the others did not dare imagine it. If the Grand Marshals breaking the limit could truly unleash even more terrifying power, what could they possibly use to fight the Nether race? Perhaps the Grand Marshal alone would be enough to take Hanfeng Linlin and the others away safely. Impossible. Not at his peak. How is that possible? with such terrifying power, he still isn't at his peak. Just how dazzling was this sea 4,000 years ago? The Grand Marshal of the Nether race can still become stronger. This is fake, right? All of this has to be fake, right? Across the sea, after defying the heavens' words fell, countless people covered their mouths and cried out in shock. Many even collapsed to the ground. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, their eyelids twitching nonstop. In the eyes of the middle and lower levels of the sea, defying the heavens had just defeated all the Navy's top combat power by himself, including the world government's reinforcements. Such terrifying strength was enough to destroy heaven and earth, enough to overturn the Marines and the world government. And yet, under these circumstances, the Grand Marshal of the Nether race could still become stronger. Endless despair surged into their hearts. Once the Grand Marshal recovered his full power, perhaps even if the world government came out in full force, they would be unable to do anything to him. The peace of the sea had been broken. Where could people like them possibly go from here? Behind him, the black blade Yoru continued to hum softly, as if excited. As its master, Mihawk's eyes burned with intense light as he stared fixedly at defying the heavens on the screen. Even a slash like that was not his limit. So this is an unparalleled swordsman from 4,000 years ago. The title of world's greatest swordsman, if placed 4,000 years ago, would be nothing but a joke. Forget the Grand Marshal of the Nether race at his peak. Even the slash he just unleashed has already surpassed the world's greatest swordsman countless times over. His entire body was trembling. Mihawk was excited to the extreme. A swordsman of this level would once again become his goal, his motivation, the road he would pursue. The appearance of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had directly shattered the throne of the world's greatest swordsman in his heart, allowing him to see a far greater path instead of clinging to a hollow, insignificant title. You are excited too, aren't you? This still isn't the Grand Marshal's true power. We still have a very long road ahead. His right hand gently stroked the constantly humming black blade Yoru, and the battle intent in Mihawk's eyes surged. Unlike the others on the sea, Mihawk was the purest kind of powerhouse. He had devoted his entire life to swordsmanship. Aside from the sword, there were very few things that could move his heart. The arrival of a great era had no effect on him. What he truly cared about was whether there were more great swordsmen, stronger great swordsmen. And now, he had seen one. A sword path from 4,000 years ago, powerful enough to tear everything apart. He was still far behind. He still had a very long way to go. In the void outside, impel down. After hearing his words, Hanfeng Linlin and the other two withdrew their auras and respectfully retreated behind Defying the Heavens. Before them, Defying the Heavens stood proudly in the air as eternal night hovered before him. Brilliant green light erupted and continuously spread outward. The flowing emerald light gradually dyed the entire sky. Green light flashed through his pupils as Defying the Heavens looked at eternal night. His right hand gently gripped the blade's handle, which radiated brilliant green light. As his gaze shifted, he joined two fingers of his left hand and slowly ran them across the blade, speaking with unshakable resolve. This blade, named Eternal Night, will never lose to any opponent. Whoosh! Fierce winds rose, violent and wild. Brilliant green light trailed behind Defying the Heavens like a dazzling meteor. Slowly rising, he stood high in the sky, looking down at Garp and the others from above as he said indifferently, "Eternal Night, this time let us fight side by side once more. Recreate your heroic form from 100,000 years ago." As his words fell, the weapon in Defying the Heavens' hand suddenly expanded and stabbed fiercely into the void. The atmosphere shattered, and visible waves of air surged up layer by layer. Endless emerald light covered the sky, forming a tornado that connected heaven and earth with Defying the Heavens at its center. Thousands upon thousands of rays of light reached their peak in an instant. Deep within Defying the Heavens' body, a power that had slept since ancient times rapidly awakened. His originally tied black hair came loose and was quickly dyed a pure, brilliant green. His long green hair spread behind him, with tiny green arcs of lightning bursting from time to time. A terrifying power was already impatient to break free. Breaking the limit, Eternal Night. With a roar, the power contained within defying the heavens' body erupted completely. Endless emerald energy tore space into countless fragments, filling every inch of the air. Heaven and earth trembled. Thousands of meters above, the clouds shook violently. The sea roared uneasily, trembling as tsunamis swept across an area of over 100,000 meters. A world-destroying wave had already appeared from the mere activation of the technique. Everyone looked at defying the heavens, whose aura was rising at terrifying speed, and felt their hair stand on. Chapter 100. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. With Garp at the center, the world government's 6 admiral-level powerhouses and 1 4-emperor-level fighter looked extremely battered after enduring defying the heavens' terrifying bombardment. Their clothes were torn in pieces, and they no longer carried the same overwhelming momentum as before. Fortunately, the truly terrifying aspect of defying the heavens' attack was its range. That vast 10,000-meter coverage left no blind spots. After the attack was dispersed, its killing power was not the most terrifying part. In truth, they had not suffered much real damage. So Garp and the other 6 only looked somewhat disheveled on the surface. Defying the heavens' role-playing progress had only increased by 5%. Even with breaking the limit active, he still could not completely crush Garp and the others. At most, he could suppress them. An attack like that, isn't it far too terrifying? Kizaru clicked his tongue, once again feeling deeply shaken by defying the heavens' power. If a battle between Logia admirals could change the climate of an island, then this Grand Marshal of the Nether race's attack alone could directly tear apart an entire sea region. That was countless times more terrifying than Whitebeard shattering the sea. Our objective is only to stall for time. We need to buy enough time for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others to arrive. For now, preserving our strength and protecting ourselves should come first. Deep shock was also visible in Commander CP-07's eyes. But no matter how terrifying defying the heavens was, they still had to grit their teeth and continue. Because once defying the heavens left this time, the next time they faced him, he might become even more terrifying. The Grand Marshal of the Nether race at full strength. After seeing the ocean nearly destroyed, they no longer even dared imagine it. Meteor volcano. Commander CP-07 had only just finished speaking when Akinu charged first. He stomped heavily on the air and shot forward. Scorching waves of heat spread outward, and beautiful flames reflected in everyone's pupils. Kizaru clicked his tongue lazily. Akinu's fists had completely transformed into magma, condensing terrifying high-temperature magma fists in the space before him. As expected of Sakazuki. Once his anger rose, he did not care who the enemy was or how terrifying they were. He would always be the first to charge. Yata mirror. After muttering a complaint, Kizaru released a path of light with his right hand. His entire body transformed into photons and raced along that light path at extreme speed. We can't fall behind either. Garp muttered softly. Both his hands were completely covered in armament haki as he launched himself from the ground, leaping hundreds of meters into the sky. His iron fists came together as strands of jet-black armament haki spread through the air. The friction caused the surrounding atmosphere to hiss continuously. Aokiji, Commander CP-07, and CP-0 Agent 6 did not hesitate either. They each erupted with their fastest speed and disappeared from where they stood. The 3 of them crossed positions, constantly changing directions as they launched their assault toward defying the heavens. 6 admirals and 1 4-emperor. After defying the heavens displayed such terrifying, unrivaled battle power, they took the initiative instead. Because they knew. Once the enemy seized the dominant position, things would only become even more difficult. Rather than allow that, it was better to strike first. Scarlet magma dyed part of the sky red, and scorching heat waves slapped against defying the heavens' face, letting him feel a trace of warmth. Standing within the emerald-green tornado that pierced the heavens, defying the heavens glanced at Akinu with his glowing green eyes, taking in all 7 of them. Eternal night shifted slowly in his right hand. Defying the heavens' aura erupted, and his entire body vanished from where he stood. The next moment, endless green light emerged. Dragging a long trail of black flames, defying the heavens shot forward like a brilliant comet, charging directly toward the sky already occupied by red magma fists. Holding eternal night, which shone with brilliant emerald light, defying the heavens, faced the magma fists, blocking his path, and merely swung his blade once. Behind him, the nearly solid phantom of eternal night also slashed fiercely. Blade light swept across the sky. Slash! The sharp blade light split the air and tore space apart, plunging into meteor volcano. This blade light was like an unstoppable war god. It charged into the dozens of magma fists, facing endless heat head-on as it easily tore every magma fist apart. Under that terrifying blade light, the shattered magma fists could not even explode to release their final power. It advanced without obstruction. The sky of fire formed by dozens of magma fists was completely swept clean. Wherever the green light passed, everything turned to nothingness. After shattering meteor volcano, the emerald blade light did not pause in the slightest. It continued forward, aimed straight at Akinu. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Akinu's pupils shrank sharply. He hurriedly condensed a scorching magma dog head that lunged forward with bared fangs and claws. Slash! The emerald blade light arrived. The instant it collided with the magma dog head, it cut through half of it directly. That terrifying heat capable of melting steel was utterly powerless before the emerald blade light, unable to shake it in the slightest. Half a second later, the emerald blade light completely shattered the entire magma dog head and continued forward with unmatched sharpness. Scorching magma dripped continuously from the broken magma dog head onto the green blade light. Akinu, standing before it, could already feel the sharpness that could tear him apart. Ama no Murakumo sword. Golden light flashed. A golden path descended before Akinu. Immediately afterward, Kizaru, transformed into photons, appeared in front of him. Armament haki spread rapidly, adding strands of jet-black patterns to the dazzling golden light. His right hand lightly grasped the void, and a sword of light condensed from countless photons was gripped tightly in his hand. The next instant, the emerald blade light descended. Its unstoppable edge stirred a fierce wind, lifting the justice coats of both Kizaru and Akinu. Even when that wind brushed across their faces, it felt sharp as a blade. Green and golden light collided. Two razor-sharp forces exploded instantly. With Kizaru's ultimate armament haki strengthening it, Ama no Murakumo sword did not shatter immediately. Of course, that was also thanks to Akinu's meteor volcane and Dogtooth Red Lotus. Although Akinu's two attacks had been torn apart quickly by the emerald blade light, they had still weakened it somewhat. Hey, Sakazuki, are you just going to watch? This guy is strong like a monster. Do you really think I can hold him back alone for long? Gripping the cracked sword of light tightly with both hands, Kizaru turned his head and complained to Akinu. After breaking the limit, every move and every slash from defying the heavens contained extreme power, far beyond what a single admiral could withstand. Defying the heavens' strength was simply too terrifying, even if it was only a casual slash. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Kizaru's words snapped Akinu awake, and he did not dare lose focus any longer. In his right hand, rolling magma formed a massive dog head hundreds of meters tall. The dog head's fangs crisscrossed as it rose toward the sky, as if it would devour the sun itself. In an instant, it struck the emerald blade light at close range. With the power of Dogtooth Red Lotus added, the sword of light that had nearly shattered slowed its rate of cracking slightly. But it still looked horrifyingly unstable. The magma dog head, towering hundreds of meters high and radiating immense power, was carved open by a raging edge the instant it collided. Iron Fist. Limit! A powerful shout rang out. High in the sky, Garp clenched both fists together and descended from above. A violent current wrapped around his entire body, and dense black armament haki surged as he dropped. Like a falling meteor, Garp slammed down heavily. Boom! With that punch, the previously unstoppable emerald blade light finally trembled. A wave of air exploded from the center of the collision. A crisp sound like glass shattering rang out. Akinu and Kizaru were overjoyed to discover that indestructible blade light had finally cracked. At this moment, however, the two of them seemed to have forgotten one thing. What they were desperately blocking was only a casual slash from defying the heavens. After that slash was unleashed, defying the heavens' own battle power had not been affected at all. In those few short seconds, defying the heavens had already followed the path opened by the emerald blade light and arrived before the three of them. Behind him, the demon shadow of eternal night flickered, filled with savage light. The weapon in defying the heavens' hand rose high. Then he slashed again. Venom demon. Cold energy surged. Intense freezing power spread forward, condensing into a massive ice blue bird hundreds of meters tall in front of defying the heavens' descending blade. Purple venom roared violently. Poison mixed with scarlet toxins also formed a 10-meter-tall venom giant. The two enormous beings stood like iron walls, blocking defying the heavens' path. His blade fell. Venom and frost scattered everywhere. The scarlet venom, splashing through the air, had not even reached defying the heavens before it was completely devoured by the green energy. A casual slash alone was enough to make Akinu and Kizaru unable to block it. Not to mention a slash delivered personally by defying the heavens at this moment. Like crushing rotten wood. Before eternal night, which radiated brilliant green light, neither the venom demon nor the massive ice bird was able to withstand even a single blow. The two admiral-level attacks only made defying the heavens' descending blade pause for a brief instant. Iron Fist. Ice Saber. Amino Murakumo Sword. Fierce winds raged. After shattering the green blade light, Garp and Kizaru rushed over to provide support. One fist and two blades blocked directly before defying the heavens' weapon. The violent collision shook the air intensely. Invisible waves of force spread outward, detonating in every direction. If the collision of these four had taken place on an island, the aftermath alone would have been enough to flat a small island. Blade of Holy Judgment. World-destroying storm. Violent winds surged, air currents roared, and a holy sword descended from the heavens. Commander CP-07 and CP-0, Agent 6, launched a direct surprise attack from behind defying the heavens, holding nothing back. Venom Demon. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Akinu and Magellan also seized the opportunity and launched storm-like attacks from both sides. HMPH. Facing attacks coming from every direction, defying the heavens' expression did not change in the slightest. He snorted coldly and moved his will. Behind him, the dozens of meters tall eternal night slowly opened its eyes. Invisible air currents exploded, and strands of dark green light condensed into two long blades in eternal night's hands. The heavy pressure made Garp and the others' hearts jolt. A deep breathing sound came from above them. When they looked up, their hearts trembled violently, and every hair on their bodies stood on end. The mysterious black shadow that had always existed behind the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had actually come alive. A pair of domineering eyes opened. This figure was not merely an illusion. As Eternal Night gradually opened its eyes, holding two green long blades, its hands slowly crossed together. Terrifying blade light rose into the void. Although only a faint trace of consciousness had just awakened, it had already grasped the current situation. The next moment, Eternal Night transformed into a whirlwind. The twin blades became harvesting scythes, spinning rapidly. The unstoppable edge produced by that high-speed rotation pushed outward in a ring. The air was torn to pieces by the violent, indiscriminate blade light, and even space was covered in faint black marks. The storm did not stop. Holy Sword, Violent Wind, Magma, Poison. The attacks of Garp and the others all crashed into the rapidly spinning blade storm. Yet none of them could break through the edge created by the brilliant green twin blades. Enveloped within it, defying the heavens sank into the green storm as the rapidly spinning blade lights raged outward. Under the ever-expanding sharpness, Garp and the others, now scattered apart, had no strength to resist head-on. When the rapidly expanding edge swept toward them, all seven retreated thousands of meters almost at the same time. Only after the seven completely withdrew beyond 1,000 meters did the rapidly spinning blade tornado gradually calm. Defying the heavens and Eternal Night appeared once more. Floating behind defying the heavens, the dozens of meters tall Eternal Night did not pay attention to Garp and the others. Instead, it lowered its head and looked toward defying the heavens, In its violent eyes, there was deep disappointment and unwillingness. A hoarse voice, as if coming from ancient times, emerged from Eternal Night's mouth. Defying the heavens, have we failed again? Chapter 101. Faced with Eternal Night's question, defying the heavens lost his earlier arrogance, and a shadow fell across his face. The gloom deep within his eyes refused to fade. We failed again. Lowering his head, defying the heavens answered with unwillingness and helplessness. The divine race. Muttering softly, Eternal Night raised his head and gazed toward the distant sky, countless thoughts surging through his mind. 100,000 years. A full 100,000 years. Ever since heaven rose to power, the divine race has suppressed our nether race for an entire 100,000 years. His expression gradually turned savage. Eternal Night roared toward the heavens as rings of green energy exploded from his body. The sound waves seemed almost tangible, echoing through the air and shaking continuously. The two green long blades in his hands were gripped tightly, their unstoppable sharpness mixed into the atmosphere, constantly tearing the air apart. For these 100,000 years, our nether race warriors charged forward one after another, fearless of death. Our nether race powerhouses fought with unmatched bravery. And yet we still could never cross the barrier of the divine race. Could it be that heaven truly cannot be defeated? Looking at Eternal Night as he roared, defying the heavens lowered his head. Holding his weapon tightly in his right hand, he spoke to Eternal Night in a low voice. I'm sorry, Eternal Night. I failed to live up to your trust, and I failed to live up to the trust of the nether race warriors. No, defying the heavens. Eternal Night waved his hand and finally calmed down, the fury in his eyes fading slightly. His violent eyes fell upon defying the heavens once more as he comforted him. This has nothing to do with you, you have already done well. After all, aside from you, our nether race has not faced heaven directly again for an entire 100,000 years. You have already achieved an enormous breakthrough. Heaven's strength, I understand better than you do. This failure was only expected. With a sigh, Eternal Night let the violent energy surging around him gradually dissipate. Compared to defying the heavens, Eternal Night was far more familiar with heaven. After all, 100,000 years ago, he had been one of the 5 strongest beings who resisted the divine race. There was no denying that defying the heavens was indeed powerful. But defeating heaven was still impossible. The reason he had lost control like this was merely because he could not accept the truth. That their nether race might never be able to defeat the divine race. The divine race, heaven. Gritting his teeth, defying the heavens' green hair flew wildly, his right fingernails digging deep into his palm and leaving marks behind. It was as if he once again saw that scene. Heaven effortlessly defeating him. Defeating the entire nether race. Like thunder exploding from the heavens, the conversation between defying the heavens and Eternal Night detonated fiercely in everyone's minds. Countless minds were left with only the contents of their words, sinking into chaos and completely shutting down. 100,000 years. The divine race suppressed the nether race for 100,000 years. That has to be fake, right? 100,000 years. How ancient is that? Doesn't that mean the nether race, the divine race, and even more powerful races aren't existences from 4,000 years ago at all, but from 100,000 years ago or even further back? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 100,000 years, that's too exaggerated. At this moment, across the entire sea, countless people were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as they muttered denials. Their worldview had completely collapsed. The values they had built over decades were also torn to pieces. A race that had existed for 100,000 years. How ancient and terrifying would that be? 100,000 years. To any of them, that was a length of time they did not even dare imagine. Compared to 100,000 years, 1,000 years was nothing. After all, the recorded history of the current sea only stretched back a little over 1,000 years. Just how many shocking truths were buried beneath the waters of the sea? Impossible. 100,000 years. The nether race was suppressed by the divine race for an entire 100,000 years. That has to be a joke. On the Moby Dick, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were once again deeply shaken. That number was far too terrifying. To them, it was like a fantasy, something impossible to believe. It isn't just that. Look at the strength of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. That attack, like the end of the world, still wasn't his peak. Marco lowered his eyes, his expression incomparably heavy. He pointed at the image on the screen, at the section of sea that had yet to fully recover and was clearly lower than the surrounding waters, and said solemnly, "If that attack landed on the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Pops, all of us would probably have no chance of surviving. Under an attack of that level, any strategy relying on numbers is a complete joke. And if the Grand Marshal of the Nether race were at his peak, I suspect even an admiral would have no ability to protect himself against that move. In other words, someone on the level of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, is already beyond what admiral-level combatants can interfere with. And the ruler of the divine race, heaven, if he were to make a move, even the 4 emperors would probably be nothing more than ordinary soldiers, unable to casually step onto that battlefield." Marco's voice was not loud, yet it felt heavier than any mountain they had ever seen. A tremendous pressure pressed upon everyone's hearts, making it difficult even to breathe. When had they ever imagined that the sea would one day change into something like this? The 4 emperors stood at the peak of the sea, invincible powerhouses. And yet one day, even they might not dare set foot on the battlefield. Wasn't that level of power far too exaggerated? That's right, no matter how long the Nether race and divine race have existed. For us, the most important thing is their strength. The strength of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. And the strength of heaven, the ruler of the divine race. Their power is what truly worries us most. Whitebeard stood up, his tiger-like eyes wide. His veined arm clenched tightly, then loosened powerlessly. This time, just the fragment of strength, revealed by defying the heavens, had already filled his heart with endless despair. Before defying the heavens at his peak, he might barely be able to avoid being swept away in a single move. So how could he talk about protecting others? The Whitebeard pirates. If they wanted to continue existing on the sea in the future, perhaps they would have no choice but to lower their proud heads. They might have to choose one of the powerful races from 4,000 years ago and become its vassal. Only then could they survive. And becoming someone else's vassal was clearly something extremely difficult for Whitebeard, who had roamed the seas freely his entire life, to accept. Power, this unmatched power. It would even be enough to destroy the celestial dragons. Pressed close to the screen, Doflamingo's entire body trembled continuously. It was fanaticism, excitement, and thrill. But also deep fear. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Turning his head, he looked toward one of the 3 highest officers of the Donquixote family and spoke. "Diamante. Immediately count all the treasures of the Donquixote family. Once this battle ends, activate the entire family's information network and find people from the Nether race. Express our submission to them." Unlike the 5 elders of the world government, Doflamingo understood his own position very clearly. With the strength of the Donquixote family, survival would likely be extremely difficult once the new era arrived. Preserving their current status would be even harder. Rather than beg for survival later, it was better to directly express loyalty to the Nether race now. He did not dare hope for an alliance. But if they brought enough sincerity and became a subordinate force, that would not be bad either. Even if the Nether race could not compare to the divine race, they were still one of the great races from 4,000 years ago. With the Grand Marshal of the Nether race leading them, perhaps the Donquixote family could instead rise against the current in the new era. "Yes, young master." Diamante knelt on one knee and answered respectfully. He had also guessed a little of Doflamingo's plan. And he did not object. Inside the highest meeting room of the world government, before the newly replaced conference table, the minds of the 5 elders also fell into deep self-doubt because of the conversation between defying the heavens and eternal night. 100,000 years. 4,000 years was not enough anymore. Now the Nether race had existed for 100,000 years. Had they all been living in a false world all this time? 100,000 years. How distant was that? Could any race truly survive for 100,000 years? And the divine race? Were they truly as terrifying as defying the heavens had said? They had suppressed the incomparably powerful Nether race for an entire 100,000 years. In fact, aside from the battle 4,000 years ago, the Nether race could not even see heaven, the ruler of the divine race. The more defying the heavens displayed his strength, the more shaken the 5 elders became, and the more fear spread through their hearts. 100,000 years, huh, Captain? It seems the secrets hidden beneath this sea are countless times more terrifying than you imagined. On the Red Force, Shanks clicked his tongue in shock. Back then, even he had thought Roger's words were far too unbelievable. He never expected that what Roger had said back then was still far from the terrifying truth. Outside Impel Down. After Eternal Night's emotions calmed, his ferocious eyes locked firmly onto Garp and the others not far away. He asked in a low voice, "Defying the heavens, if I'm seeing correctly, these humans don't seem very strong." Defying the heavens expression darkened even further as he replied in a heavy voice. "That battle 4,000 years ago. Even after awakening, I can still feel my old wounds aching faintly." Eternal Night immediately understood, then continued asking, "And the divine race? They are not much better. After your soul power was exhausted and you fell into slumber first, our war between the 6 races directly triggered a world war. The divine race was also heavily injured by the other races and fell into slumber. There has been no news of them even now. All races were swept into that war." Defying the heavens answered, "In that case, let's first deal with these irritating humans." Perhaps it was because he had seen the wounds covering Ironblood Wushwang and the others. Or perhaps it was the anger he had held back for 4,000 years, even 100,000 years, finally being released. At this moment, Eternal Night was like a barrel of explosives, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. "I was thinking the same." Defying the heavens nodded. His hands slowly tightened around his weapon, and dense emerald blade light surged again. Endless soul power reinforced him from behind. Emerald power rolled across the sky behind Defying the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the heavens behind him. Under the layers of green light, Eternal Night's figure gradually became blurry. Only that overwhelmingly powerful aura proved that he had not been affected at all. Peerless sharpness, bone-piercing and terrifying, swept across Garp and the others' faces like a storm, making their hearts tighten. They had no time to dwell on their shock. Strands of black armament, Haki, had already covered their bodies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Violent power raged across every inch of space. Every second, the void was torn apart. Holding Eternal Night tightly with both hands, the green light in Defying the heavens' eyes shone to its limit as he stared straight at Garp and the others. Blade light appeared. At this moment, the power of his weapon poured down completely, breaking the limit. Dark Night, Savage Shadow. Chapter 102. Splash. A boundless emerald radiance poured down from behind Defying the heavens like a raging tide. The surging green light spread in an instant, enveloping an area tens of thousands of meters wide. This was not merely ordinary green light. Contained within it was the power of Defying the heavens himself. Under the shroud of that terrifying emerald glow, Garp and the others all felt their observation Haki and vision being greatly affected. That omnipresent pressure bore down on their hearts like a mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The atmosphere cracked apart as unstoppable waves of force surged outward. A terrifying slash over 1,000 meters in diameter burst from within the endless green radiance. Space shattered inch by inch. Violent gales slapped against the faces of Garp and the others, forcing them to react at once. That way. With a low shout, Garp shot forward first, both fists blasting out one after another. Fist shadows tore through heaven and earth, as overbearing black armament Haki surged wildly in every direction. Faint arcs of black lightning flickered around his iron fists, radiating unmatched might. Yata Mirror. Ama no Mirakumo Sword. Holy Sword Annihilation. Kizaru and a CP0 level combatant shouted at the same time, immediately following after him. Clang! The mysterious slash came crashing down, colliding fiercely with Garp's fists and the twin blades of Kizaru and the CP0 powerhouse. A crisp roar exploded outward as green light, black Haki, and golden radiance churned together violently. The air suddenly rippled open, and a figure dozens of meters tall, wreathed in emerald light, appeared behind the three of them. In its hands, two tightly gripped green long blades crackled with arcs of electricity as they slashed viciously toward the trio. Ice Age. Cold air surged. Aokiji's hands released dense white frost as his figure flickered rapidly. A continuous wave of extreme cold spread at high speed, freezing the air along its path before crashing onto the towering figure. As the cold descended, everything froze. In an instant, the figure dozens of meters tall had been sealed completely inside an iceberg. A mountain of ice, as if carved from crystal and forged from 10,000-year-old frost, unbreakable and solid. Meteor volcano. Storm ember. Wings spread as crimson heat rapidly dyed the surrounding air, sending the temperature soaring. Fierce winds erupted. Magma fists filled the sky, descending violently. The gale and magma fists intertwined, wind and fire connecting across the heavens as their power rose sharply. Rumbles. Before long, magma and tornado storm fell together, crashing heavily into the 100-meter iceberg. Terrifying energy poured out in that instant. Visible waves of impact spread outward in ring after ring, causing the green light to ripple continuously. Magma and storm fused together. The explosive aftermath even tore open pitch-black rifts across space. The violent shockwaves quickly dispersed into the endless emerald radiance. When Garp and the others looked again, they were all startled. That monster known as Eternal Night had been killed so easily. Without any difficulty at all. Aokiji had merely frozen its movements. Then the CP0 powerhouse and Akinu had struck together, completely blasting it apart. The monster known as Eternal Night looked even older than the Nether Race Grand Marshal, defying the heavens. It was very likely an ancient relic of the Nether Race that had existed for 100,000 years. A monster-like that had not been killed even during the war against the divine race. And yet, it had been killed by the joint attack of 3 Admiral-level fighters. There was no denying that they wanted to defeat defying the heavens. They wanted to defeat Eternal Night. But when it happened so easily, the whole thing only felt deeply strange. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. 2 towering black shadows flashed over in succession. Flecks of green light were swept up and blown violently toward Garp and the 7 others. What? As their observation hacky spread, the moment all 7 clearly saw the 2 towering figures, their hearts jumped in shock. The 2 shadows they saw were actually identical to the monster called Eternal Night that they had just destroyed. As expected. How could it possibly be that easy? Garp raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. His right hand clenched into a fist as visible spirals of air gathered around it, his violent aura rumbling continuously. Iron Fist break. With a roar, Garp transformed into a streak of light, flashing forward at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over 100 meters, his right fist wrapped in spiraling force as it smashed into one of the incoming shadows. The shadow crossed its twin blades. Facing Garp's attack, the green swords in its hands slashed down heavily. The collision between Iron Fist and long blades sent sparks flying everywhere, and visible spirals of air exploded outward. Booms, booms, boom. The twin blades swung again and again. Under the towering figure's incredible speed, the 2 green long blades were reduced to nothing but afterimages. Each falling slash carried a sharpness that could not be underestimated. Even with his iron fists covered in armament haki that had nearly reached the pinnacle, Garp could still feel the pain gradually intensifying. Ice Age. Cold air swept out. Aokiji spread both hands, releasing an endless stream of white freezing mist. His body fully elementalized, turning into ice as he advanced through the air at extreme speed. His target was the head of the shadow fighting Garp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air twisted strangely, and a flash of blade light shone. Another shadow dozens of meters tall swept out from the depths of the green radiance. Its twin blades were raised high above its head, before descending fiercely toward Aokiji as he charged forward. Ice block, ice wall. Observation, Haki screamed in warning. Aokiji's heart jolted. He thrust both hands upward and bone-chilling frost rapidly condensed, freezing the air within hundreds of meters into 10,000-year-old ice. The ice spread, forming a wall hundreds of meters long. Hiss! The twin blades crossed the sky and fell upon the newly formed ice wall. In an instant, the outer layer of the barrier, as hard as ancient glacial ice, was torn apart. Ice crystals scattered everywhere, falling continuously from the sky and sinking into the sea. Hound blaze Gurin. Magma erupted, rolling together into a dog's head hundreds of meters tall. Its fangs interlocked as the ferocious magma hound slammed into the deep green radiance not far away. Hiss! In the next second, the air roared and surged as another shadow dozens of meters tall rushed out, its green long blades slashing heavily into the magma hound. Magma splashed everywhere as the twin blades tore deeply through half of the dog's head. Rumbled. Smoke and dust rose. Garp crossed both fists, stacking all his strength together before hammering down once more. Before him, the towering figure could finally no longer withstand such overwhelming force. Its twin blades shattered directly, and the terrifying fist power smashed into its body, grinding the form made of green light into pieces. After destroying one towering figure, Garp turned his head and spoke in a deep voice to Akinu and the others. Don't get careless, these things may be far weaker than the real monster. But none of us knows where he'll appear from next. The moment Garp finished speaking, two towering figures sprang out from both sides of him, four enormous long blades sealing off every path of retreat. Garp punched heavily to both sides. Fierce fist winds collided with the four green long blades on either side, causing the movements of the two towering figures to pause slightly. Seizing that opening, Garp stomped hard against the air and shot upward. After stabilizing themselves, the two towering figures immediately pursued him. Elsewhere in the deepest part of the emerald glow, defying the heavens stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching Garp and the others handle themselves with relative ease. Behind him, the true Eternal Night stood proudly, watching Garp and the others with clear interest. Defying the heavens was not surprised at all by how calm and composed they were. After all, those Eternal Knights, forged from green light, only possessed combat power close to the Admiral level. Though they held a great advantage in numbers, none of them was a match for any one of the opponents present. The true power of Night's fierce shadow did not lie in these Eternal Knights, created from green energy. It lay in the real Eternal Night. Within the domain covered by this emerald energy, every Eternal Night formed from green energy could be used by Eternal Night. The true Eternal Night could appear at the location of any green energy, Eternal Night, in an instant. He could take over everything about it and unleash his own full power completely. Shadowless and formless, this was the true fierce shadow of the night. These people's strength, honestly, it isn't bad, Eternal Night said after looking down from above for a while. Indeed, defying the heavens nodded. Among them, Garp's strength was already fully capable of ranking among the top 3 of the Nether race's 13 great generals. The strength of the Nether race's 13 great generals was not so terrifying that it defied all reason. Many of them were only somewhat stronger than the admirals of Marine headquarters. Aside from Garp, the other 6 admiral-level combatants were only slightly weaker than the Nether race's 13 great generals. This already amounted to nearly 1/3 of the Nether race's high-end combat power. The world government's reinforcements should already be on their way. Defying the heavens' eyes, shining with brilliant emerald light, gazed through layer after layer of green energy toward the direction where Sengoku was located. They were already almost here in such a short time. The world government's response was truly not slow. But that merely meant they were building him a greater stage. Perfect. This time, he might even be able to use them to scrape a thick layer of benefits from the world government. His mind sank into the system space. Looking at the 163 special energy points, a plan slowly emerged in defying the heavens' heart. Chapter 103. Huh? Booms, booms, boom. Violent roars thundered without a single moment of pause. Garp and the others did not dare relax their focus for even an instant. Those omnipresent shadows of darkness were weaker than them, but under the shroud of that green light, they were able to directly avoid their observation haki. Combined with their sheer numbers, they were truly troublesome. Only after the enemy made a move could they sense any trace of them. These things seemed to be nothing more than difficult to deal with. With one slash, CP0 Agent 7 tore apart a shadow that had launched a sneak attack, reducing it to green mist that scattered through the sky. A few traces of contempt appeared on his face. Defying the heavens, was this all bark and no bite? Such overwhelming momentum, yet the result was merely this sort of trash. Unless there were several hundred of these things, they would never be able to affect them at all. Was the Grand Marshal of the Nether race unable to display much strength because his injuries were too severe? "Little thing, what are you thinking about?" A voice like a whisper from the abyss of hell sounded beside Agent 7's ear. Immediately after, a long blade radiating brilliant green light cut against the raging wind, tore through space, and came crashing down. A familiar light. A familiar figure. Only this time, the sharpness it carried made every hair on Agent 7's body stand on end. What was this deadly threat? It was only a monster that had not even reached Admiral level. Why could it give him such overwhelming pressure? Holy Sword Ascension. His observation Haki screamed wildly in warning. Agent 7's heart pounded violently, and he did not dare delay for even half a second. Gripping a longsword with both hands, he poured a steady stream of energy into the blade as armament Haki spread across it. Then, with a furious shout, he raised his sword and slashed upward. The instant his condensed holy sword collided with that green blade, he felt an irresistible force surge through it. The impact numbed both his arms. At the same time, an unstoppable edge swept past his side, severing strands of his hair and tearing countless cuts through his clothes. Several lines of crimson blood slowly slid down his body. Immediately after, visible to the naked eye, the longsword, condensed with armament Haki and radiating specks of pale holy light, was directly torn open by the green blade. Savage cracks gradually spread across it. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sword. Armament Haki. His pupils contracted sharply. Agent 7 crossed his arms as pitch-black armament Haki swiftly covered them. At the same time, he pushed his physical potential to the limit and retreated backward at the fastest speed possible. No. This monster that could speak, was completely different from the others. The speaking monster's strength far surpassed those shadows. SHRRK. The blade fell. An unparalleled edge split the air in two, carrying shattered fragments of the golden holy sword as it chased after him. Blood sprayed everywhere. Even with armament Haki covering him, he was still unable to withstand that peerless sharpness. A deep, terrifying wound was carved into both of Agent 7's arms. The intense pain was almost unbearable even for him. That bone-piercing sharpness felt as though it were scraping directly against his bones. His heart pounded, his pupils shrinking violently as he watched the green edge tear into his arm bones bit by bit. Perhaps in the very next second, that green sharpness would be enough to tear apart both his arms. After that, it would be his entire body. The shadow of death enveloped Agent 7's heart. For the first time, he felt death so close. Storm of death. A violent storm swept forth. A raging tornado over 100 meters in diameter, mixed with traces of pitch-black deathly aura, rapidly spread outward. Agent 6 spread his wings, stirring up boundless gales that descended upon eternal night. Strangely enough, facing this full-power Admiral-level attack, Eternal Night showed no intention of resisting at all. Instead, he continued pressing forward without hesitation, suppressing Agent 7. Rumbles. The tornado descended, sweeping through everything and grinding apart all in its path before smashing fiercely into Eternal Night's body. However, what horrified both Agent 7 and Agent 6 was that Eternal Night, the being who had easily defeated Agent 7 and was even about to kill him, actually had almost no power to resist within that raging tornado. Under the storm's devastation, his figure, dozens of meters tall, was gradually torn into countless pieces, scattering through the air before vanishing without a trace. What? How is that possible? Agent 7's eyes widened. He felt as though everything had completely exceeded his understanding. That shadow, which was only at the quasi-admiral level, actually possessed the strength to easily defeat him. How could that be possible? Before this, he had clearly destroyed 2 shadows with ease. And yet this time, if that shadow had effortlessly withstood Agent 6's tornado in the end, perhaps he would not have been so shocked. Because that would very likely have meant it was the true Eternal Night, the monster's main body. If it had such strength, it would not be enough to shock him. But when that shadow was so easily destroyed, Agent 7 only felt a chill run down his spine. How was this possible? It possessed offensive power far beyond an admiral's, yet was destroyed by Agent 6 in a single move. Could it be that these monsters were not all on the same level? Among these monsters, could some of them possess such grotesquely distorted strength? SHRRK. A long blade tore through the air. A dazzling green blade light flashed. Behind Agent 6, Eternal Night appeared and split his mouth into a grin. His twin blades fell mercilessly. He crossed the distance instantly. An irresistible edge, accompanied by fierce gusts of blade wind, ravaged Agent 6's body. Wind God Barrier. His eyelids twitched violently. Without even turning his head, Agent 6 directly gathered his strongest wind power behind him, forming a barrier of wind. The storm howled and combined into an unbreakable defense. Yet before the twin blades that suddenly descended, that supposedly indestructible wind barrier failed to hold for even a single second. Blood spilled across the sky. Agent 6, who had spread his wings and soared upward, was pierced through the abdomen from behind by the 2 green blades. Blood sprayed dozens of meters into the air. His enormous body, dozens of meters tall, trembled uncontrollably. The aura around him gradually weakened. Thunderblade. Enduring the intense pain, Agent 7 condensed a white longsword. The blade shimmered with specks of light and shot through the air like lightning, stabbing fiercely toward Eternal Night. Eternal Night still made no attempt to block. But this time, he did not directly switch out of the shadow either. When that lightning-like longsword landed on Eternal Night's body, it only produced a faint ringing sound. It did not even make Eternal Night's figure shift by half a step. Hey! Turning his head, Eternal Night grinned at Agent 7 and said mockingly, "Looks like you still have a little strength left, boy." At those words, Agent 7's mind trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down his body. That voice, this extremely abnormal shadow, was it the same shadow that Agent 6 had just destroyed? But impossible. Agent 7 had clearly watched that shadow be obliterated with his own eyes. Eternal Night shook his body slightly. With a flick of his twin blades, he sent Agent 6's body flying several hundred meters away. Then he turned to face Agent 7. Agent 7's strength was only at Admiral level to begin with, and he was even weaker than Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. On top of that, after suffering such heavy injuries, how could he possibly injure Eternal Night? Boy, don't be impatient. Soon, it will be your. Before Eternal Night could finish speaking, a massive iron fist, wrapped in a fierce fist wind, smashed into his head. It was Garp. Facing Garp's sudden attack, Eternal Night did not hesitate at all and directly withdrew from that shadow body. Without Eternal Night's power, how could that shadow possibly withstand Garp's iron fist? Almost instantly, Garp's fist shattered the shadow's head. What happened? After destroying that shadow with a single punch, Garp landed beside Agent 7 and asked in a grim voice. He had only looked away for a short while. Yet on this side, 2 Admiral-level combatants had directly ended up one dead and one crippled. Was this some kind of joke? Were the world government's Admiral-level fighters really this weak? They could not even deal with these monsters, whose strength was only at the quasi-admiral level. Vice Admiral Garp, these monsters are strange. Ignoring his nearly broken arms, Agent 7 hurriedly said to Garp, "If my guess is correct, they may have their own consciousness, or perhaps that real monster behind them is controlling them." Just now, one shadow monster suddenly erupted with power surpassing the 4 emperors, easily defeated me, yet was destroyed just as easily by Agent 6's ultimate move. Garp's brows knitted tightly. As Agent 7 spoke, his heart gradually sank. A terrifying thought began to emerge in his mind. Could it be that the monster called Eternal Night can attack through the vision of these shadows. If that was truly the case, then they were in serious trouble. Azza! Sounds of bodies tearing through the air rang out one after another. Akinu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Magellan successively landed beside Garp and Agent 7. Even though they had not witnessed the entire sequence of events, Agent 7's wretched state alone was enough to cast a shadow over their hearts. Agent 7's strength was indeed somewhat weaker than theirs, but he was still an Admiral-level combatant. Since Agent 7 could be injured to such an extent in a single exchange, did that not mean they too might end up like him, or even worse, if they were the slightest bit careless? Perhaps we all guessed wrong. Garp's eyes swept over Akinu and the others as he spoke in a deep voice, explaining what Agent 7 and Agent 6 had experienced, along with his own speculation. What? Eternal Night can actually descend upon these shadows. Their pupils contracted sharply. Akinu and the others were shocked, their hearts tightening at once. When there had been 7 of them, they could only barely gain a slight advantage. Now, with 2 Admiral-level combatants lost all at once, their situation had become extremely bad. Especially since they would never know when Eternal Night would descend, or which shadow he would descend into. The unknown was what inspired the greatest fear. And just as everyone spoke, another 10 shadows condensed and walked out from within the endless green light. Every single shadow, whether in aura or appearance, was exactly the same as Eternal Night, making it impossible to tell whether the true Eternal Night had descended. And if he had, which shadow he had descended into. Everyone, don't spread out too far. If any shadow displays unusual strength, kill it with everything you have. Garp gave a low order as pitch-black cyclones slowly gathered around both his fists. This time, however, he did not charge forward directly. Facing such uncertain ambushes, choosing to take the initiative again and scatter their strength would clearly be foolish. CP, an admiral from the CP0 department, actually died so easily. 2 of them. As for the remaining CP0 admiral, under such a fierce battle, he's probably doomed too. There's no way he can survive in this situation. The death of 2 admirals, does this foreshadow something? The world government might really suffer a massive defeat this time. Across the seas, countless people watched through the images transmitted by the Den Mushi. They saw Agent 6, whose body had been pierced through, falling toward the sea below. They also saw Agent 7, half the bones in both his hands broken, blood continuously spraying from his wounds. Countless people were deeply shaken. Had casualties appeared? Had Admiral-level powerhouses already begun to fall? Perhaps this battle that would decide the future situation of the seas had only just begun. And the world government's chances of victory continued to fall. Debris flew everywhere. Flames of rage surged in his eyes. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, Sanobe Keiichi once again smashed the Nanmu desk that had not been replaced for long into pieces. And this was still far from enough to vent the anger in his heart. One CP0 admiral had fallen, and another CP0 admiral was about to fall. How long had this battle even been going on? Yet 2 admirals had already been as good as confirmed dead. One had to know. Even the world government did not possess many admiral-level combatants. With the coming Great Era about to begin, they had already lost such combat power directly, and might even lose more. Even for the world government, such losses were enough to give them a serious headache. Sengoku, how much longer? Agent 2, Agent 4, how much longer until you arrive? He roared in a low voice at the Den Mushi beside him. Sanobe Keiichi wished he were personally at the scene, so he could viciously slaughter every last member of the Nether race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden light shone brilliantly. A giant Buddha raised trails of golden radiance across the sky, charging all the way over before landing beneath the massive mass of green shadow. Through that thick shadow, Sengoku's eyes could not detect any aura or figure belonging to Garp and the others. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more sounds of bodies tearing through the air rang out. Admiral-level auras swept across the sky. 2 figures in black suits and sunglasses descended. Splash! Just as the 3 of them arrived beneath the battlefield. From within the dense green mist above their heads, a figure in a black suit was thrown out like a kite with its string cut. Carrying specks of mottled blood, he fell toward the surface of the sea below. Through their observation, Haki, Sengoku, and the two CP0 admirals could clearly sense. The falling CP0 admiral, Agent 6, had completely lost all signs of life. Their hearts trembled violently, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Even though they had long known that the scale of this battle would be unprecedented, and that the enemy would be stronger than anything they had ever faced, they had still never imagined that the moment they arrived on the battlefield, they would personally witness an admiral on their own side fall powerlessly. Their faces became as dark as water, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Sengoku and the two others became more solemn than ever before. Chapter 104. Sengoku, how much longer will you take? Like a thunderous roar, Sanobe Keiichi's voice came through the special den mushi, just as Sengoku's heart was heavy and his thoughts were racing. The furious voice echoed continuously across the sea. Lord Sanobe, Agent 2, Agent 4, and I have already arrived beneath the battlefield. Sengoku frowned slightly and reported in a low voice. Lord Sanobe. Agent 2 and Agent 4 also stepped forward at the same time, bowing as they murmured respectfully. I order you to kill the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens with everything you have. His voice, filled with rage, echoed for a long time. One could easily imagine just how great the fury in Sanobe Keiichi's heart was this time. Yes, Lord Sanobe. Sengoku and the others nodded in response. Although they were extremely wary of that unknown mist, with Sanobe Keiichi's order given, how could they dare disobey? Streams of air swirled around them, and the three of them prepared to charge directly into the green light. Wait! On the other end of the den mushi, seeing Sanobe Keiichi issue the order, Hirano Masato stopped Sengoku and the other two. Hirano, what do you mean? Garp and the others have already begun falling into a disadvantage. If we delay any longer, no one can guarantee who the next to fall will be. Sanobe Keiichi glanced sideways at Hirano Masato, his tone extremely unfriendly. The battle situation was changing unpredictably. Even he had never imagined that in just a few short seconds, one admiral-level combatant on their side would die while another admiral-level combatant would lose his ability to fight. If they continued dragging things out at a time like this, it would be difficult to guarantee that the enemy would not continue killing their admirals. They might even kill the hero of the Marines, Garp, a Yonko-level combatant. If we let Sengoku and the others charge in now, can you guarantee that the battle situation will change? Defying the heavens' strength remains a mystery. Even now, we still haven't completely figured out the full extent of his power. If we rashly let Sengoku and the others enter, what if they all get trapped inside, and defying the heavens breaks them one by one until they're exhausted? Can you bear such a huge risk? Facing Sanobe Keiichi's furious gaze, Hirano Masato did not yield in the slightest. His pair of old, murky yet still gleaming eyes met Sanobe Keiichi's in midair for a long while. With a sigh, he continued, forget it. Once Sengoku, Garp, and the others are all defeated by the Nether race, the consequences are something not even you, no, not even the five of us together, could bear. There was no denying it. The world government indeed possessed extremely powerful forces, and it had no shortage of strong fighters. However, the high-end combatants currently gathered outside Impel Down already accounted for more than half of the world government's top fighting force. Once these people were defeated, the very foundation of the world government would be shaken. As for the Marines, the strongest violent organization under the world government, they would directly fall apart. And judging from the current situation, if Sengoku and the others rashly charged into that mass of green clouds, it would be very difficult for them to gain any advantage. They might even face the risk of complete annihilation. Even if that possibility was extremely small, it was still something they had no choice but to take seriously. Clenching his fists, Sanobe Keiichi felt deeply unwilling. He glared at Hirano Masato and questioned, then are we supposed to just watch Garp and the others struggle in battle? No, how could that be possible? Inside that strange green mist, defying the heavens' strength has clearly increased considerably. As long as we avoid that green mist, defying the heavens may not be quite so terrifying. Shaking his head, Hirono Masato's eyes suddenly erupted with sharp light as he continued. If my guess is correct, those three nether race generals may no longer be able to display much strength right now. With Sengoku and the others' strength, defeating them should not be difficult. Hanfeng Linlin, Phantom Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang, the three great generals of the nether race. Through the previous battles, Hirono Masato had basically formed a rough estimate of their strength. Right then, even if they could not see the three of them through the broadcast, he still understood their approximate level of power. Under circumstances where they could not locate defying the heavens, using these three nether race generals as a breakthrough point was clearly a good opportunity. Sanobe Keiichi's eyes suddenly brightened somewhat. Hearing this, even the rage in his heart paused for a moment. That was right. Defying the heavens was within that green light, and they could not find any trace of him at all. But he also had subordinates. Three nether race generals. Surely he would not be indifferent to whether those three nether race generals lived or died, right? Sengoku, immediately locate Hanfeng Linlin, Phantom Forest, and Ironblood Wushwang, the three great generals of the nether race. After thinking it through, Sanobe Keiichi immediately issued an order through the Den Mushi. There is no need to hold back. Defeat them as quickly as possible, even kill them. The sight of Agent 6 spilling blood across the sky and falling downward was still vivid in his mind. At this moment, facing the nether race, Sanobe Keiichi no longer thought about capturing them all alive. He only wanted to display the majesty of the world government in the most ruthless way possible. Of course, this was also because, among the nether race members present, aside from defying the heavens, the world government still had a chance to leave those three nether race generals behind. Yes. Sengoku nodded lightly. He swiftly released his observation haki, sweeping it across the surroundings. Over there. Raising his head, Sengoku looked up toward the area hidden behind the green mist. Transformed into a golden giant Buddha, he shot upward. Agent 2 and Agent 4 exchanged a glance, each stirring up a wave of air as they followed closely behind him. Crash! The cold was piercing. An extremely frigid tide of cold air surged forth from behind the unseen green light, covering the sky and earth. Hidden within that endless cold were countless tiny ice blades, as well as violent tornadoes with no end in sight. Buddha's shockwave. Golden light erupted across Sengoku's entire body. His right hand formed a palm, and he struck out fiercely. Terrifying golden energy condensed in his palm, forming a shockwave. The shockwave carried the force to tear space apart as it blasted forward at tremendous speed, advancing without hesitation. Rumbled. The golden shockwave pressed onward, as though nothing could stop it. The rapidly sweeping cold air was halted the instant it collided with the shockwave. Ripples of golden energy ravaged continuously, tearing apart and disintegrating the frigid tide bit by bit. Yet the golden shockwave had only lost a small portion of its momentum. Its speed did not decrease as it continued charging forward. Devastating iron claw. Sharp claws pierced the heavens. Savage edges formed entangled patterns from the void, continuously taking shape as they stabbed toward the golden energy wave. SHRRK, SHRRK. Like the fangs of a giant wolf from the underworld, the savage edges descended one after another, tearing several massive openings into the golden shockwave, whose momentum had already weakened slightly. Under repeated impacts, the shockwave Sengoku had unleashed finally became unable to endure any longer, turning into specks of golden light that gradually scattered. And when those golden specks of energy drifted behind the green light, booms, booms, boom. Clusters of golden energy suddenly exploded. Visible rings of aftermath rapidly surged outward, sweeping in all directions. Under the violent fluctuations of energy, the air between heaven and earth trembled. Flames scattered everywhere. The sound of explosions echoed without end. Chapter 105. Nether Race Generals. Hanfeng Linlin, Ironblood Wushwang, and Yu. Wrapped in golden light, Sengoku stared coldly at the three figures whose auras were somewhat chaotic. Back when he was still at Marine headquarters, He had only seen Ironblood Wushwang and Hanfeng Linlin appear before the 5 elders ordered him to support Impel Down. So he had not seen Phantom Forest. Nor did he know Phantom Forest's name. However, the 5 elders had said that there were 3 great generals of the Nether race. Since this one could stand alongside Hanfeng Linlin and Ironblood Wushwang, he should be the remaining Nether race general. Well, 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 another ignorant human has come to court death. Ironblood Wushwang's claws gleamed brightly as he rubbed them against each other, glancing sideways at Sengoku with utter contempt and an extremely frivolous tone. Yet if one looked at him from the front, they would notice that deep within the eyes of this unruly Nether race general was a deep wariness. Although, as defying the heavens role-playing progress had risen to 70%, the strength of every Nether race general had reached its peak. Ironblood Wushwang's own peak strength was only beyond Admiral level. On top of that, the previous battle against Agent 6 and the others had caused him tremendous exhaustion and injuries. Right then, even if he had recovered to his peak state, the strength he could actually bring out was less than 1/10. Even maintaining Admiral-level strength was extremely difficult. Sengoku, a Yonkovil powerhouse whose energy, spirit, and condition were overflowing. Ironblood Wushwang had no way of resisting him at all. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 5 elders ordered us to take them down quickly. Agent 4 stepped forward, his gaze cold. Without even looking at Ironblood Wushwang, he reminded Sengoku. This old man does not need you to teach him how to act. Sengoku glanced at Agent 4 in dissatisfaction. Golden cyclones gathered around his right hand, and he struck out with his palm. Buddha's shockwave. A shockwave enveloped in countless rays of Buddha light quickly left his palm and shot out at extreme speed. One-sword-style secret art, Forest Hell. Sharpness erupted. The great grade blade at Agent 2's waist was instantly drawn from its sheath, and a razor-sharp edge gathered and flowed along the blade. Behind him, that sharpness gradually condensed into an extremely complex and mysterious illusion. With a single slash, the blade howled. The atmosphere was split in two. A slash more than 100 meters in diameter cut across the sky, its power extraordinary. Tempest kick, chaotic reversal. Agent 4 was not willing to be outdone. He kicked out, blue light flashing as it formed a crescent-shaped energy, attack no weaker than that 100-meter slash. Extreme Frost Blade, Boundless Realm. His soul-bound weapon, Silver Flame, stabbed into the void. Hanfeng Linlin gave a low shout as bone-chilling cold continuously surged and rolled around him. Within the churning cold air, his soul-bound weapon, Silver Flame, gradually transformed into waves of invisible tiny ice blades. The ice blades hovered behind Hanfeng Linlin, spreading rapidly to form an ice blade array. Devastating Iron Claw. Nightmare Serpent, devour them for me. Ironblood Wushwang and Phantom Forest also used their soul-bound weapons as mediums, unleashing their own ultimate moves. Booms, booms, boom. Violent explosions rang out. Under waves of surging air, Hanfeng Linlin and the other 2 were directly forced backward by the aftermath of the energy. Compared with Hanfeng Linlin's group, Sengoku, Agent 2, and Agent 4 were all in peak condition at this moment, perfectly capable of using their full strength. Therefore, with just a single collision, Hanfeng Linlin and the others, who had suffered huge exhaustion and heavy injuries, immediately fell into a disadvantage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Hanfeng Linlin and the other 2 show such weakness, Sengoku took the lead while Agent 2 and Agent 4 launched surprise attacks from both sides, charging forward at extreme speed to press their advantage. Within the dense green smoke, defying the heavens stood proudly in the void, looking down from above as he observed the clash between Garp's group and Eternal Night. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly, and he raised his head to look beyond the green light. Sengoku and 2 more world government admirals. Hanfeng Linlin and the others can barely bring out any of their strength right now. It seems I still have to step forward. With a thought, the dense green light that blotted out the sky gradually began to disperse. At the same time, Eternal Night, who had been entangling Garp and the others, seemed to sense something and swiftly slipped into the green light. When he appeared again, he was already behind defying the heavens. Dogtooth Red Lotus. A magma dog head roared, opening its savage bloody maw as it lunged at a nearby shadow. Yet before the magma dog head could bite down, that shadow turned into waves of green mist and vanished without a trace. And that was not all. Even the green mist that had enveloped them endlessly and cut off their observation haki dissipated rapidly in an instant. In just a few seconds, the green shadow that had covered over 10,000 meters completely vanished. SHRRK. And just as Garp and the others stared blankly at the green light that had fully dispersed, an extremely violent slash rose from beside them, cutting upward against the sky. The green slash advanced without pause, tearing through the air, shattering space along the way as it fell fiercely towards Sengoku, Agent 2, and Agent 4, who had been pursuing Hanfeng Linlin's group. A deadly sharpness approached. An intense aura of death rushed straight into the minds of Sengoku and the others. Under that irresistible edge, the three of them hurriedly gave up chasing Hanfeng Linlin and the others. Turning around, they met that incomparably sharp slash head-on. Golden shockwave. Blue energy. Crescent-shaped slash. The attacks of 2 admirals and 1 emperor, unleashed without reservation, poured onto the incoming green slash. A massive shockwave erupted, followed by a violent series of explosions. Only after the explosions settled, and the dust scattered somewhat did Garp and the others finally see Sengoku, Agent 2, and Agent 4 clearly. Garp let out a deep breath of relief and sighed. Sengoku, you finally came. This time, Garp had truly felt tremendous pressure. Fortunately, Sengoku had arrived in time. Akinu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Magellan, and Agent 7, who had barely survived, also released heavy sighs of relief while understanding dawned on them. No wonder Defying the Heavens had chosen to withdraw that green mist despite holding such an initiative. It was because Sengoku and the other 2 had arrived, and they posed a threat to Hanfeng Linlin and the 3 Nether race generals. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, Sanobe Keiichi let out a heavy sigh of relief when he saw the green mist disperse and Garp's group safely join up with Sengoku's group, then sat back down. Grand Marshal. Oui. Hanfeng Linlin and the other 2 stepped forward with ashamed expressions, dropping to one knee before Defying the Heavens as they spoke respectfully. Judging from the situation just now, if it had not been for them, Defying the Heavens would not have dispersed the Dark Night shadow. They, proud generals of the Nether race, had dragged down their own Grand Marshal. Rise. You have already done very well this time. Defying the Heavens nodded, showing no intention of blaming them at all. Instead, he even offered a word of praise. After all, the 3 of them had not been at their peak to begin with, and they had already experienced a brutal battle. They could barely display much of their strength. How could they possibly withstand Sengoku and the other 2? Ironblood Wushwang and the others could not stop Sengoku's group. On the surface, it seemed that with Sengoku's arrival, the world government's chances of victory had sharply increased. However, Defying the Heavens still held 163 special energy points. And a single retainer, Summon, required only 5 special energy points. In addition, he could even split off a Gilgamesh clone. This time, no matter what, the world government would not gain any advantage. Even if the world government poured out all its forces, the result would be the same. All of this had already been decided from the moment Defying the Heavens successfully infiltrated Impel Down and slaughtered every ability user inside. Garp. Sengoku swept his gaze over Garp and the others. When he saw the miserable state of Agent 6 and Agent 7, his heart trembled violently. First Agent 6, then Agent 7. Garp's side had possessed 6 admirals and 1 emperor. With such fighting power gathered together, they had actually been defeated by 1 person. If he had not arrived in time and forced out Defying the Heavens, perhaps Garp and the others would have suffered an even greater blow. Sengoku, Defying the Heavens' strength far exceeds all of our imaginations. Do not let your guard down. Meeting Sengoku's gaze, Garp spoke heavily. He feared Sengoku might think victory was already in their grasp and become careless. 3 more who don't know whether to live or die. With his arms crossed, his soul-bound weapon Eternal Night floating in front of his chest, Defying the Heavens looked down from above at Garp and the others. He spoke with proud arrogance. Do you think 3 more ants can change anything? Akinu's face turned ashen as he forced himself to speak toward defying the heavens. HMPH, defying the heavens. I admit your strength is very powerful, but this time you must pay the price for your actions. No one can trample upon justice and walk away unharmed. Oh, is that so? Defying the heavens curled his lips, a trace of extreme disdain rising at the corner of his mouth. Make this marshal pay the price, on what grounds? With just you people. As he spoke, defying the heavens raised his head and laughed loudly, his voice eerie. Don't tell me you think. Only you have reinforcements. After fighting for this long, do you truly believe the Nether race has shown no reaction at all? Chapter 106. Rumble. Like a thunderclap. Defying the heavens' voice exploded fiercely in the minds of Sengoku, Garp, and countless people across the seas. It caused countless hearts to tremble violently, especially the 5 elders. They had only just relaxed slightly, yet with defying the heavens' words, their minds instantly tensed to the extreme. Nether race reinforcements. Had the Nether race already been preparing since the beginning of the battle? Were there still powerful Nether race members hidden nearby? Impossible. Wasn't the only Nether race powerhouse hiding in the shadows the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens? His target was Impel Down. Aside from Impel Down, what other objective could the Nether race still be carrying out in secret? His heart tightened. Sanope Keiichi had already leaned slightly forward from his chair, both hands resting on the brand-new desk as his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Fake. It had to be fake. Even the Grand Marshal of the Nether race had yet to recover to his peak. The other Nether race powerhouses should still be sleeping, right? Otherwise, this time, the Nether race's plan should not have involved so few people. Outside Impel Down, Garp, Sengoku, and the others grew solemn to the extreme. Their eyes lowered as invisible waves of aura spread from their bodies. Observation Haki. Intertwining together, it swept across every inch of space, trying to detect everything that existed nearby. Yet even when the observation Haki of 2 Yonko-level powerhouses and 6 Admiral-level powerhouses expanded together, they still could not detect any unusual fluctuations nearby, let alone any signs of life. Was this Grand Marshal of the Nether race bluffing, trying to make them divide their attention to guard against non-existent Nether race reinforcements? Was he attempting to reduce his pressure, seize an opportunity, and leave with the 3 Nether race generals? No. The Nether race has existed for at least 4,000 years. They possess many methods we do not understand. Kizaru seemed to see through what Agent 2 and Agent 4 were thinking. His expression was extremely grave as he reminded the 2 of them. Perhaps there really are members of the Nether race hiding in the shadows, and with our observation Haki, we simply can't capture them. Having personally experienced defying the heavens' terrifying methods and strength, the awe Kizaru felt toward the Nether race was beyond words. Even if it was possible that defying the heavens had released false information to confuse them, he still did not dare be careless. And it was not just him. Even Garp solemnly reminded Sengoku, never underestimate the man before you. His words would rather be believed than dismissed. For the first time, after several decades, this was the first time Sengoku had seen Garp, who never took anything seriously, act so grave and earnest. Without knowing why, his heart rapidly sank as well. Hey. Brats, where are you looking? A frivolous voice echoed beside Sengoku and the others' ears. Amid the intertwining darkness and green light, beneath the shadowy figure, dozens of meters tall. Eternal night descended. The twin blades in his hands were dozens of meters long. Though those green blades had merely been forged from soul energy, they still surpassed even supreme grade blades. The edge of the twin blades advanced without pause, shattering and stirring apart the space and atmosphere before them. Sengoku and the others hurriedly shifted their positions, yet they did not dare move too far apart. The blade light flashed and vanished. By the time Sengoku and the others had moved several hundred meters away, the region where they had stood had already transformed into 2 savage scars across the heavens. The cracks were over 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide, deeply carved into the high sky. Chaotic currents of shattered space surged within them, as though they intended to devour and sweep away everything. High in the sky, defying the heavens stared at the eager eternal night, but said nothing. Instead, he gradually sank his mind into the system space. The sea-wide broadcast was still continuing. Then let everyone in this era witness it. Let them see just how terrifying the Nether race's bottomless, endless power truly was. A cold light flickered in his eyes as defying the heavens silently said in his heart, "System, begin 10 retainer summons." A single retainer summon required 5 special energy points. 10 retainer summons required a full 50 special energy points. If it had been before, defying the heavens would never have dared to be so extravagant. But now, he held 163 special energy points. Moreover, if everything went smoothly this time, he might even be able to replenish double the amount of special energy he spent. In addition, compared to the massive amount of special energy required to increase his role-playing progress, retainer summons were the most cost-effective. Ding, beginning 10 retainer summons, deducting 50 special energy points. Remaining special energy points, 113. The system's voice was as cold as ever, but unlike before, hearing it this time made his heart ache slightly. How long had it been? His special energy had already fallen from more than 200 points to 113. At this rate of consumption, even if there were several impel downs across the seas, they might not be enough for him to spend. Within his mind, the image of the system space flashed rapidly. A series of 10 figures appeared in the system space. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, Master, for drawing Nether race generals. Dancing with the wind, death gaze across the world, extremely vicious, wild blade dance and unheeding. Congratulations, Master, for drawing divine race Saint King, angel Saint King, divine race, heavenly 6 great gods, combat division great god, star execution, wind division great god, sun chaser. Ding, congratulations, Master, the number of retainer summons has exceeded 10. An additional retainer draw has been granted. Congratulations, Master, for drawing an enhanced retainer, the strongest Saint King of the divine race, Tianwu Saint King. Master, would you like to deploy them immediately?" The series of system prompts in his mind made defying the heavens pause slightly. His eyes narrowed, filled with astonishment. Why would divine race great gods, and even divine race Saint Kings, appear among retainer summons? Especially the final Tianwu Saint King. Was this serious? He was the strongest Saint King of the divine race. In the original story, it was precisely because he repeatedly forced the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, that defying the heavens had no choice but to unleash his full power without suppressing his petrification disease, accelerating his own death. Although, in the original story, Tianwu Saint King died beneath defying the heavens' blade, his own strength was absolutely beyond doubt. He was definitely a level above the other Saint Kings, reaching an entirely new realm. A powerhouse like that, and one from the divine race at that. Could he actually draw him? System, what is going on? Why can I draw divine race Saint Kings and great gods? And what is this enhanced retainer summon after exceeding 10 draws? Rarely, defying the heavens threw out a series of questions. Master, the range of retainer draws consists of characters connected to the role you are currently playing. In other words, it does not only include characters who originally served under the role, but all characters connected to him. The divine race and the Nether race have dealt with each other for 100,000 years. Naturally, the Grand Marshal of the Nether race has a connection to them. As for Tianwu Saint King, it is exactly as you see. He is the enhanced retainer rewarded for your first time exceeding 10 summons. Furthermore, because Master's role-playing progress as defying the heavens has reached 70%, Tianwu Saint King's strength is also at its peak. An enormous surprise exploded within defying the heavens' mind, causing the corners of his eyes to rise uncontrollably. His heart stirred. Tianwu Saint King was actually in his peak state. A pleasant surprise. In that case, calculated this way, the summoned Tianwu Saint King's strength might even be considerably stronger than his own current power. One had to know that the current defying the heavens only had a role-playing progress of 75%. there was still some distance between him and defying the heavens at his peak. Then let's make the game even bigger. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The excitement in defying the heavens' heart was beyond words. Originally, he had merely planned to draw 10 great generals of the Nether race and directly gather all 13 great generals of the Nether race. At that time, the descent of all 13 great generals would have been enough to shock countless people across the seas beyond measure. But this set of 10 retainer summons had actually summoned a powerhouse like Tianwu Saint King. System: deploy Nether race general unheeding. Deploy divine race Saint King, angel Saint King. Without the slightest hesitation, as defying the heavens' words fell, 2 figures appeared silently beneath the sea below Impel Down, drawing no one's attention at all. Dogtooth Red Lotus. A magma dog head leapt upward, scorching magma surging down as it smashed fiercely. The blade light stretched for 10,000 feet, green light ravaging endlessly. Cold air and golden light attacked from both sides. Right then, Eternal Night could only maintain independent consciousness by relying entirely on defying the heavens' soul power. Therefore, his strength was not actually that great. His greatest effect, instead, was to pour all his power into defying the heavens' extreme break. Because of that, after losing the assistance of Dark Knight Shadow, his strength was not even equal to Akinu and the other 2 working together. Garp and the others, wary of defying the heavens and the words he had spoken, did not swarm forward all at once. Instead, they remained constantly alert toward defying the heavens, who stood proudly in the void. Is he stalling for time? Or does he think that relying on that monster alone can achieve something? Purple venom constantly boiled around Magellan's body. His eyes, filled with killing intent and hatred, were locked firmly on defying the heavens. All of a sudden, just as Garp and the others were hesitating over whether they should fully surround and kill defying the heavens, the figure standing proudly in the void actually frowned. At the same time, his aura surged wildly, green waves raging around him. Rings of green airwaves exploded outward, their might towering into the heavens. Crash! Armament haki covered their bodies, venom gathered, ready to erupt. Perhaps in the very next second, Garp and the others would rush at defying the heavens in the sky all at once. Rumbled. In the next instant, the sea beneath everyone's feet suddenly exploded with a violent wave. Huge waves struck outward, spreading continuously. Everyone lowered their heads in astonishment. They saw 2 dazzling lights, one black and one gold, erupting from beneath the sea at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A terrifying aura came from the seabed beneath their feet. Those were 2 forces powerful enough to make even admirals tremble. Asura Realm Divine Power. A woman's sharp cry rang out. Golden light suddenly surged, as if some terrifying existence had awakened. An indescribably terrifying golden radiance erupted from the seabed, stirring up 1,000-meter ripples. Beneath the violently trembling sea, the golden light continued spreading, covering the sky and sun, blocking everyone's vision. Under this incomparably pure golden radiance, even Kizaru's glint fruit seemed insignificant. In the middle of battle, Eternal Night seemed to sense something. His figure flashed rapidly, returning behind defying the heavens and standing there quietly. His huge pupils stared unblinkingly at the sea below, his eyes filled with solemnity and dread. And it was not just him. Even Ironblood Wushwang, Hanfeng Linlin, and Phantom Forest, the 3 extremely proud Nether race generals, no longer displayed that arrogant demeanor. Visible wariness spread through their eyes. Distant memories surged into their minds, making them more solemn than ever before. The sudden eruption of terrifying auras caused Sengoku and the others to immediately think of the Nether race reinforcements defying the heavens had mentioned. Garp and the other 7 gathered together, staring fixedly at the golden light that continued spreading below. Such dense photon power. Sensing the light below, countless times stronger than his own photon power, Kizaru even began to suspect that his glint fruit was fake. Compared with these dense photons, even his Yasakani no Magatama was far inferior. Asura Realm Divine Power. Another woman's sharp cry rang out. On the opposite side of that light, absolute darkness surged upward, and rings of dark energy rapidly spread with momentum no weaker than the golden light. One black and one gold clashed continuously beneath the sea, the impacts they produced overturning the entire ocean surface. Under everyone's gaze, the darkness and light gradually calmed somewhat. One black and one gold, two figures enveloped in energy and carrying domains of darkness and light, slowly rose from beneath the sea. Chapter 107. Booms, booms, boom. From beneath the sea, two spheres of light, one golden, one black, collided without pause, entangling with each other all the way upward. They stirred up terrifying waves that rose upon the ocean surface. Golden radiance stretched endlessly. Darkness yawned like an abyss. One was light, the other darkness, as though they were two opposing worlds. When those two terrifying auras gradually climbed to nearly the same altitude as Garp and the others. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden and black light completely shattered apart. Revealed within them were two slender, stunning figures. The figure standing within the endless light seemed like the source of an entire world of radiance. She wore golden battle armor that shone brilliantly beneath the blazing sun. Long golden hair fell smoothly across her shoulders, while a pair of golden wings contained countless rays of golden light. Her right hand gripped a scepter representing nobility, and the mysterious markings upon her forehead added a few more traces of charm to her appearance. Her lazy eyes and every casual movement seemed capable of stirring hearts. Standing opposite her was a figure clad in pitch-black battle armor, with a pair of black wings on her back and dense waves of dark aura brewing around her. The face hidden beneath her mask was clear and peerlessly beautiful, in no way inferior to the woman at the center of the golden light. The demon sword in her hand was cold, and strands of chilling aura continuously surged from it. The familiar purple skin, exposed at the gaps of her mask, and armor was filled with a wild beauty. One black, one gold. They seemed like two standing Valkyries, towering and untouchable. A terrifying pressure, powerful enough to distort space, continuously radiated from those two figures. Garp, Sengoku, and the others felt that deep pressure, and their hearts sank to the bottom. An overwhelming sense of suppression filled them. Defying the Heavens had said that after the battle began, the Nether race had also reacted. And now, these two incredibly powerful figures had suddenly appeared from beneath the sea. Could they be the Nether race's reinforcements? After all, one of them had the exact same skin color as Defying the Heavens and the others. As for the other one, although she seemed to be standing in opposition to the dark figure, their appearances were extremely similar. It was as if they had been carved from the same mold. Aside from their style and clothing, there was almost no difference between them. Perhaps this was merely a healthy rivalry between twin sisters who refused to submit to each other. This aura that far surpasses the four emperors. Taking a deep breath, Kizaru's eyelids twitched wildly, and the inexplicable panic in his heart was difficult to suppress. Are these two the Nether race's reinforcements? Isn't this a little exaggerated? Aokiji clicked his tongue, his voice extremely grave. When they were still beneath the sea, everyone had already been able to feel just how terrifying those two clashing auras were. Now, when the two of them completely stood before them, only then did they realize. These were two more powerhouses far beyond the four emperors. Although they were still slightly inferior to the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, Defying the Heavens, they were still terrifying beyond measure. The Grand Marshal of the Nether race, Defying the Heavens, together with two existences this terrifying. Even with Sengoku's support, their ending would likely not be any better, right? Now, let alone leaving the members of the Nether race behind, even escaping safely had become extremely difficult for Sengoku and the others. Those two ultimate forces of black and gold pressed down on them every single moment. Clatter. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, the cursed blade in Sanobe Keiichi's hand, Shadai Kaitsu, actually slipped from his grip and fell to the floor, producing a crisp sound. Although he could not sense the two women's strength through the screen, he had clearly heard what Kizaru said. Surpassing the four emperors. Auras far beyond the four emperors. In other words, these two reinforcements of the Nether race also possess strength beyond the four emperor level. Such terrifying existences. Aside from their Grand Marshal, the Nether race actually had two more. This time, not only had Sengoku, Agent 2, and Agent 4 failed to have any effect by going to support the battlefield, they had instead dragged themselves into it as well. A haze filled the entire conference room. Not only Sanobu Keiichi, Hirano Masato, Agata Kenishi. All of the 5 elders clenched their fists tightly as cold sweat continuously emerged from their foreheads, dripping onto the floor with an ear-piercing sound. It was over. Inside the office, it was truly over. Once Sengoku and the others were all trapped there, the world government's strength would be directly weakened by half. At the same time, its control over the seas would rapidly collapse. It might even be cut off entirely. This time, they had formed a great hatred with the Nether race. Once the Nether race made a move, with their remaining strength, they would have no way to resist. Collapsed weakly into his chair, Masutani Yasunori's eyes were dull, filled with despair. Was the world government, which had been passed down for a full 800 years, about to head toward destruction in their hands? Lord Imo. That's right, we still have Lord Imo. With his knowledge, he must still have a way to resolve this. Slumped in his chair, the despairing Masutani Yasunori suddenly began muttering frantically. His voice echoed for a long time in the meeting room and beside the ears of Sanobu Keiichi and the others. Yet it did not make Sanobu Keiichi and the others' expressions improve much. There was no denying it. Their master, the true ruler of the world government, Imu, was indeed terrifying beyond measure, having lived for a full 800 years. His strength was even more unfathomable. But as far as they knew, Imu's strength absolutely could not compare to defying the heavens. And defying the heavens, along with those Nether race generals, had existed for more than 4,000 years. Compared to such a span of time, Imu, who had lived for 800 years, no longer seemed like much. The world government is finished. Like a demon god, Kaido stood on the deck, his eyes shadowed, his tone absolutely certain. Defying the heavens alone had already left Garp, and 6 admiral-level combatants struggling to resist. Now, with 2 more terrifying existences, beyond the 4 emperors added in, the world government's defeat was already certain. The world government had continuously gathered top-tier combat power, but not only had it failed to achieve the result they wanted, it had instead thrown the entire world government into danger all at once. Once they lost powerhouses like Garp and Sengoku, the world government's strength would plummet in a straight line. If the Nether race had any intention of retaliation at a time like this, the destruction of the world government would become inevitable. Outside Impel Down, Unheeding, who had broken through the surface of the sea, brought her hands together slightly and bowed toward defying the heavens. Nether race General Unheeding. Greetings, Grand Marshal. Seeing her actions, countless people across the seas felt a trace of understanding rise in their hearts. As expected, this newly appeared powerhouse, far beyond the 4 emperor level, was indeed the reinforcement the Nether race had arranged long ago. Nether race General Unheeding. As for those on the battlefield, they understood defying the heavens' terror, as well as the violently expanding auras of those 2 powers, more clearly than anyone else. Garp, Sengoku, and the others felt even heavier inside. They asked themselves and found not the slightest chance of victory. Even Kizaru's chance of escaping the battlefield had become extremely slim. But what happened next was not what everyone expected. The figure clad in golden battle armor and shining with endless radiance glanced at defying the heavens and the 3 Nether race generals. She did not bow respectfully to defying the heavens like the Nether race, General Unheeding. Instead, she spoke in an extremely frivolous and arrogant voice, mocking him coldly. Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. And 3 filthy little Nether race rats, how did you make yourselves so miserable? As she spoke, Angel Saint King's proud eyes swept across Sengoku and the others, and she teased, "Don't tell me. Our Grand Marshal of the Nether race now needs to use extreme break just to deal with a few human insects. And you even let your subordinates, those 3 rats, end up in such a sorry state." The moment Angel Saint King said this, Garp, Sengoku, the 4 emperors across the seas, and even the ashen-faced 5 elders inside the highest conference room of the world government were all stunned, shocked beyond measure. This woman, who looked almost identical to the Nether race general Unheeding, was actually not a Nether race general. In fact, her relationship with the Nether race seemed especially hostile. The moment she appeared, she mocked the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, as well as Ironblood Wushwang, Henfeng Linlin, and Phantom Forest, the three great Nether race generals. Judging from her behavior, it seemed even the Nether race was not worthy of much regard in her eyes. That proud attitude was countless times more arrogant than the way the Nether race treated humans. Angel Saint King, I did not expect to see you here. Looking deeply at Angel Saint King, defying the heavens spoke with extreme wariness. At some point, his right hand had quietly moved to his soul-bound weapon, Eternal Night. Terrifying green aura bloomed around him, and the flow of green light in his eyes suddenly accelerated once more. Wariness. Since defying the heavens had appeared, this was the first time Garp and the others had seen such wariness in his eyes. Who exactly was this woman who had suddenly appeared? She could make the proud Grand Marshal of the Nether race so wary, and she even dared to look down upon the Nether race like this. Angel Saint King. Strangely enough, in the face of Angel Saint King's mockery, Ironblood Wushwang, Henfeng Linlin, and Phantom Forest, the three proud Nether race generals, did not retort. Instead, they called out her name with extreme caution, their hearts sinking. Grand Marshal, it was because I failed to hide my aura properly that she followed my trail here. With both hands together, traces of embarrassment appeared on Unheeding's face beneath her mask. You already walked straight past Crystal Mountain. Even if you hid your aura again, I would still have accurately tracked you. A smile appeared on Angel Saint King's stunning face. Originally, I only thought that after not seeing you for 4,000 years, I would use you to warm up a little. I didn't expect the harvest to be this great. Judging from the state of your Nether race, are you planning some major move? Crystal Mountain. Angel Saint King. Crystal Mountain. Could she be the divine race Saint King that Nether race General Ironblood Wushwang mentioned? Muttering to himself, Kizaru stared fixedly at Angel Saint King, his mouth wide open. His pupils contracted violently as he pointed at Angel Saint King in disbelief and spoke with a trembling voice. At first, when he heard Defying the Heavens call her Angel Saint King, he had felt that it sounded somewhat familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. And just now, when she once again mentioned the familiar place name Crystal Mountain, he suddenly woke up. Saint King. Was that not exactly what the Nether race generals had previously called the strongest existences of the divine race? In other words, this figure in golden battle armor, sacred and inviolable, was one of the strongest existences of the divine race, Angel Saint King. Booms, booms, boom. Thunder rolled. Souls trembled. Minds shook violently. Kizaru's words were like a fuse, rapidly detonating inside everyone's minds. Sengoku and Garp widened their eyes, staring fixedly at that golden figure. Across the seas, countless people felt their hearts lurch, their eyes widening in shock. Angel Saint King. That was right. The strongest existences of the divine race were called Saint Kings, weren't they? And the divine race headquarters, Mount Baju, had an area known as Crystal Mountain, didn't it? Divine race Saint King. Angel Saint King. Only a Saint King of the divine race would dare belittle the Nether race in such a frivolous and arrogant way, looking down even upon the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. And the three Nether race generals did not even dare say anything in return. Countless people gazed at that dazzling, proud figure clad in golden battle armor. They felt an indescribable panic, confusion, and despair surge into their hearts. Before this, even the successive appearances of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race and the Nether race generals had already been difficult for them to accept. When the Grand Marshal of the Nether race entered his extreme break state and ravaged admirals and 4 emperors, their worldviews had begun to collapse. Now, before they could even finish processing the fact that the Nether race had appeared one after another. The divine race. This terrifying race that had been invincible across the seas 4,000 years ago had actually surfaced. And the one who appeared was directly one of the strongest existences of the divine race, a Saint King-level powerhouse. They had always believed that the Nether race had suffered heavy losses, and that many of its powerhouses were no longer at their peak. As for the divine race, which was several times more powerful than them, they should have needed a long time before they appeared. They still had plenty of time to prepare. But now, without the slightest warning, the divine race's angel, Saint King, had descended before them so openly. She had not given them even the slightest time to prepare. Chapter 108. Clatter. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, as Kizaru's voice rang out, the pink feather coat draped over Doflamingo slipped to the floor. Yet Doflamingo was completely unaware of it. His mind had been entirely drawn to Angel Saint King on the screen, leaving him no room to pay attention to anything else. Not because of Angel Saint King's peerless beauty, but because of her identity. Divine race. Angel Saint King. So even the divine race has already revived. Before this, he had believed that since the Nether race had suffered heavy losses, the divine race, which had been attacked by all sides, must have suffered even more severe injuries. Doflamingo staggered backward in a daze, feeling as though his plans had died before they were even born. Even the Nether race generals had only just awakened from their slumber. The divine race's condition should definitely have been even worse. Under such circumstances, as long as he could join the Nether race's camp, he would have enough time to develop and prepare. But now, not only had the divine race revived, the first one to appear was even a Saint King-level supreme powerhouse. Did this not mean the divine race's condition was very likely no worse than the Nether race's, and might even be somewhat stronger? The divine race had long been watching from the shadows. That terrifying race, which had suppressed the Nether race for a full 100,000 years, could surface completely at any time. Once the divine race appeared in the world, what would he, Doflamingo, even count as? At best, he would be nothing more than an ant. After all, in the battle outside Impel Down, Admiral-level strength had already become the entry requirement. Only those at Admiral level had the qualifications to stir the battle even slightly. And he, a warlord. It was simply a joke. His plan to show goodwill to the Nether race and use them to destroy the celestial dragons had been directly strangled to death. He even had to worry about his own future. From the Nether race's descriptions, the divine race did not sound like a race easy to get along with. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and the division commanders had also sunk into deep shock, unable to pull themselves free. Just moments ago, they had still been shaken by the Nether race's power. And now, the terrifying divine race that had suppressed the Nether race for 100,000 years had directly surfaced. It had not given them even the slightest time to react. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, Kizaru's quiet voice echoed for a long time. This news that Angel Saint King was not a Nether race general, but something even worse, left Sanob Keiichi and the other 5 elders ashen-faced. Their eyes were shadowed, their expressions dark to the extreme. That legendary race that had suppressed countless races through its own power. The ruler of the divine race, Tian. An ultra-terrifying existence who had surpassed even the oldest king of the human race, Gilgamesh, and the grand marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. Before such a race, before such a powerhouse, the world government had no chance of victory at all. The divine race was such an aggressive race. They would definitely not allow the world government's rule over the seas to continue. Once the divine race surfaced, aside from the Nether race, their mortal enemy, the first to bear the brunt would probably be the world government, right? Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Sanob Keiichi stood up directly and said to Agata Kenishi and the others, "This old man will go to Pangaea Castle and awaken Lord Imu. As for all of this, let us decide after Lord Imu awakens." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanob Keiichi pushed open the doors of the conference room. His figure transformed into a leopard and flashed away at extreme speed. Hirano Masato slowly closed his eyes. His arms dropped weakly. When had they, as the highest rulers of the world government, ever been this powerless? Divine race, Angel Saint King. In the New World, at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Morley, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, stared at Angel Saint King on the screen, who shone with boundless light. His entire body fell into a daze. A gloomy shadow enveloped the highest-ranking cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Even their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, was filled with despair and confusion. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army's existence was to overthrow the world government's tyranny and bring liberation to the people. But now, an overlord race from 4,000 years ago, like the divine race, had already appeared. What meaning would there be in overthrowing the world government? The divine race was so aggressive. Facing the present sea, how could they remain indifferent? It was very possible that just as they began taking action against the world government, the divine race would have fully revived. With an irresistible thunderous force, they would easily flatten the entire world government. And after the world government was destroyed, the divine race's rule would inevitably be far worse than the world government's. After all, the divine race's arrogance was so extreme that they did not even place the nether race in their eyes. Under such a tremendous gap, the seas would become even more chaotic than under the world government's rule. And their revolutionary army. In the eyes of the divine race, humans were merely crawling insects, ants that could be crushed at will. Were they supposed to overthrow the divine race's rule? The moment they thought of Tian, the ruler of the divine race, who had surpassed defying the heavens and easily defeated the oldest king, Gilgamesh, the highest-ranking cadres of the Revolutionary Army, including Dragon, all shivered violently. Every hair on their bodies stood on end, and their souls nearly split apart. With the Revolutionary Army's strength, challenging the divine race would be nothing but suicide. A group of ignorant humans from later generations actually know of the terror of my divine race. Angel Saint King raised her elegant brows slightly. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, and her proud demeanor was even greater than that of the nether race generals. The divine race, such a powerful race with such vast might, even after 4,000 years, its divine majesty remains unforgettable. Sengoku, whose entire body radiated golden light, received the instructions from Hirano Masato and the other 4-5 elders. Biting the bullet, he stepped forward and praised Angel Saint King. They had already completely offended the nether race. What about the divine race? This terrifying race was countless times more frightening than the nether race. The divine race was countless times more arrogant than the nether race. However, perhaps there was still the slightest hope of winning a little goodwill from them. In addition, Angel Saint King's current situation was somewhat unfavorable. On the nether race's side, the nether race general known as Unheeding seemed to possess strength not far from Angel Saint King's. And there was also the Grand Marshal of the nether race, defying the heavens. Once Angel Saint King truly fought, she would almost certainly lose. They had not forgotten what nether race General Ironblood Wushwang and the others had said before this. The Grand Marshal of the nether race, defying the heavens, was a terrifying existence who could defeat the divine race's strongest Saint King, Tianwu Saint King. This Angel Saint King might also possess terrifying strength, far beyond the 4 Emperor level. But against someone who could defeat the divine race's strongest Saint King, Tianwu Saint King, and even battle Tian, the ruler of the divine race, she was still somewhat lacking. Facing the divine race, they had already come to terms with reality. They no longer dared hope to rule most of the seas. They only hoped not to be reduced to slaves and to preserve a single sea region, maintaining the strength of the world government and the Marines. That would be enough. However, Sengoku's goodwill did not earn Angel Saint King a better attitude. Her indifferent expression remained unchanged, and the mockery at the corner of her mouth continued as she said teasingly, "With the bodies of mere ants like you, you think you are worthy of feeling the majesty of the divine race. Ants, under the sea ruled by our divine race, you humans were nothing more than the lowest slaves. Lowly ants rejoice, you are able to converse with a noble Saint King." Angel Saint King's arrogant attitude once again allowed countless people across the seas to clearly recognize one thing. This was the pride of the divine race. This was the disdain of the divine race. Humans, before the divine race, were completely regarded as ants and slaves. Across the seas, countless people clenched their fists tightly. Yet they released them again in utter powerlessness. The divine race. They had no strength to resist at all. They could not even say a word of resistance. The gap between the two sides was far too great. They were completely on different dimensions. Does the identity of the divine race make you that proud? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It came from Unheeding, who stood at the center of endless darkness, wearing a mask that hid her peerless beauty. Staring coldly and silently at Angel Saint King, Unheeding's expression grew even colder. Just a rat in the gutter. You, who fled in panic beneath the divine might of the divine race, what qualifications do you have to provoke the majesty of the divine race? Angel Saint King gripped the sacred scepter in her hand tightly, meeting Unheeding's eyes with a cold gaze. Streams of golden air flowed around her body, constantly ravaging the surrounding space. Angel Saint King. How laughable. With a cold snort, Unheeding said disdainfully, "Don't forget. You and I were originally one. Your existence is merely something Tian created to punish the old gods. The divine race is nauseating." Unheeding's voice continued to ring out. Angel Saint King's expression gradually darkened. Her face became extremely ugly, and the aura surging around her grew more and more violent. Waves of golden air rose violently and spread wildly outward. Terrifying pressure continuously bloomed outward with her as the center. Enough. Rat, there is an essential difference between you and me. Tian definitely did not create me simply to punish the old gods. An essential difference. The coldness in Unheeding's eyes intensified. The slight curve at the corner of her mouth fell into Angel Saint King's eyes like the most lethal mockery, nearly causing her to lose composure. You and I both carry the bloodline of the old god Nuba. As the bloodline of an old god who resisted Tian, you actually hid yourself within Tian's camp, willingly becoming a saint king and serving at his command. You have truly disgraced the bloodline of the old god Nuba. Crackle. The void exploded. Rays of golden light spread rapidly, and endless golden radiance shone across the entire world. Gripping her sacred scepter, Angel Saint King clenched her silver teeth. As the golden wings behind her surged, strands of golden energy poured down. Asura Realm Divine Power. Her right hand gently raised the sacred scepter, then slammed it heavily onto the void amid the golden light. Light. Endless light bloomed from that sacred scepter. Countless streams of radiance filled the heavens and covered the void. The golden world continued spreading with Angel Saint King at its center. An area spanning 10,000 meters in radius was completely enveloped in golden light. Pure light illuminated everything. Standing at the center of that world of light, Angel Saint King gently raised the sacred scepter in her right hand and pointed it from afar at Unheeding. Her voice was cold to the extreme. The old god Nuba, I do not know what she is. I only know that Tian personally raised me to this day. The deaths of the old gods were merely the result of their own actions, their challenge to Tian's majesty. Tian is the rightful ruler of the divine race. The old gods are nothing more than the past. Standing on the opposite side of that endless world of light, Unheeding's expression did not change in the slightest as she faced the boundless radiance. Her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, flowed in her hand. Asura Realm Divine Power. The next moment, endless darkness bloomed from Prison Shadow in her hand. Strands of visible dark aura, carrying a despairing chill and coldness, spread rapidly. The dark sphere, which had originally been only a few dozen meters wide, expanded at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to 10,000 meters. Darkness, boundless and endless, covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Darkness and light, two pure domains taken to the extreme, unfolded in opposition to each other. Invisible, terrifying waves continuously surged through the void. Caught between these two pure forces of light and darkness, space trembled uneasily. It was as if, in the very next second, even space itself would be unable to withstand the terrifying power of the rampaging light and darkness. One black, one gold. Two peerless figures stood within their respective domains. Their sharp gazes collided in the void, and faintly, thunderous explosions continued to erupt and rage between them. Chapter 109. The sacred scepter in her right hand lifted slightly. With a thought, a golden torrent poured down from the core of the world of light. That terrifying golden flood surged downward, crushing everything in its path. The sky split apart, and the clouds were scattered. The moment Angel Saint King made her move, she unleashed a terrifying might enough to make Garp and the others feel despair. Unheeding did not show the slightest weakness in response. Though she, who possessed the bloodline of the old god Nuba, was inferior to Angel Saint King in her mastery over divine power, she was the only Nether race member capable of using divine power. Among the current 13 great generals of the Nether race, her strength ranked first. Together with Prison Shadow, the weapon personally forged by the old god Nuba, she feared nothing even when facing a Saint King, one of the strongest existences of the divine race. Dense, pitch-black energy continuously coiled around Unheeding's body. With a light tap of her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, against the void, the endless dark energy within the world of darkness instantly boiled. Dark energy, violent to the extreme, formed a black torrent whose momentum was not inferior to Angel Saint King's flood of light. Booms, booms, boom. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 10,000 meters was crossed. The collision of darkness and light bloomed once more in this world after countless years. The golden torrent and the dark torrent smashed fiercely together, and violent explosions erupted. Terrifying shockwaves roared and surged, causing heaven and earth to tremble madly beneath the impact. Savage rifts spread across the entire sky. The sea overturned, the heavens split apart. Golden and black energy tangled together, scattering into countless star-like waves of air that rampaged wildly. It was only the simplest collision between the two of them. Yet Garp and the others beneath the aftermath could not stop themselves from shaking. Under those terrifying shockwaves, even peak powerhouses at the level of 4 emperors and admirals had to be careful not to be caught in the core region of the energy. Because they could sense it clearly. The energy within that exploding collision was enough to bring them a fatal threat. 4,000 years without meeting, and this is all your strength amounts to. It seems 4,000 years of slumber have made your bones stiff. Holding her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, Unheeding spoke with a trace of mockery in her bright, moon-like eyes. Your strength is nothing impressive either. Angel Saint King snorted coldly. She raised the sacred scepter in her hand high, and streams of golden energy constantly gathered from the surroundings. Her peerless face was covered in frost as she said coldly, "The humiliation from 4,000 years ago. Today, I will return it to you in full." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As her words fell, dazzling golden energy, piercing like the sun, gathered at the tip of Angel Saint King's scepter. Staring coldly at Unheeding, she brought the scepter down fiercely. 10,000 streams of light. Countless golden streams of light filled the entire sky. Dense golden radiance surged downward like a curtain of golden bullets, irresistible. That golden light, terrifying to the extreme, was countless times more powerful than Kizaru's Yasukani no Magatama. Defeat me, wash away your humiliation. How utterly laughable. The pair of pitch-black wings on her back, like those of a demon god, flapped. Unheeding transformed into a streak of light and rapidly crossed the sky. Crackle. Thunder intertwined as demonic energy raged. Savage purple lightning spread around Unheeding's body, winding bit by bit around the blade of her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow. Wrapped in demonic energy and interwoven lightning, Prison Shadow's sharpness surged once more. Unheeding raised Prison Shadow high in her right hand, carrying the endless world of darkness as she slashed down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A piercing sound continued to ring out. Holding Prison Shadow, Unheeding advanced with an unstoppable posture, tearing apart all the countless streams of light that poured down. Light and darkness scattered in every direction. Shockwaves of energy fell downward one after another. Within the collisions between the aftermath of darkness and light, traces of chaotic color occasionally appeared. The countless streams of light were torn apart bit by bit. Unheeding advanced without hesitation, cutting straight through until she arrived before Angel Saint King. Prison Shadow's edge could be called unparalleled. Asura realm. Angel Saint King's beautiful eyes shifted, her face cold as she raised the scepter in her hand high above her head. Divine power. With a sharp cry, countless photons transformed into a golden barrier before her. The barrier made of countless photons looked extremely thin, almost like a sheet of paper. Yet when the pitch-black, lightning-wrapped, soul-bound weapon prison shadow landed fiercely upon that dazzling golden barrier, a crisp collision rang out, and visible golden ripples stirred continuously. However, no matter how violently the surrounding space trembled in instability, the photon barrier protecting Angel Saint King remained unmoving, as though it were indestructible. Unheeding's figure transformed into afterimages, leaving behind countless graceful silhouettes. Prison shadow struck hundreds of times every second, one violent slash after another landing on that golden barrier, yet they only stirred waves of ripples. Golden light continuously gathered from the light domain. Often, the instant unheeding left even the faintest trace behind, even more photon energy rapidly formed a brand new barrier. Hundreds, even thousands of slashes fell. Yet the golden photon barrier remained unchanged. Seeing this, Unheeding retreated over 1,000 meters in an instant. Standing within the dark domain, she looked down at Angel Saint King from above with her beautiful eyes. Her left hand moved to the hilt of Prison Shadow. Gripping the sword with both hands, Unheeding raised it high. SHRRK, SHRRK. Strands of pure dark aura from the deepest core of the netherworld cut through space and gathered upon Prison Shadow. Tiny arcs of purple lightning flickered across Prison Shadow, while a faint crimson hue added even more might to it. Terror was brewing. The flow of the weather between heaven and earth was affected. A suffocating pressure weighed heavily upon the chests of Garp and the others. This power, even compared to the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, it isn't much weaker. Raising his head and sensing that terrifying aura, Garp muttered, his face filled with disbelief. One had to know. Unheeding was a Nether race general. How could she possibly compare to the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens? Yet at this moment, Unheeding had actually erupted with strength close to defying the heavens. Was Unheeding in her peak state? And was defying the heavens still far from his peak? Thinking back to when she had just appeared, and how respectful Unheeding had been toward the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. The more one thought about it, the more terrifying it became. The strong would only ever respect those stronger than themselves. For Unheeding to show such an attitude, just how much stronger was defying the heavens' true strength compared to hers? Within the light domain, Angel Saint King raised her head and looked at the figure standing proudly within the darkness, gripping Prison Shadow with both hands as her terrifying aura continuously gathered. Her expression also became solemn. With a thought, countless photons were drawn, attracted, and condensed from the void around her. In the sky, Unheeding's aura had also climbed to another level. The soul-bound weapon Prison Shadow in her hands seemed to weigh tens of thousands of tons. Dark night. Evil light slash. With a sharp cry, she slashed down with both hands, pouring out all the immense force she had already gathered. Endless dark aura condensed into a black slash, several thousand meters wide. The slash, formed from incomparably pure darkness, was covered in savage arcs of lightning and wrapped in crimson aura. Heaven and earth changed color. As the sword fell, the entire sky was enveloped in blackness, and even the blazing sun lost its light. At some unknown point, twisted black energy had already filled the surrounding area for tens of thousands of meters. The darkness mixed within the air was savage and terrifying. An Angel Saint King, standing beneath this sword, could even feel that sharpness almost scraped past her face. However, she had fought Unheeding many times before, and she could be said to understand Unheeding's techniques and strength extremely well. At the same time, her own strength was also extremely terrifying. Therefore, facing this terrifying sword capable of killing a Yonkelville powerhouse, she did not show much reaction. Holy light protection. With a low shout, she raised the scepter in her hand high. Endless light rapidly expanded. The void shattered, and pure light poured in, swiftly clashing endlessly against the darkness that occupied tens of thousands of meters. Even more light gathered above the entire light domain, forming a barrier of light. Mysterious patterns covered that light barrier densely. If the entire sky had been occupied by darkness, then the sea below had already been purified by this endless light. Pure darkness and light spilled between heaven and earth, At this moment, in everyone's eyes, there was only darkness and light. No other color remained. Rumble. It was like a meteor striking the earth. When that slash spanning several thousand meters crashed heavily onto the light barrier, the collision between darkness and light was instantly pushed to its peak. Ultimate darkness and ultimate light shone together. Even Akinu and the others could not help but close their eyes tightly in that instant. Layer after layer of distant shockwaves and fierce winds swept through the place where Akinu and the others stood. They had to use all their strength just to avoid being directly swept away by that terrifying aftermath and thrown into the sea. The violent shockwaves forced them to retreat continuously. Facing the piercing light, Aokiji struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see the intense collision clearly. This is the strength of a divine race Saint King. This pure light taken to the extreme. Kizaru, how far are you from this? As he sighed, Aokiji turned to Kizaru and asked. Being suddenly mentioned by Aokiji, Kizaru felt displeased. Why make this kind of comparison for no reason? After personally witnessing Angel Saint King's terrifying strength, Kizaru no longer had even a trace of pride in his fruit ability. Compared with this pure light, his glint fruit was simply not presentable. For Aokiji to say that now was truly poking him where it hurt. It was as if he were telling him, "Look, someone else can use the power of light to such a terrifying level. Why are you so weak?" Rumbles. The aftermath of golden light and darkness tangled together, continuously stirring up apocalyptic tsunamis. Under the impact of waves over 100 meters tall, the portion of impel down that had originally been exposed above the sea was directly submerged and crushed. After that, a shockwave of black and gold energy, tangled together, landed with perfect accuracy on impel down. With one violent roar, impel down, the great underwater prison that had stood upon the sea for decades, was now declared completely reduced to ruins. After a long while, the dazzling light and ultimate darkness gradually scattered somewhat. When everyone opened their eyes again, they discovered that the void before them was completely different from the void in their memories. Layers of shattered space. Savage, terrifying cracks. Pitch-black spatial turbulence led who knew where, while raging spatial rifts made even admirals' scalps tingle. Shadow followed light. Where light emerged, shadow was born. One golden and one black figure continuously chased and collided. The clashes between the soul-bound weapon prison shadow and the sacred scepter raged without end. Every region the two passed through, while colliding exploded with energy. After one violent collision, the two each retreated over 1,000 meters. Standing proudly in the void, Angel Saint King's expression returned to its previous arrogance. Standing within endless light, she stared coldly at Unheeding and clenched her silver teeth. Unheeding, experience it once more. The world of hiding within the light. This time, that little traitor isn't here to help you. As she spoke, Angel Saint King leapt forward. Brilliant golden light bloomed, and countless golden rays flowed around her. Behind her, a mysterious formation pattern emerged, the dazzling golden light shining like a blazing sun. The sacred scepter in her hand was raised high with one hand, and streams of golden light struck violently against the void. The mysterious runes behind her turned faster and faster, while the curve at the corner of Angel Saint King's mouth gradually rose. Divine Skill. Light Purification Realm. Chapter 110. Light. Dazzling, radiant light surged violently as that ancient formation pattern rose. Endless light spread outward right then like an unstoppable force of energy, carrying extreme destructive power. Angel Saint King's body gradually rose higher. Behind her, after that enormous and mysterious formation, pattern expanded to its limit. Terrifying golden brilliance gradually condensed into the shadow of an ancient goddess. The shadow of that ancient goddess bore a pair of golden wings on her back, while both hands held endless light high above her head. Majestic. Irresistible. The moment everyone saw that goddess shadow formed from light, only an endless urge to submit remained in their minds. And upon closer inspection, that goddess even bore some resemblance to Angel Saint King. Isn't this too exaggerated, this power? It's even more terrifying than defying the heavens. This move is called Light Purification Realm. Divine Skill, it truly is a terrifying divine skill. Such power really isn't something a mortal could unleash. At this moment, Magellan, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the others, who were struggling to stabilize themselves within the endless light, could no longer hold back. Their hearts shook violently one after another. An indescribable shock lingered in everyone's hearts. That was right. This aura, which had climbed all the way to its peak, was even more terrifying than defying the heavens after using extreme break. In other words, the divine race's angel, Saint King, was very likely in her full prime. The more one thought about it, the more terrifying it became. As one of the strongest existences of the divine race, Angel Saint King had definitely been a main force in the battle 4,000 years ago. And if even she was currently in her peak state, did that mean the divine race might have many powerhouses who were still at their peak? Unlike the Nether race, where from the Nether race generals to the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, none of them could display their full strength. At this thought, every hair on Garp and the others' bodies stood on end. Their hearts pounded wildly, and their minds trembled violently. The divine race, that incomparably terrifying race. If they were all in their peak state, during this period when the Nether race was still at its lowest point, would the divine race not be able to rampage unchecked? Across the entire sea, who could possibly withstand the divine race's terrifying, boundless power? Nothing else needed to be said. Just Angel Saint King's supreme posture at this moment was already a level of terror beyond their imagination. The dazzling golden light was so piercing that no one could open their eyes. Even Garp and Sengoku had no choice but to close their eyes beneath that blinding golden radiance. The golden light receded slightly. When Sengoku and the others opened their eyes again, Unheeding was nowhere to be seen in the void. Even Angel Saint King's figure had completely vanished. In disbelief, Sengoku, Garp, and the others once again swept their observation haki outward. Yet they still could not capture the slightest trace. This situation left them uncertain and shocked. Could it be that Angel Saint King's divine skill, light purification realm, was too powerful, directly blasting Nether race General Unheeding into nothing but dregs in a single move? But that should not be the case. Perhaps Unheeding could be said to have been obliterated without leaving even a trace. But what about Angel Saint King? How could the one who launched the attack have vanished as well? Could she have fled after killing Nether race General Unheeding out of fear that the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, would pursue her? But the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, would not have ignored that either. Garp and the others glanced at defying the heavens, whose expression was somewhat dark but not overly ugly, and ruled out that possibility. Divine skill, light purification realm. Defying the heavens folded his hands and rested them on his soul-bound weapon, Eternal Night. His green eyes carried a trace of caution. Perhaps the defying the heavens in his prime would not have found it too troublesome to deal with a Saint King like Angel Saint King, who was not among the strongest Saint Kings. But right now, even if he went all out, he was still no match for Angel Saint King in her full prime. As for Ironblood, Wushwang, and the others, there was even less need to mention them. Aside from Hanfeng Linlin, who had comprehended extreme break and possessed strength slightly above the four emperors, the remaining Phantom Forest and Ironblood Wushwang were not even equal to the four emperors. Not to mention that all three of them were currently heavily injured. How much combat power could they possibly still have? Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, just as Garp, Sengoku, and the others were filled with confusion, terrifying shockwaves exploded across the void before them, surging wildly. Violent waves of air crossed and swept through the sky, while space occasionally split open with savage rifts. The crisp sound of clashing weapons was exceptionally piercing. What's going on? Right then, countless people across the seas were completely dumbfounded. Where exactly was the sound coming from? There was clearly no one fighting at the scene. And what was happening to the void? Those savage cracks were enough to make one's heart turn cold. However, very soon, they understood why the void was constantly being ravaged by those cracks. They also understood why Angel Saint King and Unheeding had vanished at the same time within that ultimate golden light. In the region where Angel Saint King and Unheeding had originally stood, a transparent world gradually appeared bit by bit. It was a pure world containing only white, only light. Within that world, there was not the slightest stain. That world was precisely the light purification realm created by Angel Saint King. At the center of that illusory, transparent world, Nether Race General Unheeding gripped her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, with both hands, her beautiful eyes continuously studying that world of infinite light. Crackle! Prison Shadow in her hand stabbed fiercely into the world of boundless light. Her shadow and Prison Shadow's shadow split into four, rapidly spreading outward. Seeing this from above, Angel Saint King, whose figure was elusive and impossible to grasp, sneered. Holding her sacred scepter, she said with extreme disdain, "You actually want to taint my world? Or are you thinking of using the same method from 4,000 years ago to break my light purification realm? Impossible, accept reality unheeding. Without the help of that divine race traitor, you can't do it. Light cannot be violated, nor can it be polluted." Throughout the entire world of light, countless photons began surging and pressing toward Unheeding bit by bit. As Angel Saint King's sacred voice fell, the violent photon energy directly forced Unheeding's body down onto one knee. Only by gripping Prison Shadow with both hands and borrowing its power could she maintain her current posture. Raising her head, a trace of mockery appeared on Unheeding's peerlessly beautiful face. "Angel Saint King, you are still as arrogant and self-important as ever. Pollution is merely adding a little color to this false white of yours." Utterly pitch-black darkness continuously surged from Unheeding's body. Within that white world of light, the spreading darkness was exceptionally dazzling. She stood. Her left hand formed two fingers and lightly brushed across the blade of her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow. The surging dark aura around Unheeding caused this world of light to tremble continuously. The world was originally chaos. Light and darkness exist together. More and more terrifying light power flooded in, trying to suppress and erase the darkness, attempting to pollute this world of light. A cold gleam flickered in Unheeding's eyes as she held Prison Shadow in her right hand and raised it high. Enchanting black-purple energy rose bit by bit from Prison Shadow, ravaging the sky and the light. Unheeding spoke coldly. Yet before this endless darkness, that light could only continue being devoured. "This is the truth Mother comprehended in the Hell Realm. Foolish Angel Saint King, did your defeat 4,000 years ago still not allow you to see it clearly?" Chapter 111. The black chaos that surged into the sky continued to swell and expand. The entire light purification realm was torn apart under the violent impact of that dark aura. Extreme break. Black Soul Sword Shadow. With a sharp cry, Unheeding's aura climbed to its limit. Terrifying darkness coiled around her like the end of the world. Traces of green aura continuously drifted through the air. Her pitch-black hair was gradually covered in emerald green. The mask on her face also vanished with the activation of Extreme Break, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. Her eyes were dyed emerald green, and even the aura surrounding her body carried traces of green. Just like defying the heavens, her entire body was wrapped in green energy. Darkness ravaged forward, all the way to the deepest part of the light. Transformed into endless darkness, Unheeding charged straight upward. Infinite darkness intertwined, and boundless thunder raged like the end of the world. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The entire light purification realm shattered completely, turning into pieces that vanished without a trace. A light condensed to its absolute limit gradually transformed into a sphere of light energy, then into a single point. In the end, that point shattered, and terrifying golden light spread outward like sunlight. However, unlike sunlight, the terrifying radiance produced by that exploding point possessed irresistible destructive power. It swept through everything like dry weeds and rotten wood. The entire sea was forcefully blasted downward by several hundred meters. The violent explosive shockwave forced Akinu and the others to retreat repeatedly. They struggled in the void to withstand the energy waves bursting apart. Blood spilled across the sky. The crisp sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. When they saw the demon's sword wrapped in green light and faint lightning pierce straight through Angel Saint King's battle armor and chest, their hearts trembled violently and their pupils contracted sharply. Angel Saint King. Angel Saint King, one of the strongest existences of the divine race, had actually been defeated by a nether race general. With that demonic sword wrapped in surging demonic energy, inflicting such a heavy wound. Even Angel Saint King should not be able to survive, right? In other words, a nether race general actually possessed the strength to kill a divine race Saint King. How was that possible? Was the divine race not said to stand supreme above all? Were divine race Saint Kings not existences who crushed everything, with only the strongest beings of the 5 great races capable of resisting them? Then why now? Had the divine race's angel, Saint King, died before their eyes just like that? Was the nether race truly this terrifying? However, in the next second, Unheeding, who had pierced through Angel Saint King, suddenly changed expression. She swiftly pulled out her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, and hastily blocked in front of herself. A stream of light descended from the sky, smashing fiercely into Prison Shadow. Terrifying photon energy exploded, stirring up layers of ripples. At the same time, the space around Unheeding shattered. Streams of golden light shot out from the broken space. Terrifying photon energy, containing boundless power, fell fiercely like a violent storm. Prison Shadow, in its extreme break state, was swung repeatedly in her hand. Black sword energy and slashing waves surged into the sky one after another. They blocked all the dense golden streams of light that fell like a rainstorm. HMPH, Unheeding, did you really think I would still fall to the same trick? An ethereal voice rang out from an unknown place. Behind Unheeding, Angel Saint King's figure appeared. Holding her sacred scepter, she drove its sharp tip fiercely toward Unheeding's back. Dark aura coiled around Unheeding as her figure flashed rapidly, landing several hundred meters away. Holding her soul-bound weapon, Prison Shadow, her gaze gradually grew solemn, and her expression was cold as she spoke. I didn't expect. After 4,000 years, you've actually made some progress. I thought you would still be as unable to withstand a single blow as you were 4,000 years ago. HMPH. Angel Saint King snorted coldly and said arrogantly, 4,000 years ago, if not for that irritating traitor, how could you possibly have defeated me? This time, I will wash away that humiliation. As her words fell, golden light erupted from Angel Saint King's body, continuously flowing behind her. The sacred formation pattern lit up once more, and the shadow of an ancient goddess emerged. Countless golden photons condensed into several energy spheres, dazzling like blazing suns, so bright that no one could open their eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A blade tore through the sky. An extreme emerald green blade light ripped across the heavens, and green aura surged into the sky. Defying the heavens gripped his soul-bound weapon, Eternal Night, in his right hand. Around him, emerald green aura formed a violent tornado, spiraling wildly. Angel Saint King, it seems you still haven't understood your situation. Chapter 112. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sharp emerald edge flowed within his right hand. A brilliant light flashed in defying the heaven's eyes as he slashed out. Dense emerald radiance blotted out the sky and covered the sun, forming a green slash that stretched over 1,000 meters across. The green slash tore through the heavens, shattered the void, and ruthlessly cleaved toward the Angel Saint King. Defying the heavens, the emerald slash was reflected in the Angel Saint King's incomparably beautiful pupils. It enlarged at extreme speed. The constantly advancing sharpness swept toward her, brushing past her flowing hair. Her golden hair danced in the air, and deep within her eyes, a trace of wariness flashed by. 10,000 streams of light. She raised the sacred scepter high. Streaks of golden light burst forth like exploding fireworks. One golden photon after another dove downward, their might shaking heaven and earth. The golden streams of light landed upon the emerald slash, triggering waves of explosions. The continuous explosions spread for over 1,000 meters. Golden light coiled through the air as green radiance burst apart. As the two terrifying attacks collided, the void trembled again and again. With a casual swing of the sacred scepter in her hand, a hint of surprise appeared on the Angel Saint King's stunning face. Then a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips as she mocked, Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, defying the heavens. Your strength is far weaker than it was 4,000 years ago. Could it be that the wounds inflicted on you by the great ruler of the divine race, Tian, 4,000 years ago are still aching faintly? Before defying the heavens made a move, the angel saint king had not been able to fully sense his strength. But now, after personally testing that slash, she understood. The current defying the heavens might not even be stronger than her. So what? You are nothing more than someone I once defeated. With the Grand Marshal making a move, your defeat has long since been decided. Amid swirling pitch-black demonic energy and flickering arcs of lightning, Carefree appeared beside defying the heavens. In her hand, her sole weapon, Prison Shadow, flashed continuously. Terrifying arcs of lightning constantly shot out from her body, causing the shattered void to ring out again and again. Carefree. The angel saint king gritted her silver teeth. Her grip on the sacred scepter tightened slightly. Her soul-stirring eyes stared fixedly at Carefree and defying the heavens. You nether race. This time, even your Grand Marshal has personally moved. Just what are you trying to do? Is it merely because of those human ants? As she spoke, the angel saint king's proud eyes glanced at Akinu, Kizaru, and the others not far away, her tone filled with disdain. Anger surged in Akinu's heart. He truly wanted to blast out a meteor volcano and smash it directly into the angel saint king's arrogant face. But he forcefully endured it. They had already provoked and offended the nether race. After Carefree appeared, they were completely no match for the nether race. If, at a time like this, they also angered a saint king of the divine race, what if defying the heavens, the angel saint king, and the others decided to slaughter them first before fighting each other? What could they possibly use to resist? This is naturally not something a saint king of the divine race needs to trouble herself over. Defying the heavens coldly glanced at the angel saint king and sneered. On the contrary, your divine race. After suffering such heavy losses 4,000 years ago, you have actually already recovered your full strength. However, you are stepping out of the divine race's sleeping place so openly. Are you not afraid that Tian will be slaughtered while still in slumber? Oh, defying the heavens, are you trying to probe me? Are you hoping that the gods of the divine race were driven off the coming grand stage before they even awakened? The corner of the angel saint king's lips curled upward. With a mysterious smile, she said, defying the heavens, you should know that among our divine race, my strength does not count as top tier. Besides, in that battle 4,000 years ago, I was thoroughly killed by Carefree. As for the others, such as Saint King Zhenshin, Saint King Xuanfeng, and even the supreme ruler of the divine race, Tian, how could they have been like me? Even I have now fully recovered to my peak state through the power of Crystal Mountain. Does the great ruler of the divine race, Tian, still need you to worry about him? Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens. Tian's defeated opponent. The angel saint king's voice was not loud, but her words carried an immense impact, smashing heavily into the minds of Sengoku, Garp, and everyone across the sea who was watching this place. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, the movements of the 4-5 elders froze. Their eyes were filled with turbid despair, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. The situation they had feared most had still occurred. The divine race. This race, countless times more terrifying than even the nether race. Their current condition was actually even better than the nether races. From the angel Saint King's words, it was not difficult to hear that among the powerful beings of the divine race, at least among the Saint Kings, 2 had already returned to their peak. And the supreme ruler of the divine race, Tian, who had suppressed the nether race for 100,000 years. There was also a very high chance that he was already at his peak. The ruler of the divine race, Tian, even defying the heavens at his peak, was not his opponent. On the Moby Dick, Marco's mouth fell open, his pupils widened, and every hair on his body stood on end as his heart pounded wildly. Defying the heavens was injured and had yet to fully recover, yet his strength was already so powerful that it was beyond Marco's imagination. He truly did not dare imagine. Somewhere on the sea, the ruler of the divine race, Tian, was already eager to make his move. The divine race, this gives us absolutely no time to prepare. Flower Sword Vista let out a bitter laugh. But soon, the bitterness in his smile grew even stronger. Time to prepare. Even if the divine race truly gave them time to prepare, so what? With the terror of the divine race, even if they prepared for 100 years, what could they do? Before the divine might of the divine race, they would still be unable to withstand a single blow. You are also nothing more than someone I once defeated. Since you wish so badly to taste defeat once again, then I shall grant your wish once more. Carefree's face was cold. A chilling light flickered in her eyes, and her green hair danced wildly in the wind with a sharp rustling sound. Emerald light flashed violently within her eyes. The soul weapon prison shadow in her hand seemed to sense her will, erupting with waves of terrifying energy. SHRRK. Prison shadow slashed down. A long, ferocious sword aura tore through the sky, shattering the atmosphere along its path as it carved out an unmatched and terrifying might. Shield of sacred light. The angel saint King calmly raised the sacred scepter in her hand. Golden holy radiance spilled down, transforming into streams of light that guarded her front. Rumbled. A violent explosion resounded through the clouds. Rolling waves of air burst apart again and again. The terrifying explosions thundered beside everyone's ears like thunder, shaking violently. Sonic booms swept across the sky, stirring up gusts of fierce wind. Below them, the shattered sea surface once again rose into surging waves. Now, behind her, the phantom of the radiant goddess became increasingly clear. The floating golden energy sphere rose into the sky, blazing like a brilliant sun. Amid the rolling aftermath of the explosion, the angel saint King's expression remained cold and noble. She swung the sacred scepter in her hand downward. It is my turn. 9 suns sky-shattering break. Her cold, proud voice echoed through the void for a long time. The next second, the golden energy sphere that had condensed to several dozen meters erupted with unmatched golden brilliance and blasted through the air with a momentum that seemed capable of suppressing everything. 9 golden energy bullets like blazing suns lined up together, resembling 9 scorching suns falling from the heavens. They gave countless people across the sea an enormous visual shock. Demonic energy surged into the sky, and purple lightning coiled and flickered. Carefree held her soul weapon prison shadow horizontally before her. Terrifying darkness that devoured everything continuously corroded space. Before this darkness, even the chaotic currents of shattered space could only be ruthlessly swallowed. Her legs bent slightly, and her entire aura became incomparably powerful. Carefree was about to charge out directly. However, an arm blocked her path. It caused her ready-to-erupt momentum to pause slightly. It was defying the heavens. Holding his soul weapon, Eternal Night, defying the heavens used spatial evasion and appeared directly in front of Carefree. An emerald energy tornado wrapped around him, and streaks of green lightning flickered within the circle of energy. His green hair danced continuously with the flow of energy. A trace of battle intent emerged in defying the heavens' eyes. Whether as the oldest king, Gilgamesh, or after obtaining defying the heavens template, he had never truly unleashed his full power in the true sense. And now, the Angel Saint King was clearly an excellent sparring opponent. I haven't moved for 4,000 years. My body really is a little stiff. He twisted his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds like beans frying in a pan. The soul weapon Eternal Night, in defying the heavens' hand, suddenly erupted. Monstrous green energy surged endlessly into it. As his right hand turned, the sword tip pointed straight toward the sky, and the green energy within defying the heavens' eyes poured out continuously. He took a deep breath. The breath he exhaled was like a cannonball, causing the shattered void to hiss and crackle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled violently. Endless green energy condensed behind defying the heavens, forming one tiny green blade after another. Countless green blades gathered behind him, resembling an emerald curtain of light that could not be crossed. The densely packed green blades assembled together, making anyone who saw them feel a chill run down their spine. It's that move. Akinu and the others looked at that incomparably familiar sharpness, their pupils shrinking slightly. But confusion also rose in their hearts. There was no denying that defying the heavens' move was indeed extremely terrifying. Its attack range even covered an area of more than 10,000 meters. However, compared to those 9 blazing suns falling like true suns, it seemed somewhat weaker. Was the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, no longer at his peak, going to lose to the Angel Saint King of the Divine race? Extreme break. Blade light surged into the sky. A strand of emerald blade light shot upward. Defying the heavens figure flashed, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The sole weapon Eternal Night in his hand stabbed fiercely toward the 9 blazing suns. Eternal Night. The materialized Eternal Night followed closely behind, defying the heavens. Its enormous limbs rose high, as if wielding weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The green curtain of light that had condensed behind, defying the heavens, swiftly appeared around him, and armed itself upon the sole weapon Eternal Night. The blade continued to extend, and green blade light continuously gathered. Very soon, countless green blades, with the sole weapon Eternal Night as their core, directly condensed into a green longsword over 100 meters long. One slash fell. The atmosphere shattered, and over 10,000 meters of air was directly torn apart. The surface of the sea was split in two. The split extended all the way to the end of sight. 9 blazing suns fell one after another. The scorching aura seemed as if it intended to evaporate everything completely. High heat surged and boiled endlessly. Compared to Akinu's magma, this was more than thousands of times more terrifying. The enormous green blade was swung by, defying the heavens, surging upstream as it tore everything apart. The scorching suns, containing countless degrees of heat, were gradually dismantled. The unmatched sharpness tore them apart bit by bit, reducing them into countless original photon particles. One shattered ball of photon energy after another mixed together with the emerald blade light, constantly being annihilated. The 9 blazing suns were torn apart by the green longsword that stretched over 100 meters. The momentum of the longsword was unstoppable. Under the supply of Eternal Night Soul, defying the heavens' strength was rapidly approaching his peak state. The green blade light was reflected in the Angel Saint King's eyes, and its icy killing intent gradually drew near. However, she showed no trace of panic. An aura like a collapsing mountain and roaring sea suddenly erupted not far behind her. At the same time, accompanying that terrifying aura was a furious roar that filled the sky and refused to fade for a long time. Divine power of the all-seeing world. Wrath of the Earth. Chapter 113. A lion-like roar shook heaven and earth. Violent fluctuations rose from the void in waves. Visible waves of air exploded from a distant direction. Surges of pure power tore through the heavens and struck across the void, crashing fiercely into defying the heavens' 100-meter-long green blade. Rumbled. The sky trembled, and amid the constant rippling of the void, terrifying shockwaves spread out in ring after ring. Space surged violently as green blade light flashed across the heavens, as though it intended to tear everything apart. Both hands gripping the hilt of his sole weapon, Eternal Night, defying the heavens, erupted with power to the extreme. Monstrous green energy continuously rose from his body, even forming terrifying currents. But his strength was still not at its peak. Even with the support of Eternal Night's soul power, he was still far from being comparable to his peak state. Crack and crack. Finally, amid the violent explosion of shockwaves, the 100-meter-long blade formed from thousands upon thousands of green blades emitted a crisp shattering sound. Tiny cracks spread across the 100-meter blade. The cracked 100-meter-long blade continued to fall, slashing fiercely toward the Angel Saint King. The ripples in the air gradually dispersed. The sacred scepter was raised high. Shield of sacred radiance. Streaks of golden light rapidly gathered and condensed into a golden barrier, guarding her front. SHRRK. A corner of the barrier, formed from golden flowing light, shattered in an instant. Countless tiny cracks spread across the entire golden barrier. The green longsword itself had already been covered in cracks. Now, after exerting force once more, it finally could not bear the burden. It transformed into emerald aura that filled the sky, slowly dissipating. Withdrawing his sword stance, defying the heavens stared fixedly, with eyes filled with green light, at the source of the trembling void. At some unknown point, his expression had already become heavy. Likewise, Sengoku, Garp, and countless people across the sea also turned their gazes in that direction. They had not seen wrong. The terrifying slash of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, had first been blocked once by someone else. That was why it had failed to cut through the Angel Saint King's shield of sacred radiance. And the power contained within that rapidly trembling void also made their hearts tremble. Such strength, and appearing only to directly help the Angel Saint King block the slash of the Grand Marshal of the Nether race. Could it be a powerful being of the divine race? The moment they thought of the divine race, this terrifying race, with powerful beings emerging one after another, had now produced yet another figure. The sadness in everyone's hearts, including Sengoku and the 5 elders, deepened even further. They no longer begged for time to prepare. But now, the enemy had not even left them a single breath of respite. Clearly, before this, only the oldest king, Gilgamesh, had appeared. As for the Nether race, the divine race, and the rest, there had not been the slightest news about them before this. Now, immediately after numerous powerful beings of the Nether race appeared one after another, the divine race had followed so closely behind. The ultimate powerhouse, the Angel Saint King, had appeared with a supreme posture, and now another extremely mysterious powerful being of the divine race had emerged. Could it be that the surrounding area was already filled with members of the Nether race and the divine race? Had the Nether race and the divine race already begun their own collision in this era? As that thought arose, even the normally carefree Garp could not help feeling a chill run down his spine. Under countless gazes, within the trembling void above the sea, crisp footsteps sounded from far to near. A figure slowly walked over. This figure was clearly walking extremely slowly, yet every step he took crossed 1,000 meters. In just a few seconds, he appeared beside the Angel Saint King, standing opposite, defying the heavens and carefree. Splash! Rumbled. As this figure fully revealed himself, the entire sea boiled. Tsunamis and waves surged continuously, while streaks of golden lightning tore across the sky and fell around his body. Space trembled constantly. The afterglow of the blazing sun fell upon the golden battle armor of this figure, refracting dazzling golden radiance. The fitted armor made him look like a divine general clad in gold. Standing beside the Angel Saint King was a burly man. His black hair rose upward, and behind him, a faint golden cloak danced in the wind. His azure pupils stared fixedly at defying the heavens, and a strand of golden light flashed past. Lightning fell beside him, and golden aura brewed around his body. Saint King Tianwu spoke calmly, defying the heavens. "We meet again." The moment those words fell, the hearts of Sengoku, Garp, and the others tightened slightly. Fortunately, they had long since been mentally prepared. Someone capable of blocking defying the heavens slash could never possibly be a weakling of the divine race. This figure merely stood there, yet such violent and terrifying power continuously leaked from his body. With casual movement, natural phenomena such as tsunamis, violent winds, and thunder descended. He absolutely could not be an ordinary powerful being of the divine race. It was very likely that he was also a Saint King of the divine race. Moreover, he was a Saint King like the Angel Saint King, whose strength had recovered almost completely. Saint King Tianwu, even you have actually recovered your full strength. Holding the sole weapon Eternal Night, defying the heavens spoke words that shocked countless people across the sea until their minds spun. Saint King Tianwu. It really is Saint King Tianwu. The strongest Saint King of the divine race, that is the strongest Saint King of the divine race. He has actually recovered his full strength. The divine race cannot be resisted. The strength of the divine race was already far stronger than the Nether race to begin with, and in this era, their top combatants have even recovered to their peaks ahead of time. I'm afraid this era will have to be renamed the Era of Gods. The sea boiled. Countless people fell to the ground in shock, fear lingering in their hearts and spreading endlessly. Countless people stared blankly at Saint King Tianwu, who wore golden armor and possessed an extraordinary martial bearing. That was right. The moment he appeared, he caused such a massive commotion. This had to be the terror of Saint King Tianwu, the strongest Saint King of the divine race. Saint King Tianwu, is the strongest saint king of the divine race. He is someone the grand marshal of the nether race, defying the heavens, could only defeat at his peak. Right now, the grand marshal of the nether race is still far from his peak strength. The angel saint king's strength is also extraordinary, not inferior to the nether race general, Carefree. As for those 3 nether race generals, their strength is not at its peak, and they are heavily injured. If nothing unexpected happens, does that not mean the divine race only needs to dispatch 2 great saint kings, this time, to crush the grand marshal of the nether race, and the 4 heaven generals of the nether race? The momentum of the divine race, who could possibly stop it? In the New World, within the territory of the 4 emperors, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco made no attempt to conceal the fear and shock in his pupils. As his words fell, every commander on the deck of the Moby Dick revealed worry and deep dread. Compared to the nether race, when the nether race had just appeared, they had been restrained by the people of the world government. The divine race was undoubtedly countless times more terrifying. Especially after repeatedly hearing that the divine might of the divine race was not to be touched, they already felt extreme fear toward the divine race in their hearts. Then the angel saint king of the divine race appeared. That power, which was even somewhat stronger than the grand marshal of the nether race who was not at his peak, had shaken them fiercely. A saint king. Just one saint king of the divine race was already such a powerhouse. And the entire divine race had a full 5 great saint kings. In addition, there was the supreme ruler of the divine race, Tian. While they were still sighing at the unquestionable might of the divine race, another saint king of the divine race appeared. And he was even known as Saint King Tianwu, the strongest saint king of the divine race. It could be said that from the moment the term divine race appeared, all the way until the appearance of the angel saint king and Saint King Tianwu, the divine race had almost represented invincibility. Let us watch how things change. Whitebeard's expression shifted unpredictably before he let out a faint sigh. His voice was filled with helplessness and powerlessness. If they were only facing 4 emperor-level powerhouses, or even powerful beings somewhat stronger than that, he absolutely would not retreat. He would also be filled with confidence. But facing a divine race that could very likely defeat the nether race, including defying the heavens with only 2 saint kings, that was completely beyond what he could resist. The 2 sides were simply not on the same dimension. Above the shattered sea region, the golden energy cloak behind Saint King Tianwu rustled fiercely. His arms were crossed before his chest, and his golden battle armor shone brilliantly. His proud eyes stared fixedly at defying the heavens as he said arrogantly, "The divine race possesses Crystal Mountain, a foundation that has accumulated for 100,000 years. How could the nether race, driven into the hell realm, possibly compare?" The energy of Crystal Mountain. Defying the heavens murmured, and the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. Crystal Mountain was a vital land of the divine race. For 100,000 years, all the energy plundered by the divine race had been poured into Crystal Mountain. Naturally, it possessed the power to rapidly restore the powerful beings of the divine race. If it is Crystal Mountain, then has your divine race not been ready for war long ago? Emerald light flashed violently in defying the heavens' eyes, and his expression became somewhat grim. The strength of the divine race had already been among the very peak 4,000 years ago. And now, the divine race had actually recovered to its peak state. How could the other races resist? Perhaps only those races that had also stood at the ceiling of power 4,000 years ago could resist the divine race in its full state. Ready for war, that would be an exaggeration. But being able to invade this entire era at any moment is indeed true. With a light laugh, golden light flashed violently in Saint King Tianwu's eyes, and battle intent surged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the trembling of the void, dense golden aura rose from Saint King Tianwu's body. His terrifying momentum caused space itself to twist continuously. The golden brilliance might not have been as pure as the angel Saint King's, but its tyrannical destructive power was dozens of times stronger than hers. Defying the heavens, although your current strength is not at its peak. But 4,000 years has already been far too long. I do not wish to continue waiting. Today, let us continue that battle from 4,000 years ago. The sweeping golden aura rapidly brushed past Kizaru. A wave of numbness and heart-palpitating pressure caused cold sweat to continuously seep from his forehead. This momentum is way too exaggerated. It feels as if it wants to tear everything apart. Even the sky is trembling before this aura. He has not even made a move. This is only his pure aura. Aokiji resisted the constantly bursting void and the specks of golden lightning arcs, his pupils fixed tightly on the man who seemed like the center of the world. Fear. A trace of fear gradually spread through his heart. This power, it had completely exceeded his understanding. Was this truly power that a living being could possess? With every movement, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart, tsunamis swept forth, the sky shattered, and thunder continued without end. So this is the strongest Saint King of the divine race, Saint King Tianwu. Akinu, who had always been iron-blooded, stared at Saint King Tianwu with a pale face. Before such terrifying power, he discovered that his justice was pale and powerless. Ridiculous to the extreme. Power. Only justice that possessed power was true justice. Justice without power was merely the speech of the weak. Saint King Tianwu gently placed his right hand on his waist. The battle armor there was still shattered. Facing defying the heavens directly, he said, "Here. 4,000 years ago, it was with one slash that you killed me. Here is the trace of my past defeat. If not for the supreme ruler of the divine race, Tian, I would have forever been unable to continue that battle. Now, it is calling to me." As his words fell, Saint King Tianwu clenched his right fist tightly. The fist wrapped in golden battle armor flashed with streaks of lightning. Crackle. Terrifying power rapidly condensed toward Saint King Tianwu's right fist, and circles of visible golden energy swiftly contracted. Divine skill. Great thunderclap. Chapter 114. His right fist was raised into the void. The drifting particles between heaven and earth detonated hundreds of times in an instant. The explosive energy gathered. Golden battle armor shone brilliantly. Saint King Tianwu's eyes were cold as his right fist blasted out. Across the sky, all phenomena were used by him, producing an unstoppable and terrifying force. The thousands of explosions produced in a single instant formed one enormous golden energy sphere after another. The golden spheres of explosive energy linked together, surging violently as they advanced. The sea trembled, the heavens collapsed. Even marine headquarters, dozens of miles away, shook violently. The fierce aftermath swept across the sky above marine headquarters. The three immortal gates of justice, which stood towering and unshakable, were blown by the violent wind until they swayed on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared one after another, alongside the explosions produced by that great force. One punch blasted out like the end of the world. It directly shattered their worldview once again. Just a moment ago, they had personally witnessed the might of the angel Saint King and Carefree's divine skills. Their worldview had already been refreshed once, and they had already witnessed even greater power. But now, the moment Saint King Tianwu appeared, he shattered their worldview yet again. That punch, even 3-4 emperors would not be enough to withstand it. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Before such mighty power, what did that amount to? Power capable of raising tsunamis and making the world crack apart. What truly made the world crack apart was the boundless might produced by these explosions. The dazzling green light, in defying the heavens' eyes, surged violently. His left hand swept across the blade of the sole weapon Eternal Night, and his figure flashed, cutting across the sky. Blade light flickered, and emerald tornadoes continuously rose into the heavens. As fierce winds stirred, the eternal night behind him transformed into countless forms, with blood-colored shadows flashing. Night chant. With a furious shout, defying the heavens carried layer upon layer of afterimages and an unmatched momentum as he charged fiercely toward the rapidly expanding spheres of explosive energy. SHRRK, SHRRK. Booms, booms, boom. Under the continuous infusion of eternal night's soul power, defying the heavens' strength surged again by another level. Night descended and bloodlight flashed. Holding his soul weapon, with shadows looming behind him, countless phantoms transformed around him. One slash fell, and hundreds of thousands followed closely behind. The energy spheres produced by the violent explosions continuously released their power. A dark shadow flashed past. Across more than 1,000 meters of space, every violent energy sphere born from the explosions completely burst apart. Their cores shattered, energy poured out, and the impact caused the sea below to surge with endless waves. Withdrawing his right hand, Saint King Tianwu looked at defying the heavens with interest. His golden battle armor shone with dazzling brilliance. "Oh, defying the heavens, your strength." The golden cloak behind him added even more majesty. Like a divine general, merely standing there gave off an unmatched and terrifying presence. His azure pupils carried traces of golden energy filled with interest, allowing Saint King Tianwu to gradually analyze everything that had just happened. Looking at the enormous eternal night behind defying the heavens, Saint King Tianwu suddenly shook his head and said with some disappointment, "Is it that damaged soul power? You are still quite far from your true peak. Just a single great thunderclap has already made it somewhat difficult for you to withstand. In that case, this is rather boring. I am even starting to feel sleepy." That arrogant attitude was countless times prouder than Ironblood Wushwang and the others from before. At this moment, the people across the sea finally understood. Compared to the divine race, the nether race had already been speaking rather politely. As for the divine race, that arrogance carved into their very bones regarded everything outside the divine race as ants and shrimp. That slash from 4,000 years ago. Have you completely forgotten it? Or have you become this confident after being revived? Holding the soul weapon Eternal Night, defying the heavens hovered high in the sky, his eyes cold. That is already a thing of the past. Shaking his head, Saint King Tianwu suddenly spread his arms. Lightning surged violently in his eyes, and waves of violent oppressive pressure swept outward, spreading bit by bit in every direction. Fierce lightning spread across Saint King Tianwu's battle armor, making his divine general bearing incomparably dazzling. Revived. The ruler of the divine race, Tian, actually possesses the power to revive the dead. How is it possible to revive a powerhouse on the level of Saint King Tianwu? Who could possibly resist a divine race like this? Impossible. Does this not mean they are practically immortal? Revival. Those brief words from defying the heavens entered the ears of everyone across the sea, causing countless people's worldviews to begin collapsing. This was true resurrection from death. At this level, what was wrong with saying the divine race was the same as the legendary gods? They simply could not imagine that the gods of legend would be so cruel and tyrannical. With both arms spread wide and surging power constantly condensing, Saint King Tianwu raised his head and stared fixedly at defying the heavens. A faint smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. "Although, I very much wish to fight you again at your peak. But as far as the interests of the divine race are concerned, killing you before you have fully recovered your strength is the best choice." His aura climbed higher and higher. Saint King Tianwu clenched both fists, slowly drawing them together. Lightning continuously jumped between his palms until finally, those two fists containing boundless mighty power smashed fiercely together. Divine skill. Washi. The next second, dazzling and violent golden light shot into the sky, and fierce explosions occurred every single second. One terrifying energy sphere after another, each with tens of thousands of explosions erupting at its core, appeared behind him. The space behind him shattered into countless pieces, and even the chaotic currents of spacetime were crushed apart. The sea poured outward, and seawater was blasted into pillars that shot straight into the clouds. With his golden cloak flying behind him, Saint King Tianwu pushed both fists forward. A series of explosions stirred up 10,000 zhang of might, and one energy sphere after another, each with tens of thousands of core explosions, appeared in succession. The continuous terrifying might shatter the entire sky bit by bit. Amid the successive explosions, Kizaru and the others felt as though they had witnessed the birth of a world. That was an irresistible and terrifying mighty power. Divine power of the Asura realm. A tall warrior clad in pitch-black battle armor and holding the soul weapon prison shadow cut across the sky, bringing waves of dark, mysterious intent. A sharp cry rang out from within the endless explosions. Carefree held the sole weapon prison shadow, and endless blood-red light suddenly erupted from her pupils. Boundless darkness surged. Behind her, a mysterious formation pattern actually appeared as well. However, unlike the Angel Saint King's display, the mysterious formation behind Carefree was pitch black. Divine skill. Blood-red light flashed violently in her eyes as Carefree stared at the explosive energy spheres that were rapidly shattering the void. Within the endless darkness, countless formation patterns appeared. One beautiful hand after another, like hands from hell itself, stretched out from within and pulled at the violently exploding energy spheres. Eternal prison. Within the endless darkness, demonic hands danced wildly, devouring everything. However, Saint King Tianwu's strength was truly too terrifying. The constantly erupting and bursting energy directly blasted everything apart. Before the arms from the depths of darkness could drag them into the boundless darkness, they were already torn to pieces by those violent explosions. Even the dark formation patterns were shattered. Night's evil light. Slash. The terrifying explosions resembled the explosions born at the creation of a world. The violent energy even shattered the blooming darkness. Emerald blade light cut across the sky. Defying the heavens slashed down from the high heavens, and the void shattered inch by inch. A green blade light, several thousand meters in diameter, seemed as though it intended to split the entire world in two. Blade light scattered in all directions, and the violently fluctuating energy spheres exploded directly, releasing terrifying power in an instant. The earth shook and mountains trembled, the sky collapsed and the earth split. Above the heavens, clouds countless distances away were directly shaken apart without a trace. Endless darkness. Violently exploding energy spheres. In that unstoppable slash, three incomparably terrifying attacks collided and intertwined. The fierce impact sent everything flying. The sea overturned. Only after a long while did the aftermath finally subside. Amid the remaining embers, Saint King Tianwu, clad in golden battle armor, remained just as dazzling and eye-catching as ever. His arms spread outward. Carefree clutched her chest and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Eternal prison was a divine skill she had comprehended through inheriting the divine power of the Asura realm. Its power was terrifying, but the price was equally terrifying. Using eternal prison directly to clash against the divine skill of Saint King Tianwu, the strongest Saint King, naturally consumed an enormous amount of life force. That price was life force itself. Silently landing beside Carefree, defying the heavens, asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. I am unharmed, Grand Marshal." Carefree shook her head. Green light surged within her pupils, and the sole weapon prison shadow in her hand absorbed all light. The aura around her did not weaken. Nodding, Carefree turned to look at Saint King Tianwu and said coldly, "Saint King Tianwu, I already told you. I have already seen through your divine skill." "Oh, seen through it." A faint smile appeared on Saint King Tianwu's lips as he said, "If you truly could break my true martial great thunderclap, then why would that nether race general called Carefree have needed to make a move? The divine skill Eternal Prison is indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, there is a limit to what it can swallow. My power is clearly not something you can swallow." SHRRK. Green arcs of lightning flickered. The sole weapon Eternal Night, in defying the heavens' hand, was infused with a continuous stream of green light. As the phantom behind him became increasingly illusory, the power of the soul grew more and more terrifying. His aura climbed higher and higher. Defying the heavens was the first to charge out. A trench tens of thousands of meters long stretched all the way forward, so deep its bottom could be seen. After unleashing his strongest slash so far, Defying the Heavens stood in the void and panted softly. "Defying the Heavens, I have to admit, your strength is indeed terrifying. Even though the current you is still far from your peak, you still cannot be underestimated." Above the rolling waves, Saint King Tianwu, clad in golden battle armor, patted the dust from his armor and said to Defying the Heavens, "But unfortunately, in this era, you have already lost your chance to step onto the grand stage. Since your strength has not fully recovered, you are ultimately no match for me." "Saint King Tianwu, Defying the Heavens gave Saint King Tianwu a complicated glance before asking in return, "We of the Nether race truly cannot compare to the foundation of your divine race. But since even my strength has already recovered to this degree, and Carefree's strength has already returned to its peak, then, do you really think the rest of my Nether race generals are still asleep?" "Huh, what did you say?" Saint King Tianwu's expression changed slightly. Golden light flashed violently in his eyes as he constantly sensed the surroundings. Sengoku, Garp, and the others broke out in cold sweat. The divine race had almost all awakened. And now even the Nether race seemed to be the same. Did that not mean those powerful races from 4,000 years ago might have long since fully recovered as well? Were they merely waiting for a horn to sound? The Grand Marshal said, "You're nothing but a reckless brute." Did you not hear him clearly? Chapter 115. Divine race, aren't you being a little too full of yourselves? A figure with long black hair and a long blade resting across his shoulders stepped forward. His blue skin was no different from Defying the Heavens and the others. "You brat, you really think you've already got our Grand Marshal cornered?" A Nether race general with a ferocious face, powerful muscles, and a body covered in blood and scars slowly walked out, gripping a spiked club in his hand with a vicious aura. Swish, swish, swish. Space flickered. The Nether race's unique spatial evasion technique flashed through the void. A total of 5 extraordinary figures descended in front of Defying the Heavens. A beautiful figure clad in black battle armor, with green hair draped over her shoulders, quickly ran to Defying the Heavens' side in a few steps and asked softly, "Grand Marshal, are you all right?" The other 4 figures bowed slightly toward Defying the Heavens and said with incomparable respect, "Grand Marshal, we have arrived late." Defying the Heavens nodded. At the side, Ironblood Wushwang could no longer hold himself back and burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, vicious evil, aren't you all moving too slowly? We were almost being looked down on by the divine race." Vicious evil swung the spiked club in his hand through the void. The immense force directly shattered space into cracks. His face was ferocious as he stared fixedly at Saint King Tianwu and the angel Saint King, then said coldly, "The divine race, you've gotten far too arrogant. I'll soon make you understand the might of our Nether race." Crackle! Within the void, streaks of golden lightning wandered about, and endless fierce winds swept past. Saint King Tianwu, clad in golden battle armor like a god of war, swept his golden glowing pupils across vicious evil and the other 4. The disdain in his eyes was completely unconcealed. "In the end, you are merely a group of ants. No matter how many ants there are, they can never be compared to gods." Among the Nether race, the only one who could truly make the proud Saint King Tianwu take things seriously was the Grand Marshal, Defying the Heavens. As for the other Nether race generals, their strength was only at the level of the 4 emperors, or somewhat above the 4 emperors at most. They were not on the same level as him at all. And Carefree, whose strength had reached the Saint King level, was being restrained by the angel Saint King. Wild Dance Madblade and the other 5 were indeed not taken seriously by him. "What did you say?" Saint King Tianwu's arrogant attitude naturally caused the hearts of the Nether race generals to fill with fury. The Nether race general Wild Dance Madblade lowered the great blade in his hand. His aura surged violently, and his hair flew wildly. Soul weapon. Mad Soul Blade. Strands of terrifying, interwoven sharpness erupted in all directions. The next second, the soul weapon Mad Soul Blade in his hand shone brightly. An unmatched edge swept out and tore the air into pieces. Amid the endless sharpness, Wild Dance Madblade's figure flickered at extreme speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Sonic booms exploded continuously through the air. Charging above Saint King Tianwu, Wild Dance Madblade raised the soul weapon Mad Soul Blade in his hand, as terrifying power continuously surged from it. Finally, when his aura rose to a critical point, the great blade in his hand transformed into waves of afterimages, slashing out countless times in a single second. 8-directional chaotic slash. Afterimages flickered. Thousands of slashes crossed over one another in layers, pressing down with an unmatched and terrifying momentum. The dense slashes formed a single mass, leaving no room at all. Saint King Tianwu lifted his eyes slightly. Facing the dense blade auras that formed what seemed like an array of sword energy, Saint King Tianwu calmly raised his right hand. Booms, booms, boom. Invisible power of all phenomena condensed and exploded. An energy sphere born from countless explosions blasted through the air. It charged forward recklessly. It directly tore apart those hundreds and thousands of ferocious blade auras into pieces. Let's go, Mad Soul Blade. Cold light flickered in wild dance Mad Blade's eyes. With a low shout, he gripped the soul weapon Mad Soul Blade and shot forward. Specks of green light intertwined continuously across the Mad Soul Blade in his hand as he slashed down heavily. The energy sphere born from countless explosions collided fiercely with Mad Soul Blade. A violent clash erupted in an instant, and the power of both sides poured out at once. Surging waves of energy aftermath continuously struck in every direction, causing the waves to churn violently. Waves of fierce explosive shockwaves spread visibly through the air. Soul weapon, Dragon Fang. Another explosive shout rang out. Under the cover of an enormous shadow, vicious evil took a single step forward and swung the soul weapon Dragon Fang in his hand. Gales burst forth continuously with each swing. Vicious Fang of Evil. The spiked club in Vicious Evil's hand continuously grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to several hundred meters in size. Wrapped in streams of flowing energy, Vicious Evil smashed down with his club. It was like heaven collapsing and earth splitting, causing space to tremble and the atmosphere to crumble. Soul weapon, Soul Shatter. Mad Soul of Heaven and Earth. Soul weapon, Fierce Whip. Ghost Dance. On both sides of Vicious Evil, across the world and Death Eyes shot forward together. They each summoned their soul weapons as waves of violent energy surged and gathered together. The rushing energy exploded and charged madly toward Saint King Tianwu. The four great Nether race generals attacked in an instant. The aura that erupted with thunderous momentum shocked Sengoku and the others, but at the same time, it also made them let out a heavy sigh of relief. Sure enough, among the divine race, supreme powerhouses like the Angel Saint King and Saint King Tianwu could only be matched within the Nether race by the Grand Marshal, defying the heavens, and the Nether race General Carefree. Although the other Nether race generals were also not weak, they were still within a range they could understand. There were no more Saint King-level powerhouses. That made sense. Saint King-level powerhouses were, after all, the strongest beings of the divine race, the strongest gods beneath the ruler of the divine race, Tian. If the Nether race had many powerful beings capable of rivaling Saint King-level powerhouses, how could the divine race have suppressed the Nether race alone for 100,000 years? How could they have used the power of one race to resist countless races that had risen in rebellion? Bathed in lightning, Saint King Tianwu raised his eyelids slightly. He did not pay much attention to the terrifying bombardment from the three great Nether race generals. His arms slowly spread apart, and golden light flowed through his eyes, sacred beyond compare. Saint King Tianwu's aura erupted. Layers of atmosphere collapsed, and golden lightning continuously flickered around his body. The sea trembled, the sky split apart. Within his hands, terrifying power gathered to its limit. He raised his head, looked toward Vicious Evil and the others, and said coldly, "Ants will always be ants. Even if you join forces, you are still ants." As he spoke, Saint King Tianwu slammed his two iron fists covered in golden battle armor fiercely together. Lightning arcs flickered and formed the shape of an energy sphere. The sea collapsed, space shattered. If you want to prove yourselves, then try taking this. Divine Skill, True Martial Great Thunderclap. Chapter 116. Booms, booms, boom. A series of explosive roars rang out continuously in everyone's ears. Violent explosive energy surged outward in ring after ring. The sky split apart and the sea flowed backward. One terrifying energy sphere after another, each born from tens of thousands of explosions, hovered before Saint King Tianwu. Several of these energy spheres, all containing terrifying might, shot out explosively. The first to bear the brunt was Vicious Evil. The spiked club in his hand smashed down fiercely onto one of the energy spheres. That terrifying energy sphere, whose core had been created through tens of thousands of explosions, could erupt in an instant with the terrifying power to annihilate an entire sea region. Beneath the enormous spiked club flashing with violent light, the energy sphere instantly burst apart. The surging energy that raged outward poured forth, continuously striking the spiked club. Under the impact of such violent energy, vicious evil only felt the webbing between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The fierce trembling shockwaves, carried by the sole weapon dragon fang, continuously battered his body. I am the nether race General Vicious Evil. Clenching his teeth, Vicious Evil's ugly face became incomparably ferocious. With a furious roar, the strength in his hands suddenly surged. Endless netherworld aura continuously gathered toward Dragon Fang. The violent vibrations and shockwaves transmitted into his body, yet he did not retreat in the slightest. 4 nether race generals had attacked together. In addition, when Saint King Tianwu dealt with the 4 nether race generals who could not even use extreme break, he had not used too much power. Amid a series of explosive booms, several explosion core energy spheres that tore across the sky burst apart one after another. Visible waves of air poured outward. Above the heavens, layers of dust and smoke that blotted out the sky even exploded into existence. Within the dense smoke and dust, Vicious Evil, Death Eyes, Wild Dance Madblade, and across the world. A total of 4 nether race generals charged toward Saint King Tianwu from different directions. Their sharp auras continuously surged. Rumbled. With a casual motion, a series of lightning explosions erupted. The power of the exploding arcs of lightning increased severalfold as they blasted fiercely toward Wild Dance Madblade. 8-directional chaotic slash. Without the slightest hesitation, the sole weapon Mad Soul blade in his hand slashed repeatedly from every direction, cutting out 8 enormous crisscrossing slashes. The sharp slashes tore through the heavens. They collided heavily with the explosive energy, flashing with thunder and lightning arcs. The edge was piercing. The thunder was like a giant dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Stirring up violent gales, Vicious Evil and the other 2 nether race generals had already crossed the explosion zone and broken through to Saint King Tianwu's front. Their soul weapons gathered terrifying power. Without the slightest hesitation, they smashed down fiercely. Standing in the void, Saint King Tianwu, clad in golden battle armor, merely showed disdain at this. He opened his left hand and raised it upward. The next second, the void above him exploded over 1,000 times in an instant. The chain of energy produced by the explosions directly blocked the attacks of Vicious Evil and the other 2. Air's fury. His right hand clenched into a fist and drew back. Then he smashed a heavy punch toward the 3 of them. The air exploded. Visible air blasts collided countless times in an instant. The range and power of the air explosions surged wildly, becoming incomparably violent. At the side, Sengoku, Garp, and the others had already become somewhat afraid to casually interfere in the battle, ever since Carefree and the Angel Saint King appeared. Now, seeing Saint King Tianwu's unparalleled combat strength and peerless posture, they were even less certain. Logically speaking, they had a grudge against the nether race, so the divine race should not reject their help. But the Angel Saint King from earlier had already looked down on them with such arrogance. As for Saint King Tianwu, who was clearly even more arrogant than the Angel Saint King, he might even attack them directly. Judging from the current battle situation, only Garp and Sengoku were qualified to participate. As for Kizaru and the others, although they could influence the direction of the battle, there was a very high chance that, if they were careless, they would be slapped to death directly by Saint King Tianwu, Carefree, Defying the Heavens, or the Angel Saint King. Before these 4 powerhouses, who far surpassed the level of the 4 emperors, they could not even withstand the aftermath. This time, we Marines were clearly supposed to be showing off our strength to those restless pirate ambitious figures across the sea. Kizaru, his entire body flickering with golden light, stared at Saint King Tianwu, who was fighting the 4 great nether race generals alone, and let out a bitter laugh. This time, the reason they had all gathered at Impel Down was to strengthen the world government and the Marines' control over the world. Yet not only had they drawn out the nether race, a great race from 4,000 years ago, they had also uncovered a series of secrets, lowering the world government's prestige to its lowest point. Then, the incomparably terrifying divine race was dragged into this as well. The world government and the Marines, the planners and protagonists of this incident, had now been completely reduced to supporting characters. They were even the kind of supporting characters who did not know which side they stood on, while also lacking the strength to contend with either side. What do you have an opinion? Aokiji, whose entire body had transformed into ice, glanced at Kizaru and said irritably, "Then go up there and express your opinion. Let's see whether your light speed can dodge their attacks." Kizaru swallowed. He had always been extremely confident in his own speed. But now, after seeing that chain of terrifying, unparalleled power that affected the entire sea region, he had no confidence at all. An attack of that level was absolutely impossible for him to dodge or resist alone. Chapter 117. Inside the highest conference room of the world government, Agata Kenishi and the remaining 4-5 elders watched as the battle in the image gradually became a full-scale conflict. Their hearts sank to the bottom. If, this time, we had not held a show of force at Impel Down, if we had not drawn out the Nether race and the Divine race, if we had not personally witnessed the terror of the Divine race and the Nether race, then before this unknown storm arrived, could we not have spent the final period of our rule with peace of mind? Masutani Yasunori smiled bitterly, his heart filled with incomparable sorrow. Although, even if the Divine race and the Nether race had not appeared this time, judging from their current condition, they could easily overthrow the world government's rule. They did not even have the slightest time to prepare. Without knowing anything, they would directly fall beneath the Divine race and the Nether race. But even knowing so much in advance like this, even personally witnessing the strength of the Divine race and the Nether race, what difference did it make? Time to prepare. Putting aside the Divine race, even the Grand Marshal of the Nether race at his peak was not someone they could resist. No matter how much preparation they made, at most, they could only forcibly produce some powerhouses below Admiral level. Before the terrifying power of the Nether race, that was completely insignificant. It merely gave them endless despair. Under such circumstances, even if the Divine race and the Nether race did not attack them for the time being, they would still live every day in fear, terrified that one day, a disaster of annihilation would descend. For them, this was undoubtedly enormous torment. If they had not personally witnessed that combat power far beyond the 4 emperors, perhaps, during their final days, they could still have enjoyed the supreme authority they held with peace of mind. But now, their minds were filled only with the question of when the Divine race and the Nether race would come attacking. They wanted to find a way to break the situation, only to discover that it was laughably impossible. Falsehood will always be false. Sanob Keiichi's expression was gloomy, and only after a long while did he force out a single sentence. But at the very least, we could still have peace of mind for a while longer. Instead of sitting here, terrified that the Divine race and the Nether race might attack in the next second. Agata Kenishi also let out a bitter laugh as he spoke to Sanob Keiichi. Although he also understood, falsehood would always be false. By comparison, he truly did not want to know the terror of the Divine race and the Nether race at this moment. On the other side, deep within Pangaea Castle in the Holy Land Mary Jiwise, Hirano Masato arrived alone at the deepest part of Pangaea Castle. Above a long stairway to godhood that resembled a heavenly staircase, upon an ancient throne, sat a luxuriously dressed figure. Arriving below, Hirano Masato immediately knelt on one knee. There was none of the pride of a 5 elder left in him, as he said with incomparable respect, "One of the 5 elders, Hirano Masato, has come to pay respects to Lord Imu." Upon the high platform, the noble figure who had been quietly observing slowly opened his eyes. An aged gaze, as if it had seen through everything, fell upon Hirano Masato as he questioned indifferently, "Hirano, what matter has disturbed my slumber? Where are Sanob and the others?" As the founder of the world government and the ruler who had controlled everything from behind the scenes for 800 years, Imu had once forced a user of the Apop fruit to expend all of their life, essence to perform the immortality operation on him. But how could the power of mortals truly grant immortality? Even with the essence of the apop fruit, he could only be considered half immortal. Because, throughout this long age of immortality, he needed to spend vast amounts of time in slumber to maintain his own eternal life. Therefore, if Hirano Masato could not give him a proper reason for disturbing his rest, he could not guarantee that he would not lose his temper. Lord Emu. This era has changed. Facing Emu's majestic gaze, Hirano Masato could not help shrinking back. He placed both hands on the ground and said respectfully, "The era has changed." A sharp light flashed in Emu's eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword piercing into Hirano Masato's spine, making his back feel as though a blade were hanging over it. "What do you mean?" Emu gently supported his chin with his right hand before finally continuing to ask. "Lord Emu, the 100 races from 4,000 years ago have returned. At present, the divine race and the nether race have almost all recovered their full strength. They are currently fighting outside Impel Down. Their strength far surpasses the 4 emperors." Hirano Masato did not dare delay, and hurriedly answered, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. "The 100 races from 4,000 years ago, the divine race, the nether race." Emu was slightly stunned, and his mind continuously searched through those keywords. Within his 800 years of memories, there was absolutely no such thing as the nether race, the divine race, or the 100 races. 4,000 years ago. Such a distant era was incomparably remote even to him. However, although he did not understand the divine race, the nether race, or the 100 races, the mere fact that Hirano Masato said they surpassed the 4 emperors was enough that he could not ignore it. The 4 emperors were the top combat power of this current era. Likewise, throughout the past 800 years, anyone capable of reaching the level of the 4 emperors had always stood at the pinnacle of the sea. His own strength was indeed beyond the 4 emperors. However, it was only one step beyond the 4 emperors. Judging from Hirano Masato's tone, it seemed both the divine race and the nether race had powerful beings above the 4 emperor level. For him, this was undoubtedly terrible news. "You do not know either, Lord Emu." From the corner of his eye, Hirano Masato caught sight of Emu's astonishment and confusion, and he lowered his head in disappointment. He had thought that as the founder of the world government, Emu, who had existed for 800 years, would know something about the events of 4,000 years ago. According to the members of the nether race, 4,000 years ago, this sea was a battlefield where the 100 races contended for supremacy. The divine race oppressed countless races, regarded all other races as ants, and established supreme divine authority. The nether race, along with the Kuafu race, the sea demon race, the Xingtian race, and the oldest king of us humans, Gilgamesh, jointly established the Punishment God Alliance. That war swept across the entire sea, and every force was drawn into it. The 100 races fought endlessly. In the end, after suffering severe injuries, many powerful races fell into a slumber that lasted 4,000 years. Only recently have they begun to appear again. And the current Grand Marshal of the Nether race, defying the heavens, the Nether race General Carefree, as well as the divine races Saint King Tianwu and Angel Saint King, are all powerful beings far beyond the 4 emperor level. Upon the throne, the luminous pearl Emu had been playing with fell from his hand and shattered across the ground. His expression was vacant, and terror spread rapidly through his pupils. He looked at Hirano Masato in disbelief and asked, "The oldest king, Gilgamesh. You are truly speaking of the oldest king, Gilgamesh." Gilgamesh is still alive. Chapter 118. Emu's excited reaction left Hirano Masato incomparably stunned. Clearly, when he had spoken earlier about the 100 races standing side by side 4,000 years ago, as well as the nether race and the divine race, Emu had known nothing at all. Yet when he mentioned the oldest king, Emu actually became this agitated. Could it be that he knew of the oldest king, Gilgamesh? But that should not be possible. The oldest king, Gilgamesh, was in existence from the same era as the divine race, the nether race, and the other races of 4,000 years ago. They were all peak powerhouses from 4,000 years ago. In the final battle, they suffered severe injuries and fell into a deep slumber. For a full 4,000 years, no news of them had spread across the sea. Yet Imu actually knew of the oldest king's existence. This was completely unreasonable. With his mind filled with questions, Hirano Masato answered Imu, Lord Imu. The oldest king appeared on the sea some time ago. He even fought the 3 admirals of marine headquarters. With his strength alone, he easily forced back the 3 admirals of marine headquarters. Imu stood up directly from the throne and stared fixedly at Sengoku, his expression gradually twisting. Was the oldest king, Gilgamesh, a handsome man with blonde hair, wearing golden battle armor? According to Akinu and the others, that is exactly how he appeared. Hirano Masato nodded heavily. In his heart, he was now completely certain. Imu knew of the existence of the oldest king, Gilgamesh. But why? Why did Imu only know of the oldest king, Gilgamesh, yet know nothing about the nether race and the divine race? To think he is actually still alive. That man is still alive. You know him, Hirano Masato asked carefully. How could I possibly not know? Imu sat back on the throne in dejection, the fear within his pupils expanding rapidly. Glancing at Hirano Masato, Imu's eyes were lifeless as he said, he was the one who founded humanity's earliest empire, the king of the Uruk Empire. Legend says that his might was enough to slay gods. The information Imu knew about the oldest king, Gilgamesh, came from an ancient handwritten journal he had found in the coarse secret chamber of the Saint clan. It recorded that the oldest king, Gilgamesh, possessed formidable strength. With his own hands, he led humanity out of the barbaric era and possessed the power to slay gods. Under the oldest king, Gilgamesh, there were 5 great generals. They were the most powerful figures in the Uruk Empire, aside from the oldest king himself. And the Saint clan to which he belonged was descended from one of the great generals of the Uruk Empire, Saint Salas. For some unknown reason, when the Uruk Empire reached its peak, the oldest king lent 5 noble phantasms to the 5 great generals and then mysteriously disappeared. This disappearance lasted a full 4,000 years. Even when the Uruk Empire fell, the oldest king never appeared. And there were rumors. The reason the oldest king disappeared back then was because gods were invading humanity's land, and evil gods sought to destroy the human race. Left with no choice, the oldest king charged into the 9 heavens alone and fought the evil gods by himself. He even slew them. And he, Saint Imu, had relied on the king's treasure bestowed by the oldest king, the throne of heaven, to unify the sea back then. Then he set off a storm of internal slaughter. If the oldest king had revived, he would definitely act to punish him, the one who had started an internal war. And according to the records in that ancient journal, the oldest king was completely an unmatched, godlike existence. As for him, Imu, although he controlled the entire world government, he absolutely could not resist the terrifying oldest king. Hirano Masato's heart merely tightened slightly upon hearing this, but he did not show much reaction. After all, he already knew these things. Especially after personally witnessing the terror of the divine race. What he was truly curious about was the fact that Imu knew of the oldest king, Gilgamesh. Gathering his courage, he asked, "Since you know of the oldest king, Gilgamesh, then the 100 races from 4,000 years ago, and the nether race and divine race, do you have no impression of them at all?" Because Imu's attention had initially been completely drawn by the oldest king, Gilgamesh, he had not registered Hirano Masato's earlier words at all. Now, suddenly hearing Hirano Masato's question, he replied absent-mindedly, "The 100 races. The nether race and divine race. What are those? Races from 4,000 years ago, should they not have gone extinct already? Even if they survived, they should merely be weak races under the rule of our world government now." In his eyes, only an existence as terrifying as the oldest king, Gilgamesh, could possibly have survived for 4,000 years. As for those so-called 100 races, after 4,000 years, they should have turned to ash long ago. Moreover, when he unified the sea back then, he had never discovered any divine race or nether race. What kind of waves could they possibly stir up? "Lord Imu, you should look at this first." Seeing Imu's disdainful expression, Hirano Masato took a special den mushi from his robes. Then, after a series of operations, a video that had already been recorded appeared before Imu's eyes. Chapter 119. The first projected footage that played was the scene from back then, when Gilgamesh killed the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and defeated the 3 admirals of marine headquarters. When that 10,000 jang golden light and boundless might were displayed, there was no longer even the slightest trace of hope left in Imu's heart. It has to be him. This is the oldest king, Gilgamesh. Muttering in panic, Imu's body continuously retreated. On his face, filled with furrow-like wrinkles, emotions such as fear and disbelief intertwined. The king collected all the treasures beneath heaven. Once the gate of the king's treasury opens, it is the king's righteous bombardment. The king's treasury, this must be the gate of Babylon. Muttering a passage from Salah's journal in a low voice, Imu's gaze could not help drifting toward the platform below. Other than him, no one knew that sealed within this platform was a noble phantasm of the oldest king from 4,000 years ago. The king's throne. Back then, the reason he had been able to unify the sea was largely because of the king's throne. The king had returned. He would take back his noble phantasm. He would punish him, this traitor. Hirano Masato took in every change in Imu's expression. As expected, the king of the celestial dragons, who had lived for 800 years, knew far more than they did. However, this was not over yet. After the footage related to the oldest king, Gilgamesh, finished playing, he switched the video and played the battle outside Impel Down. As the video continued to play, Imu's expression grew uglier and uglier. At first, when it was only Ironblood Wushwang, Henfeng Linlin and Ghost Forest, it was still manageable. But after the Grand Marshal of the Nether Race, defying the heavens, appeared, the sudden surge in combat power made Imu's heart tremble fiercely. Even if he was only watching through the video, he did not doubt in the slightest that this Grand Marshal of the Nether Race possessed power that could absolutely crush him. That secret art called Extreme Break granted defying the heavens an extremely terrifying increase in strength. Those blades that filled the sky like the end of the world made Imu's heart turn icy cold. Such power, even he was far from reaching it. Especially when the divine race's angel saint king and the nether race general Carefree appeared. The collision between ultimate light and darkness struck his eyes fiercely. Saint King Tianwu's invincible bearing was like the end of the world. Even merely watching through a screen, Imu felt a terrifying aura, as though it wanted to destroy him completely. The information revealed by the nether race and the divine race caused the despair in Imu's heart to climb rapidly. Originally, he had thought. The news that the oldest king, Gilgamesh, had revived was already the worst possible situation. He had not expected that. He was still beneath the gods. That was right. True gods had always existed in this world. Otherwise, why would Salah's journal say that the oldest king, Gilgamesh, was a king who could rival gods? Among the divine race, ordinary gods might not be equal to the oldest king, Gilgamesh, but the legendary ruler of the divine race, Tian, surely possessed power far surpassing the oldest king, Gilgamesh. Because even Saint King Tianwu, the strongest saint king of the divine race, possessed such terrifying power. From the previous words of the nether race and the others, it was not difficult to hear that the ruler of the divine race, Tian, was a true existence who surpassed everyone by countless dimensions. One oldest king was already enough to make Imu despair. Now, with the addition of the divine race, an aggressively invasive race like this, even Saint King Tianwu, the strongest saint king of the divine race, was nothing in Tian's hands. Under the enormous impact on his mind, even with 800 years of life experience, Imu was still so shocked that he could barely stand. He staggered and collapsed back into his chair. The world government, which had stood for 800 years, was unable to withstand a single blow before the might of the divine race. The strength he had once been so proud of was like that of an ant before the oldest king. All of this filled Imu's heart with an enormous sense of defeat. Dejected, this king of the celestial dragons, who had ruled the sea for 800 years, now sat powerlessly upon the throne, his appearance so utterly dejected. In the past, he could turn the clouds with one hand and summon rain with the other. But now, whether it was his own martial power or even the authority of the world government, he had been crushed so completely that nothing remained. Chapter 120. The battle continued. However, not long after Saint King Tianwu appeared, the footage came to an abrupt stop. What was the result? What was the outcome of the battle between the Nether race and the Divine race? His turbid eyes slanted toward Hirano Masato as Imu asked in a deep voice. Judging from the current situation, whether it was the existence of the oldest king, Gilgamesh, or the Divine race, the Nether race, and the many powerful races that had yet to appear, none of them were existences he could resist. Under such circumstances, perhaps actively giving up the world government's territory, taking a portion of their elites, and relying on a terrifying race like the Divine race would be the better choice. Only, at present, as for races as powerful as the Divine race, let alone finding any traces of them, they did not even know the names or personalities of those races. For now, they could only first understand the Divine race and the Nether race, the two races that had already appeared. Then they would have to find a way to escape the pursuit of the oldest king, Gilgamesh. But at present, fortunately, ever since defeating Kizaru, Akinu, and Aokiji, the three admirals of marine headquarters, the oldest king, Gilgamesh, had vanished without a trace. Although this made the oldest king's whereabouts difficult to determine, it also gave him some temporary peace of mind. Because some time had already passed since the oldest king defeated the three admirals of marine headquarters. After such a long time, he had still not come looking for them. Perhaps the other party had already tossed him to the back of his mind. The Divine race and the Nether race were still fighting outside Impel Down when I left. The result should not have been decided yet. Hirano Masato bowed and answered respectfully. Even though he knew that the world government might soon fall apart, his heart was still filled with reverence toward Imu. If nothing else, with Imu's strength, killing him would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Not to mention, the current world government still possessed terrifying power in the eyes of people from their era. They are still fighting. Imu's right fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the throne, producing a crisp sound. Within his turbid, aged eyes, strands of sharp light flickered continuously. After a long while, he stood up from that ancient throne and said, "Come, first accompany this old man to see how their battle is going. In addition, gather all the elite forces of the world government outside and recall them all to the Holy Land." True martial, great thunderclap. Lightning flashed violently. Endless thunderlight shone around Saint King Tianwu as his fists smashed tightly together. Heaven and earth split apart, the sea shook, and space shattered in a continuous chain. The unmatched explosive force rapidly spread, constantly shattering space as it surged toward vicious evil and the other three. In the continuous battle, the four Nether race generals had already clearly fallen into a disadvantaged state. Saint King Tianwu, an existence powerful enough to battle the Grand Marshal at his peak for some time, was completely beyond what ordinary Nether race generals like them could resist. Wounds covered their bodies, and crimson blood scattered through the sky. At this moment, one terrifying explosive energy sphere after another from Saint King Tianwu came blasting toward them once again. Vicious evil and the others gripped their soul weapons, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Dark night. Evil light slash. A strand of crimson light tore through heaven and earth. An incomparably terrifying slash stretched forward, roaring fiercely as it struck out. SHRRK, SHRRK. Rumbles. Before this unmatched edge, the string of exploding energy spheres was completely torn to pieces. The explosions connected into one continuous wave. Amid the violent, explosive roars, the entire sea continued trembling. As the falling aftermath exploded, tsunamis rose in every direction. Crash! The gate of justice closest to Impel Down finally could no longer endure the continuous bombardment from the scattered energy aftermath. After a mournful cry, it shattered directly into countless pieces and fell into the sea below. The distant roar of explosions surged all the way outward, spreading rapidly across the sea. Under the enormous tsunami that had been stirred up, countless smaller nearby islands were directly washed away. With one hand gripping the soul weapon Eternal Night tightly, defying the heavens burned with blazing green energy as he slowly stepped through the void. His eyes, filled with raging green light, stared fixedly at Saint King Tianwu as he said coldly, "Tianwu, have you forgotten that this marshal is still here?" Streaks of golden lightning wandered around Saint King Tianwu's body, and his terrifying aura surged outward in ring after ring. The violent fluctuations caused the entire sky to ripple uncontrollably. Clad in golden battle armor like a divine general, Saint King Tianwu had strands of golden light flashing within his eyes. Facing defying the heavens and the four great nether race generals, he smiled lightly and said, "How could I? If you had not been standing at the side, the four of them would have already been defeated long ago." Chapter 121. With the extreme power of Saint King Tianwu, the strongest Saint King, he was absolutely not someone for nether race generals like vicious evil, who could not even use extreme break, could contend against. The reason the four of them had not been defeated so quickly was mainly because a terrifying existence like defying the heavens was watching from the side. Even though defying the heavens was currently not at his peak, with the soul of eternal night assisting him, he could still erupt with power capable of making Saint King Tianwu wary for a short period of time. That was why, while fighting vicious evil and the other four nether race generals, Saint King Tianwu had been holding back the entire time. You are still as confident as ever. The soul weapon in his hand, Eternal Night, continuously poured in soul power. Terrifying green energy rippled endlessly through the void. An unmatched sharpness surged violently from around his body, without pause. That violent aura made even Akinu and the others feel a bone-piercing chill. They had only been brushed by the aura, yet they could still sense that unmatched power. Stepping lightly through the void, defying the heavens dragged the soul weapon Eternal Night in his hand, carving crack after crack through the empty space. In the shattered space, spatial turbulence raged continuously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A flash of emerald light flickered through his eyes. The next second, defying the heavens had already transformed into an afterimage, leaving behind only an unmatched edge that tore through the air along his path. Divine power of the all-seeing world. Air shock. Twisting his neck and producing a crackling sound like beans frying in a pan, Saint King Tianwu lightly lifted his right hand. The void before him rapidly detonated. The void, exploding countless times, released power that could not be underestimated. SHRRK, SHRRK. Blade light flashed through the air. The figure flickering at extreme speed was forced to stop, and the soul weapon Eternal Night in his hand swung out countless afterimages. Defying the heavens advanced all the way forward, tearing every wave of shock from the air apart into pieces, pressing on without retreat. Dragon Fang. Vicious fang of evil. The enormous spiked club, stretching over 1,000 meters long, had every spike filled with an unstoppable edge. Under vicious evil's swing, it carried a ferocious momentum as it smashed fiercely toward Saint King Tianwu. Clang, clang, clang. Blade light scattered in all directions. Below defying the heavens, Wild Dance Madblade gripped the soul weapon Mad Soul Blade and rushed forward at extreme speed. Just as he was about to break through to Saint King Tianwu's front, strands of aura began to ripple continuously around him. 8-directional chaotic slash. 8 ferocious slashes crossed over one another, weaving into a net of blade light with no gaps left behind as they pounced toward Saint King Tianwu. Wrath of the Sky. Golden light surged violently within Saint King Tianwu's eyes. He let out a low shout. Behind him, endless golden light burst forth. Interwoven within the void, a colossal being formed from exploding air slowly opened its pair of pupils filled with golden radiance. Strands of golden flame surged violently from the eyes of that towering divine being, while fierce winds continuously stirred around it. This colossal being born from exploding air clenched its enormous fists tightly. Vast power formed into vortexes that rapidly gathered upon those two fists. Waves of air spread outward. Its eyes, radiating golden pupils, swept over the formation net woven from blade light and the 1,000-meter-long spiked club. With furious eyes, both fists smashed down heavily, and the void suffered a tremendous blow. To read the remaining chapters of this novel, head over to my Patreon. At the end,